The women from the jail were another example of the same thing. Most of them were also involved in illicit activities, and not long afterwards the jail itself had to be moved to another district because so many of them became pregnant while serving their sentence, carrying mortar on the building sites where male convicts worked as bricklayers. Now, these women were also hired out to do housework. For instance, they were very good at laundering, and they were very much sought after by people in modest circumstances because they were cheap. Tonka's grandmother also had one in on washing day. She would be given a cup of coffee and a bun, and since one was sharing the work with her, it was all right to share breakfast with her too. There was no harm in that. At midday, someone had to see her back to the jail. That was the regulation, and when Tonka was a little girl, she was generally the one who had to do it. She would walk along with the woman, chatting away happily, not in the least ashamed of being seen in that company, although these women wore gray prison uniform and white kerchiefs that made them easily recognizable. Innocence, one might call it. A young life in all its innocence, pathetically exposed to influences that were bound to coarsen it. But later on, when the 16-year-old Tonka was still unembarrassed, gossiping with Cousin Julie, could one say that this was still all innocence, or was it that her sensibilities were blunted? Even if no blame attached to her, how revealing it was. The house must also be mentioned. With its 5 windows looking onto the street, it was a survival between towering new buildings that had shot up around it. It was in the back premises that Tonka lived with her aunt, who was actually her much older cousin, and her aunt's little son, the illegitimate offspring of a relationship that she had regarded as permanent, and a grandmother who was not really the grandmother but the grandmother's sister. In earlier days there had also been a brother of her dead mother's living there, but he too had died young. All of them lived together in one room and a kitchen, while the genteel curtains of the 5 front windows concealed an establishment where women of questionable character met men. This was something that the family tacitly ignored, and since they wanted no trouble with the woman who ran the place, they even passed the time of day with her. She was a fat woman, very set on respectability. She had a daughter of the same age as Tonka, whom she sent to a good school. She had her taught the piano and French, bought her pretty clothes, and took care to keep her well away from the business. She was a soft-hearted creature, which made it easier for her to follow the trade she did, for she knew it was shameful. In earlier times, Tonka had now and then been allowed to play with this daughter, and so had found her way into the front part of the house, at hours when it was empty, and to her the room seemed enormous, leaving her with an impression of grandeur and refinement that was only reduced to proper proportions after he came on the scene. Tonka was not her real name. At her baptism she had been given the German name Antony, and Tonka was the abbreviated form of the Czech diminutive Toninka. The inhabitants of those back streets talked a queer mixture of the 2 languages. But where do such thoughts lead? There it was, she had been standing by a hedge that time in front of the dark open doorway of a cottage, the first in the village as one came out from town. She was wearing laced boots, red stockings, and a gaily colored, stiff, full skirt, and as she talked she seemed to be gazing at the moon, which hung pale over the corn stooks. She was at once pert and shy and laughed a lot, as though she felt protected by the moon, and the wind blew across the stubble fields as if it were cooling a plate of soup. Riding home, he had said laughingly to his comrade in arms, young Baron Mordansky, "You know, I shouldn't at all mind getting to know a girl like that, only it's too dangerous for my liking. You'd have to promise to make up a threesome to keep me from going sentimental." And Mordansky, who had done a spell as a trainee in his uncle's sugar mill, had thereupon told him about how, when the time came round for digging the beets, hundreds of such peasant girls labored in the fields belonging to the mill, and it was said they were as submissive as black slaves to the supervisors and their assistants. And once, he remembered quite distinctly, he had cut short a similar conversation with Mordansky because it was an affront to his feelings. Yet it had not been at that time. He knew what was now trying to impose itself on him, as a memory was really something else, the tangle of thorns that had later grown inside his head. In reality, it was in the ring that he had first seen her, in that main street with the stone arcades where the officers and the gentlemen who worked in the government offices stood chatting at corners. The students and young businessmen strolled up and down, and the girls wandered along in twos and threes, arm in arm, after the shops closed, or the more curious of them even during the lunch hour. Sometimes a well-known local lawyer would make his way slowly through the crowd, lifting his hat to acquaintances, or a local deputy, or, say, a respected industrialist, and there were even ladies to be seen, on their way home after shopping. There her glance had suddenly crossed with his, a merry glance, lasting only for the briefest moment like a ball accidentally landing in a passerby's face. The next instant she had looked away, with a feigned air of innocence. He had turned round quickly, supposing that now the usual giggling would follow, but Tonka was walking on, looking straight ahead of her rather tensely. She was with two other girls, and taller than either of them. She was not beautiful, but her face had a clear-cut, definite quality. There was nothing in it of that petty, cunningly feminine look which seems to result from the face as a whole. In this face, mouth, nose, and eyes were each something clearly in their own right, and could stand up to being contemplated separately, delighting the beholder simply by their candor and the freshness irradiating the whole face. It was odd that so gay a glance should stick fast like a barbed arrow, and she herself seemed to have hurt herself with it. So much was now clear. Well then, at that time she had been working in the draper's shop. It was a large shop, employing a great many girls to handle the stock. Her job was to look after the rolls of material and get the right one down when it was asked for, and the palms of her hands were always slightly moist because of the irritation from the fine hairs of the cloth. There was nothing dreamlike about that, and her face was guileless. But then there were the draper's sons, and one of them had a mustache like a squirrel's, turned up at the ends, and always wore patent leather shoes. Tonka was full of stories about how smart he was, how many pairs of shoes he had, and how his trousers were every night laid between two boards and weighed down with heavy stones to keep them well pressed. And now, as he got a clear glimpse of something real through the mist, that other smile emerged, the incredulous smile his mother wore, essentially an onlooker's smile, full of pity and disdain for him. That smile was real. What it said was, "Heavens, not that shop, surely." And although Tonka had still been a virgin when he came to know her, that smile, treacherously furtive or masked, had also turned up in many a tormenting dream he had. Perhaps it had never existed as a single smile. Even now he could not be sure of that. And then too there are nights when one cannot be entirely sure. There are, so to speak, physiological ambiguities, times when even nature does not give an unequivocal answer. And in the very moment when he remembered that, he knew that heaven itself was against Tonka. Roman, too, it had been rash of him to bring Tonka to act as nurse and companion to his grandmother. He was still very young then. He had worked out a little stratagem. Tonka's aunt, who went out doing sewing for the gentry, sometimes worked for an aunt of his, and he had contrived that she should be asked if she happened to know of a young girl who, and so on. The idea was to get a girl to look after his grandmother, whose merciful release was to be expected in a couple of years. Apart from her wages, the girl would be remembered in the old lady's will. But meanwhile there had been a number of little episodes. Once, for instance, he was going on an errand with her. There were some children playing in the street, and suddenly they both found themselves gazing at the face of a little girl who was howling, a face that wriggled and writhed like a worm in the full blast of sunlight. The pitiless clarity of it there in the light seemed to him a symbol of life, over against the orbit of death that they had both just left. But Tonka was fond of children. She bent down to the child, cheerfully and consolingly, perhaps even slightly amused by it, and that was all. However much he tried to make her see that behind the appearance there was something else. From however many sides he approached it, in the end he always found himself confronted with the same opacity in her mind. Tonka was not stupid, but something seemed to prevent her from being intelligent, and for the first time he felt this wide expanse of pity for her, this pity that was so difficult to account for. Another time he said to her, "Tell me, how long is it now you've been with Grandmamma Fraulein Tonka?" And when she had told him, he said, "Oh, really? It's a long time to have spent with an old woman like that." "Oh," Tonka exclaimed, "I like being here." "Well, you needn't be afraid to tell me if you don't. I can't imagine how a young girl can manage to put up with it." "It's a job," Tonka answered and blushed. "All right, it's a job, but that isn't all one wants from life. Isn't that true?" "Yes." "And have you got that?" "No." "Yes, no, yes, no." He grew impatient. "What's the sense of talking like that? Can't you even grumble about us?" But he saw that she was struggling to find an answer, that she kept on discarding possible answers just when they were on the tip of her tongue. And suddenly he felt sorry for her. "I dare say you'll hardly know what I mean. It's not that I think badly of my grandmother, poor woman. No, it isn't that. I'm not looking at it from that point of view at the moment. I can't help thinking of it from your point of view, and from your point of view she's a perfect old horror. Now do you see what I mean?" "Yes," she said in a low voice, blushing more than ever. "I understood all right before, but I can't say it." At that he laughed. "That's something that's never happened to me, but now I'm more curious than ever to know what you really think. I'll help you." He looked at her so intently that she became more embarrassed than ever. "All right then, here goes. Do you like just having regular duties, a quiet, steady routine? Is that it?" "Well, I don't know quite how you mean. I like my work all right." "You like it all right, but you're not exactly mad about it, I suppose. I mean, there are people who don't want anything but a steady job." "What are you getting at?" "Desires, dreams, ambition, that's what I'm getting at. Doesn't a fine day like this start something up in you?" Between the stone walls of the streets the day was full of a quivering light and the honey of springtime. Now it was she who laughed. "It isn't that either." "It isn't that." "Well then, perhaps you have a special liking for darkened rooms, for talking in a whisper, for the smell of medicines and all that. There are such people too, you know. But I can tell from your face that I haven't hit it this time either." She shook her head and faintly turned her mouth down at the corners, perhaps in shy mockery, perhaps only out of embarrassment. But he gave her no peace. "You see how wrong I go, how ridiculous I'm making myself in your eyes by keeping on guessing wrong like this. Doesn't that help you to come out with it? Come on now." And now at least she came out with it, slowly, hesitantly, as if choosing her words carefully in order to make intelligible something that was very difficult to understand. "You see, I have to earn my living." Ah, how simple it all was! What an ass he had been, and what a stony eternity lay in that so ordinary answer. And another such time was once when he had secretly gone for a walk with Tonka. They used to go for long walks in the country whenever she had her day off, which was twice a month. It was summer. When evening came, the warmth of the air was exactly the same as that of one's face and hands, and walking for a moment with closed eyes, one felt as though one were dissolving, expanding, floating. He described this to Tonka, and when she laughed, asked her if she knew what he meant. Oh, yes. But he was still not sure that she did, and so he tried to get her to describe it to him in her own words. And this she could not do. So then he said she didn't know what he meant. Oh, but she did. And suddenly she said, "It made you want to sing." "For heaven's sake." "But yes, that was it," she protested. They went on wrangling like this for a while, and then after all they both began to sing, rather in the spirit of someone firmly placing the corpus delicti on the table or inspecting the scene of the crime. They sang pretty badly, and something from a musical comedy at that, but fortunately Tonka sang softly, and he was glad of that little sign of consideration for his feelings. He was positive she had not been to the theater more than once in her life, and that ever since then these trashy tunes summed up her notions of culture and elegance. However, it turned out that she had merely picked them up from the other girls at the shop where she had worked. He asked her if she really liked these tunes. It always annoyed him to come across anything still linking her with that shop. She did not know what it was, whether this music was beautiful or silly, merely that it made her want to be on the stage herself and put her whole heart into making the people in the audience happy or sorrowful. This was perfectly ridiculous, of course, in the light of what poor dear Tonka looked like while she was singing. It depressed him, and his own singing faded out on a sort of growl. Then Tonka suddenly broke off too, as if she felt the same thing, and for a while the two of them walked along in silence. Then Tonka stopped and said, "That's not what I meant at all about singing." And since she saw in his eyes a little glint of responsive kindness, she began to sing again, still softly, but this time folk songs from her own part of the country. So they walked along, with these simple tunes making everything vaguely sad, like the fluttering of cabbage whites in the sunshine. And so now all at once it turned out, of course, that Tonka was right. Now it was he who could not express what was going on in him, because Tonka did not talk the ordinary language that other people used, but some language of the totality of things. She had had to suffer being thought stupid and insensitive. He realized now what it meant if one said, "Songs just come into her head." It seemed to him that she was very lonely. If it were not for him, who would understand her? So they both sang. Tonka recited the Slavonic words and translated them into German for him, and then they joined hands and sang together like children. Whenever they had to leave off to regain their breath, there would be a little moment of silence ahead of them too, where the twilight was creeping across the road, and even if the whole thing was foolishness, the dusk itself was at one with their feelings. And yet another time they were sitting at the edge of a wood, and he was simply gazing into space through half-shut eyelids, not talking, letting his thoughts roam. Tonka began to be afraid she had offended him again. Several times she took a deep breath as if about to speak, but then shyness held her back. So for a long time there was no sound but the woodland murmur that is so tormenting, rising and sinking away in a different place at every instant. Once a brown butterfly fluttered past them and settled on a long-stemmed flower, which quivered under the touch, swaying to and fro and then quite suddenly being quite still again, like a conversation broken off. Tonka pressed her fingers hard into the moss on which they were sitting, but after a while the tiny blades stood up again, one after the other, row on row, until there was finally no more trace of the hand that had lain there. It was enough to make one weep without knowing why. If she had been trained to think like her companion, at that moment Tonka would have realized that nature consists of nothing but ugly little things that one hardly notices and which live as sadly far apart from each other as the stars in the night sky. The beauties of nature. A wasp was crawling over his shoe. Its head was like a lantern. He watched it, contemplating his shoe, which was sticking up broad and black, oblique against the brown of the earth. Tonka had often thought with dread of the moment when a man would stand before her, and she would have no way of escape. The stories that the older girls in the shop had told her with such delight gave her a feeling only of a crude, boring frivolity, something that was not love at all, and she was indignant at the way men were always making advances to her, after scarcely exchanging more than a few words with her. As she looked at her companion now, she felt a sudden pang. It was the first time since she had been with him that she realized he was a man, for this was something completely different. He was lying back, resting on his elbows, his chin on his chest. Timidly, she tried to see into his eyes. What she saw was a peculiar smile. He had one eye shut, and with the other he was gazing along the length of his body as though aiming at something. Doubtless he knew how ugly his shoe looked at that angle, and perhaps too how little it amounted to that he was lying at the edge of a wood with Tonka, but he did nothing to change anything about it. Each detail was ugly and the whole thing was happiness. Quietly, Tonka got up. She suddenly felt a burning inside her head and her heart was thudding. She could not make out what he was thinking, but she read it all in his eye, and all at once she caught herself wanting to comfort him. "It's time to go," she said. "It'll be getting dark soon." As they were walking along the road, he said, "I'm afraid you must have been bored, but you will have to get used to me." He took her arm because it was becoming difficult to see the road distinctly, and he tried to excuse himself for his silence and then, almost against his will, for his thoughts too. She did not really know what he was talking about, but in her own way she sensed the meaning of his words, which came so gravely through the rising mist. And when now he went further, even apologizing for talking in such a solemn way, she did not know what to do. Even her silent prayer to the Blessed Virgin was of no avail, and so she linked her arm more closely with his, although she felt dreadfully shy of doing so. He touched her hand gently. "I think we get on well together, Tonka, but do you really understand me?" After a while Tonka answered, "It doesn't matter if I know what you mean or not. I couldn't say anything anyway. But I like you to be so serious." These were all very slight experiences, of course, but the remarkable thing was that they happened all over again, exactly the same. Actually, they were always there. And even more remarkably, later they meant the very opposite of what they had meant in the beginning. Tonka always remained so simply and transparently the same that it was almost like having an hallucination, seeing the most incredible things. Roman III then came an event. His grandmother died before the expected time. Events are, after all, only things that happen untimely and out of place. One is, as it were, mislaid or forgotten, and one is as helpless as an object that nobody bothers to pick up. And even the events that took place much later were only the things that happened thousands of times, all over the world, and the only incomprehensible thing about it was that it should have happened with Tonka. Well, and so the doctor came, the undertaker's men came, the death certificate was signed, and Grandmamma was buried. One thing followed on the other quite smoothly, as is proper in a respectable family. The will was read. He was glad not to be in any way involved. There was only one item among the bequests that demanded attention, the provision made for Frailene Tonka with that dreamlike surname, one of those Czech surnames that mean things like "he sang," or "he came across the meadow." There was a contract. Under the terms of the will, the Frailene was to receive a part from her wages, which were a certain fixed sum for every completed year of service, and since it had been assumed that Grandmamma would linger on for quite a while, and since the sum had been fixed in gradually increasing amounts in accordance with the expected increase in the strain of nursing her, it turned out to be a sum that was bound to seem outrageously small to a young man who weighed out in minutes the months of her youth that Tonka had sacrificed. He was present when Hyacinth reckoned up with her. He was pretending to read the book was noveles, fragments, but in reality he was attentively following what was going on. He was ashamed when his uncle named the sum. Even his uncle seemed to feel something similar, for he began to explain to the Frailene in detail the terms of the contract that had been made when she entered their service. Tonka listened intently, her lips tightly closed. The solemnity with which she followed the calculations gave her young face a very appealing look. "So then that's correct, isn't it?" his uncle said, laying the money on the table. It was obvious that she had absolutely no idea what it was all about. She pulled out her little purse, folded the notes, and squashed them in, but though they were few, folding them so much made a thick wad of them, and when the little purse had been replaced under her skirt, it made a bulge on her thigh. She had only one question to ask. "When do I have to leave?" "Well," his uncle said, "I suppose it will be a few days before the house is shut up. You can certainly stay till then. But you can also go before that if you like, as you won't be needed any more." "Thank you," she said, and went off to her little room. Meanwhile, the others had begun sharing out the old woman's things among themselves. They were like wolves devouring a dead member of the pack, and they were already in a state of general irritation when he asked whether the Fraulein, who had got so little money out of it all, should not at least be given something of some value in memory of Grandmamma. "We've decided to give her Grandmamma's big prayer book." "Well, yes, but I'm sure something useful would please her more. What about this, for instance?" He picked up a brown fur tippet that was lying on the table. "That's for Emmy, a cousin of his, and anyway you must be mad it's mink." He laughed. "Is there any law that poor girls can only be given something for the good of their souls? You don't want to make a miserly impression, do you?" "I'd thank you to leave that to us," his mother said, and because she did not think he was entirely wrong, she added, "These are things you know nothing about. She won't be treated unfairly." And with a gesture at once lavish and irritable, she put aside for Tonka some of the old woman's handkerchiefs, chemises, and drawers, and then added a black woolen dress that had scarcely been worn. "There, I think that'll do. It's not as though the Fraulein had been such a treasure, and she can't exactly be called sentimental either. She never shed so much as a single tear, either when Granny died or at the funeral, so please don't let us hear any more about it. Some people don't cry easily. I mean, that doesn't prove anything," he said, not because it seemed important to say it, but because he felt the urge to argue for the sake of arguing. "That will do," his mother said. "Don't you realize that your remarks are out of place?" At this rebuke he fell silent, not because he was in awe of his mother, but because suddenly he felt vastly pleased at the thought that Tonka had shed no tears. His relatives were all talking eagerly, all talking at once, and he noticed how skillfully each of them turned the situation to his or her own advantage. They expressed themselves, if not clearly, at least to some purpose, and with the courage of their convictions. In the end, each of them got what he or she wanted. For them, the ability to talk was not a medium of thought, but a sort of capital, something they wore like jewelry to impress others. As he stood by the table with the heaps of things to be given away on it, he found himself recalling a line of verse. To him, Apollo gave the gift of song and music sweet to hear, and for the first time he realized that it really was a gift. How inarticulate Tonka was. She could neither talk nor weep. But how is one to define something that neither can speak nor is spoken of, something that dumbly merges with the anonymous mass of mankind, something that is like a little line scratched on the tablets of history? What is one to make of such a life, such a being, which is like a snowflake falling all alone in the midst of a summer's day? Is it real or imaginary? Is it good or evil or indifferent? One senses the fact that here the categories have reached a frontier beyond which they cease to be valid. Without another word he left the room and went to tell Tonka that he would provide for her. He found her packing up her things. There was a big cardboard box on a chair, and there were two others on the floor. One of them was already tied up with string. The two others were not big enough for the amount of stuff still scattered about the room, and she was trying to solve the problem by taking things out again and putting them in differently stockings and handkerchiefs, laced boots and sewing things, laying them first this way and then that. However scanty her possessions were, she would never get everything stowed away, for her luggage was still scantier. Since the door of her little room was ajar, he was able to watch her for some time without her knowing. When she did notice him, she blushed and quickly stepped in front of the open boxes. "So you're leaving us," he said, charmed with her embarrassment. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going home to Auntie. "Do you mean to stay there?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I shall look around for something. Won't your aunt be vexed? I've got enough for my keep for a few months. In that time I'll find a situation. But that means using up your savings. Can't be helped, can it? And what if you don't find it so easy to get a new job? Then I shall just get it served up to me again at every meal." "Get what served up? How do you mean?" "Not bringing anything in. That's how it was when I was working at the shop. I wasn't bringing much home, but I couldn't help that, and she never said anything. Only if she was angry, then she always did. And so then you took the job with us?" "Yes." "Look," he said abruptly, "you mustn't go back to your aunt. You'll find something else. I'll see to that." She did not say yes or no. She did not thank him. But as soon as he had gone, she began slowly taking one thing after another out of the boxes and putting them back in their places. She had blushed deeply. Now she could not collect her thoughts, and every now and then stood still with something in her hand, gazing blankly ahead of her, simply realizing, so this was love. But when he had gone back to the room where Novelli's fragments was still lying on the table, he was suddenly aghast at the responsibility he had taken on. Quite unexpectedly, something had happened that would determine the course of his life, and it was something that did not really concern him intimately enough. At this moment, he perhaps even felt slightly suspicious of Tonka because she had accepted his offer without more ado. Then he began to wonder, what on earth made me propose such a thing? And he did not know the answer to that question any more than why she had accepted. Her face had revealed just the same helplessness and bewilderment that he had been feeling. The situation was painfully comical. He had gone rushing up somewhere as in a dream, and now he did not know how to get down again. He had another talk with Tonka. He did not want to be anything but completely honest with her. He talked of personal independence, of intellectual values, of having a purpose in life, ambition, his distaste for the proverbial idyllic life together, his expectation that he would later have relationships with women of higher social standing, talked, in fact, like a very young man who wants a great deal and has experienced very little. When he saw something flicker in Tonka's eyes, he was sorry, and all at once overcome by quite a different feeling, the fear of hurting her, he pleaded, "Don't misunderstand what I've been saying." "I understand all right," was all the answer Tonka gave. "Roman IV, but she's only a common little thing who used to work in that draper's shop," they had said. What was the point of that? There were plenty of other girls who were quite ignorant, who had never been educated. Talking like that was like pinning a label onto the back of the girl's dress, where she couldn't get at it and take it off. What they meant was that people had to have learned something, had to have principles, had to be conventional and have the right manners. Simply being a human being wouldn't do. And what of all of them, who had all that and who did do? It seemed to him that his mother was afraid of seeing the emptiness of her own life repeating itself in his. Her own choice was not one that she was proud of. Her husband, his father, had formerly been an officer of the line, an undistinguished, jolly man. She was bent on seeing her son have a better life. She fought for that. Fundamentally, he approved of her pride. So then, why did the thought of his mother leave him unmoved? Duty was second nature to her, and her marriage had taken on meaning only when his father fell ill. Henceforth she assumed a soldierly aspect, standing on guard, defending her position against overwhelming odds, at the side of this man who was steadily declining into imbecility. Up to then, she had not been able either to go ahead or to withdraw in her relations with Uncle Hyacinth. He was not a kinsman at all, but a friend of both parents, one of those uncles with whom children have to put up with from the age when they begin to notice things. He was a senior civil servant, and besides, a popular writer whose books sold very well indeed. He brought Mother the breath of culture and worldly sophistication that consoled her in the intellectual desert she lived in. He was well read in history, with ideas that seemed all the more grandiose the emptier they were, extending, as they did, over the sweep of the centuries and the great problems of man's fate. For reasons that had never become clear to the boy, his mother had for many years been the object of this man's steadfast, admiring, selfless love. Perhaps it was because, as an officer's daughter, she had high standards of honor and duty, which were the source of the moral integrity that lent her glamour in his eyes and made her the model for the heroines in his novels. Perhaps, too, he was obscurely aware that both the fluency of his talk and his narrative gift derived from his own lack of such integrity. But since he naturally did not care to acknowledge this as a deficiency, he had to magnify it and transform it into something universal, full of the lacrimae rerum, seeing the need to be thus complemented by another's strength of spirit as the inevitable destiny of one so rich in intellectual resources as himself. Thus the situation had no lack of agonizing exaltation for the woman either. Even in their own eyes they were at pains to disguise their liaison as a spiritual friendship, but in this they were not always successful. At times they were quite dismayed by Hyacinth's weakness of character, which would land them in dangerous situations, and then they would not know whether to let themselves fall or strong-mindedly climb back again on to their wonted heights. It was only when her husband became ill that their souls were provided with the support they needed, and reaching out for it, they gained that inch in spiritual stature which they had sometimes felt lacking. From that time on she was armored in her duty as a wife, and was able to make up by redoubled dutifulness for whatever sins she still committed in spirit. And by a simple rule that settled everything for them, they were now safe from that particularly distressful wavering between the obligation to be greatly passionate and that to be greatly loyal. So that was what respectable people turned out to be like, manifesting their respectability in terms of mind and character. And however much love at first sight there might be in Hyacinth's novels, anyone who without more ado simply went after another being like an animal that knows where it can drink, and where not would to them have seemed like a wild primeval creature devoid of morality. The son, who felt pity for that good-natured animal, his father, in all the little matters of family life fought Hyacinth, and his mother as though they were a spiritual plague. Thus he had let these two drive him into the diametrically opposite corner of the field of contemporary attitudes. This brilliant and versatile young man was studying chemistry, and turned a deaf ear to all questions that had no clear-cut answer. He was, indeed, an embittered opponent of all such considerations, and was a fanatical disciple of the cool, soberly fantastical, world-encompassing spirit of modern technology. He was in favor of doing away with the emotions. He was the antagonist of poetry, kindness, virtue, simplicity. Songbirds need a branch to perch on, and the branch a tree, and the tree the dumb brown earth to grow in. But he flew, he was between the ages, he was somewhere in midair. After this age, one that destroys just as much as it constructs, there will come one that will inherit the new premises we are so ascetically creating, and only then will it be possible to say what we ought to have felt about things. Such was more or less his train of thought. For the time being the thing was to be as tough and austere as on an expedition. With such a strong intellectual drive, he could not fail to attract his teacher's attention, even as a schoolboy. He had conceived ideas for new inventions, and after taking his degree, was to spend 1 or 2 years devoting himself to working them out, after which he hoped to rise, surely and steadily, above that radiant horizon which is a young man's image of his glamorous, unknown future. He loved Tonka because he did not love her, because she did not stir his soul, but rinsed it clean and smooth, like fresh water. He loved her more than he himself believed, and the occasional tentative, needling inquiries made by his mother, who sensed a danger that she could not come to grips with because she had no certainty of it, impelled him to make all speed. He sat for his examinations and left home. His work took him to one of the big cities in Germany. He had brought Tonka with him, for he felt he would have been leaving her at the mercy of her enemies if he had left her behind in the same town as her aunt and his mother. Tonka bundled up her things and left home as callously, as inevitably, as the wind goes away with the sun, or the rain with the wind. In the city to which they had moved, she got herself a job in a shop. She was quick to pick up the new work and earned much praise. But why then was she so badly paid? And why did she never ask for a rise, which she only did not get because she did not ask for it? Whenever she needed money, she had no qualms about accepting it from him. Not because he minded this, but simply because he was sometimes irritated by her humble ways and lack of worldliness. He would occasionally lecture her on the subject. Why don't you tell him he must pay you more? I can't. You can't. But you keep on telling me you're always the one they call for when they want something special. Yes. Well then, why don't you speak up for yourself? Such talk always made Tonka's face take on a stubborn look. She did not argue, but she was impervious to his reasoning. Look, he would say, that's a contradiction. Or, look, why don't you tell me it was all no good? Then he would say, Tonka, I shall be cross with you if you go on like this. It was only when he cracked that whip that the little donkey cart of humility and stubbornness would slowly get under way, and then she would come out with some such thing as, for instance, that she was not good at writing and was afraid, too, of making spelling mistakes, things that she had hitherto kept from him out of vanity. Then there would be a quiver of anxiety round her dear kind mouth, and it would curve into a rainbow of a smile only when she realized that she was not going to be found fault with for such blemishes. On the contrary, he loved these defects as he loved her deformed fingernail, the result of an injury at work. He sent her to evening classes and was amused by the absurd commercial copperplate that she learnt to write there. Even the wrong-headed notions that she came home with were something he found endearing. She would bring them home, as it were, in her mouth, without eating them. There was something nobly natural in her helplessness, her inability to reject whatever was vulgar and worthless. Even while with an obscure sense of rightness she did not adopt it as her own. It was astonishing with what sureness she rejected everything crude, coarse, and uncivilized in whatever guise it came her way, although she could not have explained why she rejected it. And yet she lacked any urge to rise beyond her own orbit into a higher sphere. She remained pure and unspoilt, like nature itself. But loving this simple creature was by no means so simple, and at times she would startle him by knowing about things that must be almost outside her ken, such as chemistry. When, preoccupied with his work, he would talk of it, more to himself than to her, he would suddenly find that this or that was something she had heard of before. The first time this happened he had been amazed and had asked her about it. She told him that her mother's brother, who had lived with them in the little house where the brothel was, had been a student. And what's he doing now? He died, right after the exam. And how did you pick it up from him? Well, I was quite small, of course, Tonka recounted, but when he was studying he used to get me to hear his lessons for him. I didn't understand a word of it, but he used to write the questions out for me on a piece of paper. That was all. And for 10 years all that had been hidden, like pretty stones whose names one does not know, kept in a box. That was the way it was now, too. Sitting quietly in the same room with him while he worked was all she needed to make her happy. She was nature adjusting itself to mind, not wanting to become mind, but loving it and inscrutably attaching itself to it. She was like one of those animals that actually seek man's company. His relationship to her was at that time in a queer state of tension, equally remote from infatuation and from any wish for a casual affair. Actually, they had got on for a remarkably long time at home, without the temptations of intimacy entering into their relationship. They had been in the way of seeing each other in the evenings, going for walks together, telling each other of the day's little happenings and little annoyances, and it had all been as pleasant as eating bread and salt. True, after a time he had rented a room, but only because that was part of the whole thing, and anyway, one can't go walking about the streets for hours on end in the winter. There they had shared their first kiss rather stiffly, more as though to set the seal on something than for the pleasure of it, and Tonka was very agitated, and her lips were rough and hard. Even at that time they had talked of entirely belonging to each other. That is to say, he had talked, and Tonka had listened in silence. With that painful clarity in which one's bygone follies insist on recurring to one's memory, he recalled his very juvenile and didactic exposition of why it would have to come to that. It was only then he had explained that two people really opened up to each other, and so they had remained suspended between emotion and theory. Tonka merely begged a few times that it might be postponed for some days. Finally, he was rather affronted and asked if she thought it too great a sacrifice. So then a day was fixed, and Tonka had come, in her little moss-green jacket, in the blue hat with the black baubles, her cheeks pink from the brisk walk through the evening air. She laid the table, she made the tea. The only difference was that she bustled a little more than usual and kept her eyes fixed on the things she was handling. And he himself, although he had been waiting impatiently all day long, now sat on the sofa, watching her, immobilized by the icy stiffness of his youth. He realized that Tonka was trying not to think of the inevitable, and he was sorry he had insisted on fixing a day for it. It made him feel like a bailiff. But it only now occurred to him that he ought to have taken her by surprise, that he ought to have enticed her into it. How remote he felt from any joy. On the contrary, he shrank from taking the bloom off that freshness which was wafted to him like a cool breeze every evening they spent together. But it had to be, sooner or later. He clutched at the necessity of it, and while he watched Tonka rather mechanically bustling about, it seemed to him that his intention was like a rope tied round her ankle, shortening at every turn. After the meal, which they ate almost without speaking, they sat down side by side. He attempted a joke and Tonka attempted a laugh, but her mouth twisted, her lips were tight, and the next instant she was grave again. All at once he asked her, "Tonka, are you sure it's all right? Have we really made up our minds?" Tonka lowered her head, and it seemed to him that her eyes were veiled for a moment. But she did not say yes, and she did not say that she loved him. He bent down to her, speaking softly, trying to encourage her, though he himself was embarrassed. "You know, at first it's all rather strange, perhaps even rather unromantic. After all, you know, we have to be careful. I mean, it isn't just. So you'd better shut your eyes." And so, the bed was already turned down, and Tonka went over to it. But suddenly irresolute again, she sat down on the chair beside it. "Tonka," he called out to her. She stood up again and with averted face began to prepare for the night. An ungrateful thought remained associated with this sweet moment. Was Tonka giving herself of her own free will? He had not promised her any love. Why did she not rebel against a situation that excluded the highest hopes? She acted in silence, as though she were subdued by the authority of the master. Perhaps she would also obey another who was equally determined. There she stood in all the awkwardness of her vulnerability. It was moving to see how she seemed enclosed by her own uncertainty. His compassion was wiser and more humane than his youthfully pseudo-sophisticated thoughts, and he made a move towards her. As though she were trying to escape from him, Tonka slipped into bed, with a movement that was oddly clumsy and unlike her. All he remembered of what happened after that was that, in passing the chair, he had felt the thing he was most intimate and familiar with had been left behind on that chair, with the clothes he knew so well. When he came by, there rose from them the dear fresh smell that he was always first aware of whenever they met. What awaited him in the bed was something unknown and strange. He hesitated a moment longer. Tonka lay there with her eyes shut and her face turned to the wall, for an endless age in terrible lonely fear. When at last she felt him beside her, her eyes were wet with warm tears. Then came a new wave of fear, dismay at her ingratitude, a senseless word uttered as though in search of help, as though stumbling out of some infinitely long, lonely corridor to transform itself into his name, and then she was his. He hardly grasped how magically, and with how much childlike courage, she stole into his being, what simple-minded strategy she had worked out in order to take possession of all she admired in him. It was only necessary to belong to him entirely, and then she would be part of it all. Later, he could not in the least remember how it had all happened. Romans 6, and then in a single day, in a single morning, it was all transformed into a tangle of thorns. They had been living together for some years when Tonka one day realized that she was pregnant. It was not just any ordinary day. Heaven had so ordained it that, if one counted back from that day, it appeared that the conception must have taken place during a period when he was away on a journey. Tonka, however, claimed to have noticed her condition only when it was no longer quite possible to establish the beginning of it with certainty. In such a situation, there are certain obvious ideas that will occur to anyone. On the other hand, there was no man far and wide whom one could reasonably suspect. Some weeks later, destiny manifested itself still more plainly. Tonka fell ill. It was a disease that the mother's blood had been infected with, either by the child she had conceived or directly by the child's father. It was a horrible, dangerous, insidious disease. But whatever way she had been infected, the curious thing was that in either case there was a discrepancy between the various dates. Apart from this, as far as could be medically established with certainty, he was not suffering from the disease himself. So there was either some mystical bond linking him with Tonka, or she was guilty on an ordinary human level. There were, of course, also other possible explanations, at least theoretically. Ideally speaking, but practically speaking, their probability was as good as nil. On the other hand, from the practical point of view, the probability that he was neither the father of Tonka's child nor the cause of her illness amounted to a certainty. If one considers the situation for a moment, one can see how difficult it was for him to grasp this. From the practical point of view, if you go to a businessman, not with a commercial proposition that will appeal to his profit-making instincts, but to harangue him about the spirit of the times and the moral obligations of the rich, he will know you have come to get money out of him. On that point, he will never be mistaken, although there is of course always the possibility that you might have come quite unselfishly, just to give him some good advice. Similarly, a judge will not have a moment's doubt when the accused tells him that the incriminating article found on his person was given to him by a man he had never seen before. And yet there is no reason why this should not really happen once in a while. But the management of human affairs rests on the fact that there is no need to reckon with all the possibilities, because the most extreme cases practically never do occur. But theoretically, the old doctor to whom he had first taken Tonka, and whom he had seen alone afterwards, had shrugged his shoulders. Was it possible? Well, of course one couldn't say that it was entirely impossible. There was a kindly, mournful look in his eyes, and what he evidently meant was, don't let us waste time talking about that. It's much too improbable to be worthy of serious consideration. A doctor is, after all, a human being, and rather than assume that he is dealing with something that is medically quite improbable, he will assume the cause to be a human lapse. For freaks of nature are rare. So the next phase was that of a kind of medical litigiousness. He went to doctor after doctor. The second doctor came to the same conclusion as the first, and the third to the same conclusion as the second. He argued with them. He tried to play off against each other the views of various medical schools of thought. The physicians listened to him in silence, sometimes with a tolerant smile, as though he were a lunatic or a blockhead past praying for. And of course he himself knew, even while he was arguing, that he might just as well have asked, "Is there such a thing as immaculate conception?" And they would only have been able to tell him, "We have no medical evidence of it." They would not even have been able to produce a law excluding the possibility. All they knew was, there was no evidence. And yet if he were to accept this, he would be a cuckold past praying for. Perhaps, indeed, one of the doctors whom he had gone to see had told him so to his face. Or perhaps he himself had thought of it. After all, there was no reason why he should not have thought of it. But it was as if one were to exert oneself thinking out all the possible combinations and permutations of relevant finger movements just because one could not fix a collar stud for all this time. While he was producing theory after theory, he was confronted by the irrefutable experience of Tonka's face. It was all a walking through cornfields, a sense of the air, the swallows dipping and darting, and in the distance the spires of the town, girls singing. Remote from all truth, in a world that does not know the concept truth, Tonka was now living in the deep world of fairy tale. It was the world of the anointed, of the virgin, and of Pontius Pilate, and the doctors said that Tonka would need to be nursed and cared for if she was to survive. Romans 7 still, he went on trying, of course, every now and again to wring a confession out of Tonka. After all, he was a man, and he was no fool. At this time she was working in a big, trashy shop in a working-class district. She had to be there at 7 in the morning, and could not leave before 9:30 in the evening, kept there often merely for the sake of some belated customer's few pence. She never saw the sun. She did not sleep at his place, and there was no time to thrash out their emotional problems. They could not count on even this scanty source of income for any length of time, for sooner or later her pregnancy would be noticed. And they were already in financial difficulties. He had used up the money provided for his studies, and he was not capable of earning anything. This is always particularly difficult at the beginning of a scientific career, and besides, he had come so near to solving the problem he had set himself, though the solution still just escaped him, that he felt he had to concentrate all his energies on this work. Living like this, never seeing the daylight and perpetually in anxiety, Tonka began to fade. Poor Tonka, of course she did not fade beautifully, as some women do, radiating an intoxicating splendor in decay. She wilted like some dim little herb in a kitchen garden that turns an ugly yellow and shrivels away as soon as it loses the freshness of its green. Her cheeks grew pale and hollow, and this made her nose look too big and prominent, her mouth seemed too wide, and even her ears seemed to stick out. Her body grew gaunt, and the full, curving flesh wasted away, letting the peasant skeleton peer through the skin. He, whose well-bred face wore better under hardship and whose store of good clothes lasted longer, noticed, whenever he went out with her, that passers-by would sometimes cast an astonished glance at them. And because he was not without vanity, he bore Tonka a grudge for not having the pretty clothes that he could not buy her. He was angry with her for being so shabby, although it was his own fault. But actually, if he could have afforded it, he would have bought her pretty, floating maternity clothes and would only then have charged her with her infidelity. Every time he tried to extract a confession from her, Tonka would utter the same denial. She said she did not know how it had happened. When he implored her, in the name of their old affection, not to lie to him, an anguished look would come over her face. And when he stormed at her, she merely said she was not lying. And what was anyone to do then? Should he have beaten her and sworn at her? Should he have abandoned her in her dreadful plight? He no longer stayed with her, but even on the rack she would not have confessed, if only because she could not talk to him since she had realized that he mistrusted her. And this dumb obstinacy was all the more frustrating for him, because his loneliness was no longer alleviated by any element of grace. He had to be tenacious, to watch and wait. He had made up his mind to ask his mother for financial help. But his father had for a long time been hovering on the brink of death, and this meant there was no money to spare. He had no means of checking this, though he did know his mother was frightened of the possibility that he might intend marrying Tonka someday. Indeed, she was worried by the thought that any other marriage would be made impossible because Tonka was in the way. And when it all dragged on for so long, his studies still unfinished, success not yet achieved, his father still lingering on his deathbed, and all the domestic cares she had to cope with into the bargain, it seemed in some way or another to be all Tonka's fault. Tonka seemed to be not merely the cause of all that was going wrong now, but positively something like an ill omen, a herald of misfortune, in that it was she who had first disturbed the normal tenor of their life. This obscure conviction of his mother's had become apparent to him, both from her letters and during his visits home. What it came to fundamentally was that she felt it was a blot on the family honor for her son to be more attached to a girl of that sort than was generally the case with young men. Hyacinth was made to give him a talking to on the subject. And when the young man, taken aback by the implicit superstitiousness of this attitude, which reminded him of his own painful, irrational experiences, put up vehement opposition, Tonka was referred to as an ungrateful creature who had had no consideration for a family's peace of mind. Awkward allusions were then made to amorous arts by means of which she kept a hold on him. In short, what came to light was every respectable mother's entire ignorance of real life. The same thing was manifest in the answer that he got now, as though every single coin that helped to keep him with Tonka could only contribute to his undoing. At this point, he decided to write again and acknowledge himself to be the father of Tonka's child. By way of answer, his mother came in person, to straighten the whole thing out. She did not come to his lodgings, as though she were afraid of encountering something intolerable there. She summoned him to her hotel. By taking refuge in her sense of duty, she had rid herself of a certain amount of embarrassment, and she spoke of the great concern he was causing them all, of the added danger to his ailing father's life, and bonds that would last a lifetime. With clumsy cunning, she pulled out all the stops of proper feeling. Yet a note of indulgence pervading all she said kept her listener, bored though he was by the maternal tactics he could so easily see through, in a state of mistrustful curiosity. "You see," she said, "this misfortune might make everything turn out for the best, even now, and that would be a lucky escape for all concerned. The main thing is to prevent any recurrence of such incidents in future." To this end, she had managed to persuade father to provide a certain sum of money. So she explained, as though it were a great benefaction, all the girl's claims could be settled and the child provided for. To her surprise, her son, having calmly asked how much was being offered and having heard the answer, shook his head and merely said in the same calm tone, "It can't be done." Clinging to her hopes, she retorted, "It must be done. Don't go on deluding yourself. Many young men commit similar follies, but they let it be a lesson to them. This is really your chance to free yourself. Don't miss it out of a misguided sense of honor. You owe it to yourself and to us." "How do you mean, it's my chance?" "It's quite obvious. The girl will show more good sense than you are doing. She knows very well that such relationships always come to an end when a child arrives." He asked for time to think about it until the next day. Something had flashed upon him. His mother, the doctors with all their smiling reasonableness, the smooth running of the underground train by which he made his way back to Tonka, the steady movements of the policeman's arms regulating the traffic, the city's roar like the thundering of a waterfall. It was all one and the same thing. He stood in the lonely hollow space under the cascade of it, untouched by even a splash, but utterly cut off. He asked Tonka if she would agree. Tonka said, "Yes." How terribly ambiguous this yes of hers was. In it there lay all the good sense his mother had predicted, but round the mouth that uttered it there was the twitching of bewilderment. The next day he told his mother point-blank, before she could ask him any questions, that he was perhaps not the father of Tonka's child, that Tonka was ill, and that for all this, he would rather consider himself ill and himself the father of the child than abandon Tonka. His mother smiled in defeat, confronted with such willful self-deception, bestowed a last, fond glance on him, and left. He realized she would dedicate herself to saving her flesh and blood from shame, and he now had a powerful enemy in league with him. Roman 8 finally, Tonka lost her job. He had been growing almost uneasy over the fact that this misfortune was so long delayed. The shopkeeper for whom Tonka worked was a small, ugly man, but in their distress he had seemed to them like some superhuman power. For weeks they had been guessing. He must know by now. Well, obviously he's a decent sort and doesn't hit someone who's down. And then again, he hasn't noticed, thank heaven he hasn't noticed anything yet. And then one day Tonka was called into the office and asked, point-blank, about her condition. She could not get any answer out, her eyes merely filled with tears. And this practical man was quite unmoved by the fact that she was too upset to speak. He gave her a month's wages and dismissed her on the spot. He was so furious that he shouted at her, complaining that it was all her fault if he was now short-handed, and that it had been dishonest of her to conceal her condition when she took the job. He did not even send the typist out of the room before saying such things to her. Afterwards, Tonka felt very wicked, and even he secretly admired that sordid, nameless little tradesman, who had not hesitated for a minute but had sacrificed Tonka to his business sense. And with her tears, a child and heaven alone knew what inventions, what souls, what human destinies, things of which the man had no notion, things in which he had no interest. Now they had to have their meals in small, working-class places, amid dirt and incivility, where for a few pence they got a kind of food that did not agree with him. He would call for Tonka punctually and fulfill his duty by taking her to have these meals. He cut a strange figure in his well-made clothes, among the laborers and market porters, grave, taciturn, and constant at the side of his pregnant companion. Many sneering glances were cast at him, and many respectful ones, which were no less painful. It was a strange life he was leading, with his invention in his head, and with his conviction of Tonka's infidelity amid the flotsam and jetsam of the great city. He had never before felt the common beastliness of mankind so intensely. Wherever he walked through the streets, there it went, yapping and growling like a pack of hounds, each person alone in his greed, but all of them together one pack, and only he had no one to whom he could turn for help, or to whom he could even have told his story. He had never had time for friends, doubtless indeed had taken little interest in them, nor had he himself been attractive to others. He went through life burdened with his ideas, and that is a burden dangerous to the very life of him who bears it, so long as people have not realized there is something in it that they can turn to their own advantage. He did not even know in what direction he might have searched for help. He was a stranger in the world. And what was Tonka? Spirit of his spirit. No, perhaps a symbol, some cryptic correspondence to himself, an alien creature who had attached herself to him, with her secret locked within her. There was a little chink, a far-off gleam towards which his thoughts were beginning to move. The invention he was working at would in the end turn out to be of great importance for others as well as himself, and it was clear that something else was involved besides the intellectual processes, a courage, a confidence, an intuitive sense of the future that never deceived him, a healthy urge to live, like a star that he followed. And in all this he too was only pursuing the greater probabilities, and always in one of them he would find what he wanted. What he relied on was that everything would turn out to be the way it always was, so that he could hit upon the one thing in which he could discover the desired otherness. If he had set out to test every possible doubt, as he was doing with Tonka, he would never have come to the end of it. Thinking means not thinking too much, and no invention can be made without sacrificing something of the boundlessness of the inventive talent. This half of his life seemed to be under the influence of the star of a happiness or a mystery beyond proving, and the other half lay in darkness. Now he and Tonka bought sweepstake tickets. On the day of the draw, he met Tonka and they went and bought the list of results. It was a miserable little sweepstake with a first prize of only a few thousand marks, but that did not matter. It would have tided them over the immediate future. Even if it had been only a few hundred marks, he could have bought Tonka what she most needed in the way of clothes and underclothes, or have moved her out of the unhealthy garret where she lived. And if it had been only 20 marks, it would have been some encouragement, and he would have bought more sweepstake tickets. Indeed, even if they had won no more than 5 marks, it would have been a sign that the attempt to restore contact with life was regarded with favor in unknown regions. But with all their 3 tickets they drew blanks. Then, of course, he had to pretend he had only bought them for fun. Even while he had been waiting for Tonka, there had been an emptiness in him that heralded failure. The truth probably was that he had been wavering between hope and despair all the time. In his circumstances, even a few pennies wasted on a newspaper meant a real loss. He suddenly felt there was an invisible power that wished him ill, and he felt himself to be surrounded by hostility. After that he became downright superstitious. The man who became so was the one who called for Tonka in the evenings, while the other man he went on working like a scientist. He had 2 rings, which he wore alternately. Both were valuable, but one was a piece of fine old workmanship, and the other was only a present from his parents, which he had never particularly cherished. Then he noticed that on days he was wearing the newer one, which was only an ordinary expensive ring, he seemed to be spared further deterioration of his situation, rather more than on days when he was wearing the good old one. And from that time on he could not bring himself to put it on again, but wore the other, like a yoke laid upon him. Again, one day when he happened not to have shaved, he had good luck. The next day, when he did shave in spite of having observed the omen, he was punished for his transgression by another of those trivial sordid misfortunes that would not have amounted to anything more than absurdity in a situation less desperate than his. From then on, he could not bring himself to shave any more. He grew a beard, doing no more than carefully trimming it to a point, and he continued to wear it through all the sad weeks that followed. This beard disfigured him, but it was like Tonka. The uglier it looked, the more anxiously it was tended. Perhaps his feeling for her became all the more affectionate the more profoundly it was disappointed, for like the beard it was inwardly so good because of the outward ugliness. Tonka did not like the beard and did not know what it meant to him, and without her he would never have known how ugly this beard was, for one knows little of oneself unless one has someone else in whom one is reflected. And since what one knows is really nothing, might it not be that at times he wished Tonka dead so that this intolerable existence might be over and done with? And perhaps he liked the beard simply because it was like a mask, concealing everything. Roman 9, there were still times when he would, as it were, try to ambush her. He would ask what seemed to be a perfectly harmless question, hoping that the smooth sound of the words would take her off her guard. But more often it was he who was taken unawares and defeated. "Look, it's absolutely senseless going on denying it," he would say coaxingly. "Come on now, tell me. Then everything'll be just the way it used to be. How on earth did it happen?" But her answer was always the same: "Send me away if you won't believe me." That was, of course, her way of making the most of her own helplessness, but it was also the most genuine answer she could give. For she had no medical or philosophical arguments to defend herself with. All she could do was to vouch for the truth of her words with the truth of her whole being. Then he would go with her whenever she went out, because he did not dare leave her alone. There was nothing definite that he feared, but it made him uneasy to think of her alone in the great alien streets of the city. And when he would meet her somewhere in the evenings and they walked along, and in the dusk they would pass some man who gave no sign of knowing them, he would sometimes have the feeling that the man's face was familiar, and it seemed to him that Tonka blushed, and all at once he would remember that there had been an occasion when they had been together with this man. Instantly, then, and with a certainty equal to the certainty he felt when gazing into Tonka's innocent face, he would have the conviction, this is the one. Once it seemed to be a well-to-do young man who was learning the business in an export firm, and whom they had met a few times. Once it was a tenor who had worked in a café chantant until he lost his voice, and who had a room in the same lodging-house as Tonka. They were always such ludicrously marginal figures. They were like dirty parcels thrown into his memory, tied up with string, each parcel containing the truth, but at the first attempt to undo it, the package would disintegrate, leaving him with nothing but an agonizing sense of helplessness and a heap of dust. These certainties of Tonka's infidelity had, indeed, something of the quality of dreams. Tonka endured them with all that touching, dumbly affectionate humility of hers. But how many different meanings that could have! And then, going through his memories, he began to see how ambiguous they all were. For instance, the very simplicity of the way she attached herself to him could equally well mean that she did not care one way or the other, or that she was following her heart. The way she served him could indicate either apathy or a delight in doing it. Might that dog-like devotion of hers not mean that she would follow any master like a dog? This was something he had, after all, sensed in that first night. Had it in fact been her first night? He had only paid attention to her emotional reactions, and certainly there had been no very perceptible physical signs. Now it was too late. Her silence was now a blanket over everything, and might equally well indicate innocence or obduracy. It could equally well mean cunning or sorrow, remorse or fear. But then too it might mean that she was ashamed on his behalf. Yet it would not have helped him even if he could have lived all of it all over again. Once a human being is mistrusted, the plainest signs of faithfulness will positively turn into signs of unfaithfulness. On the other hand, where there is trust, the most glaring evidence of unfaithfulness will seem to be signs of misunderstood faithfulness, crying like a child that the grown-ups have locked out. Nothing could be interpreted on its own merits alone. One thing depended on the other. One had to trust or mistrust the whole of it, love it or take it for deceit and delusion. If one was to understand Tonka, one had to respond to her in one definite way. One had, as it were, to call out to her, telling her who she was. What she was depended almost entirely on him. And so Tonka would become a blur, mildly dazzling as a fairy tale. And he wrote to his mother, "Her legs are as long from the foot to the knee as from the knee to the hip, long legs that walk like a pair of twins, without tiring. Her skin is not delicate, but it is white and without blemish. Her form is almost a little too full, and the hair in her armpits is dark and matted, which looks charmingly shameful on that slender white body. Her hair hangs down in loose strands over her ears, and at times she thinks she has to take the curling tongs to it and do it up high, which makes her look like a servant girl. And that surely is the only harm she has ever done in her life." Or he would write in answer to his mother, "Between Ancona and Fiume, or perhaps it is between Middelkirk and some town whose name I don't remember, there is a lighthouse, the light of it flashing out over the sea at night like the flick of a fan. One flick and then there is nothing, and then another flick, and Edelweiss grows in the meadows of the Vena Valley. Is that geography or botany or nautical science? It is a face, it is something that is there, solitary, quite alone, eternally, and so in a way, too, it isn't there at all. Or what is it? Naturally, he never posted these senseless answers to his mother's letters. There was something impalpable missing, something that was needed to make his certainty complete. Once he had been traveling by night with his mother and Hyacinth, and in the small hours, out of the depths of that inexorable fatigue which makes the bodies in a train sway to and fro in search of some support, it seemed to him that his mother was leaning against Hyacinth, and that she knew she was, and that Hyacinth was holding her hand. His eyes had widened with anger at the time, for he was sorry for his father. But when he leaned forward, Hyacinth was sitting at some distance and his mother's head was inclined to the other side, away from him. Then after a while, when he had settled back in his seat, the whole thing happened all over again. That seeing and not seeing something was torment, and the torment itself was a darkness through which it was hard to see. Finally, he told himself that now he was really sure, and he resolved to challenge his mother about it in the morning. But in broad daylight the whole thing had vanished like the darkness itself, and another time, again when they were on a journey, his mother fell ill. Hyacinth, who had to write to father on her behalf, said irritably, "But I don't know what to say." This from Hyacinth, who wrote reams to mother whenever he was away. Then there was a quarrel, for again the boy had grown angry and his mother began to feel worse. She seemed to be seriously ill. Something had to be done for her, and Hyacinth's hands kept on getting in the way of his, and he kept on pushing them aside. At last Hyacinth asked rather mournfully, "Why do you keep on pushing me away?" The note of unhappiness in that voice quite shocked him. How little one knows what one knows, or wants what one wants. That is not difficult to understand. Yet he was capable of sitting in his room, tortured by jealousy, and telling himself that he was not jealous at all, that it was something quite different, something out of the ordinary, something oddly invented. And yet this was himself and his own feelings. When he raised his head and looked about him, everything seemed to be the same as usual. The wallpaper was green and gray. The doors were reddish-brown, with faint gleams of light reflected on them. The hinges were dark, made of copper. There was a chair in the room, brown mahogany and wine-red plush. But all these things seemed to be somehow tilted, leaning to one side. There was a suggestion in their very uprightness that they were about to topple over. They seemed endless and meaningless. He rubbed his eyes and then looked round again. But it was not his eyes, it was the things. The fact was that belief in them had to be there before they themselves could be there. If one did not look at the world with the world's eyes, the world already in one's own gaze, it fell apart into meaningless details that live as sadly far apart from each other as the stars in the night sky. He only needed to look out of the window to see how the world of, say, a cab driver waiting in the street below was suddenly intersected by the world of a clerk walking past. The result was something slashed open, a disgusting jumble, an inside-out and side-by-side of things in the street, a turmoil of focal points moving along their tracks, and around each of them there extended a radius of complacency and self-confidence, all aids to walking upright through a world in which there was no such thing as above and below. Volition, cognition, and perception were like a tangled skein. One noticed this only when one tried to find the end of the thread. But perhaps there was some other way of going through the world, other than following the thread of truth. At such moments, when a veneer of coldness separated him from everything, Tonka was more than a fairy tale. She was almost a visitation. Either I must make Tonka my wife, he told himself, or I must give her up and give up these thoughts. But no one will blame him for doing neither one nor the other, despite these reasonings of his. For although all such thoughts and feelings may well be justified, nobody nowadays doubts that they are very largely figments of the imagination. And so he went on reasoning, without taking his reasoning seriously. Sometimes it seemed to him that he was being sorely tried, but when he came to himself again and spoke to himself again, as it were, man to man, He had to tell himself that this ordeal consisted, after all, only of the question whether he would force himself to believe in Tonka against the 99% probability that she had been unfaithful to him, and that he was simply a fool. Admittedly, this humiliating possibility had by now lost much of its importance. It was, oddly enough, a period in which his scientific work went remarkably well. He had solved the main problems involved in his project, and it could not be long now before he got results. There were already people coming to see him, and even if it was chemistry that they talked about, they brought him some emotional reassurance. They all believed that he was going to succeed. The probability of it already amounted to 99%, and he drugged himself with work. But even although his social existence was now taking on firmer outlines and entering, so to speak, the state of worldly maturity, the moment he stopped working his thoughts no longer ran along in definite grooves. The faintest reminder of Tonka's existence would start a drama going in his mind. Figures in a play, one taking over from the other, none of them revealing its meaning, all of them like strangers daily encountering each other in the same street. There was that commercial traveler of a tenor whom he had once suspected of being the man with whom Tonka had betrayed him, and there were all the others to whom he had ever pinned his certainty. It was not that they did anything. They were merely there, or even if they did do that frightful thing, it no longer meant much. And since they were sometimes two or even more persons rolled into one, it was no straightforward matter being jealous of them. The whole situation became as transparent as the clearest air, and yet clearer still, until it reached that state of freedom and emptiness which was void of all egoism. And under this immovable dome, the accidents of terrestrial life pursued their microscopic course. And sometimes all this turned into dreams. Or perhaps it had all begun in dreams, in a pallid, shadowy realm from which he emerged the instant he shed the weight of his working hours, as though it were all meant as a warning to him that this work was not his true life. These real dreams were on a deeper level than his waking existence. They were warm as low-ceilinged, bright-colored rooms. In these dream rooms, Tonka would be harshly scolded by her aunt for not having shed any tears at Grandmamma's funeral, or an ugly man acknowledged himself to be the father of Tonka's child, and she, when he looked at her queryingly, for the first time did not deny it, but stood there motionless, with an infinite smile. This had happened in a room with green plants in it, with red rugs on the floor and blue stars on the walls. But when he turned his eyes away from that infinity, the rugs were green, the plants had big ruby-red leaves, the walls had a yellow glimmer as of soft human skin, and Tonka, still standing there, was transparently blue, like moonlight. He almost fled into these dreams as into some simple-hearted happiness. Perhaps it was all mere cowardice. Perhaps all they meant was that if only Tonka would confess, all would be well. He was much confused by their frequency, and yet they had not the intolerable tension of the half-waking state, which was gradually bearing him higher and higher, away out of it all. In these dreams, Tonka was always as great as love itself, and no longer the careworn little shop girl she was in real life, and she looked different every time. Sometimes she was her own younger sister, not that she had ever had a sister, and often she was merely the rustling of skirts, the ring and cadence of another voice, the most unfamiliar and surprising of movements, all the intoxicating charm of unknown adventures which came to him, the way such things come only in dreams, out of the warm familiarity of her name, and they gave him the floating sense of joy that lies in anticipation, even though still tense with unfulfillment. These ambiguous images made him feel a seemingly undefined, disembodied affection, and more than human intensity of emotion, and it was hard to say whether these feelings were gradually detaching themselves from Tonka, or only now really beginning to be associated with her. When he reflected on this, he guessed that this enigmatic capacity for transference and independence that love had must also manifest itself in waking life. It is not that the woman loved is the origin of the emotions apparently aroused by her. They are merely set behind her like a light. But whereas in dreams there is still a hair's breadth margin, a crack, separating the love from the beloved, in waking life this split is not apparent. One is merely the victim of doppelganger trickery and cannot help seeing a human being as wonderful who is not so at all. He could not bring himself to set the light behind Tonka. The fact that he so often thought of horses at this time must have been somehow connected with this, and obviously was a sign of something significant. Perhaps it was Tonka and the sweepstake in which they drew blanks, or perhaps it was his childhood, those beautiful brown and dappled horses, their heavy harness decorated with brass and fur. And then sometimes there would be a sudden glowing of the child's heart in him, the heart for which magnanimity, kindness, and faith were not yet obligations that one disregarded, but nights in an enchanted garden of adventures and liberations. Yet perhaps, too, this was merely the last flaring up of a flame about to die, the itching of a scar that was beginning to form. For it was like this. The horses were always hauling timber, and the bridge was always echoing under their hooves, a muffled wooden sound, and the timbermen wore their short, checkered jackets, purple and brown. They all doffed their hats as they passed the tall cross, with the tin Christ on it, halfway across the bridge. Only a little boy who stood there by the bridge, looking on in the winter, refused to doff his hat, for he was a clever little boy and didn't believe in such things anymore. And then he suddenly couldn't button up his coat. He couldn't do it. The frost had numbed his little fingers. They grasped a button and tugged at it, hard, but just as they were pushing it into the buttonhole, it jumped out again, and his fingers were left helpless and amazed. However hard they tried, they always ended up in paralyzed bewilderment. And it was this memory that came back to him so often. Amid all these uncertainties, Tonka's pregnancy took its course, revealing the harshness of reality. There was the shambling gait, with Tonka seeming in need of a supporting arm, the heavy body that was mysteriously warm, the manner of sitting down, with legs apart, unwieldy and touchingly ugly. All the changing aspects of the miraculous process, steadily transforming the girlish body into a seed pod, altering all its proportions, broadening the hips and pressing them down, taking the sharpness from the knees, thickening the neck, making the breasts heavy, streaking the skin of the belly with fine red and blue veins, so that it was startling to see how close to the outer world the blood circulated, as though that were a sign of death. All this unshapeliness was in fact a new shape, molded as much by passivity as by main force, and the same distortion of human normality was reflected in her eyes. They now had a blank look, and her gaze would linger on things for a long time, shifting only with an effort. It would often rest for a long time on him. She was now keeping house for him again, waiting on him laboriously, as though she wanted to prove to him in these last days that she lived only for him. She showed no trace of shame for her condition, only the desire to do as much as she could for him in spite of her awkwardness. They were now spending nearly as much time together as in earlier days. They did not talk much, but they liked to be near each other, for her pregnancy was advancing like the hand of a clock, and they were helpless in the face of it. They ought to have talked the whole thing out together, but they did nothing about it, and time moved on. The shadowy being, the unreal element on him, sometimes struggled for words, and the realization that everything ought to be measured by quite different standards almost broke surface, but, like all understanding, even this was ambiguous and without certainty. And time was running on, time was running away, time was running out. The clock on the wall had more to do with reality than their thoughts had. It was a suburban room where nothing of importance could happen. There they sat, and the clock on the wall was a round kitchen clock, telling kitchen time, and his mother bombarded him with letters proving everything up to the hilt. Instead of sending money to him, she spent it on getting opinions from doctors, in the hope of making him see reason. He quite understood this and no longer resented it. Once she sent him a medical statement that made it really clear to him that Tonka must have been unfaithful to him at that time. But far from upsetting him, it was almost a pleasant surprise. As though it had nothing to do with him, he wondered how it had happened, and all he felt was, "Poor Tonka, she has had to pay so dearly for a single passing aberration." Yes, sometimes he had to pull himself up short, on the point of saying quite cheerfully, "Listen, Tonka, I've only just realized what we've been forgetting about who it was you were unfaithful to me with that time." So everything petered out. Nothing new happened. There was only the clock, and the old familiar bond between them. And even although they had not talked about it, this brought back the moments when they felt close. They came like old friends who, returning after long absence, will simply walk into the room. The windows on the far side of the narrow courtyard were eyeless in the shadow. The people were all out at work. Down below the yard was dark as a well, and the sun shone into the room as though through frosted glass, making each object stand out sharply in a dead gleam. And there, for instance, lay a little old calendar, open as though Tonka had just been going through it, and on the wide expanse of one leaf, like a memorial erected to that one day, there was a small red exclamation mark. All the other leaves were covered with everyday domestic entries, shopping lists, sums, and the like, and only this one was empty except for the one sign. Not for an instant did he doubt that this betokened the memory of the incident that Tonka denied. The time just about fitted. His certainty was like a rush of blood to the head. Yet certainty itself merely lay in this vehemence, and in the next instant it had again dwindled into nothingness. If one was going to believe in what this exclamation mark might signify, then one might just as well believe in the miraculous. What was so appalling was, after all, the very fact of believing in neither. There was a startled glance exchanged between them. Tonka had obviously seen him looking at that page in the calendar. In the queer indoor light, all the things in the room now looked like mummies of their former selves. The bodies grew cold, the fingertips became icy, the intestines were hot coils of tubing in which all vital warmth was contained. True, the doctor had said that Tonka must be spared any sort of stress if complications were to be avoided. But at this moment doctors were the very people whom he must not trust, and yet all his efforts to trust in something else were also futile. Perhaps Tonka was not strong enough. She remained a half-born myth. "Come here," Tonka said gently. And they shared their anguish and their warmth in mournful resignation. Roman 12 Tonka had gone into hospital. The turn for the worse had come. He was allowed to see her at visiting hours, so the time had slipped away irrevocably. On the day she left the house he had his beard shaved off. Now he was more like himself again. Later on he discovered that that very day she had lost patience, lost her head in fact, and had gone and done something she had been putting off all this time for the sake of saving money. As though making a last gesture of independence before going into hospital, she went and had a decayed molar extracted. Her cheek must now be sadly sunken, and all because she would never let herself be properly looked after. Now his dreams began to intensify again. One dream recurred in many forms. A fair, plain girl with a pale complexion was telling him that his new girl, some invented figure in the dream, had left him, at which he became curious to hear more and exclaimed, "And do you think Tonka was any better?" He shook his head, with an expression of doubt on his face, to provoke the girl into making some equally vehement protestation of Tonka's virtues, and he already had a foretaste of the relief he would get from her decisive answer. But then he saw a frightful slow smirk gradually spreading over the girl's face, and she said, "Oh, her. But she was a dreadful liar. She was quite nice, of course, but you couldn't believe a word she said. She always wanted to be a smart woman of the world." What caused him most anguish in this dream was not that dreadful smile, which was like a knife cutting into his flesh, but the fact that he could never ward off the eager platitudes at the end of it. Powerless in his sleep, he heard them being uttered as though out of the depths of his own mind. And so when he went to visit Tonka, he would often sit at her bedside with nothing to say. He would gladly have been as magnanimous as in certain dreams he had had earlier, and he might actually have brought himself to be so if he had devoted to Tonka some of the energy with which he was working on his invention. Although the doctors had never been able to find any trace of the disease in him, he was linked with Tonka by the possibility of some mysterious connection. He only had to believe her, and instantly he would be diseased. And perhaps, he told himself, that would have been possible in some other age. He was beginning to enjoy letting his imagination rove back into the past, telling himself such things as that in some other age Tonka's fame might have spread far and wide, and that princes would not have disdained to woo her. But nowadays, this was something he really ought to think about at length some day. So he would sit at her bedside, being kind and affectionate to her, but never uttering the words, "I believe you." And this although he had long believed in her, for he believed her only in such a way that he was no longer able to be unbelieving and angry, and not in such a way that he could face the rational consequences of it. This not believing kept him immune and safely anchored to the earth. The things that went on in the hospital tormented his imagination. It was all doctors, examinations, routine. The world had snatched Tonka away and strapped her to the table. Yet he was almost beginning to regard this as her own fault. If she was indeed something of deeper significance, under the surface of what the world was doing to her, then everything in the world ought to be different too, so that one would want to fight for it. And he was already beginning to surrender. Only a few days after their separation, she was already a little remote from him, for he was no longer able to make daily amends for the strangeness of her all too simple life, that strangeness which he had always felt, in however slight degree. And because he usually had so little to say when he visited Tonka in hospital, he wrote letters to her, saying a great deal that he otherwise kept to himself. He wrote to her almost as seriously as to some great love. Yet even these letters stopped short of ever declaring, "I believe in you." He was quite disconcerted to receive no answers from Tonka until he realized that he had never posted these letters. The fact was, he could not be sure that he meant what he wrote. It was simply a state of mind that he could do nothing about except write it out of his system. That made him realize how lucky he was, despite everything he could express himself. Tonka could not do that. And the moment he saw that, he saw Tonka for just what she was, a snowflake falling all alone in the midst of a summer's day. But the very next moment this no longer explained anything. Perhaps it all amounted to no more than that she was a dear, good girl, and time was passing too quickly. One day he was horribly overtaken by the news that she would not last much longer. He reproached himself bitterly for having been so careless, for not having looked after her properly, and he did not attempt to hide this from her. Then she told him of a dream she had had a few nights earlier, for Tonka also had dreams. "In my dream I knew I was going to die soon," she said. "And it's a funny thing, you know, but I was very glad. I had a bag of cherries and I said to myself, 'Never mind, you just gobble them up quick before you go.'" The next day they would not let him in to see her. Roman 13 then he said to himself, "Perhaps Tonka wasn't really so good as I imagined." But that again only went to prove how mysterious her goodness was. It was the kind of goodness that a dog might have had. He was overwhelmed by a dry, raging grief that swept through him like a storm. It went howling round the solid walls of his existence, crying, "I can't write to you any more. I can't see you any more." "But I shall be with you like God himself," he consoled himself, without even knowing what this was supposed to mean. And sometimes he could simply have cried out, "Help me, help me. Here I am kneeling before you," sadly he said to himself. Think of it, a man walking all alone with a dog in the mountains of the stars, in the sea of the stars. And he was agonized with tears that became as big as the globe of the sky and would not come out of his eyes. Wide awake, he now dreamt Tonka's dreams for her. Once he dreamed to himself. When all Tonka's hope had gone, he would suddenly come into the room again and be there with her. He would be wearing his large checked brown tweed traveling coat, and when he opened it, underneath it he would be quite bare, nothing on his slender white body but a thin gold chain with tinkling pendants on it. And everything would be like one single day, she would be quite sure of that. This was how he longed for Tonka as she had longed for him. Oh, she was never a loose woman. No man tempted her. If someone pays court to her, she will rather give him to understand, with slightly awkward mournfulness, that such affairs are likely to come to a bad end. And when she leaves the shop in the evening, she is quite full of all the noisy, jolly, annoying events of her day. Her ears are full of it all. Inwardly she goes on talking of it all, and there is no scrap of room for any stranger. But she knows, too, that there is a part of her that remains untouched by all this. There is a realm where she is grand, noble, and good, where she is not a little shop girl, but his equal, deserving of a great destiny. And this was why, in spite of all the difference between them, she always believed she had a right to him. What he was concerned with achieving was something of which she understood nothing at all. It did not affect her. But he belonged to her because at bottom he was good, for she too was good, and somewhere, after all, there must be the palace of goodness where they would live united and never part again. What then was this goodness? It did not lie in action, nor yet in being. It was a gleam when the traveling coat opened, and time was moving much too fast. He was still clinging to the earth. He had not yet uttered the thought, "I believe in you." With conviction he was still saying, and even supposing everything were like that, who could be sure of it? He was still saying that when Tonka died. Roman 14, he gave one of the nurses a tip, and she told him of Tonka's last hours and that she had sent her love to him. Then it crossed his mind, casually, as one remembers a poem and wags one's head to the rhythm of it, that it was not really Tonka at all he had been living with. It was something that had called to him. He said these words to himself over and over again. He stood in the street with these words in his mind. The world lay around him. He realized indeed that he had been changed in some way, and that in time he would be yet again another man, but this was, after all, his own doing and not really any merit of Tonka's. The strain of these last weeks, the strain, that is, of course, of working on his invention, was over. He had finished. He stood in the light and she lay under the ground, but all in all what he felt was the cheer and comfort of the light. Only, as he stood there looking about him, suddenly he found himself gazing into the face of one of the many children round about a child that happened to be crying. There in the full blast of sunlight the face wriggled and writhed like a ghastly worm. Then memory cried out in him. Tonka! Tonka! He felt her, from the ground under his feet to the crown of his head, and the whole of her life. All that he had never understood was there before him in this instant. The bandage that had blindfolded him seemed to have dropped from his eyes, yet only for an instant, and the next instant it was merely as though something had flashed through his mind. From that time on much came to his mind that made him a little better than other people, because there was a small warm shadow that had fallen across his brilliant life. That was no help to Tonka now, but it was a help to him. And this even though human life flows too fast for anyone to hear each of its voices clearly and find the answer to each of them. John George Saunders, back in the time of which I am speaking, due to our coordinators had mandated us, We had all seen that educational video of It's Yours to Do with What You Like, in which teens like ourselves speak on the healthy benefits of exploring oneself and doing what one feels like in terms of personal discovery, which what we learned from that video was, there is nothing wrong with self-exploration, because love is a mystery but the mechanics of love need not be. So go off alone. See what is up with you and your relation to your own self, and the main thing is just have fun, feeling no shame. And then nightfall would fall, and our facility would fill with the sounds of quiet, fast breathing from inside our privacy tarps, as we all experimented for the techniques taught us in It's Yours to Do with What You Like. And what do you suspect? You had better make sure that that little gap between the main wall and the wall that slides out to make the gender areas is like really, really small. Which, guess what, it wasn't. That is all what I am saying. Also, all what I am saying is, who could blame Josh for noting that little gap and squeezing through it snake-like in just his Old Navy boxers that Old Navy gave us to wear for gratis? Plus, who could blame Ruthie for leaving her Velcro knowingly unvelcroed? Which soon all the rest of us heard them doing what the rest of us so badly wanted to be doing. Only we, being more mindful of the rules than them, just laid there doing the self-stuff from the video, listening to Ruth and Josh really doing it for real, which, believe me, even that was pretty fun. And when Josh came back next morning so happy he was crying, that was a further blow to our morality, because why did our coordinators not catch him on their supposedly nighttime monitors? In all of our hearts was the thought of, okay, we thought you said no boy and girl stuff, and yet here is Josh, with his Old Navy boxers in his hand and a mark on his waist, and none of you guys is even saying boo. Because I, for one, wanted to do right. I did not want to sneak through that gap. I wanted to wed someone when old enough, I will soon tell who, and relocate to the appropriate facility in terms of demographics, namely young marrieds, such as Scranton, Pa, or Mobile Al, and then along comes Josh doing Ruthie with imparity, and no one is punished, and soon the miracle of birth results, and all our coordinators, even Mr. Delacourt, are bringing baby amber stuffed animals. At which point every cell or chromosome or whatever it was in my being that had been holding their breaths was suddenly like, dude, slide through that gap no matter how bad it hurts. Squat outside Carolyn's privacy tarp whispering, Carolyn, it's me. Please unvelcro your privacy opening. Then came the final straw that broke the back of me saying no to my impulses, which was I dreamed I was that black dude on MTV's Hot and Spicy Christmas, around like location indicator 34,412, if you want to check it out. And Carolyn was the old-up white chick, and we were trying to earn the island vacation by miming through the 10 hot and nasty positions before the end of We Three Kings. Only then, sadly, during her on top, thumb in mouth, her elf cap fell off, and as the loser buzzer sounded, she bent low to me, saying, "Oh, John, I wish we did not have to do this for fake in front of hundreds of kids on spring break doing the wave, but instead could do it for real with just each other in private." And then she kissed me with a kiss I can only describe as melting. So imagine that is you. You are a healthy young dude who has been self-practicing all these months, and you wake from that dream of a hot chick giving you a melting kiss, and that same hot chick is laying or lying just on the other side of the sliding wall. And meanwhile, in the very next privacy tarp is that sleeping dude Josh, who a few weeks before, a baby was born to the girl he had recently did it with, and nothing bad happened, except now Mr. Slippin sometimes let them sleep in. What would you do? Well, you would do what I did, you would slip through. And when Carolyn unvelcroed that Velcro wearing her blue guest kimono, whispering, "Oh my God, I thought you'd never ask, that would be the most romantic thing you had ever underwent." And though I had many times seen Lee 34,321 for honey grams, where the stream of milk and the stream of honey enjoin to make that river of sweet-tasting goodness, I did not know that, upon being close, one person may become like the milk and the other like the honey, and soon they cannot even remember who started out the milk and who the honey, they just become one fluid, this like honey-milk combo. Well, that is what happened to us. Which is why soon I had to go to Mr. Slippin' Hat in hand and say, "Sir, baby Amber will be having a little playmate if that is okay with you," to which he just rolled his eyes and crushed the plastic cup in his hand and threw it at my chest, saying, "What are we running in here, Randy? A freaking play school?" Then he said, "Well, Christ, what am I supposed to do? Lose 2 valuable team members because of this silliness?" All right. How soon will baby Amber be out of that crib, or do I have to order your kid a whole new one? Which I was so happy, because soon I would be a father and would not even lose my job. A few days later, like how it was with Ruthie and Josh, Mr. Delacourt's brother the minister came in and married us, and afterward barbecue beef was catered, and we danced at our window while outside pink and purple balloons were released, and all the other kids were like, "Rock on you guys, have a nice baby," and all. It was the best day of our lives thus far for sure. But I guess it is true what they say at Lee 11,006 about life throwing us not only curves and sliders but sometimes even worse, as Dodger pitcher Hector Jones throws from behind his back a grand piano for Allstate, because soon here came that incident with baby Amber, which made everybody just loony. Which that incident was, baby Amber died. Sometimes it was just nice and gave one a fresh springtime feeling to sit in the much-coveted window seat, finalizing one's summary while gazing out at our foliage strip, which sometimes slinking through it would be a cat from rustic village apartments, looking so cute that one wished to pet or even smell it, with wishful petting being the feeling I was undergoing on the sad day of which I am telling, such as even giving the cat a tuna chunk and a sip of my Diet Coke, if cats even like soda. That I do not know. And then baby Amber toddled by, making this funny noise in her throat of not being very happy, and upon reaching the snack cart she like seized up and tumped over, giving off this sort of shriek. At first we all just looked at her, like going, "Baby Amber, if that is some sort of new game, we do not exactly get it, plus come on. We have a lot of assessments to get through this morning, such as a first taste session for Diet Ginger Coke, plus a very critical first view of Dean Witter's preliminary clip reel for their campaign of "Whose ass are you kicking today?" But then she did not get up. We dropped our summaries and raced to the observation window and began pounding, due to we loved her so much, her being the first baby we had ever witnessed living day after day. And soon the paramedics came and took her away, with one of them saying, "Jesus, how stupid are you kids? Anyway, this baby is burning up. She is like 107 with meningitis." And maybe we were stupid, but also, I would like to see them paramedics do that many assessments and still act smart, as we had a lot of stress on our plate at that time. So next morning there was Carolyn all freaked out with her little baby belly, watching Amber's crib being dismantled by physical plant, who wiped all facility surfaces with handy wipes in case the meningitis was viral, and there was the rest of us, just like thrashing around the place kicking things down, going like, "This sucks. This is totally messed up." Looking back, I commend Mr. Slippin for what he did next, which was he said, "Christ, folks, all our hearts are broken. It is not just yours. Do you or do you not think I have observed this baby from the time she was born? Do you or do you not think that I too feel like kicking things down while shouting, 'This sucks. This is totally messed up'? Only what would that accomplish? Would that bring baby Amber back? I am at a loss. In terms of how can we best support Ruth and Josh in this sad, tragic time, is it via feeling blue and cranky, or via feeling refreshed and hopeful, and thus better able to respond to their needs? So that was a non-brainer, and we all voted to accept Mr. Slippen's facility morale initiative, and soon we're getting our Orabin registered twice a day instead of once. Plus it seemed like better stuff, and I, for one, had never felt so glad or stress-free, and my assessments became very nuanced, and I spent many hours doing and enjoying them, and then redoing and re-enjoying them. And it was during this period that we won the McDorland Prize for Excellence in Assessing in the Midwest region in our demographic category of white teens. The only one who failed to become gladder was Carolyn, who, due to her condition of being pregnant, could not join us at the place in the wall where we hooked in for our Orabin registered. And now whenever the rest of us hooked in, she would come over and say such negative things as, "Wake up and smell the coffee. You feel bad because a baby died. How about honoring that by continuing to feel bad, which is only natural because a baby died, you guys?" At night in our shared double privacy tarp in conference room 11, which our coordinators had gave us so we would feel more married, I would be like, "Honey, look, your attitude only sucks because you can't hook in. Once baby comes all will be fine, due to you'll be able to hook in again, right?" But she always blew me off, like she would say she was thinking of never hooking in again, and why was I always pushing her to hook in, and she just didn't know who to trust anymore. And one night when the baby kicked, she said to her abdomen, "Don't worry, Angel, Mommy is going to get you out." Which my feeling was, out, hello. My feeling was, hold on, I like what I have achieved. And when I thought of descending out to somewhere with no hope of meeting luminaries such as actress Lily Farrell Gersh or Mark Belay, chairperson of that school, descending out to, say, some lumberyard like at Lee 77,656 for Midall, merely piling lumber as cars rushed past. Cars with no luminaries inside, only plain regular people who did not know me from Adam, who, upon seeing me, saw just some mere guy stacking lumber, having such humdrum thoughts as thinking, "Hey, I wonder what's for lunch." I got a cold, flat feeling in my gut because I did not want to undergo it. Plus furthermore, and I said this to Carolyn, what will it be like for us when all has been taken from us? Of what will we speak of? I do not want to only speak of my love in grunts. If I wish to compare my love to a love I have previous knowledge of, I do not want to stand there in the wind casting about for my metaphor. If I want to say like Carolyn, remember that Ray Max one where as the redhead kid falls asleep holding that teddy bear rescued from the trash, the bear comes alive and winks, and the announcer goes, "Home is the place where you find yourself suddenly no longer longing for home." Lee 34,451. If I want to say to Carolyn, Lee 34,451, check it out. That is how I feel about you. Well then, I want to say it. I want to possess all the articulate I can, because otherwise there we will be in non-designer clothes, no longer even on trendsetters and tastemakers gum cards with our photos on them. And I will turn to her and say, honey, there is a certain feeling, but I cannot name it and cannot cite a precedent-type feeling. But trust me, dearest, wow, do I ever feel it for you right now. And what will that be like, that stupid standing there, just a man and a woman and the wind, and nobody knowing what nobody is meaning? Just then the baby kicked my hand, which at that time was on Carolyn's stomach. And Carolyn was like, "You are either with me or agin me," which was so funny because she was proving my point. Because you are either with me or agin me is what the Lysol bottle at Lee 12,009 says to the scrubbing sponge as they approach the grease stain together, which is making at them a threatening fist while wearing a sort of Mexican bandolra. When I pointed this out, She removed my hand from her belly. "I love you," I said. "Prove it," she said. So next day Carolyn and I came up to Mr. Slippen and said, "Please, Mr. Slippen, we hereby request that you supply us with the appropriate exit paperwork." To which Mr. Slippen said, "Guys, folks, tell me this is a joke by you on me." And Carolyn said softly, because she had always liked Mr. Slippen, who had taught her to ride a bike when small in the fitness area, "It's no joke." And Slippen said, "Holy smokes, you guys are possessed of the fruits of the labors of hundreds of thousands of talented, passionate men and women, some of whom are now gone from us. They poured forth these visions in the prime of their lives, reacting spontaneously to the beauty and energy of the world around them, which is why these stories and images are such an unforgettable testimony to who we are as a nation. And you have it all within you. I can only imagine how thrilling that must be. And now, to give it all up." "For what, Carolyn, for what?" And Carolyn said, "Mr. Slippen, I did not see you raising your babies in such a confined environment." And Slippen said, "Carolyn, that is so, but also please note that neither I nor my kids have ever been on Trendsetters and Tastemakers gum cards, and believe me, I have heard a few earfuls vis-a-vis that. As in, 'Dad, you could have got us in, but no,' and now, 'Dad, I am merely another ophthalmologist among millions of ophthalmologists.' And please do not think that is not something that a father sometimes struggles with, in terms of coulda, shoulda, woulda." And Carolyn said, "John, you know what, he is not even really listening to us." And Slippen said, "Randy, since when is your name John? Because, by the way, my name is really John. Randy is just what my mother put on the form the day I was accepted, although tell the truth I do not know why. But in my dimmest mind I can very clear recall her voice calling me John in my possibly baby days." "It is one thing to see all this stuff in your head," Carolyn said, "but altogether different to be out in it, I would expect." And I could see that she was softening into a like-daughter role, as if wanting him to tell her what to do, and up came Lee 27,493, Prudential Life, where, with Dad enstroked in the hospital bed, daughter asks should she marry the guy who, though poor, has a good heart, and we see the guy working with inner-city kids via spray painting a swing set, and Dad says, "Sweetie, the heart must lead you." And then later here is Dad all better in a tux, and daughter hugging the poor but good dude while sneaking a wink at Dad, who raises his glass and points at the groom's shoe, where there is this little smudge of swing set paint. "I cannot comment as to that," Slippen said. "Everyone is different. Nobody can know someone else's experiences." "Larry, no offense, but you are talking nonsense," Carolyn said. "We deserve better than that from you." And Slippen looked to be softening, and I remembered when he would sneak all of us kids in donuts. Donuts we did not even need to assess, but could simply eat with joy with jelly on our face, before returning to our focused, purposeful play with toys we would assess by coloring in on a sheet of paper either a smiling duck if the toy was fun or a scowling duck if the toy bit. And Slippen said, "Look, Carolyn, you are two very fortunate people, even chosen people. A huge investment was made in you, which I would argue you have a certain responsibility to repay, not to mention with a baby on the way. There is the question of security for your future that uncle please," Carolyn said, which was her special name for him, because when she was small he had let her call him that, and now she sometimes still did when the moment was right, such as at Christmas Eve when all of our feelings was high. "Jesus," Slippen said. "Look, you two can do what you want, clearly. I cannot stop you kids, but golly, I wish I could. All that is required is the required pre-exit visit to the Learner Center, which, as you know, you must take before I can give you the necessary exit paperwork. When would you like to take or make that visit?" "Now," Carolyn said. "Gosh, Carolyn, when did you become such a pistol?" Mr. Slippen said, and called for the minivan. The Learner Center, even when reached via blackened window minivan, is a trip that will really blow one's mind, due to all the new sights and sounds one experiences, such as carpet on floor is different from carpet on facility floor, such as smoke smell from the minivan ashtrays, whereas we are a no-smoking facility. Not to mention, wow, when we were led in blindfolded for our own protection. So many new smells shot forth from these like Sidewalkside blooms, or whatever that Carolyn and I were literally bumping into each other like swooning. Inside they took our blindfolds off, and yes, it looked and smelled exactly like our facility, and like every facility across the land, via the Pervascent registered system, except in other facilities across the land. A lady in blue scrubs does not come up to you with crossed eyes, sloshing around a cup of lemonade, saying in this confused voice like, "A barn is more than a barn, it is a memory of a time when you were cared for by a national chain of caregivers who bring you the best of life with a selfless evening in Monterey. When the stars are low, you can be thankful to your Amorino co-broker." And then she burst into tears and held her lemonade so crooked it was like spilling on the foosball table. I had no idea what location indicator or indicators she was even at, and when I asked, she didn't seem to know what I meant by location indicator, and was like, "Oh, I just don't know any more what is going on with me, or why I would expose that tenderest part of my baby to the roughest part of the forest where the going gets rough." Which is not the accomplishment of any one man, but an entire team of dreamers who dream the same dreams you dream in the best interests of that most important system of all, your family. Then this learner-centered dude came over and led her away, and she slammed her hand down so hard on the foosball table that the little goalie cracked and his head flew over by us, and someone said, "Good one, Doreen, now there's no foosball." At which time, luckily, it was time for our individual consultation. Who we got was this mid-ager from Akron. Oh, who, when I asked my first question off my question card they gave us, which was, "What is it like in terms of pain?" he said, "There is no pain except once I poked myself in my hole with a coffee stirrer and Jesus that smarted, but otherwise you can't really even feel it." So I was glad to hear it, although not so glad when he showed us where he had poked his hole with the stirrer, because I am famous as a wimp among my peers in terms of gore, and he had opted not to use any dermophil registered, and you could see right in. And wow, there is something about observing up close a raw, bloody hole at the base of somebody's hair that really gets one thinking. And though he said, in question number 2, that his hole did not present him any special challenges in terms of daily maintenance, looking into that hole, I was like, dude, how does that give you no challenges? It is like somebody blew off a firecracker inside your freaking neck. And when Carolyn said question number 3, which was, "How do you now find your thought processes?" his brow darkened and he said, "Well, to be frank, though quite advanced, having been here 3 years, there are, if you will, places where things used to be when I went looking for them brain-wise, but now, when I go there, nothing is there. It is like I have the shelving but not the cans of corn, if you get my drift. For example, looking at you, young lady, I know enough to say you are pretty, but when I direct my brain to a certain place, to find there a more vivid way of saying you are pretty, watch this. Some words will come out, which please excuse me. Oh, damn it, then his voice changed to this announcer voice and he was like, "These women know that, for many generations entrenched deep in this ancient forest, is a secret known by coffee growers. Since the dawn of time man has wanted one thing, which is to watch golf in peace, will surely follow. Once knowledge is dispersed via the world book is a super bridge across the many miles, the phone card can close the gap." And his eyes were crossing and he was sputtering, which would have been sort of funny if we did not know that soon our eyes would be the crossing eyes, and out of our mouths would the sputter be flying. Then he got up and fled from the room, hitting himself hard in the face. And I said to Carolyn, well, that about does it for me. And I waited for her to say that about did it for her, but she only sat there looking conflicted with her hand on her belly. Out in the common room, I took her in my arms and said, honey, I do not really think we have it all that bad. Why not just go home and love each other and our baby when he or she comes, and make the best of all the blessings what we have been given? And her head was tilted down in this way that seemed to be saying, yes, sweetie, my God, you were right all along. But then a bad decisive thing happened, which was this old lady came hobbling over and said, dear, you must wait until year 2 to truly know. Some do not thrive, but others do. I am year 2, and do you know what? When I see a bug now, I truly see a bug. When I see a paint chip, I am truly seeing that paint chip. There is no distraction, and it is so sweet. Nothing in one's field of vision but what one opts to put there via moving one's eyes. And also, do you hear how well I am speaking? Out in the minivan, I said, well, I am decided, and Carolyn said, well, I am too. And then there was this long dead silence because I knew and she knew that what we had both decided was not the same decision, not at all. That old crony had somehow rung her bell. And I said, how do you know what she said is even true? And she said, I just know. That night in our double privacy tarp, Carolyn nudged me awake and said, John, doesn't it make sense to make our mistakes in the direction of giving our kid the best possible chance at a beautiful life? And I was like, Chick, please take a look in the fridge, where there is every type of food that must be kept cold. Take a look on top of the fridge, where there is every type of snack. Take a look in our group closet, which is packed with gratis designer wear such as Baby Gap and even Baby Ann Taylor. Whereas what kind of beautiful life are you proposing, with a fridge that is empty both inside and on top, and the three of us going around all sloppily? Because I don't know about you, but my skill set is pretty limited in terms of what do I know how to do. And if you go into the fashion module for Baby Ann Taylor and click with your blinking eyes on pricing info, you will find that they are not just giving that stuff away. And she said, oh, John, you break my heart. That night when you came to my tarp, you were like a lion taking what he wanted, but now you are like some bunny whiffling his nose in fright. Well, that wasn't nice, and I told her that wasn't nice, and she said, Jesus, don't whine, you are whining like a bunny. And I said I would rather be a bunny than a rag, and she said maybe I better go sleep somewhere else. So I went out to boys and slept on the floor, it being too late to check out a privacy tarp. And I was pissed sad, because no dude likes to think of himself as a rabbit, because once your girl thinks of you as a rabbit, how will she ever again think of you as a lion? And all of the sudden I felt very much like starting over with someone who would always think of me as a lion and never as a rabbit, and who really got it about how lucky we were. Laying there in boys, I did what I always did when confused, which was call up my memory loop of my mom, where she is baking a pie with her red hair up in a bun. And as always she paused in her rolling and said, oh, my little man, I love you so much. Which is why I did the most difficult thing of all, which was part with you, my darling, so that you could use your exceptional intelligence to do that most holy of things, help other people. Stay where you are, do not get distracted, have a content and productive life, and I will be happy too. Blinking on end, I was like, thanks, Mom. You have always been there for me. I really wish I could have met you in person before you died. In the morning, Slippin woke me by giving me the light shock on the foot bottom, which was sometimes useful to help us arise if we had to arise early and were in need of assistance, and said to please accompany him, as we had a bit of a sticky wicket in our purview. Waiting in conference room 6 were Mr. Dove and Mr. Andrews and Mr. Delacourt himself, and at the end of the table Carolyn, looking small, with both hands on her pile of exit paperwork and her hair in braids, which I had always found cute, her being like that milkmaid for Swiss Rain chocolate, Lee 10,003, who suddenly throws away her pail and grows confident via taking out her braids. And as some fat farm ladies line up by a silo and also take out their braids to look confident, their thin husbands look dubious and run for the forest. "Randy," Mr. Dove said, "Carolyn here has evinced a desire to exit. What we would like to know is, being married, do you have that same desire?" And I looked at Carolyn like, "You are jumping to some conclusion because of one little fight, when it was you who called me the rabbit first, which is the only reason I called you Rag." "It's not because of last night, John," Carolyn said. "Randy, I sense some doubt," Mr. Dove said, and I had to admit some doubt was being felt by me, because it seemed more than ever like she was some sort of malcontentish girl who would never be happy no matter how good things were. "Maybe you kids would like some additional time," Mr. Andrews said. "Some time to talk it over and be really sure." "I don't need any additional time," Carolyn said. And I said, "You're going no matter what." "No matter what I do." And she said, "John, I want you to come with me so bad, but yes, I'm going." And Mr. Dove said, "Wait a minute, who is John?" And Mr. Andrews said, "Randy is John. It is apparently some sort of pet name between them." And Mr. Slippen said to us, "Look, guys, I have been married for nearly 30 years, and it has been my experience that, when in doubt, take a breath. Err on the side of being together. Maybe, Carolyn, the thing to do is, your paperwork is complete, we will hold on to it, and maybe Randy, as a concession to Carolyn, you could complete your paperwork, and we'll hold on to it for you, and when you both decide the time is right, all you have to do is say the word and we will. I'm going today," Carolyn said. "As soon as possible." And Mr. Dove looked at me and said, "John, Randy, whoever, are you prepared to go today?" And I said no. Because what is her rush? I was feeling. Why is she looking so frantic with furrowed, anxious brow like that claymation chicken at Lee 98,473, who says the sky is falling, and turns out it is only a Dodge Ramcharger, which crushes her from on high, and one arm of hers or wing sticks out with a sign that says March Madness Days. And Slippen said, guys, I find this a great pity. You are terrific together. A real love match." Carolyn was crying now and said, "I am so sorry, but if I wait I might change my mind, which I know in my heart would be wrong." And she thrust her exit paperwork across at Slippen. Then Dove and Andrews and Delacourt began moving with great speed, as if working directly from some sort of corporate manual, which actually they were. Mr. Dove had some photocopied sheets, and reading from the sheets, he asked was there anyone with whom she wished to have a fond last private conversation, and she said, "Well, duh," and we were both left briefly alone. She took a deep breath while looking at me all tender and said, "Oh, gadzooks." Which that broke my heart. Gadzooks being what we sometimes said at nice privacy moments in our privacy tarp, when overwhelmed by our good luck, in terms of our respective bodies looking so fine and appropriate. Gadzooks being from Lee 38,492 for Zucker's gum, where the guy blows a bubble so zookified, it ingests a whole city, and the city goes floating up to Mars. At this point her tears were streaming down, and mine also, because up until then I thought we had been so happy. "John, please," she said. "I just can't," I said. And that was true. So we sat there quiet with her hands against my hands like Colonel Saunders and his wife at Lee 87,345, where he is in jail for refusing to give up the recipe for KFC Haitian minibreasts. And then Carolyn said, "I didn't mean that thing about the rabbit," and I scrinkled up my nose rabbit-like to make her laugh. But apparently in the corporate manual, there is a time limit on fond last private conversations, because in came Kyle and Blake from security, and Carolyn kissed me hard, like trying to memorize my mouth, and whispered, "Someday come find us." Then they took her away, or she took them away rather, because she was so far in front that they had to run to keep up as she clomped loudly away in her Kenneth Cole boots, which by the way they did not let her keep those, because that night, selecting my pajamas, I found them back in the group closet. Night after that I would lie alone in our privacy tarp, which now held only her nail clippers and her former stuffed dog Lefty, and during the days Slippin let me spend many unbillable hours in the much-coveted window seat, just scanning some images or multi-scanning some images, and around me would be the other facility boys and girls, all assessing, all smiling, because we were still on the twice-a-day Orabin registered, and thinking of Carolyn in those blue scrubs. Alone in the Learner Center, I would apply for additional Orabin registered via filling out a work-affecting mood problem notification, which Slippin would always approve, being as he felt so bad for me. And the Orabin registered would make things better, as Orabin registered always makes things better. Although soon what I found was, when you are hooking in 8 or 9 times a day, you are always so happy, and yet it is a kind of happy like chewing on tinfoil, and once you are living for that sort of happy, you soon cannot be happy enough, even when you are very, very happy and are even near tears due to the beauty of the round metal hooks used to hang your facility curtains. You feel this intense wish to be even happier, so you tear yourself away from the beautiful curtain hooks, and with shaking happy hands fill out another work-affecting mood problem notification. And then, because nothing in your facility is beautiful enough to look at with your new level of happiness, you sit in the much-coveted window seat and start lendling in this crazy, uncontrolled way, calling up, say, the Nike one with the hanging gardens of Babylon, Lee 89,736. And though it is beautiful, it is not beautiful enough. So you scatter around some delicate secrets lingerie models from Lee 22,314 and hang fat dole oranges and bananas in the trees, Lee 76,765, and add a sky full of bright stars from Lee 74,638 for crest, and from the smell palette supplied by the anti-allergen Capavive registered you fill the air with jasmine and myrrh. But still that is not beautiful enough, so you blink on end and fill out another work-affecting mood problem notification, until finally, one day Mr. Dove comes over and says, "Randy, John, whatever you are calling yourself these days, a couple of items. First, it seems to us that you are in some private space not helpful to you, and so we are cutting back your Orabin registered to twice a day like the other folks, and please do not sit in that window seat anymore. It is hereby forbidden to you, and plus we are going to put you on some additional project teams, since it is our view that idle hands are the devil's work area. Also, since you are only one person, it is not fair, we feel, for you to have a whole double privacy tarp to yourself. You must, it seems to us, rejoin your fellow boys and boys." So that night I went back with Ruddy and Lance and Jason and the others, and they were nice, as they are always nice, and via number 10 cable Jason shared with me some still photos from last year's Christmas party, of Carolyn hugging me from behind with her cute face appearing beneath my armpit, which made me remember how after the party in our privacy tarp we shared a special moment, which it is none of your beeswax who I was with in that moment, and who she was, only believe me. That was a memorable night, with us watching the snow fall from the much-coveted window seat, in which we sat close together around midnight, when we had left our tarp to take a break for air, and also we were both sort of sore, which made it all that much more messed up and sad to be sleeping once again alone in boys. When the sliding wall came out to make our gender areas, I noticed they had fixed it so nobody could slide through anymore, via 5 metal rods. All we could do was, by putting our mouths to the former gap, say good night to the girls, who all said good night back from their respective privacy tarps in this sort of muffled way. But I did not do that, as I had nobody over there I wished to say good night to, they all being like merely sisters to me, and that was all. So that was the saddest time of my life thus far for sure. Then one day we were all laying or lying on our stomachs playing Hungarian headchopper for Game Boy, a new proposed one where you are this dude with a scythe in your mother's garden. Only what your mother grows is heads, when suddenly a shadow was cast over my game by Mr. Slippin, which freaked up my display, and I harvested 3 unripe heads. But the reason Slippin was casting his shadow was, he had got a letter for me from Carolyn. And I was so nervous opening it, and even more nervous after opening it, because inside were these weird like marks I could not read, like someone had hooked a pen to the back leg of a bird and said, "Run, little bird, run around this page and I will mail it for you." And the parts I could read were bumming me out even worse, such as she had wrote all sloppily, "Jonna Abbott is a cove, a glen." It is something with prayerful guys all the livelong day in silence. As they move around, they are sure of one thing, which is the long-term stability of a product. We not only stand behind, we run behind, since what is wrong with taking a chance, even if that chance has horns and hoofs? And it is just you and your worst fear in front of 10,000 screaming supporters of your last chance to be the very best you can be. And then thank God it started again, looking like the pen on the foot of the running bird. I thought of how hot and smart she had looked when doing a crossword with sunglasses on her head in Hilfiger cutoffs. I thought of her that first night in her privacy tarp, in the light that came from the exit sign through the thin blue privacy tarp, so her flat tummy and flirty smile were all blue. And then all of the sudden I felt like the biggest jerk in the world, because why had I let her go? It was like I was all of the sudden waking up. She was mine and I was hers. She was so thin and cute, and now she was at the learner center all alone, shaking and scared with a bloody hole in her neck and our baby in her belly, hanging out with all those other scared, shaking people with bloody holes in their necks. Only none of them knew her and loved her like I did. I had done such a dumb shit thing to her, all the time thinking it was sound reasoning, because isn't that how it is with our heads? When we are in them it always makes sense. But then later when you look back, we sometimes are like, I am acting like a total dumbass. Then Brad came up and was like, dude, time to hook in. And I was like, please Brad, do not bother me with that shit at this time. And I went to get Slippin', only he was at lunch, so I went to get Dove and said, sir, I hereby request my appropriate exit paperwork. And he said, Randy, please, you're scaring me, don't act rash, have a look out the window. I had a look, and tell the truth it did not look that good, such as the rustic village apartments, out of which every morning these bummed-out-looking guys in the plainest non-designer clothes ever would trudge out and get in their junky cars. And was someone joyfully kissing them goodbye, like saying, when you come home tonight you will get a big treat, which is me. No, the person who should have been kissing them with joy was yelling, or smoking, or yelling while smoking. And when the dudes came home they would sit on their stoops with heads in hand, as if all day long at work someone had been pounding them with clubs on their heads, saying they were jerks. Then Mr. Dove said, Randy, why would a talented young person like yourself wish to surrender his influence in the world and become just another lowing cattle in the crowd? Don't you know how much people out there look up to you and depend on you? And that was true. Because sometimes kids from rustic village would come over and stand in our lava rocks with our trendsetters and tastemakers gum cards upheld, pressing them to our window. And when we would wave to them or strike the pose we were posing on our gum cards, They would race back all happy to their crappy apartments, probably to tell their moms they had seen the real actual us, which was probably like the high point of their weeks. But still, when I thought of those bird-like markings of Carolyn's letter, I don't know, something just popped. I felt I was at a distinct tilt, and I blurted out, "No, just please bring me the freaking paperwork. I am requesting, and I thought when you requested you had to do it." And Dove said sadly, "We do, Randy, when you request, we have to do it." Dove called the other coordinators over and said, "Larry, your little pal here has just requested his paperwork." And Slippen said, "I'll be damned. What a waste," Delacourt said. "This is one super kid. One of our best," Andrews said, which was true, with me 5 times winning the Cooperative Spirit Award and once even the Denny O'Malley Prize, Denny O'Malley being this assessor in Chicago, ill, struck down at age 10, who died with a smile on his face of leukemia. "Say what you will, it takes courage," Slippen said. "Going after one's wife and all." "Yes and no," Delacourt said. "If you, Larry, fall off a roof, does it help me to go tumbling after you?" "But I am not your wife," Slippen said. "Pregnant wife." "Wife or no, pregnant or no," Delacourt said. "What we then have are 2 folks not feeling so good in terms of that pavement rushing up. No one is helped, 2 are crushed. In effect 3 are crushed." "Baby makes 3, Andrews said. "Baby does make 3, said Delacourt. "Although anything is possible," Slippen said. "You know, the 2 of them together, the 3 of them, maybe they could make a go of it." "Larry, whose side are you on?" Dove said. "I am on all sides," Slippen said. "You see this thing from various perspectives," Andrews said. "Anyway, this is academic," Delacourt said. "He has requested his paperwork and we must provide it. His poor mother," Dove said, "the sacrifices she made, and now this." "Oh, please," Slippen said. "His mother." "Larry, sorry, did you say something?" Dove said. "Which mother did he get?" Slippen said. "Larry, please go to that taste and rate in conference room 6, Delacourt said. "See how they are doing with those cheese ones." "Which mother did we give him?" Slippen said. "The redhead baking the pie, the blonde in the garden." "Larry, honestly," Dove said, "are you freaking out?" "The brunette at prayer," Slippen said. "Who, putting down her prayer book, says, as they all say, 'Stay where you are, do not get distracted, have a content and productive life, and I will be happy too.'" "Larry has been working too hard," Andrews said. "Plus taking prescription pills not prescribed to him," Delacourt said. "I have just had it with all of this," Slippen said, and stomped off to the observation room. "Ha, that Larry," Dove said. "He did not even know your mom, Randy." "Only we did," Andrews said. "Very nice lady," Delacourt said. "Made terrific pies," Dove said. And I was like, "Do you guys think I am that stupid? I know something is up, because how did Slippen know my mom's exact words said to me on my private memory loop?" Then there was this long silence. Then Delacourt said, "Randy, when you were a child, you thought as a child. Do you know that one?" And I did know that one, it being Lee 88,643 for Trojan ribbed. "Well, you are not a child anymore," he said. "You are a man. A man in the middle of making a huge mistake. We had hoped it would not come to this," Dove said. "Please accompany us to the facility cinema," Delacourt said. Which that was a room off of dining, with a big screen plasma TV and Pottery Barn leather couch, and a deluxe Orville Redenbacher corn magician. Up on the big screen came this old-fashioned looking film of a plain young girl with stringy hair, smoking a cigarette in a house that looked pretty bad. And this guy unseen on the video said, "Okay, tell us precisely why in your own words." And the girl said, "Oh, I dunno, due to my relation with the dad, I got less than great baby interest." "Okay," said the unseen voice. "And the money is not part." "Well, sure, yeah, I can always use money," she said. "But it is not the prime reason." The voice said, "It being required that it not be the prime reason, but rather the prime reason might be, for example, your desire for a better life for your child." "Okay," she said. Then they pulled back and you could see bashed-out windows with cardboard in them and the counters covered with dirty dishes, and in the yard a car up on blocks. "And you have no objections to the terms and conditions," the voice said, "which you have read in their entirety, It's all fine, the girl said. Have you read it? The voice said. I read in it, she said. Okay, I read it cover to freaking cover. And the name change you have no objection to, the voice said. Okay, she said. Although why Randy, and the no-visit clause you also have no objection to, the voice said. Fine, she said, and took a big drag. Then Dove tapped on the wall twice and the movie paused. Do you know who that lady is, Randy? He said. No, I said. Do you know that lady is your mom? He said. No, I said. Well, that lady is your mom, Randy, he said. We are sorry you had to learn it in this manner. And I was like, very funny, that is not my mom is pretty with red hair and a bun. Randy, we admit it, Delacourt said. We gave some of you stylized mothers in your memory loops for your own good, not wanting you to feel bad about who your real mothers were. But in this time of crisis we must give you the straight skinny. That is your real mother, Randy. That is your real former house. That is where you would have been raised, had your mother not answered our ad all those years ago. That is who you are. So much in us is hardwired. You cannot fight fate without some significant help from an intervening entity, such as us, such as our resources, which we have poured into you in good faith all these years. You are a prince. We have made you a prince. Please do not descend back into the muck. Please reconsider, Randy, Dove said. Sleep on it. Will you? Delacourt said. Will you at least think about it? Tell the truth, that thing with my mom had freaked me out. It was like my foundation had fallen away, like at Lee 83,743 for Advil, where the guy's foundation of his house falls away, and he thunks his head on the floor of hell and thus needs a Advil, which the devil has some but won't give him any. So I said I would think about it. As he left, Dove unhit pause, and I had time to note many things on that video, such as that lady's teeth were not good, such as my chin and hers were similar, such as she referred to our dog as shit machine, which what kind of name is that for a dog, such as at one point they zoomed in on this little baby sitting on the floor in just a diaper, all dirty and looking sort of dumb, and I could see very plain it was me. Just before dinner, Dove came back in. Randy, your paperwork per your request, he said. Do you still want it? I don't know, I said. I'm not sure. You are making me very happy, Dove said. And he sent in Tony from catering with this intense dinner of steak au poivre and our usual cheese tray with Alsatian olives, and a milkshake in my monogrammed cup. And while I watched Sunset Terror home on the big screen, always a favorite, bedtime passed and nobody came and got me, them letting me stay up as late as I wanted. Later that night in my privacy tarp I was wakened by someone crawling in, which, hitting my Abercrombie and Fitch nightlight, I saw it was slippin'. Randy, I am so sorry for my part in all of this, he whispered. I just want to say you are a great kid and always have been since day one, and in truth, I at times have felt you were more of a son than my own personal sons, and likewise with Carolyn, who was the daughter I never had. Well, I did not know what to say to that, it being so personal and all. Plus he was like laying or lying practically right on top of me, and I could smell wine on his breath. We had always learned in religion that if something is making you uncomfortable you should just say it. So I just said it. I said, sir, this is making me uncomfortable. You know what is making me uncomfortable, he said. You leaving here while poor Carolyn sits in the learner center all alone, big as a house, scared to death. Randy, one only has one heart, and when that heart is breaking via thinking of what is in store for poor Carolyn, one can hardly be blamed for stepping in, can one? Can one? Randy, do you trust me? He had always been good to me, having taught me so much, like how to hit a wiffle and how to do a push-up. And once he even brought in this trough and taught me and Ed and Josh to fish. And how fun was that? All of us laughing and feeling around on the floor for the fish we kept dropping during those moments of involuntary blindness that would occur as various fish-related lees flashed in our heads, like the talking whale for Stouffer's fish meals, Lee 30, 8322. Like the fish and loaves Jesus makes at Lee 83,722, and then that one dude goes, Lord, this bread is dry. Can you not summon up some buttersub? I do trust you, I said. Then come on, he said, and crawled out of my privacy tarp. We crossed the common area and went past catering, which I had never been that far before, and soon were standing in front of this door labeled "Caution, do not open without facility personnel accompaniment." "Randy, do you know what is behind this door?" Slippin said. "No," I said. "Take a look," he said, and smiling a smile like that mother on Christmas morning at Lee 98,732 for Mad Pets, calm, who throws off that tablecloth to reveal a real horse in their living room chewing on the rug, Slippin threw open that door. Looking out, I saw no walls and no rug and no ceiling, only lawn and flowers, and above that a wide black sky with stars, which all of that made me a little dizzy, there being no glass between me and it. Then Slippin very gently pushed me out. And I don't know, it is one thing to look out a window, but when you are out, actually out, that is something very powerful. And how embarrassing was that? Because I could not help it. I went down flat on my gut, checking out those flowers, and the feeling of the one I chose was like the silk on that Hermes jacket. I could never seem to get reserved because Vance was always hogging it, except the flower was even better, it being very smooth and built in like layers, with the outside layer being yellow, and inside that a white thing like a bell, and inside the white bell-like thing were 15, I counted, smaller bell-like red things, and inside each red thing was an even smaller orange two-dingly thing combo, which I was like, dude, who thought this shit up? And though I knew very well from religion it was God, still I had never thought so high of God as I did just then, seeing the kind of stuff he could do when he put his or her mind to it. Also amazing was, laying there on my gut, I was able to observe very slowly some grass on a blade basis. And what I found was, each blade is its total own blade. They are not all exact copies as I had always thought when looking at the rustic village apartment's lawn from the much-coveted window seat. No, each blade had a special design of up and down lines on it, plus some blades were wider than others, and some were yellow, with some even having little holes that I guessed had been put there via bugs chewing them. By now, as you know, I am sometimes a kidder, with humor always ranked by my peers as one of my principal positives on my yearly evaluation, but being totally serious. If I live 1,000,000 years, I will never forget all the beautiful things I saw and experienced in that kick-ass outside yard. Isn't it something? Slippin said. But look, stand up, here is something even better. And I stood up, and here came this bland person in blue scrubs, and my first thought was, ouch, why not accentuate that killer bone structure with some makeup? And also, what is up with that dull flat hair? Did you never hear of Bumble and Bumble Plasma Volumizer? And then she said my name. Not my name of Randy, but my real name of John, which is how I first got the shock of going, oh my God, this poor washed-out gal is my Carolyn. And wow, was her belly ever bigger. Then she touched my face very tender and said, the suspense of waiting is over and this year's Taurus far exceeds expectations already high in this humble farming community. And I was like, Carolyn. And she was like, the beauty of a reunion by the sea of this mother and son will not soon again be parted, and all one can say is amen and open another bag of chips, which by spreading on a thin cream on the face strips away the harsh effect of the destructive years. Then she hugged me, which is when I saw the gaping hole in her neck where her gargadisc had formerly been. But tell you the truth, even with a derma-filled registered neck hole and not a makeup and huge baby belly, still she looked so pretty, like someone had put a light inside her and switched it on. But I guess it is true what they say at Lee 23,005, life is full of ironic surprises, where that lady in a bikini puts on sunscreen, and then there is this nuclear war. And she takes a sip of her drink, only she has been like burned to a crisp. Because all that time out not one Lee had come up, as if my mind was stymied or holding its breath. But now all of the sudden here came all these lees of flowers, due to I had seen those real-life flowers. Such as big talking daisies for Polaroid, Lee 10,119. Such as that kid who drops a jar of applesauce, but his anal mom totally melts when he hands her a sunflower, Lee 22,365. Such as the big word Pfizer that, as you pan closer, is made of roses, Lee 88,753. Such as Lee 73,486. Where as you fly over wildflowers to a Acura legend on a cliff, the announcer goes, everyone is entitled to their own individual promised land. And I blinked on pause, but it did not pause, and blinked on end, but it did not end. Then up came lees of grass, due to I had seen that lawn, such as an old guy sprinkling grass seed while repetitively checking out his neighbor girl who is sunbathing. And then in spring, he only has grass in that one spot, Lee 11,121, such as Lee 76,567, with a sweeping lawn leading up to a mansion for Grey Poupon. Such as Lee 391, these grass blades screaming in terror as this lawnmower approaches, but then when they see it is a toro they put on little party hats. Randy, can you hear me? Slippin said. Do you see Carolyn? She has been waiting out here an hour. During that hour she has been going where she wants, looking at whatever she likes. See what she is doing now, simply enjoying the night. And that was true. Between flinches and blinks on end I could dimly perceive her sitting cross-legged near me, not flinching, not blinking, just looking pretty in the moonlight with a look on her face of deep concern for me. Randy, this could all be yours, Slippin was saying. This world, this girl. And then I must have passed out. Because when I came to I was sitting inside that door marked caution, do not open without facility personnel accompaniment, with my paperwork in my lap and all my coordinators standing around me. Randy, Dove said, Larry Slippin here claims that you wish to exit. Is this the case? Did you in fact request your paperwork, then thrust it at him? Okay, I said. Yes. So they rushed me to removals, where this nurse named Vivian was like, welcome, please step behind that screen and change, then put these on. Which I did. I dropped my Calvin Klein khakis and socks and removed my country road shirt as well as my Old Navy boxers and put on the dreaded blue scrubs. Best of luck, Randy Slippin said, leaning in the door. You'll be in my prayers. Out, Vivian said. Then she gave me this patient permission form, which the first question was, is patient aware of risk of significantly reduced postoperative brain function? And I wrote, yes. And then it said, does patient authorize Dr. Edward Kenton to perform all procedures associated with a complete gargle disc removal, including but not limited to E-wire severance, scar tissue removal, forceful kidney maneuver, if necessary to fully disengage gargle disc, suturing and postoperative cleansing using the Foreman vacuum device, should adequate cleaning not be achievable via traditional methods. And I wrote, yes. I have been here since Wednesday due to Dr. Kenton is at a wedding. I want to thank Vivian for all this paper, and Mr. Slippin for being the father I never had, and Carolyn for not giving up on me, and Dr. Kenton, assuming he does not screw it up. Ha ha, you know what, Dr. Kenton, I am just messing with you. Even if you do screw it up, I know you tried your best. Only please do not screw it up, ha ha ha. Last night they let Carolyn send me a fax from the Learner Center, and it said, I may not look my best or be the smartest apple on the apple cart, but believe me, in time I will again bake those 92 pies. And I faxed back, however you are is fine with me. I will see you soon, look for me. I will be the one with the ripped-up neck, smacking himself in the head. No matter what, she faxed, at least we will now have a life, that life dreamed of by so many, living in freedom with all joys and all fears. Let it begin. I say the balloon of our excitement will go up, 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 to that land which is the land of true living. We will not be denied. I love you, I wrote. Love you too, she wrote. Which I thought that was pretty good, it being so simple and all, and it gave me hope. Because maybe we can do it. Maybe we can come to be normal and sit on our porch at night, the porch of our own house, like at Lee 87,326, where the mom knits and the dad plays guitar and the little kid works very industrious with his speak and spell. And when we talk, it will make total sense. And when we look at the stars and moon, if choosing to do that, we will not think of Lee 44,387, where the moon frowns down at this dude due to he is hiding in his barn eating rebel corn bells instead of proclaiming his snacklove aloud. We will not think of Lee 9,383, where this stork flies through some crying stars who are crying due to the baby who is getting born, is the future Mountain Dew guy. We will not think of that alien at Lee 33,081 descending from the sky going, just what is this thing called a synabin? In terms of what we will think of, I do not know. When I think of what we will think of, I draw this like total blank and get scared. So scared my peripheral area flares up green like when I have drank too much soda, but tell the truth, I am curious. I think I am ready to try. Red Rose, White Rose, Eileen Chang. There were two women in Zhenbao's life. One he called his White Rose, the other his Red Rose. One was a spotless wife, the other a passionate mistress. Isn't that just how the average man describes a chaste widow's devotion to her husband's memory as spotless, and passionate too? Maybe every man has had two such women, at least two. Marry a red rose and eventually she'll be a mosquito blood streak smeared on the wall, while the white one is moonlight in front of my bed. Marry a white rose, and before long she'll be a grain of sticky rice that's gotten stuck to your clothes. The red one, by then, is a scarlet beauty mark just over your heart. But Zhenbao wasn't like that. He was logical and thorough. He was, in this respect, the ideal modern Chinese man. If he did bump into something that was less than ideal, he bounced it around in his mind for a while and poof, it was idealized. Then everything fell into place. Zhenbao had launched his career the proper way, by going to the West to get his degree in factory training. He was smart and well educated, and having worked his way through school, he had the energy and determination of a self-made man. Now he held an upper-level position in a well-known foreign textile company. His wife was a university graduate, and she came from a good family. She was gentle and pretty, and she'd never been a party girl. One daughter, age 9. Already they'd made plans for her college tuition. Never had a son been more filial, more considerate than Zhenbao was to his mother. Never was a brother more thoughtful or helpful to his siblings. At work he was the most hardworking and devoted of colleagues. To his friends, the kindest, truest, and most generous of men. Zhenbao's life was a complete success. If he had believed in reincarnation, he'd have hoped simply to pick up a new name, then come back and live the same life all over again. Rich idlers laughed at Zhenbao and called him vulgar. Literary youths and progressive types did too. But since he was vulgar in a Western way, they didn't really hold it against him. Zhenbao wasn't tall, but he was vigorous and quick. He had a soy-brown face and wore black-rimmed glasses, with something peculiarly unresolved in his facial expression. His posture was excellent, and he didn't joke around unless, that is, it was appropriate to joke. He seemed frank and open, a man you could take in at a glance, and if you couldn't quite pinpoint the sincerity in his eyes, those eyeglasses were proof enough. Zhenbao came from a poor family. If he hadn't struggled to rise in the world, he probably would have had to stand behind a counter in a shop, and then his whole existence would have been one tiny round of ignorance and stupidity. Instead, starting in on his new job after his studies abroad, his window opened up on the whole world. He had plenty of opportunities to look forward to and the benefits of an unfettered mind. An amazing degree of freedom all in all. And yet the average man's life, no matter how good, is only a peach blossom fan. Like the loyal, beleaguered beauty in the story, you bang your head and blood drips on the fan. Add a few strokes of ink and the blood stain becomes a peach blossom. Zhenbao's fan was still blank, but he had a dry brush, a wet ink stone, a sunny window, and a clean table all just waiting for him to lower his brush and begin. That blank fan did have some hazy figures in the background, like the images of people in old-fashioned clothes that one sees printed in light purple ink on elegant mock-antique stationery. Before the wife and mistress, there had been two insignificant women. The first was a Paris woman. Zhenbao had studied textile manufacturing at a school in Edinburgh. Poor students don't have a chance to see much when abroad, and all that Zhenbao remembered of Britain was the underground, cabbage, fog, hunger, and stuffing himself sick. As for things like opera, not until he returned home to Shanghai did he have an opportunity to see a Russian company perform. But one summer he'd laid out some money, taken off some time, and gone on a tour of the continent. When he got to Paris, naturally he wanted to see how very different the Parisians were, except that he didn't have any friends who knew the town well enough to show him around. He couldn't afford and didn't want that kind of friend. So he plunged in all on his own, afraid of what it might cost, afraid of being cheated too. One evening in Paris, he found himself with nothing to do. He'd eaten supper early and was walking to his lodgings in a quiet back street. "And all my friends will think that I've really seen Paris," he said to himself, almost plaintively. The street lamps had already been lit, but overhead the sun still shone, dropping bit by bit down to the roofs of the square cement buildings, dropping farther and farther. The shimmering white of the roofs seemed to be crumbling away. Zhenbao walked down the street, feeling forlorn. In one of the houses, someone was playing a piano with one hand, picking out the notes. Christmas songs played very slowly, one after another. Christmas carols are joyful on Christmas Eve, but this was a summer afternoon on a long, quiet street flooded with sunlight. The timing felt all wrong, like a dream so mixed up and meaningless that it was almost funny. Zhenbao didn't know why, but he couldn't bear the sound of that one-finger melody. He picked up his pace. His hand started to sweat in his pocket. He walked quickly, but then the woman in front of him, wearing a black dress, slowed down. She turned her head just a bit and gave him a glance. She was wearing a red slip under her black lace dress. Zhenbao liked red. He hadn't realized that a woman of this sort would be in this neighborhood with a little hotel nearby. Years later, when Zhenbao was telling the story to friends, he would adopt a mocking manner, happy but a tad rueful. "Before I went to Paris," he'd say, "I was just a boy. I really ought to go back someday, for old times' sake." The memory should have been a romantic one, but oddly enough he couldn't recall any of the romantic parts, only the upsetting ones. Foreigners always have more body odor than Chinese people do. This woman couldn't stop worrying about it. He noticed how she'd half-consciously raise one arm and turn her head to sniff. The armpits of her clothing were sprayed with perfume. Cheap perfume mixed with armpit odor and sour sweat made for a strange smell that he couldn't get out of his head. But what he hated most was her constant worrying. When she came out of the bathroom in her slip, she rested her hand high on the wall, tilted her head to the side, and smiled at him, but he knew that at some level she was sniffing herself. With a woman like this, even with a woman like this. Though he could spend money on her, he couldn't be her master. The half hour he spent with her filled him with shame. There was another detail he could never forget. She was putting her clothes back on, pulling her dress over her head, and when she was half there with the fabric still piled up around her shoulders, she stopped for a moment as if she'd thought of something. Right then, he saw her in the mirror. She had a mass of tousled blonde hair, pulled tight by the dress so that only her long, thin face showed. Her eyes were blue, a blue that ran down into the shadows under her eyes, while the eyes themselves were like two transparent glass balls. It was a cold, severe, masculine face, the face of an ancient warrior. Zhenbao was badly shaken. When he came out, the sun was still shining with the shadows of the trees lying crooked in the sunlit street. This too was not right. It was terrifying. That experience can be sleazy, low-class, filthy, miserable, and it won't matter, that just makes it all the earthier. But it wasn't like that, not this time. Later, when Zhenbao had figured out how to get what he wanted out of such situations, he'd think back to that time in Paris, his first time when he'd been such a fool. Now he was the master of his own world. From that day on, Zhenbao was determined to create a world that was right, and to carry it with him wherever he went. In that little pocket-sized world of his, he was the absolute master. Zhenbao lived in England for a considerable time. His factory internship paid a stipend, and he rustled up odd jobs on the side. Once he'd made himself a bit more comfortable, financially speaking, he acquired a few girlfriends. He was a nice fellow, and he wanted to meet a nice girl, not some woman of that sort. But he was also a busy man who couldn't spend lots of time on courting. Naturally, he liked girls who were a little more forthright. There were only a few Chinese girls in Edinburgh, two of them classmates who hailed from the inland provinces. He found them too affected, too churchy, altogether too pious. Nowadays the churches have become something of a social scene, with quite a few beauties on display, but 10 years ago, the fervent churchgoers who had love in their hearts weren't, in fact, lovely. The lively ones were the overseas Chinese. Mixed-blood girls went even farther. Zhenbao met a girl named Rose. She was his first love, which is why he also likened his two later women to roses. Rose's father was a good-looking English businessman who'd lived in southern China for many years and then, thanks to a passing fancy, married a Cantonese girl and brought her home to Edinburgh. The wife had to be living in the house still, but she was practically invisible and never took part in social events. Rose attended an English school, and because she wasn't completely English, she acted more English than the English themselves. The English students liked to affect a certain dashing indifference, and when something really important was at stake, the affectation grew even stronger. Zhenbao couldn't figure out whether or not Rose really loved him. He, for his part, was rather dazzled. They both liked to do things fast, and on Saturday nights they made the rounds of different dance halls. When they weren't out on the dance floor but just sitting around and talking, Rose never seemed to pay much attention. She'd take out some matches and try to balance a glass on top of them. Zhenbao was supposed to help. That was Rose, solemn as could be when she was horsing around. There was a canary at her place, and whenever it sang she thought it was calling to her. "Yes, bird," she'd answer right off, standing on tiptoe with her hands behind her back and her face tilted up toward the birdcage. Her tan face was long, not round like a child's, but at such moments she seemed remarkably childlike. She'd gaze wide-eyed at the bird in the cage, the whites of her eyes tinged blue, as if she were staring into deep blue skies. Rose may have been the most ordinary of girls, but her very youth made her remarkably hard to read. Like that canary calling out but not really saying anything to anyone. Her short skirt ended above her knees, and her legs were light and nimble, as delicately made as wooden legs in a shop window. Her skin was as smooth and glistening as freshly planed and oiled wood. Her hair was cut very short, shaved down to a little point at the nape of her neck. No hair to protect her neck, no sleeves to protect her arms. Rose did not watch her words, and her body was open for the taking. She was carefree with Zhenbao, and he put that down to her being innocent, but her being so carefree with everyone struck him as slightly nutty. This kind of woman was common enough in foreign countries, but in China it would never do. Marrying her, then transplanting her to his hometown that would be a big waste of time and money, not a good deal at all. One evening he drove her home, as he often did. But this time it seemed different because he was going to leave England soon, and if he had anything to say he should have said it by now. He hadn't. Her house was quite far from town. The faint black and white of the late-night road padded their faces like a powder puff. The conversation in the car was desultory in the English fashion, starting and stopping again. Rose knew that she had already lost him. Then, out of a kind of hopeless obstinacy, her heart caught fire. "Stop here," she said, when they had almost reached her house. "I don't want to let my family see us saying goodbye." "I'd kiss you even in front of them," Zhenbao said, smiling. He reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder, and she buried her face into his chest. The car kept going. They were well past her house before it stopped. Zhenbao slid his hand under her velvet coat and pulled her toward him. Behind her aching cold diamonds, crinkly silver lace, hundreds of exquisite nuisances, her young presence seemed overwhelming. Zhenbao kissed her, and tears streamed over her face till neither of them could tell who was crying. Outside the car, a damp, limitless fog floated in the wind. Its emptiness sapped their strength, and all they could do was hang on to each other. Rose clung to his neck, this way then that, trying to pull ever closer, wishing she could fuse her body with his, press herself into it. Zhenbao was so confused that he couldn't think. He had never dreamed that Rose loved him so much. He could have done whatever he wanted. But this would not do. Rose, after all, was a decent girl. This sort of thing was not for him. Rose's presence overwhelmed him, but he was his own master. Afterward, even he was surprised by his self-control. He'd hardened his heart and taken Rose home. Just before he left, he held her moist face, with its sniffles and tears and quivering eyelashes that fluttered in his palms like some tiny winged creature. In later days, he'd recall this experience whenever he needed to rally his strength. If you could control yourself then in that situation, surely you can do so now. His behavior that evening filled him with astonishment and admiration, and yet in his heart he felt regret. Without admitting it, he felt quite a lot of regret. He seldom mentioned the incident, but there was not one of his friends who was unaware of Zhenbao's reputation as a regular Liu Zaihui, a man who could keep perfectly calm with a beautiful woman in his lap. Word had gotten around. Zhenbao's grades were excellent, and before he'd even graduated, he was offered a position at Great Beneficence, an English dyeing and weaving company. He started there immediately upon his return to Shanghai. Zhenbao's family home was in Jiangwen, quite far from his job, and at first he stayed with some old family friends. But when his younger brother Tong Dubao finished his secondary schooling, Zhenbao made arrangements for Dubao to come and live with him, so he could help him with his studies. He wanted Dubao to take the entrance exam for the technical school that was affiliated with the Great Beneficence Dyeing and Weaving Company. They couldn't both stay in the friend's home. That would be too great an imposition. As it happened, an old classmate of Zhenbao's, Wang Shihang, had an empty room in his place. Wang Shihang had been abroad and had come back to Shanghai 2 years before Zhenbao. Now he was living in an apartment on Ferguson Road. He and Zhenbao struck a deal. The room was even furnished. On the day he was to move in, Zhenbao left work just after dusk. He and his brother were busy supervising the coolies as they carried the trunks in, and Wang Shihang was standing arms akimbo in the doorway when a woman walked in from the room behind. She was washing her hair, which was all lathered up with shampoo, the white curls standing high on her head like a marble sculpture. "While the workmen are here," she said to Shihang, holding her hair with her hands, "have them arrange all the furniture and things. It's no use asking our majordomo to help. He'll just make excuses. If he's not in the mood, he won't do anything." "Let me introduce everyone," said Wang Shihang. "Zhenbao Dubao, my wife. I believe you haven't met yet." The woman withdrew her hand from her hair to shake hands with the guests, but seeing the shampoo on her fingers, she hesitated. She nodded and smiled instead, then wiped her fingers on her dressing gown. A little shampoo splashed the back of Zhenbao's hand. Instead of rubbing it off, he let it dry there. The skin puckered up slightly, as if a mouth were lightly sucking at the spot. Mrs. Wang turned and went back into the other room. Zhenbao directed the workers as they moved the bed and wardrobe, but he felt troubled, and the sucking sensation was still there. His mind wandered as he headed to the bathroom to wash his hands, thinking about this Mrs. Wang. He'd heard that she was an overseas Chinese from Singapore who, when she was studying in London, was quite a party girl. She and Wang Shihang got married in London, but Zhenbao had been too busy to attend the wedding. Seeing her was much better than hearing about her. Under her white, shampoo-sculpted hair was a tawny gold face, the skin glistening and the flesh so firm that her eyes rose at a long upward slant, like the eyes of an actress. Her striped dressing gown, worn without a belt, hugged her body loosely, and the black and white stripes hinted at her figure, each line, each inch fully alive. People liked to say that the wide, long-sleeved gowns of former times didn't flatter curvaceous beauties, but Zhenbao had just discovered that this was not the case. He turned on the faucet. The water wasn't very hot, though the water heater downstairs was certainly on, and yet the lukewarm stream seemed to have a lighted wick running through it. Twisting and winding, the water ran from the faucet, every inch of it alive, while Zhenbao's mind went running off to who knows where. Wang Shihang heard the sound of running water and came into the bathroom. "Do you want to take a bath? The water never comes up hot in this bathroom. The hot water pipe wasn't connected properly. That's one bad thing about this apartment. If you want to wash, come into our bathroom." "Oh no, please don't bother," Zhenbao said. "Isn't your wife washing her hair?" "She must be finished by now. I'll go and have a look." "Oh really, it's not that important." Wang Shihang went to speak with his wife, and his wife said, "I'm just finishing. Tell the ama to draw him a bath." A little later, Wang Shihang told Zhenbao to bring his soap, towel, and clothes into their bathroom. Mrs. Wang was still in front of the mirror, struggling to get a comb through her tightly permed hair. The bathroom was full of steam, and the night wind blew in through the open window. On the floor, clusters of fallen hair swirled about like ghostly figures. Zhenbao stood outside the door holding his towel and watching the tangled hair, in the glare of the bathroom light, drifting across the floor. He felt quite agitated. He liked women who were fiery and impetuous, the kind you couldn't marry. Here was one who was already a wife, and a friend's wife at that, so there couldn't be any danger, but look at that hair. It was everywhere. She was everywhere, tugging and pulling at him. The couple stood in the bathroom talking, but the water filling the tub was loud and Zhenbao couldn't hear what they said. When the tub was full, they came out so he could take his bath. After his bath, Zhenbao crouched down and started picking up stray hairs from the floor tiles and twisting them together. The permed hair had turned yellow at the ends. It was stiff, like fine electrical wire. He stuffed it into his pocket. His hand stayed there and his whole body tingled. But this was too ridiculous. He extracted the hair from his pocket and tossed it into the spittoon. Carrying his soap and towel, he returned to his own room. Dubao was opening the trunks and arranging things. "What kind of person could the previous tenant have been?" Dubao asked. "Look, here under the chair slipcovers and under the carpet here, those have got to be cigarette burns. And these marks under the table, they won't come off. Mr. Wang isn't going to blame us, is he?" "Of course not. They must know about it already. Besides, we're classmates from way back, so they won't be as petty as you are." Zhenbao smiled. Dubao fell silent. Then he asked, "Do you know who the previous tenant was?" "His family name is Sun, I think. He's back from England, teaching at a university now." "Why do you ask?" Dubao smiled before he spoke. "Just now when you were gone, the majordomo and the ama came to put up the curtains. They said something about not knowing how long we'll stay, and they said that Mr. Wang had wanted to kick out the man who lived here before. Mr. Wang was planning to go to Singapore on business, and he should have left a long time ago, but something happened and he got nervous he wouldn't leave till the other fellow was out. Neither of them budged not for 2 whole months. Zhenbao told him to shush. How can you believe such nonsense? When you live in someone's house, the first rule is never to discuss the family with the servants. That only leads to trouble. Dubao didn't say anything more. A bit later, the ama came to call them to dinner, and the brothers went into the dining room together. The cooking in the Wang household had a slightly Southeast Asian flavor, Chinese food prepared Western style, and the main dish was lamb curry. Mrs. Wang had nothing but a thin slice of toast and a piece of ham in front of her. She even cut the fatty part off the meat and gave it to her husband. Such a small appetite, Zhenbao smiled. She's afraid of getting fat, said Shihang. Zhenbao's face expressed disbelief. Mrs. Wang looks just right, she's not fat at all. I've just lost 5 pounds, so I'm a lot thinner than I was, she said. Shihang grinned and reached over to pinch her cheek. A lot thinner, then what's this? His wife gave him a sharp glance. That's the London lamb I ate last year. Everyone laughed hard at this. Even though the Tong brothers and Mrs. Wang had just met for the first time, their hostess hadn't bothered to change before coming to the dinner table. She was still in her dressing gown and her hair was still wet. A white towel was wrapped carelessly around it, and every so often the towel dripped, spangling her eyebrows. Dubao was a country boy, and Mrs. Wang's free and easy ways struck him as strange indeed. But even Zhenbao found her pretty remarkable. Mrs. Wang was extremely attentive, asking all sorts of questions. She wasn't very good at keeping house, that was clear, but she did know how to entertain. I haven't had time to tell you, Shihang said to Zhenbao, but I'm leaving tomorrow. I have some business in Singapore. It's good that you've moved in and can take care of things here. Mrs. Wang is very capable, Zhenbao said with a smile. She'll be taking care of us, I'm sure. I very much doubt that it will be us taking care of her. Don't be fooled by her chatter, said Shihang. She doesn't understand a thing. She's been in China for 3 years now, but she still isn't used to it here, and she can't really speak Chinese well. Mrs. Wang smiled slightly and didn't disagree. She merely summoned the ama to fetch a bottle of medicine from the cabinet and poured out a spoonful. Zhenbao saw the thick liquid like white paint in the spoon and winced. Is that cream of calcium? I've taken that before, it tastes terrible. Mrs. Wang emptied the spoon down her throat. For a moment she was speechless, but then she swallowed the medicine. It's like drinking a wall, she said. Zhenbao smiled again. When Mrs. Wang talks, she hits the nail right on the head. Mr. Tong, said Mrs. Wang, don't keep calling me Mrs. Wang. She got up and went over to a desk near the window. It's true, Zhenbao was thinking to himself. The name Mrs. Wang is just too commonplace. She sat at the desk, apparently writing something. Shihang went over to her, stood beside her, and bent down to ask, You're perfectly healthy, so why are you taking doses of that? Mrs. Wang kept on writing without turning her head. The heat is rising in my system. I've got a pimple on my face. Where? Said Shihang, leaning his face close. She moved aside lightly, frowning and smiling at once. Hey there, she warned him. Dubao, raised in an old-fashioned family, had never seen a husband and wife like this. He was unable to sit still and left to admire the scenery. He opened the glass door and walked onto the balcony. Zhenbao went on peeling an apple with a fair degree of composure, but Mrs. Wang came back across the room and thrust a piece of paper at him. There, I too have a given name, she said. The way you write Chinese characters, you shouldn't show them around, Shihang said with a smile. People will just laugh. When Zhenbao saw the 3 crooked words on the paper, each one bigger than the last, and the last one breaking apart into 3 distinct fragments, Wang Jiao Rui, he really had to laugh. I told you people would laugh, didn't I? Shihang said with a clap of his hands. No, said Zhenbao, controlling himself. Really, it's a pretty name. Those overseas Chinese, the names they pick never have any style, said Shihang. Pouting, Jiaorui grabbed the piece of paper and crumpled it up. She turned on her heels and walked off, seemingly in a huff. Not 30 seconds later, she came back with an open jar of candied walnuts which she'd already started to eat, and she offered them to Zhenbao and Dubao. "I thought you were afraid of getting fat," laughed Shihang. "It's true," said Zhenbao. "Sweets are very fattening." "You don't know about those overseas Chinese," Shihang started to say, but Jiaorui hit him. "It's always they, them, those overseas Chinese," she said. "Don't call me them." Shihang went right on. "They have the bad habits of the Chinese and the bad habits of foreigners as well. From the foreigners they learn to be afraid of getting fat, won't eat this, won't eat that, always taking purgatives but can't stop eating sweets. But then go ahead, just ask her. If you ask her why she's eating this, she'll say she's had a little cough recently, and candied walnuts are good for a cough." "That really is the old Chinese way," Zhenbao said with a smile. "Anything you like to eat is, of course, good for something." Jiaorui picked up a walnut and slid it between her teeth. She pointed her little finger at Zhenbao. "Stop that now, there really is some truth to it." To Zhenbao, she seemed overwhelmed. Fearing the kind of faux pas that so often follows such moments, he mumbled something inconsequential and strolled onto the balcony. The breeze was cool on his skin. Most likely his face had been pretty red a moment before. Now he was even more troubled. He just put an end to his relationship with Rose, and here she was again in a new form with a new perspective and another man's wife. But this woman went even further than Rose. When she was in the room, the walls seemed to be covered with figures in red chalk, pictures of her presence, on the left, on the right, everywhere. Why did he keep running into this kind of woman? Was it his fault that he always reacted the way he did? Surely that couldn't be. After all, there really weren't many women of this sort, not among the pure Chinese. He just returned to China, so he was running with the half-Chinese, half-Western crowd. Any Chinese he met while abroad was an old friend found in a faraway land. When he returned home and saw those old friends again, the first time they met they were bosom friends, the second time mere acquaintances, and by the third time they were strangers to each other. And yet when it came to this Wang Jiaorui, hadn't Shihang done pretty well for himself by marrying her? Of course, Wang Shihang's father had money. If a man had to forge ahead on his own, as Zhenbao did, such a woman would be a major impediment. And he wasn't easygoing like Wang Shihang, who let a woman flout every rule. What was the point if you had to argue all day long? That was sure to sap a man's energy and drain him of ambition. Of course. She was like this precisely because her husband couldn't control her. If Wang Shihang had managed to get a handle on her, she wouldn't be quite so unruly. Zhenbao leaned on the railing, his arms folded. Down below, an electric tram with a brightly burning lamp stopped at the entrance of the building. Several people got on and off, and the lamp moved away. Wide and quiet, the street stretched beyond him. The only light was from a little restaurant on the first floor. Two leaves skittered by in the wind like ragged shoes not worn by anyone, just walking along by themselves. So many people in the world, but they won't be coming home with you. When night fell and silence took over, or when, as could happen at any time, you stood at the brink of death there in the dark, you needed a wife you really loved. Otherwise there would be nothing but loneliness. Zhenbao didn't think this through clearly, but he was overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Shihang and his wife were chatting as they walked onto the balcony. "Is your hair dry?" Shihang asked. "If you stand in the breeze, your cough is going to get worse." "It doesn't matter," said Jiaorui, unwrapping the towel and shaking out her hair. Zhenbao figured that since Shihang was leaving the next day, the couple would want to speak in privacy. Raising a hand to disguise a forced yawn, he said, "We'll go to bed now. Dubao has to get up very early tomorrow so he can go to school and get a student handbook." "I'm leaving in the afternoon," Shihang said, "so I probably won't see you." The two men shook hands and said goodbye. Zhenbao and Dubao went to their room. The next day, when Zhenbao came back from work and pressed the doorbell, Jayorwi opened the door, phone receiver in hand. It was dim in the hallway, which made it hard to see, but Shihang's hat and coat were gone from the coat rack, along with the leather suitcase that had been under the rack. He must have left already. Taking off his coat and hanging it on the rack, Zhenbao heard Jayorwi dial a phone number in the other room. "Please ask Mr. Sun to come to the phone," she said. Zhenbao listened. He heard her ask, "Is this Timmy?" "No, I'm not going out today. I'm at home waiting for a friend." She started to giggle. "Who is he?" "I'm not telling you. Why should I tell you?" "Ah, so you're not interested. Not even interested in yourself, are you? Anyway, I'm waiting for him to come for tea at 5 o'clock. I'm waiting specially for him, so don't come over." Zhenbao went to his room without waiting for her to finish. His brother wasn't there, or in the bathroom either. He went out to see if he was on the balcony, and Jayorwi emerged from the living room to greet him. "Dubao asked me to tell you that he's making the rounds of the used bookstores to see if he can find some books." "Oh, thank you," said Zhenbao. He took a good long look. She was wearing a long dress that trailed on the floor, a dress of such intense, fresh, and wet green that anything it touched turned the same color. When she moved a little, the air was streaked with green. The dress had been cut a bit too small, it seemed. The seams along the side were split open 1.5 inches, then laced together in a crisscross pattern over a green satin strip that didn't fully cover a startling pink slip. Looked at too long, those eye-popping colors would prove blinding. Only Jayorwi could wear a dress like that with such utter insouciance. "Would you like some tea?" she asked, turning back into the living room. She sat down at the table and lifted the pot to pour the tea. The table was set for two with a plate of butter, biscuits, and toast. Zhenbao stood by the glass door. "Isn't there a guest coming? We won't wait for him. Let's go ahead and have something to eat." Zhenbao hesitated, unable to figure out what she had in mind. Then, just for the time being, he sat down. "Do you take milk?" Jayorwi asked. "Either way." "Oh, that's right, you like green tea. You were abroad so many years and couldn't get it there. That's what you said yesterday. You have a good memory." Getting up to ring the bell, Jayorwi threw him a glance. "No, you don't know. Usually my memory is terrible." Zhenbao's heart jumped and he was knocked off balance. The ama came in. "Make 2 cups of green tea," Jayorwi ordered. "Ask her to bring another teacup and plate while she's at it," said Zhenbao, "for the guest who's coming later." Jayorwi gave him a sharp look. "Who is this guest that you're so anxious about? Ama, bring me a pen and a piece of paper." She dashed off a note, then pushed it across to Zhenbao. 2 lines, simple and succinct. "Dear Timmy, so very sorry, but I have something to do today. I've gone out. Jayorwi." She folded the paper over and gave it to the ama. "Mr. Sun will come in a little while. When he does, give this to him and tell him I'm not home." The ama went out. Zhenbao took a biscuit. "I don't understand you," he said. "Why go to so much trouble asking a man to come to your house, then turn him away empty-handed?" Jayorwi leaned forward, carefully considering the selection of biscuits on the plate, but she couldn't find any that she liked. "When I asked him to come, I didn't plan to turn him away." "Oh, a last-minute decision. Don't you know the saying? It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind." The ama brought the green tea, leaves floating all over the surface of the water. Zhenbao held the glass in both hands without drinking. His eyes were fixed on the tea, but his mind was elsewhere, working things out. Jayorwi was still carrying on with that Mr. Sun behind her husband's back, and evidently she was worried that Zhenbao would see what was going on. That's why she'd put on this sweet act today. She wanted to win him over so he'd keep his mouth shut. But in fact, Zhenbao had no intention of interfering in their private lives. It wasn't that his bond with Wang Shihang was too weak even if they'd been blood brothers. Stirring up disputes between a husband and wife was not his style. Even so, this woman could cause a lot of trouble. Zhenbao redoubled his caution. Jayorwi set down her tea glass and rose to get a jar of peanut butter from the cabinet. "I'm a trashy person, and I like to eat trashy things." "Oh my. This stuff is very rich, very fattening." Jayorwi took off the lid. I love breaking the rules. Don't you approve of rule breaking? Zhenbao put his hand on top of the glass jar. No, Jiaorui hesitated for a long moment. Then she said, how about this? You put some on the bread for me. I'm sure you won't give me too much. Her expression was so pitiful that he couldn't help laughing. Zhenbao spread peanut butter on the bread. Jiaorui watched him closely over the edge of her cup, pursed her lips, and laughed. Do you know why I had you do it for me? If I did it myself, all of a sudden I might turn conscientious and spread it as thin as possible. But I know that you'd feel bad if you only gave me a little. At this they both laughed. Unable to resist Jiaorui's childlike charm, Zhenbao gradually softened. As they were drinking their tea, the doorbell sounded. Zhenbao got restless. For the third time now he asked, is that the guest you invited? Don't you feel embarrassed? Jiaorui shrugged. Taking his glass with him, Zhenbao went out to the balcony. When he comes back through the door, I want to see the kind of person he is. Him, said Jiaorui, following behind. Very pretty too pretty. You don't like pretty men, said Zhenbao, leaning against the railing. Men should not be pretty. Men get spoiled even more easily than women do. Zhenbao lowered his eyelids, then looked at her. You shouldn't talk about others, he said with a smile. You've been terribly spoiled. Maybe, but you're just the opposite. You deny yourself when in fact you like to eat and play around as much as I do. Really? Zhenbao laughed. And you know all about it. Jiaorui looked down and started picking tea leaves out of her glass. She kept picking away until at last she took a sip. Zhenbao too drank his tea in silence. A little while later, a man in a western suit came out of the building. Zhenbao couldn't see much from the third floor, but it looked like the man rushed around the corner, his body tense with anger. Poor guy, Zhenbao couldn't help saying. He came all this way for nothing. So what? He has nothing to do all day long. I too have nothing to do, but I have no respect for people like me. What I like most is to wrest a bit of time from a man who's already very busy the way a tiger seizes its prey. Pretty despicable, don't you think? Zhenbao was leaning against the railing. He tapped his foot against the railing and then, bit by bit, not entirely intentionally, he started nudging her rattan chair. When the chair shook, her arm trembled slightly. She wasn't fat at all, but because of her small frame she seemed plump. So you like busy men, Zhenbao smiled. Jiaorui hid her eyes with her hand. Actually, it doesn't matter, my heart's an apartment. So is there an empty room for rent? Jiaorui didn't answer. I'm not used to living in an apartment. I want to live in a single-family house. She gave a little grunt of disbelief. Well, she said, let's see if you can tear one down and build the other. Zhenbao nudged her chair again. Just watch me. Jiaorui took her hand from her eyes and gave him a long look. You're wicked. Can't help myself with you. Come on, be serious, Jiaorui said. Why don't you tell me something about your past? What past? Jiaorui's leg swept out, almost spilling the tea in his hand. Faker. I already know all about it. If you know, why ask? Wouldn't it be better if you told me something about your past? My past? She leaned her head to one side and rubbed her cheek on her shoulder. After a long moment's silence, she softly said, there isn't much to tell. There was another long silence. Well then, please tell, Zhenbao urged. But Jiaorui fell into thought and said nothing, her eyes fixed straight ahead. How did you and Shihang meet? He asked. In a very ordinary way, she said. The student associations held a meeting in London. I was a representative and so was he. Were you at the University of London? My family sent me to London to study, but the real reason was to find a suitable husband. I was quite young and had no wish at all to get married, but I used this as an excuse to escape from home and have a good time. After a few years of having a good time, my reputation wasn't all that good, so I looked around and grabbed this Shihang fellow. Zhenbao nudged her chair lightly. And you still haven't had enough of the good times. It's not a question of having enough or not. Once you've learned to do something, you can't just put it aside and give it up. Don't forget that you're in China now, Zhenbao said with a smile. Jiaorui finished her tea in one swallow, stood and spat the tea leaves over the railing. In China, you have Chinese freedoms. You can spit on the street if you want. The doorbell rang again, and Zhenbao guessed that it was his brother. It was in fact Dubao, and now that he was back, things took a different turn. Later on, Zhenbao reviewed the whole scene in his mind. Out on the dusky balcony, he hadn't been able to see her clearly. He'd only heard her soft voice secretly rustling, tickling his ear like a breath. There in the dark, her captivating presence slipped out of his mind for a moment, and he had a chance to see what else there was to her. She seemed smart and straightforward, but with the emotions of a still maturing girl, even though she was a wife already. That, for him, was her most appealing feature. There was a danger here, a danger much greater than simple attraction. He must not get serious about her. It would only be looking for trouble. Maybe it was just her presence after all. When a man yearns for a woman's presence, then starts to care about her mind, he fools himself into believing that he's in love. Only after being close to her can he forget her soul. This may be the only way to free himself. And why not? Jayori had many admirers, one more or one less wouldn't make much difference. He couldn't pretend that Wang Shiheng wouldn't care, but then again it wouldn't make things any worse than they already were for him. Suddenly, Zhenbao realized that he was digging for reasons to justify getting closer to this woman. He was mortified and resolved to avoid her from this point on. He would look for another place to live. As soon as he found something, he would move. Zhenbao asked someone to help him get a bed for his brother in the dormitory at the technical school. With only himself to look after, things were easy to arrange. He'd been taking his lunches at a restaurant near the office. Now he went out for dinner too. He stayed away until late at night and went straight to bed. But one night the phone rang for a long time and no one picked up. Zhenbao had just run out of his room to get it when he thought he heard Jayori's door opening. Afraid of running into her in the dark hallway, he beat a retreat. Jayori was groping around in the dark, seemingly unable to find the phone, and since Zhenbao was right by the light switch, he turned it on. He was stunned when he saw Wang Jayori in the light. She was wearing pajamas made out of a sarong fabric often worn by overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia, and it looked like she had just come from her bath. The design on the fabric was so heavy and dark that he couldn't tell whether it was snakes and dragons or grasses and trees, the lines and vines all tangled up together, black and gold flecked with orange and green. Night deepened in the house. The dim lamplit hallway felt like a train car traveling from one strange place to another. On the train, you meet a woman quite by accident, a woman who could be a friend. Jayori lifted the receiver with one hand, the other hand searching along her side to find a little golden peach stone button and slip it through its loop. She couldn't get it to button properly. Zhenbao didn't see anything, but he was shaken. His heart hung in midair. Jayori had turned sideways and swept her loose, uncombed hair back across her shoulders. Her face was shadowy and golden, like an idol's. Her lowered eyelashes cast long shadows that touched her cheek like the fingers of a small hand. She'd been in such a hurry that she'd lost one of her leather slippers. The bare foot rested on the slippered one. Zhenbao noticed a trace of heat trash powder on her ankle. Jayori hung up the phone. It was a wrong number. She stood there unsteadily, then sank into a chair, the phone still in her hand. Zhenbao put his hand on the doorknob to show that he didn't intend to chat. He nodded. "How is it that I haven't seen you lately?" he said. "I thought you'd melted away like candy." He knew, of course, that it was he who'd been avoiding her, not the other way around, but jumping in before she'd had a chance to speak was a form of self-defense. It was tiresome, no doubt, but when he saw her, he had to flirt. Some women are like that. "Am I so sweet?" she replied nonchalantly, feeling around for her slipper with her bare foot. "I don't know," Zhenbao replied boldly. "Haven't tasted." Jayori gave a little laugh. She still couldn't find the slipper, and Zhenbao couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and leaned down to pick it up for her, but just then her foot slipped in. Now he was embarrassed. "Where have your servants gone?" he demanded for no reason. An old hometown neighbor came to visit the majordomo and ama, and the three of them went off to the Cosmo to have some fun. "Oh." Then with a smile he said, "Aren't you afraid of being alone in the house?" Jyorwi stood up. Her slippers scuffed along as she went toward her room. "Afraid of what? You're not afraid of me." "What?" she said without turning her head. "I'm not afraid of being alone with a gentleman." Now Zhenbao leaned back against the doorknob, his hand behind him as if he had no intention of leaving. "I've never pretended to be a gentleman. A real gentleman doesn't need to pretend." She had opened her door but then reached back to flick off the hall light. Zhenbao stood in the darkness, thoroughly shaken. In spite of his excitement, she was gone. Zhenbao tossed and turned all night, telling himself that it wouldn't matter, that Jyorwi and Rose were not the same, that a married woman who did what she liked was the loosest of women, that he didn't owe her anything. But he felt a sense of duty toward himself. When he thought about Rose, he thought of that night in the car in the open fields when his conduct had been so sterling. How could he shrug off the man he'd shown himself to be? 2 weeks passed, and all at once the weather turned warm. Zhenbao went to work in his shirt sleeves, but before long it started to sprinkle and a chill blew in. He went back during his lunch break to get his coat. It had been hanging on the rack in the hall, but now it was gone. He searched and searched for it, and eventually he started to worry. He saw that the living room door had been left ajar. He pushed it open, and there was his coat, hooked on the frame of an oil painting. Jyorwi was sitting on the sofa beneath, quietly lighting a cigarette. Surprised, Zhenbao quickly retreated, squeezing himself out of sight. But he couldn't resist taking another peek. Jyorwi, it turned out, wasn't smoking at all. There was an ashtray on the arm of the sofa, and she struck a match, lit the stub of an old cigarette, and watched it burn all the way down. When at last it singed her fingers, she threw the butt aside, lifted her fingers to her mouth and blew on them lightly, a look of utter contentment on her face. The cloisonné ashtray, he realized, was from his room. Zhenbao was bewildered, and he slipped away like a thief. It seemed incomprehensible at first, and even after thinking it through, he was mystified. Jyorwi, smitten, sitting near his coat and letting the cigarette scent from his clothes waft down over her. As if that weren't enough, she'd lit his used cigarette butts. She really was a child, spoiled rotten, someone who'd always gotten whatever she wanted. And now that she'd run into someone with an ounce of resistance, she dreamed only of him. The mind of a child and the beauty of a grown woman, the most tempting of combinations. Zhenbao could no longer resist. He still ate dinner in a restaurant and arranged to meet several friends there, but the longer he sat in the crowd, the more insipid he found the talk, the more detestable the company. He was impatient throughout the meal, and afterward he jumped on a bus to go back to the apartment. Jyorwi was playing the piano, Shadow Waltz, a tune popular at the time. Hands thrust into his pockets, Zhenbao paced the balcony. The lamp on the piano lit up Jyorwi's face. He had never seen her looking so peaceful. Zhenbao hummed along with the piano, but she seemed not to hear. She just kept playing, beginning a new tune. Zhenbao didn't have the courage to sing. Standing in the doorway, he watched Jyorwi for a long time, tears welling up in his eyes because he and she were really in the same place now, two people together, heart and soul. He wished that she'd look up and see his tears, but instead she kept on playing. Zhenbao started to worry. He came over to turn the pages, intending to distract her. She paid no attention. She wasn't even looking at the music. She knew it all by heart and was focusing only on the unhurried flow of it from the tips of her fingers. Suddenly Zhenbao was angry and afraid. It was as if there were no connection between them. He sat down next to her on the piano bench, put his arm around her and pulled her close. The music stopped abruptly. She tilted her face all too skillfully. They embraced. Zhenbao's passion mounted. With a deafening crash, he pushed her down onto the keyboard. There was a chaotic tempest of sound. Surely this was different from all the other times she'd been embraced. Jyorwi's bed was too fancy for Zhenbao. He didn't sleep well on the thick bedding. Even though he rose early, he still felt as if he'd overslept. Combing his hair, he found a sliver of clipped fingernail, a tiny red crescent moon. She'd scratched him with her long nails. As he was drifting off to sleep, he'd seen her sitting on the bed clipping them. Had there been a moon that night? He hadn't checked, but it must have been a red crescent moon. After that, he came straight home after work, sitting on the top of a double-decker bus and facing the setting sun, the window pane a sheet of light as the bus roared toward the sun, toward his happiness, his shameful happiness. How could it not be shameful? His woman ate another man's rice, lived in another man's house, went by another man's name. But feeling that he shouldn't be doing this only made his happiness more perfect. It was as if he'd fallen from a great height. An object that falls from high above is many times heavier than its original weight. Jyorwi, struck by that startlingly great weight, was knocked dizzy. "I really love you," she said, but she was mocking him still just a little. "Want to know something? Every day when I sit here waiting for you to come back, I hear the elevator slowly clanking its way up. When it goes past our floor without stopping, it feels like my own heart's gone up, that it's just hanging in midair. But when the elevator stops before it reaches our floor, it seems like my breath's been cut off. So there's an elevator in your heart. It looks as though your heart is still an apartment." Jyorwi smiled gently, then walked over to the window and looked out, hands clasped behind her back. After a moment she said, "The house that you wanted has been built." At first Zhenbao didn't understand. When he did, he was staggered. He'd never been one to fool around with words, but now he tried something new. Taking a pen from the desk, he wrote, "Happy heartwarming, many congratulations on your new home." And yet he couldn't really say that he was pleased. The thrill of pleasure had made his whole body sing, but all at once it was quiet. Now there was only a desolate calm. He felt sated and empty at the same time. When they embraced again, Jyorwi wrapped herself around him. She held him so tightly that she blushed. "It's the same, isn't it, even if there's no love? If I could be like this with you without any real feeling of love, you'd certainly lose all respect for me." She gripped him still more tightly. "Don't you feel the difference, don't you?" "Of course I do." But actually he couldn't tell. The old Jyorwi had been too good at feigning love. Never before had she been in love like this. Even she didn't know why she loved Zhenbao so much. She'd watch him closely, her gaze both tender and mocking him and mocking herself. He was a man with a future, of course, a top-notch textile engineer. His working style was special, nose to the grindstone, too busy to lift his head. The foreign boss was constantly calling for him. "Tong, Tong, where's Tong?" Zhenbao pushed a lock of hair from his forehead, eyes gleaming behind his glasses, the frames flashing. He liked summer, but even when it wasn't summer he'd be so busy that he'd work up a sweat. The elbows and knees of his Western-style suit were full of creases like laugh lines. Chinese colleagues would complain about the shabby way he looked. He told Jyorwi how competent he was and how efficient. She praised him, rubbing his hair. "Oh yes, my little one is really talented, but you know that. If you didn't, where would we be? It's in other ways that you're not so clever. I love you, did you know that? I love you." He showed off in front of her, and she showed off in front of him. The only thing she was really good at was leading men on. Like the tumbler who excelled at turning somersaults and turned somersaults for the Virgin Mary, Jyorwi was sincerely pious. She offered up her art to her beloved. She'd provoke a man, and when he responded accordingly, she'd glance over at Zhenbao with a humble smile, as if to say, "This is what I know, and if I didn't, where would we be?" That Timmy son of hers was still in a sulk, and yet she found ways to tease him. Zhenbao understood what she was doing. It was tiresome, he thought, but he put up with it because it was just her childishness. Being with Jyorwi was like living with a swarm of teenagers, enough to make you old in no time. Sometimes they discussed her husband's return. Zhenbao would wear a dark, defeated smile. His eyes and his eyebrows drooped. His whole face hung down in a mess like a mop. The entire relationship was illicit, But he kept using this sinfulness as a spur, pushing himself to love her even more fiercely. Jayorwi didn't understand the full nature of his feeling, but it made her happy to see him suffer. Back when she was a student in England, jumping out of bed, putting on lipstick without even bothering to wash her face, and running out to see her boyfriend's men had of course threatened to kill themselves for her sake. "I spent the whole night pacing under your window," they'd say. "I couldn't sleep." That meant nothing, but making a man suffer for real, that was something else again. One day she said, "I've been thinking about how to tell him when he comes back," just as if it had already been decided that she would inform Shihang about everything, divorce him, and marry Zhenbao. Zhenbao wasn't brave enough to say anything then. But his dark, defeated smile was not having the desired effect, so later on he said, "Let's not rush into this blindly. Let me talk to a lawyer friend of mine first, get things clear. You know, if this isn't handled properly, there could be quite a price to pay." As a businessman, he felt that merely by uttering the word lawyer, he'd gotten seriously involved in something much too seriously. But Jayorwi didn't notice his qualms. She was full of confidence, sure that once the problem on her side was solved, it would all be clear sailing. Jayorwi often called him at his office. She had no restraint and it upset him. One day she phoned to say, "Why don't we go out later and have some fun?" Zhenbao wanted to know why she was so happy. "You like me to wear those prim and proper Chinese fashions, don't you? I had a new outfit made and it came today. I want to wear it someplace. How about a movie?" He and some colleagues had chipped in together to buy a small car, and Jayorwi liked to go out for a ride. She had a plan that Zhenbao was going to teach her to drive. "After I've learned, I'll buy a car too," she announced. So Shihang would buy it for her. Her words stuck in Zhenbao's craw. He couldn't quite digest it. Jayorwi didn't seem all that excited about seeing a movie. "Okay," she said, "if we can take the car." "So what are your feet for?" He laughed. "Chasing you," and she laughed too. After that, things got busy at the office. Zhenbao had to get off the phone. But that day another colleague happened to need the car, and Zhenbao was always self-sacrificing, especially when it came to pleasures. He was dropped off at the street corner from the apartment window. Jayorwi saw him stop to buy the evening paper, though she couldn't tell if he was looking at ads for the movies. She rushed out to meet him at the street door. "If we don't have the car, we can't make it to the 5:15 movie." "Let's forget about it." Zhenbao looked at her and smiled. "So do you want to go someplace else? You look great." Jayorwi hooked her arm in his. "Won't it be fun just to walk along the avenue?" But Zhenbao kept fretting, wanting to know how she felt about this place, then that one. They passed a Western-style restaurant with music. She turned it down. "The truth is, I'm pretty broke these days," he said. "Oh dear," she laughed. "If I'd known that, I'd never have gotten mixed up with you." Just then, Zhenbao recognized an old foreign lady that he knew, somebody through whom his family had sent money and packages when he was studying abroad. Mrs. Ashe was British, but she'd married a Eurasian, which made her self-conscious and as British can be. She was tall and stooped and wore an elaborate dress, a foreign-style print that sagged around her frame and made her look like an old beggar. Her hat was a robin's egg blue, mottled with black, and she'd stuck a pearl-headed hat pin and a swallow feather in it. Under the hat was a circle of gray hair, pressed flat like a wig, and her eyes looked as if they were made of pale blue porcelain. Her English came out very softly, her voice breathy and conspiratorial. Zhenbao shook hands with her. "Are you still living in the same place?" he asked. "At first we were going to go home this summer, but my husband just can't get away." Going to England was going home, even though her husband's family had lived in China for 3 generations and she herself had no living relatives in England. Zhenbao introduced Jayorwi. "This is Mrs. Shihang Wang." Wang was in Edinburgh also, and Mrs. Wang spent many years in London. "I'm living at their place now." Mrs. Ashe was accompanied by her daughter. Zhenbao, of course, had considerable experience with mixed-blood girls. Miss Ashe pursed her red lips but didn't say much. She had dark brown eyes peering out of a pointed, white peach face. A woman who doesn't yet have her own household, her own portion of worry and duty and joy, will often have that watchful, waiting look. And yet Miss Ashe, young as she was, didn't yearn for domesticity. She wasn't a girl with a heart launched like an arrow toward home. Career girls in the city often have a harried look, and Miss Ashe's eyes were puffy, her face drawn and pale. In China, as elsewhere, the constraints imposed by the traditional moral code were originally constructed for the benefit of women. They made beautiful women even harder to obtain, so their value rose, and ugly women were spared the prospect of never-ending humiliation. Women nowadays don't have this kind of protective buffer, especially not mixed-blood girls, whose status is so entirely undefined. There was a razor edge to Miss Ashe's exhausted, peering gaze. Jaiorui could see at a glance that in going home mother and daughter would be headed straight into the English lower middle class. But they were Zhenbao's friends, and she was eager to make a good impression. Also, for some reason, the presence of other females made her feel like a proper woman again. She was a full-status wife. She ought to exude an air of dignified affluence. Zhenbao rarely saw her smiling so serenely, almost like a movie star. Suddenly she became a sapphire from whose depths a flickering lamp draws waves of light and shadow. Jaiorui was wearing a cheongsam of dark purple-blue georgette, and a little heart-shaped gold pendant gleamed faintly at her breast, cold and splendid as if she had no other heart. Zhenbao looked at her, and he was both pleased and suspicious. If there'd been a man around, how different things would have been. Mrs. Ashe asked about Mrs. Tong, and Zhenbao said, "My mother's health is fine. She still looks after the whole family." He turned to Jaiorui. "My mother often does the cooking, and she's a very good cook. I always say we're very lucky to have a mother like that." Whenever he praised his widowed mother, he was reminded of the many years of grievous hardship his family had endured, and he couldn't help gnashing his teeth. He smiled, but as the full weight of his ambitions bore down on him, his heart was like a rock. Mrs. Ashe asked about his younger brother and sisters. "Dubao is a good kid. He's in technical school now, and later on our factory might send him to England to study." Even the two sisters were praised. The whole family was ideal until Mrs. Ashe had to exclaim, "You really are something. I've always said that your mother must be very proud of you." Zhenbao was suitably modest. He asked how things were going for everyone in the Ashe family. Seeing the newspaper rolled up in his hand, Mrs. Ashe inquired if there was any news this evening. Zhenbao handed her the paper, but her eyesight was so poor that even when she held it at arm's length she still couldn't make anything out. She asked her daughter to read it for her. "I was planning to take Mrs. Wang to see a movie, but there aren't any good ones," Zhenbao said. In front of other people, his attitude toward Jaiorui was a little stiff. He wanted to show that he was only a family friend, but Miss Ashe's quiet, watchful eyes made him feel he was giving everything away. Zhenbao leaned close to Jaiorui. Very familiarly, he said, "I'll make it up to you another time, okay?" He looked at her with shining eyes and laughed. Immediately after, he was sorry, as if he'd gotten too excited while talking and sprayed spit in someone's face. He had always taken this Miss Ashe for a keen observer. She was young and she had nothing, not even a personality. She was just waiting for the approach of everything in the world. Already its huge shadow had fallen across her otherwise expressionless features. Jaiorui was young and she had all sorts of things, but somehow they didn't count. She seemed scatterbrained, like a child who goes out and picks dozens of violets, one by one, gathers them into a bunch and tosses them all away. Zhenbao had only his future to bank on, a future he'd prepared for all on his own. How could he bear to see it thrown to the wind? Rich young men and women are free to be careless. Security is an inheritance for them, but for him it was not so easy. The four of them walked slowly down the same street. Mrs. Ashe in the safety and comfort of a room full of flowered wallpaper, while the three young people faced menace on every side. It boomed beneath them like a drum. It was not yet dark, but the neon lights were shining. In the daylight they looked even more artificial, like costume jewelry. They passed a shop with lamps for sale, innumerable lamps under the neon glow, the whole place blazing with light. Behind the tin grill of a snack shop, a waitress leaned forward to pick up a piece of pastry. Her rouge-red cheeks looked good enough to eat. Did old people also see it like that? Walking next to the old woman, Zhenbao couldn't help feeling the brevity of youth. A row of shiny round-head spikes, their heads indented on four sides, marked off a pedestrian crosswalk. Beside them, the asphalt road looked as dark and soft as rubber. Zhenbao swayed along, letting his body go. He couldn't tell whether it was his own gait that was rubbery or the road underfoot. Mrs. Ashe praised the fabric of Jaiorwi's dress. Then she said, "I saw a piece like that last time I was at the Huilu fine goods shop. Dolly turned it down because she thought it was too dark. I still wanted to buy it, but then I thought, well, I don't often have an occasion for wearing such clothes." She didn't seem to feel that what she said was sad, but the others all fell silent, unable to respond. "So Mr. Ashe must be very busy?" Zhenbao finally asked. "Oh yes. Otherwise we'd go home for a visit this summer. But he really can't get away. Some Sunday when I have the car, I'll come and fetch you all and take you to Jiangwen to have some Chinese snacks made by my mother." "That would be wonderful. My husband simply dotes on Chinese things." She sounded just like a rich foreign visitor. No one would have guessed that her husband was half Chinese. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Ashe and her daughter, Zhenbao remarked to Jaiorwi as if in explanation that Mrs. Ashe is a really good person. Jaiorwi looked at him and smiled. "I think you are a really good person. Just how am I so very good?" Suddenly his face was right in hers. "I'll tell you, don't get angry. When a woman sees a man who's good like you, she wants to fix him up with someone else. She doesn't even think of keeping him for herself. So you don't like good men. When a woman likes a good man, it's because she thinks she can trap him." "Oh ho, so you're planning to trap me, is that it?" Jaiorwi paused. She gave him a sideways glance and started to smile, but she stopped. "This time, it's the bad girl who's been trapped." That sideways glance, those soft words, they were intolerable to him at the moment. Later that evening, lying in Jaiorwi's bed, he thought about the meeting with Mrs. Ashe on the street, about his studies in Edinburgh when his family had sent him money and packages, and about how it was now time to repay his mother. He wanted to get ahead, move up in the world, and the first step was to rise in his profession. After he'd made it to a suitably high position, he'd contribute something to society. For instance, he could set up an industrial science school for poor boys, or a model textile factory in his hometown, Jiangwen. Vague as it all was, even now he had a fuzzy intimation of the warm welcome awaiting him, not just from his own mother, but from a whole world of mothers, tearful and with eyes only for him. Jaiorwi was fast asleep, curled up close to him, the sound of her breathing loud in his ear. Suddenly she seemed a thing apart and somehow alien. He sat up on the edge of the bed and groped around in the dark until he found a cigarette and lit it. He didn't think Jaiorwi had noticed, but in fact she was awake. After a long while she reached out, feeling for his hand. "Don't worry," she said softly, "I'll be good." She laid his hand on her shoulder. Her words made him weep, but the tears too were a thing apart and somehow alien. Zhenbao didn't answer, letting his hands rest near her. Soon the sun would rise. The city was full of the muffled noise of crowing cocks. The next day they spoke again of her husband's return. "Anyway, he'll be back sometime in the next few days," Jaiorwi said with great certainty. Zhenbao asked her how she knew, and only then did she tell him that she'd sent Shihang a letter by airmail telling him everything and asking for her freedom. Zhenbao gasped, the sound coming from deep within. He stood up and ran out onto the street. When he looked back at the towering apartment building, with its tall, flowing red and gray lines, It looked like a roaring train, incredibly huge and barreling straight down upon him, blocking out sun and moon. The situation was beyond repair. He'd thought that he had it all under control and that he could stop whenever he wanted, but now things had rushed forward on their own. There was no use in even arguing. The worst thing was that he didn't even want to argue, not when he was with her. It was so clear then that they loved each other and should go on loving each other. It was only when she wasn't there that he could think up all sorts of reasons against it. Right now, for instance, it struck him as all too likely that he'd been played for a fool in a deeper game with her true love, Timmy's son. She'd pulled the wool over Zhenbao's eyes by saying that it was because of him that she wanted a divorce, and now if there was a scandal, his future would be ruined. He walked a long way without caring where. At a little restaurant, he had a few drinks and a bite to eat. When he came out, his stomach hurt. He got into a rickshaw, thinking he would visit Dubao in his dormitory, but in the rickshaw his stomach felt worse still. He lost control of himself. The tiniest tremor of pain was more than he could bear, and he panicked. Imagining he had cholera, he told the rickshaw driver to take him to the nearest hospital. Once he'd been admitted, he informed his mother. She rushed to the hospital right away. The next day she came bearing lotus root powder and grape juice that she'd bought for him. Jayorui showed up as well. His mother suspected that something was going on between them, and she made sure to scold him in front of Jayorui. Getting sick to your stomach, that's nothing in itself, but I tossed and turned all night, worrying about you, a grown man, and you still don't know how to take care of yourself. How on earth am I supposed to look after you all the time? And if I just let you do as you please, I'll be constantly worrying. But if you had a wife, I wouldn't have to. Mrs. Wang, please tell him he'll listen to what his friends say, even if he won't listen to me. Oh dear, here I've been waiting so long till you'd finished your schooling and begun your career. Now that you're finally getting somewhere, don't think you can just let go, let everything fall apart. You have to earn the respect you receive. Mrs. Wang, please, you tell him for me. Jayorui pretended not to understand Chinese. She just stood there smiling. Zhenbao's thoughts were in fact very similar to his mother's, but when he heard her, he felt that the way she put things was somehow humiliating. He was embarrassed and found an excuse to send her away. That left him with Jayorui. She walked over to the bed and leaned over the white metal railing, her whole body a painful question mark. Zhenbao rolled away impatiently. He couldn't explain and he couldn't escape his mother's logic. Jayorui closed the curtain and the sunlight on his pillow turned to cool shadow. She didn't leave but stayed to nurse him, bringing tea, water, the bedpan. The enamel basin was ice-cold against his skin. Her hands were just as cold. When he happened to glance her way, she seized the chance to speak. Don't be afraid. He hated her saying that he was afraid. His expression changed and she stopped. More time passed. I have really changed, she said. Again he shifted uncomfortably to keep her from speaking. I won't bring you any trouble, I promise. And then, you can't leave me, Zhenbao. Her broken sentences hung in midair like the pendulums of several clocks, each ticking along at a different speed, each following its own logic and reaching its own conclusions, each rising up at a different moment, each hammering its bell at a different time. To Zhenbao it seemed that the room was filled with Jayorui's voice, even though she had long since fallen silent. Evening came, and with the lamp still unlit she knelt by the bed and wept. Even in her humiliation she had strength. Through the blanket and the sheet he could feel the firmness of her arms, but he didn't want her strength, he already had his own. She knelt by the bed and wailed. Her hair, a mess of soft, loose curls, exuded heat like a brazier. She was like a child who's been wronged, who cries so much that she can't stop, doesn't know how to, hoarsely crying on, having forgotten why she started to cry in the first place. For Zhenbao it was the same. No, 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 don't go on like this, it won't do. The words required an enormous struggle. He was fighting hard to subdue the surging waves of longing. He spent all his strength in saying no, 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 even though he'd forgotten what it was he meant to refuse. But finally he found something suitable to say. With great effort he raised his knees, making her get up. "Jyorwi," he said, "if you love me, then you have to consider my situation. I can't cause my mother pain. Her way of thinking is different from ours, but we have to think about her since she has only me to depend on. The world would never forgive me, and Shihang is, after all, my friend. Our love can only be love between friends. What happened before is my mistake, and I'm very sorry. But now you've written and told him without letting me know that's your mistake. Jyorwi, what do you say? When he comes, tell him you were only fooling, that you just wanted him to come back early. He'll believe you if he wants to." Jyorwi lifted a red, swollen face and stared. In a flash, she stood straight up, apparently astonished to find herself in such a state. She took a small mirror out of her purse, glanced into it while tilting her head this way and that, tossed her hair back loosely, wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, blew her nose, and without looking at him once walked out. Zhenbao didn't sleep well that night, and with dawn came new awareness. It seemed as if someone had come during the night and knelt by his bed, weeping. At first he thought it was a dream, but then he realized that it was Jyorwi. Probably she'd been there for a long time now, crying. The warmth of her presence lingered near him like an eider-down quilt on satin sheets. He luxuriated in the moment, breaking out in a gentle sweat. When he was fully awake, Jyorwi left without a word. He didn't say anything either. Later he heard that she and Wang Shihang had decided to divorce, but it all seemed very remote. His mother cried in front of him a few times, urging him to marry, and he put it off for a while, then finally agreed. His mother arranged the introductions. "She's the one then," he said to himself, when he met Miss Meng Yanli. They met first in someone's living room. Yanli was standing by a glass door wearing a silk shift with ruddy orange stripes on a gray background. Zhenbao's immediate impression, however, was of a vague, enveloping whiteness. Yanli was tall and slender like a single straight line. The only hint of a twist or turn came at her shoulders and hips. When a breeze stirred and her dress swept out behind her, it made her look thin and frail. Her face was soft and very pretty, and yet the main effect was of whiteness. Yanli's father had died, and her family's fortunes had gone into decline, but at one time they had been a wealthy merchant family, so the two of them had similar family backgrounds. The young lady was 22 years old and would soon be graduating from college. Her college wasn't a very good one, just the best she could get into, but Yanli was a good student in a mediocre place. She studied hard and didn't associate much with her classmates. Her whiteness, like a portable hospital screen, separated her from the bad things in her environment. It also separated her from the things in her books. For 10 years now Yanli had gone to school, diligently looking up new words, memorizing charts, copying from the blackboard, but between her and everything else there always seemed to be a white membrane. In middle school, she'd received letters from some boys, the elder brothers of her classmates, for the most part. When her family found out about it, they told her not to get involved with people like that. Yanli had never written back. Zhenbao planned to marry her in 2 months after her graduation. During this time, he took her out to the movies a few times. Yanli rarely spoke or raised her head and always walked a little behind him. She knew very well that according to modern etiquette she should walk in front, let him help her put on her coat and wait on her, but she was uncomfortable exercising her new rights. She hesitated, and this made her seem even slower and more awkward. Zhenbao himself wasn't a natural-born gentleman, but he had worked hard to learn the part. He took the matter seriously and thought Yanli quite remiss in this regard. Fortunately, a shy, shrinking manner in a young girl is not too unpleasant. The engagement was short, and secretly Yanli was very disappointed. She'd always heard that these were the best days of one's life. Even so, she was very happy when the wedding day arrived. That morning, combing her hair while still half asleep, She lifted her arms up, looked in the mirror, and felt a strange sense of invigoration, as if she'd been crammed into a glass test tube and was now pushing her head up to pop the lid off, ready to leap from the present into future. The present was good, but the future would be better. Yanli stretched her arms out of the window of the future, and a vast wind blew through her hair. The wedding was at Yipin Xiang restaurant, with the banquet at Dongxing restaurant. Zhenbao liked to make a good impression, but he was also careful with money. Good enough was good enough for him. He rented a new house not far from his office and had his mother come from Jiangwen to live with them. He spent most of his earnings on work-related socializing, so the household budget was very tight. His mother and Yanli got along fairly well, but Zhenbao had many complaints about Yanli and no one to tell them to. Yanli didn't like exercise. Even the best sort of indoor exercise had no appeal for her. Zhenbao made a real effort to be a good husband and help her like it, but he didn't feel much physical attraction. At first she'd seemed cute, delicate and youthful, but then his interest had waned. Later on, even this little bit of girlish beauty was gone. Gradually, Yanli settled into her new environment, and as she did, she turned into a very dull wife. Zhenbao started going out regularly. Once every 3 weeks his life was, in every respect, well regulated. He and some friends would take rooms in a hotel and spend time there. They'd tell their families they'd gone to Suzhou and Hangzhou on business. He wasn't particular about faces, but he liked women who were dark and a little bit plump. He wanted them fleshy and ashamed, which was his way of taking revenge on Rose and Wang Jiaorui, though he wouldn't let himself view it that way. If such a thing did enter his mind, he immediately reproached himself for desecrating treasured memories. For these two lovers, he reserved a sensitive spot, a sacred corner of his heart. Wang Jiaorui and Rose gradually became so mixed up in his mind that they became one. A naive, passionate girl who had doted on him, a girl with no brains, or anything to cause him any trouble, though he with his self-denying logic and steely, superhuman will had left her. Yanli had no idea about his outings. She loved him simply because he, among so many others, happened to be her man. She was always saying things like, "Wait and ask Zhenbao about it," or "Better take an umbrella. Zhenbao said it's going to rain." Zhenbao was her god, and assuming that role was no problem for him. When Yanli made a mistake, he'd reprimand her in front of other people, and if something escaped his attention, it never failed to escape his mother's. Each time she was scolded in front of the maidservant, Yanli could feel her authority crumbling away beneath her. When her orders weren't carried out, she was again to blame. She hated the disdain in the servants' eyes, and in dealing with them she protected herself by knitting her brows and pouting before she even spoke, her whole face a study in childish chagrin. When she threw a tantrum, she always seemed to be talking back, like a maid or a concubine who has grown used to occupying the bottom rung. The only time Yanli managed to be mistress of the house for a few days at least was when the servants were new, so she liked getting new servants as often as she could. Zhenbao's mother told everyone that her daughter-in-law was useless. Poor Zhenbao, working so hard at his job to support the family, but when he comes home he's pestered with all sort of domestic details. He can't get a moment's peace. Her words got around to Yanli, and the anger built up in her heart. She grew angrier and angrier, and then she had a child. The delivery was difficult. Yanli felt she'd earned the right to throw a fit, but the child was a girl, and Yanli's mother-in-law had no intention of humoring her. Soon they were irritated with each other all the time. Fortunately, Zhenbao played peacemaker, and the embarrassment of a direct confrontation was avoided, but his mother sullenly insisted on moving back to Jiangwen. Zhenbao was very disappointed in his wife. Having married her for her tractability, he felt cheated. He was also unhappy with his mother moving out like that and letting people say he wasn't a good son. He was still busy, but gradually he succumbed to fatigue. Even the smiling wrinkles of his suit looked tired. When Dubao graduated, Zhenbao, in his role as talent scout, found his brother a job at the factory. But Dubao didn't live up to his potential. Overshadowed by his older brother, he became a loafer, without ambition. He was still single and quite content to live in a dormitory. One morning Dubao showed up at Zhenbao's place with a question. The assistant manager of the factory would soon be returning to his home country, and everyone had contributed toward a gift which it was Dubao's job to purchase. Zhenbao advised him to go to a department store and see what sort of silver items they had. The two brothers left the house together and caught the same bus. Zhenbao sat down next to a woman who, without a glance, picked up the child beside her and put him on her lap. Zhenbao didn't pay any attention, but Dubao, sitting across the aisle, gasped in surprise. Lifting himself in his seat, he signaled to Zhenbao with his head. Only then did Zhenbao recognize Jiaorui. She was plumper than before, though certainly not paunchy, as she'd once feared would happen to her. She looked tired, but she was carefully made up, and the pendants of her earrings were gold-colored Burmese Buddha heads. Jiaorui was middle-aged now, and her beauty had turned to plain good looks. "Mrs. Zhu," said Dubao, smiling, "it's been a long time." Zhenbao remembered hearing that she had remarried, that she was now Mrs. Zhu. Jiaorui smiled back. "Yes, it really has been a long time," she said. Zhenbao nodded. "How have you been?" he asked. "Just fine, thank you." "Have you been in Shanghai all this time?" Dubao asked. Jiaorui nodded. "It seems a bit early in the morning for running errands," he continued. "It certainly is," Jiaorui said. She put her hand on the child's shoulder. "I'm taking him to the dentist. He got a toothache yesterday, kept me up all night with his fussing, and now I've got to take him in early." "Which is your stop?" asked Dubao. "The dentist's office is on the Bund. Are you two going to the office?" "He is," said Dubao, "but I've got to do some shopping." "Is everything still the same at the factory?" asked Jiaorui. "No big changes. Hilton is going back. Now Zhenbao will be the assistant manager." "Oh my, that's wonderful." Dubao never talked this much when his older brother was present. Zhenbao could tell that Dubao felt it incumbent on him under the circumstances to do the talking, which meant he must know all about their affair. Dubao got off at the next stop. Zhenbao was silent for a while. He didn't look at Jiaorui. "Well, and how are you?" he asked the empty air. Jiaorui was silent, but after a pause she said, "Just fine." The same question and same answer as before, but now they had an entirely different meaning. "This Mr. Zhu, do you love him?" Jiaorui nodded. When she answered, her words were interrupted by pauses. "Starting with you, I learned how to love, to really love. Love is good. Even though I have suffered, I still want to love, and so." Zhenbao rolled up the square collar of her son's sailor outfit. "You're very happy," he said in a low voice. Jiaorui laughed. "I had to forge ahead somehow. When I ran into something, well, that was it." "What you run into is always a man," Zhenbao said with a cold smile. Jiaorui wasn't angry. She tilted her head to one side and thought about it. "True," she said. "When I was young and pretty, I always ran into men. That probably would have happened no matter what I did once my social life started. But now there are other things besides men, always other things." Zhenbao stared at her, unaware that his heart at that moment was aching with jealousy. "And you?" asked Jiaorui. "How are you?" Zhenbao wanted to sum up his perfectly happy life in a few simple words, but as he was trying to find them, he looked up and saw his face in the small mirror on the bus driver's right. He knew his face was steady and calm, and yet the vibration of the bus made his face vibrate too, a strange, calm, regular vibration, almost as if his face was being gently massaged. All at once, Zhenbao's face really did begin to quiver. In the mirror he saw tears streaming down. He didn't know why. Shouldn't she have been the one to weep? It was all wrong, and yet he couldn't stop. She should be weeping, he should be comforting her. But Jiaorui didn't comfort him. She sat silently for a long time. Then she asked, "Is this your stop?" He got off the bus and went to work as usual. It was Saturday, so they had the afternoon off. He went home at 12:30. He had a small Western-style house with a big, imposing wall out front, but then all the houses in the area, row after row of them, looked exactly the same. Gray cement walls, as smooth, shiny, and rectangular as coffins, with flowering oleanders sticking up over the top. The courtyard inside was small, but it counted as a garden. Everything a home should have, his had. Small white clouds floated in the blue sky above, and on the street a flute vendor was playing the flute, a sharp, soft, sinuous oriental tune that twisted and turned in the ear like embroidery, like a picture of a dream in a novel. A trail of white mist coming out from under the bed curtain and unfurling all sorts of images, slowly uncoiling like a lazy snake, till finally the drowsiness is just too great, and even the dream falls asleep. The house was perfectly quiet when Zhenbao walked in. His 7-year-old daughter Huiying was still at school. The maidservant had gone to fetch her. Zhenbao didn't want to wait. He told Yanli to go ahead and put the food on the table. He wolfed it down, as if to fill the emptiness in his heart with food. After eating, he phoned Dubao to ask him how the shopping had gone. Dubao explained that he'd looked at several pieces of silver, but none had been suitable. "I have a pair of silver vases here," said Zhenbao. "Someone gave them to us as wedding gifts. Take them to a shop and have them re-engraved. That should take care of it. You can return the money you've collected. It'll be my contribution." Dubao agreed, and Zhenbao said, "Perhaps you should come and get them now." He was anxious to see Dubao and to find out his reaction to seeing Jiaorui that morning. The whole scene had been so nonsensical and his own response so absurd that Zhenbao almost wondered if it had really happened. Dubao came, and Zhenbao casually brought the conversation round to Jiaorui. Dubao tapped his cigarette like a man of experience. "She's gotten old, really old," which apparently meant for a woman that she was finished. Zhenbao reviewed the scene that morning. Yes, she had grown old, but even this he envied. He looked at his wife. 8 years of marriage and still no trace of experience. She was hollow and spotless. She always would be. He told Yanli to wrap up the 2 silver vases on the mantelpiece and give them to Dubao. She scrambled around to find a chair, removed the cushion, stood on the chair, got some newspaper from the top of the cupboard, went back to the drawer for some string, found a string that was too short, wrapped up the vases and made a complete mess of it, even ripping the paper into pieces. Zhenbao watched the whole thing with growing irritation. All at once he strode over and grabbed the vases from her. He groaned loudly. "When a person's stupid, everything's a trial." Yanli's face flushed with resentment like a slave girl's. But then she smiled and laughed, glancing quickly at Dubao to see if he was laughing too, afraid he might not have caught her husband's joke. She stood to one side with her arms folded while Zhenbao wrapped up the silver vases. Her features were strangely clouded, as if a white membrane had been stretched across her face. Dubao was getting fidgety. At their house, friends and relatives often got fidgety. He wanted to leave. Anxious to make up for the faux pas, Yanli rallied. She pressed him warmly to stay if you aren't busy. She fawned and smiled, her eyes narrowing, her nose wrinkling flirtatiously. She often surprised people with such an unexpected intimacy. If Dubao had been a woman, she would have taken his hand in her own moist palm and held on, desperately imposing herself in a way that was sure to prove distasteful. Dubao said he really must go. At the door, he ran into the old maidservant bringing Huiying back. Dubao took some gum from his trousers pocket and gave it to the girl. "Say thank you, uncle," Yanli chimed in. Huiying dodged away. "Ah, so you're embarrassed," Dubao laughed. Huiying flipped up her Western-style skirt to hide her face, showing her underwear. "Now you should be really embarrassed," Yanli cried out. Huiying grabbed the gum, flipped the skirt over her face again and ran away laughing. Zhenbao sat watching his daughter with her thin, yellow, prancing hands and feet. Before, this child had not existed. He had summoned her out of thin air. Zhenbao went upstairs to wash his face. Downstairs, Yanli turned on the radio to listen to the news. Zhenbao thought it was a good idea for Yanli to listen to the news part of a modern woman's education. Perhaps she'd even pick up a phrase or two of Mandarin. He didn't know that Yanli listened to the radio just to hear a human voice. Zhenbao looked out of the window. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The oleander was blooming in the courtyard, and the flute was still playing in the street, as sharp and wheedling as the voice of a low-class woman. It wasn't a very good flute. The notes were shrill and hurt his ears. Here, on this lovely spring afternoon, Zhenbao looked around at the world he had made. There was no way to destroy it. The quiet house was filled with sunlight. Downstairs, a man's confident voice came over the radio, droning on and on. From the moment Zhenbao got married, he'd been convinced that everyone around him, starting with his mother, should be patting him on the back and offering him encouragement. His mother knew how much he'd sacrificed, but he felt that even those who didn't know all the details owed him respect, owed him a little sympathy in compensation. As a result, people often did make a point of praising him, though never enough, while Zhenbao devoted himself to doing all sorts of good deeds, things he'd take upon himself, without even being asked. He paid off some debts for Dubao, found him a wife, set him up in a house with his family. His sister was a particular problem, and this made him especially considerate toward unmarried or widowed friends. He got them jobs, money. There was nothing he wouldn't do. He spent a lot of time and effort obtaining a position for his sister at a school in the interior, because he'd heard that the male teachers there were all recent university graduates, every one of them unmarried. But his sister wasn't cut out for hardship. She threw a fit and came running back to Shanghai, not even finishing out her half-year contract. His mother sympathized with her daughter and criticized Zhenbao for being hasty. Yanli watched all this from the sidelines. It made her very angry on Zhenbao's behalf, and she complained to others whenever she could. But Yanli rarely saw anyone. Lacking a lively, sociable lady of the house, Zhenbao felt it was better to take people out, even if it did cost more. He never brought people home, but on those rare occasions when a friend came looking for Zhenbao and found that he wasn't in, Yanli proved an attentive hostess. She'd treat the guest like the closest of friends, freely discussing Zhenbao. Zhenbao always gets the short end of the stick. He's so good to people, so sincere, and then he's the one who suffers. Ah, but that's how it is, isn't it, Mr. Zhang? Sincerity doesn't get you anywhere nowadays. Even his own sister and brother are ungrateful, not to mention the friends who come around only when they want something, and they're all like that. I've seen it all, and Zhenbao won't change his ways, not one bit, even though he's the one who suffers, each and every time. A good man has no place in our world today. That's how it is, isn't it, Mr. Zhang? The friend would feel that soon he too would be numbered among the ungrateful, and a chill would creep into his heart. None of Zhenbao's friends liked Yanli, even though she was pretty, quiet, and refined, just the wife for someone else, a perfect backdrop for men busily engaged in vigorous, freewheeling conversation. Yanli had no women friends of her own, so she had no chance to compare her life with others, and find out how low she'd fallen in her own household. Zhenbao didn't encourage her to interact with other married women, because he knew that she wasn't up to it. Placed in an unfamiliar situation, she would just reveal all her weaknesses and encourage gossip. He forgave her for telling people he was unappreciated, because a woman's perspective is always limited. Anyway, she was protecting him. She hated to see him exploited. But when she made similar comments to the old maidservant, Zhenbao's temper got the better of him and he intervened. Then there was the time he heard Yanli complaining to 8-year-old Huiying. He didn't say anything about it, but not long after he sent Huiying off to boarding school. The house grew even quieter. Yanli began to suffer from constipation. She sat in the bathroom for several hours each day. That was the only place where it was all right to do nothing, say nothing, think nothing. The rest of the time she also did nothing, said nothing, and thought nothing, but she always felt a little uneasy about it. Only in the day-lit bathroom could she settle down and feel rooted. Yanli bent her head and stared at her own snow-white stomach, that stretch of pure gleaming white. Sometimes she stuck it out, sometimes she sucked it in. Her navel also changed its appearance. Now it was the eye of a Greek statue, sweet, clean, expressionless, while the next instant it protruded angrily, like the eye of a pagan god. An eye with an evil little smile, but adorable even so, with crow's feet tucked away in the corners. Zhenbao took Yanli to the doctor and bought her medicine as recommended by newspaper advertisements. Eventually, however, he decided that she wasn't all that concerned. She seemed to want to hang on to her little ailment as if it contributed to her importance. He stopped worrying about it. One day, he had a business lunch. It was the plum rain season, and before he'd left the office, the rain started. He hailed a rickshaw and went around to his house to fetch his raincoat. On the way, he couldn't help remembering that other time, when he was living at Jaiorwi's place, when the weather had changed and he dashed back in the rain to get his raincoat that very memorable day. He climbed out of the rickshaw and went in the front door, wrapped in the faint melancholy of his memories, but when he looked he saw that the raincoat wasn't in the closet. His heart thumped hard, and it seemed that events of a decade ago had come to life again. He walked toward the living room, his heart still pounding. He had a strange sense of destiny. His hand was on the doorknob to the living room. He opened it, and Yanli was in the room, along with a tailor who was standing at the end of the sofa. Everything was as usual, and Zhenbao relaxed. Then suddenly he grew tense again. He felt nervous, no doubt, because the two other people in the room were nervous too. "Are you having lunch at home?" Yanli asked. "No, I came back for my raincoat." He looked at the tailor's bundle on the chair, not a trace of moisture on it. It had been raining steadily for at least an hour. The tailor wasn't wearing galoshes. The tailor, when Zhenbao looked at him, seemed a little shaken. He went over to his bundle, pulled out a measuring tape, and started to take Yanli's measurements. Yanli's hand gestured weakly at Zhenbao. She said, "Your raincoat's hanging in the kitchen hallway to dry." She looked as if she meant to push the tailor away and fetch the raincoat herself, but she didn't move. She just stood there while the tailor busied himself about her measurements. Zhenbao knew that when you touch a woman in front of others after being close with her, there's a change in your manner, no mistaking it. He looked at them both with a cold, clear eye. The great white mouth of the rainy day sucked at the window. Outside was nothing but cold disarray. Inside, everything was sealed off. There was an intense intimacy between those three people enclosed in that single room. Zhenbao stood high above it all, distantly observing the two inexperienced people. He couldn't understand. How could she choose such a person? Although the tailor was young, his back was already a bit bent. His face was sallow and there were ringworm scars on his scalp. He looked like what he was, a tailor. Zhenbao went to get his raincoat and put it on, buttoning it up as he walked back to the living room. The tailor was gone. "Don't know when I'll be back," Zhenbao said to Yanli. "Don't wait supper." Yanli approached him deferentially and nodded. She seemed to be upset. Her hands wandered around, finding no place to rest but anxious to be doing something. She flipped on the radio. Time for the Mandarin news broadcast again. The voice of another man filled the room. Zhenbao felt there was no need for him to speak, so he turned and left, still buttoning his coat. He had no idea that his coat had so many buttons. The door to the living room was wide open, and the candid, straightforward man on the radio went on talking confidently. He was always right. Zhenbao thought, "I've been pretty good to her. I don't love her, but there's nothing I owe her an apology for. I haven't treated her badly. Such a lowly little thing. Probably she knows she's nothing. She wants to find someone even lower than she is, if only for comfort's sake. But I've been so good to her, so good." Back in the room, Yanli must have felt less than sure of herself. She turned off the radio with a pop. Standing in the entryway, Zhenbao suddenly felt himself choking up. If the man in the radio station, who went on discoursing so fluently, had sensed that his entire audience had all at once shut him off, he would have known what Zhenbao felt: an abrupt blockage, emptiness petrifying the gut. Zhenbao stood on the front steps of his house, facing the rainy street, until a rickshaw came by looking for customers. He got in without bothering to haggle over the fare and was pulled away. When he came home that evening, the steps were under a foot of water. In the dark and the wet, the house looked very different, appropriately enough, he felt. But when he went indoors, the hot, stifling smell and the line of yellow lamps leading upstairs were as before. The house was still the house. Nothing had changed. At the front door, he removed his shoes and socks, which were soaked through, gave them to the maidservant, and climbed barefoot to the bedroom upstairs. He reached out to flip the switch and saw that the bathroom light was on. When he looked through the half-open door, the bathroom resembled a narrow, hanging scroll in faded yellow-white. The light made Yanli her own faded yellow color. But never in dynastic history has a painting of a pretty woman taken up such an awkward subject. Yanli was adjusting her clothing. She was bent over, about to stand up, and her hair hung down over her face. She had already changed into her flowered white pajama top, which was bunched high up on her chest, half caught under her chin. The pajama pants lay piled around her feet, and her long body wavered over them like a white silkworm. In America, the scene would have made an excellent toilet paper advertisement, but to Zhenbao's hasty glance it was household filth, like a matted wad of hair on a rainy day, damp and giving off a stagnant, stifling human scent. He turned the light on in the bedroom. When Yanli saw that he had returned, she hurriedly asked, "Did you get your feet wet?" "I'm going to soak them right away," Zhenbao responded. "I'll be right out," said Yanli. "I'll tell Amayu to go heat some water. She's doing it now." Yanli washed her hands and came out, and Amayu brought the kettle up. Zhenbao sneezed. "You've caught a cold," said Amayu. "Don't you want to close the door?" Zhenbao closed the door and was alone in the bathroom, the rain still falling hard, clattering on the window panes. There was some sort of potted plant in the bathtub. It had flowers of a tender yellow, and even though it hadn't been out in the rain, it smelled as if it had been. The foot basin was next to the flower pot, and Zhenbao sat on the edge of the bathtub, bending over to wash his feet, careful not to splash hot water on the flowers. When he bent his head, he caught a whiff of a light, clean scent. He put one leg over the other knee, carefully wiped each toe dry with a towel, and suddenly was overcome with tenderness for himself. He looked at his own flesh, and it was as if someone else was doing the looking, a lover, full of grief because Zhenbao was throwing himself away for nothing. He shuffled on some slippers and stood at the window looking out. The rain had already tapered off and was gradually coming to a stop. The street was now a river. Mirrored in the waves, the street lamps were like a string of silver arrowheads that shot by, then disappeared. Vehicles thumped past, and behind each one a brilliant white wake unfurled like a peacock's tail, washing across the reflections of the street lamps. Slowly the white peacock's tail sent out golden stars, then lengthened and faded away. When the vehicle was gone, the white-gold arrowheads returned, shooting across the turbid yellow river and disappearing, shooting by, then gone. Pressing his hand against the windowpane, Zhenbao was keenly aware of his own hand, his own breath, deeply grieving. He thought of the bottle of brandy in the cabinet. He got it down, poured himself a full glass, and stood looking out the window as he sipped. Yanli walked up behind him and said, "That's a good idea, having a glass of brandy to warm your stomach. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold." The warm brandy went straight to his head. His eyes grew hard and hot. He turned and looked at her with loathing. He hated that kind of tedious, polite, small talk, and what he especially hated was this, that she seemed to be peering at him behind his back, trying to find out how much he knew. In the following 2 weeks, Yanli kept peering. Apparently she felt that he hadn't changed in any way, that he wasn't suspicious of her, and in time she relaxed and forgot that she'd had something to hide. Zhenbao was befuddled. Now it seemed that she didn't have a secret after all. It was like two white doors, tightly shut, flanked by a pair of flickering lamps on a wild plain at night. You pound at them with all your might, absolutely convinced that a murder is taking place inside. But when the doors open to admit you, there's no such thing. There's not even a building. All you can see under a few stars is empty mist and tangled weeds. Now that was truly frightening. Zhenbao started drinking a lot, openly consorting with women outside the house. It was not at all like before, when he retained some scruples. He came home reeking of drink, or he didn't come home at all, but Yanli always had an excuse, saying that he had a lot of new social obligations for his company that he couldn't refuse. She would never admit that it had anything to do with her. She kept on explaining it away to herself, and when his dissipation gradually got to the point where it couldn't be concealed, she explained it away to others too, smiling slightly, loyally covering up for him. Zhenbao was running wild almost to the point of bringing women home with him, but everyone still thought of him as a fine, upstanding man, a good man. For a month it rained constantly. One day, the old maidservant said that Zhenbao's woven silk shirt had shrunk in the wash and needed to be let out. Sitting on the bed with his shoes off, Zhenbao casually remarked, "Get the tailor to come and fix it." "The tailor hasn't come in a long time," said Yu. "I wonder if he's gone back to his hometown." Said Zhenbao to himself. Broken off as easily as that, not a bit of real feeling. How dirty, how petty. Really, he asked. Didn't he come to collect his bill at Dragon Boat Festival? His apprentice came, said Yu. This Yu had been with them for 3 years. She folded up some underpants and put them on the edge of the bed with a light pat. She didn't look at him, but the smile on her gentle old face was meant to be comforting. Zhenbao was filled with anger. That afternoon he took a woman out for a good time and purposely went around to his house for some money. The woman sat waiting for him in the pedicab. The sky had just cleared and the water on the street had not yet receded. Great clumps of parasol trees shone in the yellow river. Across the street, there was a bluish haze on the green trees around the little red houses. Damp yellow smoke came out of the chimneys and flew off at a low angle. Zhenbao returned with the money, smacked his umbrella down and splashed water all over the girl. She cried out sharply. Zhenbao climbed into the pedicab laughing, full of wet, muddy happiness. He looked at the upstairs window. It must have been Yanli standing there, but what he saw was a tea-tray lace doily, yellowing with age, stuck on the bathroom wall, or maybe it was a little white saucer with a tea-stained splotch in the center. Zhenbao smacked his umbrella into the water again. Break it to bits. Break it to bits. He couldn't smash up the home he'd made, or his wife, or his daughter, but he could smash himself up, the umbrella whacking the water and the cold, rank mud flying into his face. Again he was filled with tender sorrow for himself, a lover's sorrow, but at the same time a strong-willed self stood opposite the lover, pulling and pushing and fighting with her. He had to be smashed to bits, smash him to bits. The pedicab drove through the rippling water, and the water splashed the woman's clothes and her leather shoes and leather handbag. She complained, wanting him to pay for the damage. Zhenbao laughed, threw one arm around her and kept on splashing the water. After this, even Yanli ran out of excuses. Zhenbao didn't bring back money for the family, his daughter's tuition went unpaid, and the daily groceries were a problem too. At that point, Yanli became a brave little wife. Suddenly, at the age of nearly 30, she had grown up. She spoke fluently and compellingly, in tearful, eloquent complaints. "How ever can we go on like this? It's enough to kill me, the whole family depends on him. At this rate he'll lose his job at the factory. It's as if he's gone mad, he doesn't come home, and when he does he hits people and smashes things up. He wasn't like this before. "Oh, Mr. Liu, can you imagine? Can you tell me what I should do? How am I supposed to cope with this?" All at once Yanli gained self-confidence. She had social status. She had sympathy. She had friends. One night Zhenbao came back home to find her sitting in the living room talking with Dubao. Of course they were discussing him, and when he appeared she fell silent. She was dressed all in black, and though the wrinkles on her worried face were visible in the lamplight, she still had an aura of hidden beauty. Zhenbao didn't rush around smashing tables and lamps. He walked in, nodded to Dubao, and said a few words about the weather. He lit a cigarette and sat down casually to discuss current events and the stock market. Finally, he said he was tired and would go to bed early. He took his leave of them and headed up the stairs. Yanli simply couldn't understand what was happening. It looked as if she'd been lying. It was all very hard to explain. After Dubao left, Zhenbao heard Yanli entering the bedroom. Right when she came in the door, he swept the lamp and the hot water thermos off the little cabinet. They fell to the floor and cracked wide open, smashed to bits. He bent down and picked up the metal base of the lamp, hurling it at her, electrical cord and all. Turning, she fled from the room. Zhenbao felt that she had been completely defeated. He was extremely pleased with himself. He stood there laughing silently, the quiet laughter flowing out of his eyes and spilling over his face like tears. The old maidservant stood in the doorway gaping, broom and dustpan in hand. Zhenbao turned the light off. She didn't dare enter the room. Zhenbao fell asleep on the bed, slept through to the middle of the night when mosquito bites woke him. He rose and turned on the light. A pair of Yanli's embroidered slippers were lying in the middle of the floor at cross angles, one a bit ahead, the other a bit behind, like a ghost that was afraid to materialize, walking fearfully, pleadingly toward him. Zhenbao sat on the edge of the bed and stared for a long time. When he lay down again, he sighed. He could feel his old benevolent mood stealing over him bit by bit, wrapping itself around him. Countless worries and duties and mosquitoes buzzed around him, stinging him and sucking at him. The next day, Zhenbao rose and reformed his ways. He made a fresh start and went back to being a good man. Fireworks Richard Ford Eddie Starling sat at the kitchen table at noon reading through the newspaper. Outside in the street, some neighborhood kids were shooting off firecrackers. The 4th of July was a day away, and every few minutes there was a lot of noisy popping followed by a hiss, then a huge boom loud enough to bring down an airplane. It was giving him the jitters, and he wished some parent would go out and haul the kids inside. Starling had been out of work 6 months, one entire selling season and part of the next. He had sold real estate and had never been off work any length of time in his life. Though he had begun to wonder, after a certain period of not working, if you couldn't simply forget how to work, forget the particulars, lose the reasons for it. And once that happened, it could become possible never to hold another job as long as you lived. To become a statistic, the chronically unemployed. The thought worried him. Outside in the street he heard what sounded like kids' noises again. They were up to something suspicious, and he stood up to look out just when the phone rang. "What's new on the home front?" Lois's voice said. Lois had gone back to work tending bar near the airport and always tried to call up in good spirits. "Status quo. Hot." Starling walked to the window, holding the receiver, and peered out. In the middle of the street, some kids he'd never seen before were getting ready to blow up a tin can using an enormous firecracker. "Some kids are outside blowing up something." "Anything good in the paper?" "Nothing promising." "Well," Lois said, "just be patient, hun. I know it's hot. Listen, Eddie, do you remember those priests who were always setting fire to themselves on TV? Exactly when were they? We were trying to remember here. Was it 68 or 72? Nobody could remember to save their life." 68 was Kennedy, Starling said. "They weren't just setting themselves on fire for TV, though. They were in Asia." "Okay, but when was Vietnam exactly?" The kids lit the firecracker under the can and went running away down the street, laughing. For a moment Starling stared directly at the can, but just then a young woman came out of the house across the street. As she stepped into her yard, the can went boom and the woman leaped back and put her hands into her hair. "Christ, what was that?" Lois said. "It sounded like a bomb." "It was those kids." "The scamps," Lois said. "I guess they're hot too, though." The woman was very thin, too thin to be healthy, Starling thought. She was in her 20s and had on dull yellow shorts and no shoes. She walked out into the street and yelled something vicious at the kids, who were far down the street now. Starling knew nothing more about her than he did about anybody else in the neighborhood. The name on the mailbox had been taped over before he and Lois had moved in. A man lived with the woman and worked on his car in the garage late at night. The woman walked slowly back across her little yard to her house. At the top step she turned and looked at Starling's house. He stared at her and the woman went inside and closed the door. "Eddie, take a guess who's here," Lois said. "Who's where?" "In the bar." "One wild guess." "Arthur Godfrey," Starling said. "Arthur Godfrey, that's great," Lois said. "No, it's Louis. He just waltzed in the door. Isn't that amazing?" Louis Rionner was Lois's previous husband. Starling and Rionner had been business acquaintances of a sort before Lois came along, and had co-brokered some office property at the tail end of the boom. Rionner had been in real estate then, along with everybody else. Rionner and Lois had stayed married 6 weeks, then they had gone over to Reno and gotten an annulment. A year later, Lois married Starling. That had all been in '76, and Lois didn't talk about it or about Rionner anymore. Louis had disappeared somewhere, he'd heard Europe. He didn't feel like he had anything against Louis now, though he wasn't particularly happy he was around. "Just take a guess what Louis's doing," Lois said. Water had started to run where Lois was. "Who knows? Washing dishes." "How should I know?" Lois repeated what Starling said, and some people laughed. He heard Louis's voice saying, "Well, excuse me." "Seriously, Ed, Louis's an extraditor." Lois laughed. "Huh, what's that mean?" Starling said. "It means he travels the breadth of the country bringing people back here so they can go to jail. He just brought a man back from Montana who'd done nothing more than pass a $47 bad check, which doesn't seem worth it to me. Louis isn't in uniform, but he's got a gun and a little beeper." "What's he doing there?" Starling said. "His girlfriend's coming in at the airport from Florida," Lois said. "He's a lot fatter than he used to be, too, though he wouldn't like me to say that, would you, Louis?" Starling heard Rionner say "excuse me" again. "Do you want to talk to him? I'm busy right now." "Busy doing what? Eating lunch? You're not busy." "I'm fixing dinner," Starling lied. "Talk to Louis, Eddie." Starling wanted to hang up. He wished Rionner would go back to wherever he came from. "Hello, Dara," Rionner said. "Who left your cage open, Rionner? Come on down here and have a drink, Starling, and I'll tell you all about it. I've seen the world since I saw you. Italy, France, the islands. You know what an Italian girl puts behind her ears to make herself more attractive?" "I don't want to know," Starling said. "That's not what Lois says." Rionner laughed a hoarse laugh. "I'm busy." "Some other time, maybe." "Sure you are," Rionner said. "Listen, Eddie, get off your face and come down here. I'll tell you how we can both retire in 6 months. Honest to God, this is not real estate." "I already retired," Starling said. "Didn't Lois tell you?" "Yeah, she told me a lot of things," Rionner said. He could hear Lois say, "Please don't be a nerd, Eddie. Who needs nerds?" Some people laughed again. "I shouldn't even be talking about this on the phone. It's that hot." Rionner's voice fell to a whisper. He was covering the mouthpiece of the receiver, Starling thought. "These are Italian rugs, Starling, I swear to God, from the neck of the sheep, the neck only. You only get tips on things like this in law enforcement." "I told you, I'm retired." "I retired early," Starling said. "Eddie, am I going to have to come out there and arrest you?" "Try it," Starling said. "I'll beat the shit out of you, then laugh about it." He heard Rionner put the phone down and say something he couldn't make out. Then he heard Rionner shout, "Stay on your face then, cluck." Lois came on the line again. "Baby, why don't you come down here?" A blender started in the background and a big cheer went up. We're all adults. Have a tanqueray on Louis. He's on all expenses. There might be something to this. Louis's always got ideas. Riener's just got ideas about you, not me. He heard Riener say to Lois to tell him Starling to forget it. Tell Riener to piss up a rope. Try to be nice, Lois said. Louis's being nice. Eddie Starling hung up. When he worked, Starling had sold business properties, commercial lots, and office buildings. He had studied that in college, and when he got out he was offered a good job. People would always need a place to go to work, was his thinking. He liked the professional environment, the atmosphere of money being made, and for a while he had done very well. He and Lois had rented a nice, sunny apartment in an older part of town by a park. They bought furniture and didn't save money. While Starling worked, Lois kept house, took care of plants and fish, and attended a night class for her degree in history. They had no children and didn't expect any. They liked the size of the town and the stores, knew shopkeepers' names and where the streets led. It was a life they could like, and better than they both could have guessed would come their way. Then interest rates had gone sky high, and suddenly no one wanted commercial property. Everything was rent. Starling rented space in malls and in professional buildings and in empty shops downtown where older businesses had moved out and leather stores, health food and copy shops moved in. It was a holding action, Starling thought, until people wanted to spend again. Then he had lost his job. One morning, his boss at the agency asked him back to his private office, along with a fat woman named Beverly who'd been there longer than Starling had. His boss told them he was closing down and wanted to tell them first because they'd been there the longest, and he wanted them to have a chance for the other jobs. Starling remembered feeling dazed when he heard the bad news, but he remembered thanking the boss, wishing him good luck, then comforting Beverly, who went to pieces in the outer office. He had gone home and told Lois, and they had gone out to dinner at a Greek restaurant that night and gotten good and drunk. As it turned out, though, there weren't any other jobs to get. He visited the other agencies and talked to salesmen he knew, but all of his friends were terrified of being laid off themselves and wouldn't say much. After a month, he heard that his boss hadn't closed the agency down, but had simply hired 2 new people to take his and Beverly's places. When he called to ask about it, the boss apologized, then claimed to have an important call on another line. In 6 weeks, Starling had still not found a job, and when the money ran out and they couldn't pay the rent, he and Lois sublet the apartment to 2 nurses who worked at a hospital and got out. Lois found an ad in the Pennysaver that said, "No rent for responsible couple house sit opportunity," and they moved in that day. The house was a ranchette in a tract of small, insignificant houses on fenced-in postage stamp lots down on the plain of the Sacramento River, out from town. The owner was an Air Force sergeant who had been stationed in Japan, and the house was decorated with Oriental tastes, wind chimes and fat figures stitched over silk, a red enamel couch in the living room, rice paper lanterns on the patio. There was an old pony in the back, from when the owner had been married with kids, and a couple of wrecked cars in the carport. All the people who lived on the street, Starling noticed, were younger than the 2 of them. More than a few were in the Air Force and fought loud, regular arguments and came and went at all hours. There was always a door slamming after midnight, then a car starting up and racing away into the night. Starling had never thought he'd find himself living in such a place. He stacked the dishes, put the grounds in the newspaper, and emptied all the waste baskets into a plastic bag. He intended to take the garbage for a ride. Everybody in the subdivision either drove their garbage to a dump several miles away or toward the convenience stores and shopping malls until they found a dumpster no one was watching. Once a black woman had run out of a convenience store and cursed at him for ditching his garbage in her dumpster, and since then he'd waited till dark. This afternoon, though, he needed to get out of the house, as though with the heat and talking to Raynor there wasn't enough air inside to breathe. He had the garbage set out the back door when the phone rang again. Sometimes car dealers called during lunch, wanting to talk to the Air Force sergeant, and Starling had learned not to answer until after 1, when car salesmen all left for lunch. This time it might be Lois again, wanting him to come by the bar to see Raynor, and he didn't want to answer. Only he didn't want Lois going off somewhere, and he didn't want Raynor coming over. Raynor would think the house with the pony was a comedy act. Starling picked up the phone. "All right, what is it?" An unfamiliar voice said, "Dad, is that you?" "No, Dad's here, Raynor," Starling said. "Dad," the voice said again, "it's Jeff." A woman's voice came on the line. "I have a collect call to anyone from a Jeff. Will you pay for the call?" "Wrong number," Starling said. He couldn't be sure it wasn't Raynor still. "Dad," the voice said. It was a teenager's voice, a worried voice. "We're in awful trouble here, Dad. They've got Margie in jail." "No, I can't help," Starling said. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." "This party says you've got the wrong number, Jeff," the operator said. "I know my own father's voice, don't I, Dad? For God's sake, this is serious. We're in trouble." "I don't know any Jeffs," Starling said. "It's just the wrong number." Starling could hear whoever was on the line hit something against the phone very hard, then say, "Shit. This isn't happening. I can't believe this is happening." The voice said something to someone else who was wherever he was, possibly a policeman. "It's the wrong number," the operator said. "I'm very sorry." "Me too," Starling said. "I'm sorry." "Would you like to try another number now, Jeff?" the operator asked. "Dad, please accept, please, my God, please." "Excuse the ring, sir," the operator said, and the line was disconnected. Starling put down the phone and stared out the window. The 3 boys who had blown up the tin can were walking past, eyeing his house. They were going for more fireworks. The torn can lay in the street, and the woman across the way was watching them from her picture window, pointing them out to a man in an undershirt who didn't look like the man who worked on his car at night. He wondered if the woman was married or divorced. If she had children, where were they? He wondered who it was who had called the sergeant's kids were all too young. He wondered what kind of trouble Jeff was in, and where was he? He should have accepted the charges, said a word of consolation, or given some advice, since the kid had seemed at wit's end. He'd been in trouble in his life. He was in trouble now, in fact, but he hadn't been any help. He drove toward town and cruised the lot at the King's Hat drive-in, took a look in at the Super Duper, then drove behind a truck stop. The garbage was with him in the hot front seat and already smelled bad despite the plastic. It was at the Super Duper that the black woman had yelled at him and threatened to turn his garbage over to the police. Starling stopped back at the Super Duper, parked at the side of the lot by the dumpster, and went inside, leaving the garbage in the driver's seat. A different black woman was inside. He bought some breakfast cereal, a bag of frozen macaroni, and a bottle of hot sauce, then went back out to the car. Another car had driven in and parked beside his, and the driver, a woman, was sitting in view of the dumpster, waiting for someone who had gone inside. The woman might be another Super Duper employee, Starling thought, or possibly the wife of someone in the back he hadn't noticed. He got in his car and drove straight out to a campground beside the Sacramento River, less than a mile from the house. He had come here and picnicked once with Lois, though the campground was empty now, all the loops and tables deserted. He pulled up beside a big green campground dumpster and heaved his garbage in without getting out of the car. Beyond the dumpster, through some eucalyptus trees, he could see the big brown river sliding swiftly by, pieces of yellow foam swirling in and out of the dark eddies. It was a treacherous river, he thought, full of perils. Each year someone drowned, and there were currents running deep beneath the surface. No one in his right mind would think of swimming in it, no matter how hot it got. As he drove out, he passed 2 motorcycles with Oregon plates, parked at the far end of the campground, and two hippies with long hair sitting on a rock, smoking. The hippies watched him when he drove by and didn't bother hiding their dope. Two young women were coming out of the bushes nearby, wearing bathing suits, and one of the hippies gave Starling the Black Power salute and grinned. Starling drove back out to the highway. The hippies reminded him of San Francisco. His mother, Irma, had lived there with her last husband, Rex, who'd had money. When he was in community college, Starling had lived there with them for 6 months, before moving with his first wife across the bay to Alameda near the airport. They had been hippies of a certain kind themselves then, and had smoked dope occasionally. Jan, his first wife, had had an abortion in a student apartment right on the campus. Abortions were not easy to get then, and they'd had to call Honolulu to get a name out in Castroville. They had been married 6 months, and Starling's mother had had to lend them money she'd gotten from Rex. When the abortionist came, he brought a little metal box with him, like a fishing tackle box. They sat in the living room of the student apartment and talked about this and that, and drank beer. The man was named Dr. Carson. He told them he was being prosecuted at that very moment, and was losing his license for doing this very thing, performing abortions, but that people needed help. He had 3 children of his own, he said, and Starling wondered if he ever performed abortions on his own wife. Dr. Carson said it would cost $400, and he could do it the next night, but needed all cash. Before he left, he opened his metal box. There was nothing in it but fishing gear, a P-Fluger reel, some monofilament line, several red-end white jitterbug lures. They had all 3 laughed. You couldn't be too cautious, Dr. Carson said. They all liked each other and acted like they could be friends in happier days. The next night, Dr. Carson came with a metal box that looked exactly the same as the one before, green with a silver handle. He went into the bedroom with Jan and closed the door while Starling sat in the living room, watched TV and drank beer. It was Christmas time and Andy Williams was on, singing carols with a man in a bear suit. After a while, a loud whirring noise like an expensive blender came out of the bedroom. It continued for a while, then stopped, then started. Starling became nervous. Dr. Carson, he knew, was mixing up his little baby, and Jan was feeling excruciating pain but wasn't making noise. Starling felt sick then with fear and guilt and helplessness, and with love. It was the first time he knew what real love was, his love for his wife, and for all the things he valued in his life but could so easily lose. Later, Dr. Carson came out and said everything would be fine. He smiled and shook Starling's hand and called him Ted, which was the phony name Starling had given him. Starling paid him the money in hundreds, and when Dr. Carson drove off, Starling stood out on the tiny balcony and waved. The doctor blinked his headlights, and in the distance Starling could see a small private plane settling down to the airport in the dark, its red tail light blinking like a wishing star. Starling wondered where the hell Jan was now, or Dr. Carson, 15 years later. Jan had gotten peritonitis and almost died after that, and when she got well she wasn't interested in being married to Eddie Starling anymore. She seemed very disappointed. 3 months later she had gone to Japan, where she'd had a pen pal since high school, someone named Haruki. For a while she wrote Starling letters, then stopped. Maybe, he thought, she had moved back down to L.A. with her mother. He wished his own mother was alive still, and he could call her up. He was 39 years old, though, and he knew it wouldn't help. Starling drove along the river for a few miles until the wide vegetable and cantaloupe fields opened out, and the horizon extended a long way in the heat to a hazy wind line of Lombardy poplars. High, slat-sided trucks sat stationed against the white skyline, and men were picking in the near fields and beyond in long, dense crews. Mexicans, Starling thought, transients who worked for nothing. It was a depressing thought. There was nothing they could do to help themselves, but it was still depressing, and Starling pulled across the road and turned back toward town. He drove out toward the airport, along the strip where it was mostly franchises and consignment lots and little shopping plazas, some of which he had once found the tenants for. All along the way, people had put up fireworks stands for the 4th of July, red, white, and blue banners fluttering on the hot breeze. Some of these people undoubtedly lived out where he and Lois lived now, in the same subdivision. That would mean something, he thought, if one day you found yourself looking out at the world going past from inside a fireworks stand. Things would have gotten far out of hand when that time came. There was no arguing it. He thought about driving past the apartment to see if the nurses who sublet it were keeping up the little yard. The nurses, Jerry and Madeline, were two big dykes with men's haircuts and baggy clothes. They were friendly types, and in the real estate business dykes were considered A1's good tenants. They paid their rent, kept quiet, maintained property in good order, and held a firm stake in the status quo. They were like a married couple, was the business reasoning. Thinking about Jerry and Madeline, he drove past the light where their turn was, then just decided to keep driving. There was nothing to do now, Starling thought, but drive out to the bar. The afternoon shift meant no one came in until Lois was almost ready to leave, and sometimes they could have the bar to themselves. Raynor would be gone by now, and it would be cool inside, and he and Lois could have a quiet drink together, toast better cards on the next deal. They had had good times doing nothing but sitting talking. Lois was leaning over the jukebox across from the bar when Starling came in. Mel, the owner, took afternoons off, and the place was empty. A dark green bar light shone over everything, and the room was cool. He was glad to see Lois. She had on tight black slacks and a frilly white top and looked jaunty. Lois was a jaunty woman to begin with, and he was happy he'd come. He had met Lois in a bar called the Amvits down in Rio Vista. It was before she and Louis Raynor became a twosome, and when he saw her in a bar now, it always made him think of things then. That had been a high time, and when they talked about it, Lois liked to say, "Some people are just meant to experience the highest moments of their lives in bars." Starling sat on a bar stool. "I hope you came down here to dance with your wife," Lois said, still leaning over the jukebox. She punched a selection and turned around, smiling. "I figured you'd waltz in here pretty soon." Lois came by and patted him on the cheek. "I went ahead and punched in all your favorites." "Let's have a drink first," Starling said. "I've got an edge that needs a drink." "Drink first, dance second," Lois said, and went behind the bar and got down the bottle of Tanqueray. "Mel wouldn't mind," Starling said. "Mary had a little lamb," Lois said while she poured a glassful. She looked up at Starling and smiled. "It's 5 o'clock someplace on the planet. Here's to old Mel." "And some better luck," Starling said, taking a big first drink of gin and letting it trickle down his throat as slowly as he could. Lois had been drinking already, he was sure, with Raynor. That wasn't the best he could have hoped for, but it could be worse. She and Raynor could be shacked up in a motel, or on their way to Reno or the Bahamas. Raynor was gone, and that was a blessing, and he wasn't going to let Raynor cast a shadow on things. "Poor old Lou," Lois said, and came around the bar with a pink drink she'd poured out of the blender. "Poor Lou what?" Starling said. Lois sat down beside him on a bar stool and lit a cigarette. "Oh, his stomach's all shot and he's got an ulcer. He said he worries too much." She blew out the match and stared at it. "You want to hear what he drinks?" "Who cares what a dope like Raynor drinks out of a glass?" Starling said. Lois looked at him, then stared at the mirror behind the bar. The smoky mirror showed two people sitting at a bar alone. A slow country tune started to play, a tune Starling liked, and he liked the way with the gin around it seemed to ease him away from his own troubles. "So tell me what Raynor drinks," he said. "Vodka," Lois said matter-of-factly. "That's the way he says it. Vodka, like Russian. Vodka with coconut milk, a Hawaiian Russian. He say it's for his stomach, which he says is better though it's still a wreck. He's a walking pharmacy. And he's gotten a lot fatter too, and his eyes bulge, and he wears a full Cleveland now. I don't know." Lois shook her head and smoked her cigarette. He's got a cute girlfriend, though, this Jackie from Del Rio Beach. She looks like little Bo Peep. Starling tried to picture Rayoneur. Louis Rayoneur had been a large, handsome man at one time, with thick eyebrows and penetrating black eyes. A sharp dresser. He was sorry to hear Rayoneur was fat and bug-eyed and wore a leisure suit. It was bad luck if that was the way you looked to the world. How was it seeing Louis? Was it nice? He stared at himself in the smoky mirror. He hadn't gotten fat, thank God. No, Lois said and dragged on her cigarette. He was nice, grown up and what have you, but it wasn't nice. He didn't look healthy and he still talked the same baloney, which was all before Jackie arrived naturally. All what baloney? You know that stuff, Eddie. Everybody makes themselves happy or unhappy. You don't leave one woman for another woman, you do it for yourself. If you can't make it with one, make it with all of them. That baloney he was always full of. Take the tour. Go big casino, that stuff. Rayoneur stuff. Rayoneur's big casino, all right, Starling said. I guess he wanted you to go off with him. Oh, sure. He said he was off to Miami next week to arrest some poor soul. He said I ought to go, and we could stay at the Fontainebleau or the Eden Rock or one of those sharp places. What about me? Starling said. Did I come, or did I stay here? What about little Jackie? Louis didn't mention either one of you. Isn't that funny? I guess it slipped his mind. Lois smiled and put her arm on Starling's arm. It's just baloney, Eddie, trashy talk. I wish he was here now, Starling said. I'd use a beer bottle on him. I know it, hun, but you should have heard what this little girlfriend said. It was a riot. She's a real Ripley's. She'd need to be, Starling said. Really. She said if Louis ran around on her, she was going to sleep with a black man. She said she already had one picked out. She really knew how to work Louis. She said Louis had a house full of these cheap Italian carpets, and nobody to sell them to. That was his big deal. He needed a partner for, by the way, not a very big market over here, I guess. She said Louis was thinking of selling them in Idaho. Good luck with that, I said. She said, and this would have made you laugh, Eddie, it would have truly, she said, it's a doggy-dog world out there. Doggy-dog. She was real cute. When she said that, Louis got down on the floor and barked like a dog. He dropped his pistol out of his whatever you call it, his scabbard, and his beeper. Lois was laughing. He was like a big animal down on the floor of the bar. I'm sorry I missed it. Louis can be funny, Lois said. Maybe you should have married him then. I did marry him. Too bad you didn't stay married to him instead of me. I don't have a beeper. I like what you have got, though, sweetheart. She squeezed his arm. Nobody would love me like you do, you know. I think that. Rayoneur was just my mistake, but I can laugh at him today because I don't have to live with him. You're such a big mama's boy, you don't want anybody to have any fun. I'd like to have a little fun, Starling said. Let's go where there's some fun. Lois leaned and kissed him on the cheek. Smell awfully nice, she smiled at him. Come on and dance with me, Ed. Justice demands that you dance with me. You have that light step. It's nice when you do. Lois walked out onto the little dance floor and took Starling's hand. He stood close to her and they danced to the slow music on the jukebox, holding together the way they had when he'd first known her. He felt a little drunk. A buzz improved a thing, he thought, made a good moment out of nothing. You're a natural dancer, Eddie, Lois said softly. Remember us dancing at Powell's on the beach with everybody watching us. You like having men think about you, Starling said. Oh, sure, I guess. Lois's cheek was against his cheek. It makes me feel like I'm in a movie sometimes, you know. Everybody does that, don't they? I never do. Don't you ever wonder what your ex thinks about you, old Jan? That was a long time ago, I guess. Bygones are bygones to me, Starling said. I don't think about it. You're such a literal, Eddie. You get lost in the lonely crowd, I think sometimes. That's why I want to be nice and make you happy. She held him close to her so that her hips were next to his. Isn't this nice? It's nice to dance with you. Starling saw now that the bar was decorated with red, white, and blue crepe paper features he'd missed. Little curlicues and ribbons and stars hung from the dark rafters and down off the shaded green bar lights and the beer signs and the framed pictures behind the back bar. This was festive, he thought. Lois had fixed it, it showed her hand. Before long a crowd would be in, the lights would go up and shine out, the music would be turned up loud. It would be a good time. "That's nice," Starling said. "I just love this," Lois said. Her head was on his shoulder. "I just love this so much." On the highway toward home, Starling passed the hippies he had seen at the campground. They were heading in now, the women on the rear seats, the men driving fast, leaning as if the wind blew them back. In town, a big fireworks display staged by a shopping mall was beginning. Catherine wheels and star bursts and blue and pink sprays were going off in the twilight. Cars were stopped along the road, and people with children sat on their hoods, drinking beer and watching the sky. It was nearly dark and rain had begun to threaten. "Everything's moved out to the malls now," Lois said, "including the fireworks." She had been dozing, and now she leaned against her door, staring back toward the lights. "I wouldn't care to work in one," Starling said, driving. Lois said nothing. "You know what I was just thinking about," she said after a while. "Tell me," Starling said. "Your mother," Lois said. "Your mother was a sweet old lady, you know that. I liked her very much. I remember she and I would go to the mall and buy her a blouse. Just some blouse she could have bought in Bullock's in San Francisco, but she wanted to buy it here to be sweet and special." Lois smiled about it. "Remember when we bought fireworks?" Starling's mother had liked fireworks. She liked to hear them pop so she could laugh. Starling remembered having fireworks one year in the time since he'd been married to Lois. When was that, he thought? A time lost now. Remember, she held the little teenies right in her fingers and let them go off. That tickled her so much. "That was her trick," Eddie said. "Rex taught her that." "I guess he did," Lois said. "But you know, I don't blame you really for being such a mama's boy, Eddie. Not with your mama, unlike mine, for instance. She's why you're as nice as you are." "I'm selfish," Starling said. "I always have been. I'm capable of lying, stealing, cheating." Lois patted him on the shoulder. "You're generous, though, too." Rain was starting in big drops that looked like snow on the windshield. Lights from their subdivision glowed out under the lowered sky ahead. "This weird thing happened today," Starling said. "I can't quit thinking about it." Lois slid over by him. She put her head on his shoulder and her hand on his leg. "I knew something had happened, Eddie. You can't hide anything. The truth is just on you." "There's no truth to this," Starling said. "Just the phone rang when I was leaving, and it was this kid, Jeff. He was in some kind of mess. I didn't know who he was, but he thought I was his father. He wanted me to accept charges." "You didn't, did you?" Starling looked toward the subdivision. "No." "I should have, though. It's on my mind now that I should have helped him. I just finished talking to Raynor." "He might have been in Rangoon, for Christ's sake," Lois said. "Or Helsinki. You don't know where he was. It could have cost you $500, then you couldn't have helped him anyway. You were smart, is what I think." "It wouldn't matter, though. I could have given him some advice. He said somebody was in jail. It's just on my mind now. It'll go away." "Get a good job and then accept charges from Istanbul," Lois said and smiled. "I just wonder who he was," Starling said. "For some reason I thought he was over in Reno. Isn't that odd? Just a voice." "It'd be worse if he was in Reno," Lois said. "Are you sorry you don't have one of your own?" Lois looked over at him strangely. "One what? A son, or didn't you tell me you almost had one? There was something about that with Jan." "That was a long time ago," Starling said. "We were idiots." "Some people claim they make your life hold together better, though," Lois said. "Not if you're broke, they don't," Starling said. "All they do is make you sorry." "Well, we'll just float on through life together then, how's that?" Lois put her hand high on his leg. "No blues today, hun, okay?" They were at the little dirt street where the ranchette was at the far end. A fireworks hut had been built in the front yard of the first small house, a chain of bright yellow bulbs strung across the front. An elderly woman was standing in the hut, her face expressionless. She had on a sweater and was holding a little black poodle. All the fireworks but a few Roman candles had been sold off the shelves. "I never thought I'd live where people sold fireworks right in their front yards," Lois said, and faced front. Starling peered into the lighted hut. The rain was coming down in a slow drizzle and water shone off the oiled street. He felt the urge to gesture to the woman but didn't. You could just about say we lived in a place where you wouldn't want to live if you could help it. Funny, isn't it? That just happens to you. Lois laughed. I guess it's funny, Starling said. It's true. What you dream up for dinner, Eddie? I've built up a hunger all of a sudden. I forgot about it, Starling said. There's some macaroni. Whatever, Lois said. It's fine. Starling pulled into the gravel driveway. He could see the pony standing out in the dark where the fenced weed lot extended to the side of the house. The pony looked like a ghost, its white eyes unmoving in the rain. Tell me something, Starling said. If I ask you something, will you tell me? If there's something to tell, Lois said. Sometimes there isn't anything, you know, but go ahead. What happened with you and Raynor, he said. All that Renault stuff. I never asked you about that, but I want to know. That's easy, Lois said and smiled at him in the dark car. I just realized I didn't love Raynor, that's all, period. I realized I loved you and I didn't want to be married to somebody I didn't love. I wanted to be married to you. It isn't all that complicated or important. Lois put her arms around his neck and hugged him hard. Don't be cloudy now, sweet. You've just had some odd luck is all. Things'll get better, you'll get back. Let me make you happy. Let me show you something to be happy, baby doll. Lois slid across the seat against the door and went down into her purse. Starling could hear wind chimes in the rain. Let me just show you, Lois said. Starling couldn't see. Lois opened the door out into the drizzle, turned her back to him and struck a match. He could see it brighten. And then there was a sparkling and hissing, and then a brighter one, and Starling smelled the harsh burning and the smell of rain together. Then Lois closed the door and danced out before the car into the rain with the sparklers, waving her arms round in the air, smiling widely and making swirls and patterns and starfalls for him that were brilliant and illuminated the night and the bright rain and the little dark house behind her, and for a moment caught the world and stopped it, as though something sudden and perfect had come to earth in a furious glowing for him, and for him, alone Eddie Starling, and only he could watch and listen. And only he would be there, waiting, when the light was finally gone. We didn't Stuart Diebeck, we did it in front of the mirror and in the light. We did it in darkness, in water, and in the high grass. Yehuda Amichai, we did it, we didn't in the light, we didn't in darkness. We didn't in the fresh-cut summer grass or in the mounds of autumn leaves or on the snow where moonlight threw down our shadows. We didn't in your room on the canopy bed you slept in, the bed you'd slept in as a child, or in the backseat of my father's rusted Rambler, which smelled of the smoked chubs and kielbasa he delivered on weekends from my Uncle Vincent's meat market. We didn't in your mother's Buick 8, where a rosary twined the rearview mirror like a beaded, black snake with silver, cruciform fangs. At the dead end of our lover's lane, a side street of abandoned factories where I perfected the pinch that springs open a bra. Behind the lilac bushes in Marquette Park, where you first touched me through my jeans and your nipples, swollen against transparent cotton, seemed the shade of lilacs. In the balcony of the now-defunct Clark Theater, where I wiped popcorn salt from my palms and slid them up your thighs and you whispered, I feel like Doris Day is watching us. We didn't. How adept we were at fumbling, how perfectly mistimed our timing, how utterly we confused energy with ecstasy. Remember that night becalmed by heat, and the two of us, fused by sweat, trembling as if a wind from outer space that only we could feel was gusting across Oak Street Beach. Entwined in your faded Navajo blanket, we lay soul-kissing until you wept with wanting. We'd been kissing all day, all summer, kisses tasting of different shades of lip gloss and too many Cokes. The lake had turned hot pink, rose rapture, pearl amethyst with dusk, then washed in night black with a ruff of silver foam. Beyond a momentary horizon, silent bolts of heat lightning throbbed, perhaps setting barns on fire somewhere in Indiana. The beach that had been so crowded was deserted as if there was a curfew. Only the bodies of lovers remained, visible in lightning flashes, scattered like the fallen on a battlefield, a few of them moaning, waiting for the gulls to pick them clean. On my fingers, your slick scent mixed with the coconut musk of the suntan lotion we'd repeatedly smeared over each other's bodies. When your bikini top fell away, my hands caught your breasts, memorizing their delicate weight, my palms cupped as if bringing water to parched lips. Along the Gold Coast, high-rises began to glow, window added to window against the dark. In every lighted bedroom, couples home from work were stripping off their business suits, falling to the bed and doing it. They did it before mirrors and pressed against the glass in streaming shower stalls. They did it against walls and on the furniture in ways that required previously unimagined gymnastics, which they invented on the spot. They did it in honor of man and woman, in honor of beast, in honor of God. They did it because they'd been released, because they were home free, alive, and private, because they couldn't wait any longer, couldn't wait for the appointed hour, for the right time or temperature, couldn't wait for the future, for messiahs, for peace on earth and justice for all. They did it because of the bomb, because of pollution, because of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, because extinction might be just a blink away. They did it because it was Friday night. It was Friday night, and somewhere delirious music was playing flutter-tongued flutes, muted trumpets meowing like cats in heat, feverish plucking and twanging, tom-toms, congas and gongs all pounding the same pulse beat. I stripped your bikini bottom down the skinny rails of your legs, and you tugged my swimsuit past my tan. Swimsuits at our ankles, we kicked like swimmers to free our legs, almost expecting a tide to wash over us the way the tide rushes in on Burt Lancaster and Deborah Kerr in From Here to Eternity, a love scene so famous that, although neither of us had seen the movie, our bodies assumed the exact position of movie stars on the sand, and you whispered to me softly, "I'm afraid of getting pregnant." And I whispered back, "Don't worry, I have protection," then still kissing you. Felt for my discarded cutoffs and the wallet in which for the last several months I had carried a Trojan as if it was a talisman. Still kissing, I tore its flattened, dried-out wrapper, and it sprang through my fingers like a spring from a clock and dropped to the sand between our legs. My hands were shaking. In a panic, I groped for it, found it, tried to dust it off. Tried as Burt Lancaster never had to slip it on without breaking the mood, felt the grains of sand inside it. A throb of lightning, and the great lake behind us became, for all practical purposes, the Pacific, and your skin tasted of salt, and to the insistent question that my hips were asking your body answered yes. Your thighs opened like wings from my waist as we surfaced panting from a kiss that left you pleading, "Oh, Christ, yes." A yes gasped sharply as a cry of pain, so that for a moment I thought that we were already doing it, and that somehow I had missed the instant when I entered you in the bloodless way in which a young man discards his own virginity, entered you as if passing through a gateway into the rest of my life. Into a life as I wanted it to be lived, yes. But oh, then I realized that we were still floundering unconnected in the slick between us, and there was sand in the Trojan, as we slammed together, still feeling for that perfect fit, still in the here groping for an eternity that was only a fine adjustment away. Just a millimeter to the left or a fraction of an inch farther south, though with all the adjusting the sandy Trojan was slipping off and then it was gone, but yes, you kept repeating although your head was shaking, no, not quite, almost, and our hearts were going like mad, and you said yes. Yes, wait, stop. What? I asked, still futilely thrusting as if I hadn't quite heard you. Oh, God, you gasped, pushing yourself up. What's coming? Jin, what's the matter? I asked, confused, and then the beam of a spotlight swept over us and I glanced into its blinding eye. All around us lights were coming, speeding across the sand. Blinking blindness away, I rolled from your body to my knees, feeling utterly defenseless in the way that only nakedness can leave one feeling. Headlights bounded toward us, spotlights crisscrossing, blue dome lights revolving as squad cars converged. I could see other lovers, caught in the beams, fleeing bare-assed through the litter of garbage that daytime hordes had left behind and that night had deceptively concealed. You were crying, clutching the Navajo blanket to your breasts with one hand and clawing for your bikini with the other, and I was trying to calm your terror with reassuring phrases such as, "Holy shit, I don't fucking believe this." Swerving and fishtailing in the sand, police calls pouring from their radios, the squad cars were on us, and then they were by us while we struggled to pull on our clothes. They braked at the water's edge and cops slammed out, brandishing huge flashlights, their beams deflecting over the dark water. Beyond the darting of those beams, the far-off throbs of lightning seemed faint by comparison. "Over there, God damn it!" One of them hollered, and two cops sloshed out into the shallow water without even pausing to kick off their shoes, huffing aloud for breath, their leather cartridge belts creaking against their bellies. "Grab the son of a bitch. It ain't gonna bite," one of them yelled. Then they came sloshing back to shore with a body slung between them. It was a woman, young, naked, her body limp and bluish beneath the play of flashlight beams. They set her on the sand just past the ring of drying, washed-up alewives. Her face was almost totally concealed by her hair. Her hair was brown and tangled in a way that even wind or sleep can't tangle hair, tangled as if it had absorbed the ripples of water-thick strands, slimy looking like dead seaweed. "She's been in there a while, that's for sure," a cop with a beer belly said to a younger, crew-cut cop, who had knelt beside the body and removed his hat as if he might be considering the kiss of life. The crew-cut officer brushed the hair away from her face, and the flashlight beam settled there. Her eyes were closed. A bruise or a birthmark stained the side of one eye. Her features appeared swollen, her lower lip protruding as if she was pouting. An ambulance siren echoed across the sand, its revolving red light rapidly approaching. "Might as well take their sweet-ass time," the beer-bellied cop said. We had joined the circle of police surrounding the drowned woman almost without realizing that we had. You were back in your bikini, robed in the Navajo blanket, and I had slipped on my cutoffs, my underwear dangling out of a back pocket. Their flashlight beams explored her body, causing its whiteness to gleam. Her breasts were floppy, her nipples looked shriveled. Her belly appeared inflated by gallons of water. For a moment, a beam focused on her mound of pubic hair, which was overlapped by the swell of her belly, and then moved almost shyly away down her legs, and the cops all glanced at you, especially above their lights, and you hugged your blanket closer as if they might confiscate it as evidence or to use as a shroud. When the ambulance pulled up, one of the black attendants immediately put a stethoscope to the drowned woman's swollen belly and announced, "Drowned the baby, too." Without saying anything, we turned from the group, as unconsciously as we joined them, and walked off across the sand, stopping only long enough at the spot where we had lain together like lovers, in order to stuff the rest of our gear into a beach bag, to gather our shoes, and for me to find my wallet and kick sand over the forlorn, deflated Trojan that you pretended not to notice. I was grateful for that. Behind us, the police were snapping photos, flashbulbs throbbing like lightning flashes, and the lightning itself, still distant but moving in closer, rumbling audibly now, driving a lake wind before it so that gusts of sand tingled against the metal sides of the ambulance. Squinting, we walked toward the lighted windows of the Gold Coast, while the shadows of gapers attracted by the whirling emergency lights hurried past us toward the shore. "What happened? What's going on?" They asked without waiting for an answer, and we didn't offer one, just continued walking silently in the dark. It was only later that we talked about it, and once we began talking about the drowned woman it seemed we couldn't stop. She was pregnant, you said. I mean, I don't want to sound morbid, but I can't help thinking how the whole time we almost, there was this poor, dead woman and her unborn child washing in and out behind us. It's not like we could have done anything for her even if we had known she was there. But what if we had found her? What if after we had you said, your eyes glancing away from mine and your voice tailing into a whisper, what if after we did it we went for a night's swim and found her in the water? But Jin, we didn't, I tried to reason, though it was no more a matter of reason than anything else between us had ever been. It began to seem as if each time we went somewhere to make out on the back porch of your half-deaf, whiskery Italian grandmother, who sat in the front of the apartment cackling at I Love Lucy reruns, or in your girlfriend Tina's basement rec room when her parents were away on bowling league nights, and Tina was upstairs with her current crush, Brad, or way off in the burbs, at the giant twin drive-in during the weekend they called Elvis Fest. The drowned woman was with us. We would kiss, your mouth would open, and when your tongue flicked repeatedly after mine, I would unbutton the first button of your blouse, revealing the beauty spot at the base of your throat, which matched a smaller spot I loved above a corner of your lips, and then the second button, which opened on a delicate gold cross which I had always tried to regard as merely a fashion statement dangling above the cleft of your breasts. The third button exposed the lacy swell of your bra, and I would slide my hand over the patterned mesh, feeling for the firmness of your nipple rising to my fingertip, but you would pull slightly away, and behind your rapid breath your kiss would grow distant, and I would kiss harder, trying to lure you back from wherever you had gone, and finally, holding you as if only consoling a friend, I'd ask, "What are you thinking?" Although, of course, I knew. I don't want to think about her, but I can't help it. I mean, it seems like some kind of weird omen or something, No, I don't know, I said. It was just a coincidence. Maybe if she'd been farther away down the beach, but she was so close to us, a good wave could have washed her up right beside us. Great, then we could have had a ménage à trois. Gross. I don't believe you just said that. Just because you said it in French doesn't make it less disgusting. You're driving me to it. Come on, Jin, I'm sorry, I said. I was just making a dumb joke to get a little different perspective on things. What's so goddamn funny about a woman who drowned herself and her baby? We don't even know for sure she did. Yeah, right, it was just an accident, like she just happened to be going for a walk pregnant and naked and she fell in. She could have been on a sailboat or something. Accidents happen, so do murders. Oh, like murder makes it less horrible. Don't think that hasn't occurred to me. Maybe the bastard who knocked her up killed her, huh? How should I know? You're the one who says you don't want to talk about it and then gets obsessed with all kinds of theories and scenarios. Why are we arguing about a woman we don't even know, who doesn't have the slightest thing to do with us? I do know about her, you said. I dream about her. You dream about her, I repeated, surprised. Dreams you remember. Sometimes they wake me up. In one I'm at my Nana's cottage in Michigan, swimming for a raft that keeps drifting farther away until I'm too tired to turn back. Then I notice there's a naked person sunning on the raft and start yelling, "Help!" And she looks up and offers me a hand, but I'm too afraid to take it even though I'm drowning because it's her. God, Jin, that's creepy. I dreamed you and I are at the beach and you bring us a couple hot dogs but forget the mustard, so you have to go all the way back to the stand for it. Hot dogs, no mustard, a little too Freudian, isn't it? Honest to God, I dreamed it. You go back for mustard and I'm wondering why you're gone so long. Then a woman screams that a kid has drowned and everyone stampedes for the water. I'm swept in by the mob and forced under, and I think, this is it, I'm going to drown, but I'm able to hold my breath longer than could ever be possible. It feels like a flying dream flying underwater, and then I see this baby down there flying too, and realize it's the kid everyone thinks has drowned, but he's no more drowned than I am. He looks like Cupid or one of those baby angels that cluster around the face of God. Pretty weird. What do you think all the symbols mean? Hot dogs, water, drowning. It means the baby who drowned inside her that night was a love child, a boy, and his soul was released there to wander through the water. You don't really believe that. We argued about the interpretation of dreams, about whether dreams are symbolic or psychic, prophetic or just plain nonsense, until you said, "Look, Dr. Freud, you can believe what you want about your dreams, but keep your nose out of mine, okay?" We argued about the drowned woman, about whether her death was a suicide or a murder, about whether her appearance that night was an omen or a coincidence, which, you argued, is what an omen is anyway. A coincidence that means something. By the end of summer, even if we were no longer arguing about the woman, we had acquired the habit of arguing about everything else. What was better? Dogs or cats, rock or jazz, cubs or socks, tacos or egg rolls, right or left, night or day. We could argue about anything. It no longer required arguing or necking to summon the drowned woman. Everywhere we went she surfaced by her own volition. At Rocky's Italian Beef, at Lindo, Mexico, at the House of Dong, our favorite Chinese restaurant, a place we still frequented because when we'd first started seeing each other they had let us sit and talk until late over tiny cups of jasmine tea and broken fortune cookies. We would always kid about going there. "Are you in the mood for Dong tonight?" I'd whisper conspiratorially. It was a dopey joke, meant for you to roll your eyes at its repeated dopiness. Back then, in winter, if one of us ordered the garlic shrimp, we would both be sure to eat them so that later our mouths tasted the same when we kissed. Even when she wasn't mentioned, she was there with her drowned body so dumpy next to yours and her sad breasts, with their wrinkled nipples and sour milk so saggy beside yours, which were still budding, with her swollen belly and her pubic bush colorless in the glare of electric light, with her tangled, slimy hair and her pouting, placid face so lifeless beside yours and her skin a pallid white, lightning flash white, flashbulb white. A whiteness that couldn't be duplicated in daylight. How I'd come to hate that pallor, so cold beside the flush of your skin. There wasn't a particular night when we finally broke up, just as there wasn't a particular night when we began going together. But it was a night in fall when I guessed that it was over. We were parked in the Rambler at the dead end of the street of factories that had been our lover's lane, listening to a drizzle of rain and dry leaves sprinkle the hood. As always, rain revitalized the smells of smoked fish and kielbasa in the upholstery. The radio was on too low to hear. The windshield wipers swished at intervals as if we were driving, and the windows were steamed as if we'd been making out. But we'd been arguing as usual, this time about a woman poet who had committed suicide, whose work you were reading. We were sitting, no longer talking or touching, and I remember thinking that I didn't want to argue with you anymore. I didn't want to sit like this in hurt silence. I wanted to talk excitedly all night as we once had. I wanted to find some way that wasn't corny sounding to tell you how much fun I'd had in your company, how much knowing you had meant to me, and how I had suddenly realized that I'd been so intent on becoming lovers that I'd overlooked how close we'd been as friends. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to like me again. "It's sad," I started to say, meaning that I was sorry we had reached the point of silence, but before I could continue you challenged the statement. "What makes you so sure it's sad?" "What do you mean, what makes me so sure?" I asked, confused by your question. You looked at me as if what was sad was that I would never understand. "For all either one of us knows," you said, "death could have been her triumph." Maybe when it really ended was the night I felt we had just reached the beginning. That one time on the beach in the summer when our bodies rammed so desperately together that for a moment I thought we did it. And maybe in our hearts we did. Although for me then, doing it in one's heart didn't quite count. If it did, I supposed we'd all be Casanovas. We rode home together on the L train that night, and I felt sick and defeated in a way I was embarrassed to mention. Our mute reflections emerged like negative exposures on the dark, greasy window of the train. Lightning branched over the city, and when the train entered the subway tunnel, the lights inside flickered as if the power was disrupted, though the train continued rocketing beneath the loop. When the train emerged again, we were on the south side of the city, and it was pouring, a deluge, as if the sky had opened to drown the innocent and guilty alike. We hurried from the L station to your house, holding the Navajo blanket over our heads until, soaked, it collapsed. In the dripping doorway of your apartment building, we said good night. You were shivering. Your bikini top showed through the thin blouse plastered to your skin. I swept the wet hair away from your face and kissed you lightly on the lips, then you turned and went inside. I stepped into the rain and you came back out, calling after me. What? I asked, feeling a surge of gladness to be summoned back into the doorway with you. Want an umbrella? I didn't. The downpour was letting up. It felt better to walk back to the station feeling the rain rinse the sand out of my hair, off my legs, until the only places where I could still feel its grit were in the crotch of my cutoffs and each squish of my shoes. A block down the street, I passed a pair of jockey shorts lying in a puddle and realized they were mine, dropped from my back pocket as we ran to your house. I left them behind, wondering if you'd see them and recognize them the next day. By the time I had climbed the stairs back to the L platform, the rain had stopped. Your scent still hadn't washed from my fingers. The station, the entire city, it seemed, dripped and steamed. The summer sound of crickets and nighthawks echoed from the drenched neighborhood. Alone, I could admit how sick I felt. For you, it was a night that would haunt your dreams. For me, it was another night when I waited, swollen and aching, for what I had secretly nicknamed the Blue Ball Express. Literally lovesick, groaning inwardly with each lurch of the train and worried that I was damaged for good, I peered out at the passing yellow-lit stations, where lonely men stood posted before giant advertisements, pictures of glamorous models defaced by graffiti, the same old scrawled insults and pleas. Fuck you, eat me. At this late hour the world seemed given over to men without women, men waiting in abject patience for something indeterminate, the way I waited for our next times. I avoided their eyes so that they wouldn't see the pity in mine, pity for them because I'd just been with you. Your scent was still on my hands, and there seemed to be so much future ahead. For me, it was another night like that, and by the time I reached my stop, I knew I would be feeling better, recovered enough to walk the dark street home, making up poems of longing that I never wrote down. I was the D.H. Lawrence of not doing it, the voice of all the would-be lovers who ached and squirmed. From our contortions in doorways, on stairwells, and in the bucket seats of cars, we could have composed a Kama Sutra of interrupted bliss. It must have been that night when I recalled all the other times of walking home after seeing you, so that it seemed as if I was falling into step behind a parade of my former selves, myself walking home on the night we first kissed, myself on the night when I unbuttoned your blouse and kissed your breasts, myself on the night when I lifted your skirt above your thighs and dropped to my knees, each succeeding self another step closer to that irrevocable moment for which our lives seemed poised. But we didn't, not in the moonlight or by the phosphorescent lanterns of lightning bugs in your backyard, not beneath the constellations we couldn't see, let alone decipher, or in the dark glow that replaced the real darkness of night, a darkness already stolen from us, not with the skyline rising behind us while a city gradually decayed, not in the heat of summer while a cold war raged, despite the freedom of youth and the license of first love because of fate, karma, luck. What does it matter? We made not doing it a wonder, and yet we never did. Something that needs nothing. Miranda July. In an ideal world, we would have been orphans. We felt like orphans, and we felt deserving of the pity that orphans get, but embarrassingly enough, we had parents. I even had two. They would never let me go, so I didn't say goodbye. I packed a tiny bag and left a note. On the way to Pip's house, I cashed my graduation checks. Then I sat on her porch and pretended I was 12 or 15 or even 16. At all these ages, I had dreamed of today. I had even imagined sitting here, waiting for Pip for the last time. She had the opposite problem. Her mom would let her go. Her mom had gigantic swollen legs that were a symptom of something much worse, and she was heavily medicated with marijuana at all times. "We're going now, Mom." "Where?" "To Portland." "Can you do one thing for me first? Can you bring that magazine over here?" We were anxious to begin our life as people who had no people, and it was easy to find an apartment because we had no standards. We were just amazed that it was our door, our rotting carpet, our cockroach infestation. We decorated with paper streamers and Chinese lanterns, and we shared the ancient bed that came with the studio. This was tremendously thrilling for one of us. One of us had always been in love with the other. One of us lived in a perpetual state of longing. But we'd met when we were children and seemed destined to sleep like children, or like an old couple who had met before the sexual revolution and were too shy to learn the new way. We were excited about getting jobs. We hardly went anywhere without filling out an application. But once we were hired as furniture sanders, we could not believe this was really what people did all day. Everything we had thought of as the world was actually the result of someone's job. Each line on the sidewalk, each saltine. Everyone had rotting carpet and a door to pay for. Aghast, we quit. There had to be a more dignified way to live. We needed time to consider ourselves, to come up with a theory about who we were and set it to music. With this goal in mind, Pip came up with a new plan. We went at it with determination. 3 weeks in a row we wrote and rewrote and resubmitted our ad to the local paper. Finally, the Portland Weekly accepted it. It no longer sounded inappropriate, and yet, to the right reader, it could have meant something specific. We were targeting wealthy women who loved women. Did such a thing exist? We would also accept a woman of average means who had saved up her money. The ad ran for a month, and our voice mailbox overflowed with interest. Every day we parsed through the hundreds of men to find that one special lady who would pay our rent. She was slow to come. She perhaps did not even read this section of the Free Weekly. We became agitated. We knew this was the only way we could make money without compromising ourselves. Could we pay Mr. Hildebrand, the landlord, in food stamps? We could not. Was he interested in this old camera that Pip's grandmother had loaned her? He was not. He wanted to be paid in the traditional way. Pip grimly began to troll through the messages for a gentle man. I watched her boyish face as she listened and realized that she was terrified. I thought of her small frame and the complex world she navigated. Let him be a withered man, I prayed. A man who really just wanted company. Suddenly, Pip grinned and wrote down a name. Leanne. The bus dropped us off at the top of the gravel driveway that Leanne had described on the phone. We had told her our names were Astrid and Talula, and we hoped Leanne was a pseudonym too. We wanted her to be wearing a smoking jacket or a boa. We hoped she was familiar with the work of Annie's Nin. We hoped that she was not the way she sounded on the phone. Not poor, not old, not willing to pay for the company of anyone who would drive all the way out to Nehalem, population 210. Pip and I walked down the gravel path toward a small brown house. There was bad food being cooked, we could smell it already. And now a woman stepped onto the porch. She was frowning. Her age was hard to determine from our vantage point, a point in our lives when we could not bring older bodies into focus. She was perhaps the age of my mother's older sister, and like Aunt Lynn, she wore leggings, royal blue leggings, and an oversized button-down shirt with some kind of applique on it. My mind ballooned with nervous fear. I looked at Pip, and for a split second I felt as though she was nobody special in the larger scheme of my life. She was just some girl who had tied me to her leg to help her sink when she jumped off the bridge. Then I blinked and was in love with her again. She waves and we wave. We wave until we are close enough to say hi, and then we say hi. Now we are close enough to hug, but we don't. She says, "Come in," and inside it is dark with no children. Of course there are no children. Pip asks for the money right away, which is something we decided on beforehand. It is terrible to have to ask for anything ever. We wish we were something that needed nothing, like paint. But even paint needs repainting. Leanne tells us we are younger than she expected and to sit down. We sit on an old vinyl couch and she leaves the room. It is a terrible room, with magazines piled everywhere and furniture that could have come from a motel. We don't look at each other or anything that is reflective. I stare at my own knees. For a long time we don't know where she is, and then, slowly, I can feel that she is standing right behind us. I realize this just before she pulls her fingernails through my hair. I didn't think she was the type, but now I see that I don't know anything. It has begun, and every second we are closer to the end. I say to myself that long nails equal wealth. The idea of wealth always calms me down. I pretend I smell perfume. What if we all used expensive shampoo? What if we were kidding all the time and cared about nothing? My head relaxes, and I do the exercise where you imagine you are turning into honey. My mind slows down to a rate that would not be considered functional for any other job. I am alive only 1 out of every 4 seconds. I register only 15 minutes out of the hour. I see she is standing before us, and it is not really clean, and I die. I see that Pip is taking off her shoes, and I die. I see that I am in an impossible situation, and I die. On the long ride home, neither of us said anything. We were kites flying in opposite directions attached to strings held by one hand. The money we had just made was also in that hand. Pip stopped to get a bag of chips on the way home, and now we had $1.99 less than our rent. It seemed obvious now that we should have charged more. Pip put the money in an envelope and wrote Mr. Hildebrand on it. Then we stood there apart, bruised and smelling like Leanne. We turned away from each other and set about tightening all the tiny ropes of our misery. I ran a bath. Just before I stepped in the tub, I heard the front door close and froze mid-step. She was gone. Sometimes she did this. In the moments when other couples would fight or come together, she left me. With one foot in the bath, I stood waiting for her to return. I waited an unreasonably long time, long enough to realize that she wouldn't be back tonight. But what if I waited it out? What if I stood here until she returned? And then, just as she walked in the front door, I could finish the gesture, squatting in the then cold water. I had done strange things like this before. I had hidden under cars for hours, waiting to be found. I had written the same words 7,000 times, attempting to alchemize time. I studied my position in the bathtub. The foot in the water was already wrinkly. How would I feel when night fell? And when she came home, how long would it take her to look in the bathroom? Would she understand that time had stopped while she was gone? And even if she did realize that I had done this impossible feat for her, what then? She was never thankful or sympathetic. I washed quickly, with exaggerated motions that warded off paralysis. I paced around our tiny room. It didn't even occur to me to go outside. I had no idea how to navigate the city without her. There was only one thing I couldn't do when she was with me, so after a while, I lay down on the couch and did this. I closed my eyes. In all the well-worn memories, we were between the ages of 6 and 8. We were under the covers on her mom's fold-out sofa, or on the top bunk of my bunk bed, or in a tent in her backyard. Every location was potent in its own way. No matter where we were, it began when Pip whispered, "Let's be close." She scooted on top of me. We clamped our arms around each other's backs. We pressed ourselves against each other, trying to achieve closeness. When we did it right, the feeling came on like a head rush of the whole body. But just before I got there, I noticed a clicking noise in the air. It was distractingly present, quietly insistent. I looked up. Above my head, our 5 Chinese paper lanterns were slightly rocking of their own accord. As I reached toward them, I suddenly realized why, but I was too late to stop myself. I shook a lantern, and from the hole in the bottom, cockroaches came pouring out. They were crawling even as they fell. They were planning the conquest of wherever they landed even before they touched down. And when they hit the ground, they didn't die. They didn't even think of dying. They ran. When Pip finally came home, we agreed that the Leanne job was not worth the money. But a few days later, we saw Nastasia Kinski in the movie Paris, Texas. She was wearing a long red sweater and working in a club. I thought it looked like a pretty easy job, as long as Harry Dean Stanton didn't show up, but Pip didn't agree. "No way. I'm not gonna do that. I could do it without you." This made her so angry that she did the dishes. We never did this unless we were trying to be grand and self-destructive. I stood in the doorway and tried to maintain my end of our silence while watching her scratch at calcified noodles. In truth, I had not yet learned how to hate anyone but my parents. I was actually just standing there in love. I was not even really standing. If she had walked away suddenly, I would have fallen. "I won't do it, never mind. You sound disappointed." "I'm not. It's okay. I know you want them to look at you." "Who? Men?" "No, I don't. If you do that, then I can't be with you anymore." This was, in a way, the most romantic thing she had ever said to me. It implied that we were living together not because we had grown up together and were the only people we knew, but because of something else. Because we both didn't want men to look at me. I told her I would never work in a club like that, and she stopped doing the dishes, which meant she was okay again. But I wasn't okay. In the last 10 years, we had touched only 3 times. 1. When she was 11, her uncle tried to harm her. When she told me about it, I cried and she hit me on the chin, and I curled up in a ball for 40 minutes until she uncurled me. I kept my eyes shut as she pulled my knees away from my chest, and I could feel her looking at me, and I knew that if I kept my eyes closed it would happen, and it did. She placed her hand on me and moved it in a way that quickly gave me the old rush. When it was over, she told me not to tell anyone, and I didn't know if she meant this with me or about her uncle. 2. When we were 14, we got drunk for the first time, and for about 9 minutes everything seemed possible and we kissed. This encounter seemed promisingly normal, and in the following days I waited for more kissing, perhaps even some kind of exchange of rings or lockets. But nothing was exchanged. We each kept our own things. 3. In our last year of high school, I momentarily had one other friend. She was an ordinary girl. Her name was Tammy. She liked the Smiths. There was no way I could ever be in love with her because she was just as pathetic as me. Every day she told me everything she was thinking, and I guessed that this was what most girls did together. I wanted to talk about myself too badly, but it was hard to know where to begin. She was always so far ahead of me in the minutiae of poems she had written in reference to dreams she had dreamed, so I just hung out in a loose imitation of Pip. Pip did not think much of Tammy, but she was mildly intrigued by the normalcy of the friendship. "What do you guys do?" "Nothing. Listen to tapes and stuff." "That's it. Last weekend we made peanut butter cookies." "Oh, that sounds fun. Are you being sarcastic?" "No, it does." So she came along the next time I went over to Tammy's house. This made me a little nervous because Tammy had these parents who were always around. Traditionally, parents did not know what to make of Pip, who looked much more like a boy than a girl, and somehow made mothers feel flirtatious and fathers feel strangely threatened. But Tammy's parents were watching a movie and just waved absently behind their heads when we came in. As predicted, we listened to tapes. Pip asked if we were going to make peanut butter cookies, but Tammy said she didn't have the right stuff. Then she threw herself down on the bed and asked us if we were girlfriends or what. An appalling emptiness filled the room. I stared out the window and repeated the word window in my head. I was ready to window indefinitely, but suddenly Pip answered. Yeah, cool. I have a gay cousin. Tammy told us that her room was a safe space and we didn't have to pretend, and then she showed us a neon pink sticker that her cousin had sent her. It said challenge your expectations. We all looked at the sticker in silence, absorbing its meanings. Tammy seemed to be waiting for something, as if Pip and I would obediently fall upon each other the moment we read the sticker's bold command. I knew we were a disappointment, meekly sitting on the bed. Pip must have felt this too, because she abruptly threw her arm over my shoulder. This had never happened before, so understandably, I froze, and then very gradually recalibrated my body into a casual attitude. Pip just blinked when I sighed and flopped my hand on her thigh. Tammy watched all of this and even gave a slight nod of approval before shifting her attention back to the music. We listened to the Smiths, the Velvet Underground, and the Sugar Cubes. Pip and I did not move from our position. After an hour and 20 minutes, my back ached and my numb blue hand felt unaffiliated with the rest of my body. I politely excused myself. In the powdery warmth of the bathroom, I felt euphoric. Being alone suddenly felt wild. I locked the door and made a series of involuntary, Baroque gestures in the mirror. I waved maniacally at myself and contorted my face into hideous, unlovable expressions. I washed my hands as if they were children, cradling one and then the other. I was experiencing a paroxysm of selfhood. The scientific name for this spasm is the last hurrah. The feeling was quickly spent. I dried my hands on a tiny blue towel and walked back to the bedroom. I knew it the moment before I saw it. I knew I would find them together on the bed like this. I knew I would be stunned. I knew they would spring apart and wipe their mouths. Pip would not look me in the eye. I would never talk to Tammy again. I knew we would all graduate from high school. I knew that Pip and I would live together as planned. And I knew she did not want me in that way. She never would. Other girls, any girl, but not me. Now that we had paid the rent, we felt entitled to mention the cockroach situation to the landlord. He said he would send someone over, but that we shouldn't get our hopes up. Why not? Well, it's not just your apartment, the whole building's infested. Maybe you should have them do the whole building then. It wouldn't do any good, they'd just come over from other buildings. It's the whole block. It's the whole world. I told him never mind then and got off the phone quickly before he could hear Pip hammering. We were making some renovations. Specifically, we were building a basement. Our apartment was tiny, but the ceilings were tall, and there was a tantalizing amount of unused space above our heads. Pip thought lofts were for hippies, so even though our studio was on the second floor, she had sketched out a design that would allow us to live on a low-ceilinged main floor, and then, when feeling morose, descend a ladder to the basement. We would leave the heavy things down there like the refrigerator and bathtub, but everything else would come upstairs. We could both picture the basement perfectly in our heads. It had a damp mineral smell. Warmth and seams of light seeped through the ceiling. Up there was home. Dinner waited for us up there. One of the many great reasons for building a basement was our access to free wood. Pip had met a girl whose father owned Berriman's Lumber and Supply, Kate Berriman. She was a year younger than us and went to the private high school by Pip's grandma's house. I had never met her, but I felt glad that we were using her. We practiced a very loose, sporadic form of class warfare that sanctioned every kind of thievery. There was no person, no business, no library, hospital, or park that had not stolen from us, be it psychically or historically, and thus we were forever trying to regain what was ours. Kate probably thought she was on our side of the restitution when she struggled to pull large pieces of plywood out of the back of her parents' station wagon. She left them in the alley behind our building, honking 3 times as she drove away. At her signal, we strolled out of the building, pretending to take a walk, sometimes even stopping to buy a soda before arbitrarily, on a whim, deciding to amble down the alley. We hauled it upstairs, feeling fairly certain we had hoodwinked everyone. We were always getting away with something, which implied that someone was always watching us, which meant we were not alone in this world. Each morning Pip made a list of what we needed to do that day. At the top of the list was usually go to bank, where they had free coffee. The next items were often vague, find out about food stamps, library card. But the list still gave me a cozy feeling. I liked to watch her write it, knowing that someone was steering the day. At night we discussed how we would decorate the basement, but during the day our progress was slow. Mostly, what we had was a lot of pieces of wood. They leaned against the walls and lay across the couch like untrained dogs. We were trying to nail a post into the linoleum kitchen floor when Pip decided we needed a certain kind of bracket. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'll call Kate and she'll bring it." "Isn't she in school?" "It's okay." Pip made the call and then went to take a shower. I continued hammering long nails through the post and into the floor. The post became secure. It was a satisfying feeling. It wouldn't withstand any kind of weight, but it stood on its own. It was almost as tall as me, and I could not help naming it. It looked like a Gwen. The buzzer rang, and Pip ran damply to the door. It was Kate. I looked up at her from where I was sitting on the kitchen floor. She was wearing a school uniform. She was not holding the brackets. Maybe she had hidden them up her skirt. "Where are the brackets?" I asked. With panic in her eyes, Kate looked at Pip. Pip took her hand, turned to me, and said, "We have to tell you something." I suddenly felt chilled. My ears felt so cold that I had to press my hands against them. But I quickly realized this made me look as if I were covering them to avoid listening, like the monkey who hears no evil. So I rubbed my palms together and asked, "Are your ears cold?" Pip didn't respond, but Kate shook her head. "Okay, go ahead. Kate and I are going to live together at her parents' house." "Why? What do you mean?" "Well, I'm sure Kate's dad doesn't want you living in his house after you took all that stuff from him. I'm going to work at Barrowman's Lumber to pay him back. I might even make enough money to get a car." I thought about this. I imagined Pip driving a car, a Model T, wearing goggles and a scarf that blew behind her in the wind. "Can I work at Barrowman's Lumber too?" Pip was suddenly angry. "Come on." "What? I can't." "Just say I can if I can't. You are purposely not getting it." "What?" She raised Kate's hand, clasped in her own, and shook it in the air. Suddenly my ears were hot, they were boiling, and I had to fan my hands at either side of my head to cool them down. This was too much for Pip. She grabbed her backpack and marched out of the apartment with Kate following. I could not let her leave the building. I ran down the hall and threw myself on her. She shook me off. I locked my arms around her knees. I was sobbing and wailing, but not like a cartoon of someone sobbing and wailing. This was really happening. If she left, I would become mute, like those children who have witnessed horrible atrocities. No one would understand me but those children. Pip was prying my fingers off her shins. Kate knelt to help her, and I was repulsed by the touch of her pudding-like skin. I wanted to puncture it. I lunged at her chest. Pip took this moment to scuttle down the stairs, and somehow Kate was behind her. I was holding Kate's cardigan. I ran after them, watched them hurry into Kate's car. Before they pulled away, I shut my eyes and hurled myself onto the sidewalk. I lay there. This was my last hope that Pip would take pity on me. I heard their car idling. I listened to the traffic and the sound of pedestrians walking carefully around me. I could almost hear Kate and Pip arguing in the car, Pip wanting to get out and help me, Kate urging them to leave. I pressed my cheek against the pavement in prayer. High heels clicked toward me and stopped. An elderly woman's voice asked if I was okay. I whispered that I was fine and silently begged her to move on. But the woman was persistent, so finally I opened my eyes to tell her to go. Kate's car was gone. I pulled the phone into the bed and slept for 3 days. At intervals, I would open my eyes long enough to remember, and then I'd drop back into unconsciousness. In dreams, I knew I was tunneling toward her. If I could only dig deep enough, I would find her. The tunnels narrowed as I crawled through them, until they became impossibly knotted strands of hair that I could only tear at. On the afternoon of the third day, the phone rang. I pulled it up from the loamy depths of the bed. I wanted her to know, from the moment she heard my voice, that I was dying. I delivered a salutation so craven, so wretched, that it fell through language like pebbles. Hello, it was Mr. Hildebrand, the landlord. In some bizarre, alternative science fiction reality, the rent was due. It was just 1 month ago that we had dealt with Leanne. I hung up the phone and looked around the room. My post was still standing in the kitchen, tactfully silent. A dangerously tall table-like structure wobbled in the middle of the room. It was the first square foot of the upstairs. I crawled underneath it and imagined Pip and Kate eating dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Berriman. It was the kind of scenario Pip had often described. We could not walk past a fancy house without her presuming its owners would want her to live with them if only they knew she was available. She saw herself as a charming street urchin, a pet for wealthy mothers. It was a scam. There was nothing in the world that was not a con. Suddenly I understood this. Nothing really mattered and nothing could be lost. I went to the bathroom and threw handfuls of water on my face, and it was easy. In fact, I could do anything. I took off the jeans and t-shirt I had been sleeping in. I crouched on the floor and sliced the legs off my pants with a box cutter. I put them on and they were itty-bitty. Itty-bitty teeny-tiny. I sawed through the t-shirt, leaving If You Love Jazz on the floor. Honk barely covered my small chest, but hey, I was leaving the apartment. I was walking down the hall and there was a small basket of old apples in front of the neighbor's door with a sign that said, "For my neighbors, please take one." And hey, I was starving. I took an apple and the door swung open. I had never really seen this neighbor, but now I could see that she was a junkie. An old junkie. And she was wearing a sweater that I knew she had found in the hallway. It was Kate's cardigan. She told me to take another one and then she asked for a hug. I hugged her hard with an apple in each hand. Last week I would have been afraid to touch her, but now I knew that I could do anything. I had no money for the bus, so I walked. It was an incredible distance. A horse would get tired galloping there. When birds flew there, it was called migration. But it wasn't difficult, it just took time. It was a new experience to walk across the city in tiny shorts and a half-shirt that said honk. People honked without even seeing the shirt. I often felt that I would be shot in the back with an arrow or gun, but this didn't happen. The world wasn't safer than I had thought. On the contrary, it was so dangerous that my practically naked self fit right in like a car crash. It happened every day. The place I was walking to was in a strip mall, between a pet store and a check-cashing place. I asked the man at the counter if they were hiring, and he gave me a form to fill out on a clipboard. When I handed it back, he stared at it without moving his eyes, which made me think maybe he couldn't read. He said I could start tonight if I wanted to come back at 9. I said, great. He said his name was Alan. I said my name was Gwen. I hung out in the strip mall for 3 hours. The pet store was closed, but I could see the rabbits through the window. I pressed my fingers against the glass, and an ancient lop-ear hopped toward me wearily. It looked at me with one eye and then the other. Its nose quivered, and for a moment I felt that it recognized me. It knew me from before, like an old teacher or a friend of my parents. The rabbit's eyes darted across my clothes and sniffed my wild, sad urgency and guessed that I was up to no good. Then I stood up, brushed off my knees, and walked into Mr. Peep's adult video store and more. The and more part was in the back. Alan left me there with a woman named Christy. She was sitting in a green plastic patio chair and wearing a pink Oshkosh overall dress. Looking at the sturdy gold overall fasteners, I wondered if everything familiar was actually part of a secret underworld. She showed me into the booth and began packing items into a sporty Adidas bag. Adidas. Her tools were laid out on an old flowery towel, and I knew that if I smelled the towel, it would smell like my grandmother. Grandma. Christy wrapped the towel around a small, empty jelly jar. What's that for? Supplies. Even supplies were in on this. She showed me the price list and the slot that money would come through. She raised her hand through the air as she described how the curtain would roll up. She cleaned a telephone receiver with Windex and paper towel and told me to never leave it sticky. Then, with hasty efficiency, she pulled her long, thin hair into a ponytail, swung the Adidas bag over her shoulder, and left. The store felt very quiet, like a library. I sat on the green plastic chair and adjusted my shirt and shorts. The fluorescent lights droned with a timeless constancy. I looked up at them and imagined that they, not the stars, had hung over the long creation of civilization. They had droned over ice ages and Neanderthals, and now they droned over me. I stood up and walked into my booth. I didn't have anything to lay out on a towel. I didn't even have a towel. All I had was the key to the apartment. If I didn't make any money tonight, I would be walking all the way back there. At night, in this outfit, I was in a unique situation where I needed to give a performance in order to protect my personal safety. I practiced taking the phone off the hook. I did it 5 times, quicker and quicker, as if this were the skill I would be paid for. I thought about the words that I would have to say into it. I had never said any of these words except as swear words. I tried to think of them as alluring. I tried to say them alluringly into the receiver, but they came out in a swallowed whisper. What if I couldn't say them? How awkward would that be? The man would ask for his money back, and I wouldn't get to take the bus. In a panic, I said all the harsh words I knew in one long string. I hung up the phone. At least I could say them. I sat in the plastic chair for more than 3 hours. During this time, 2 different men came into the store. They both peeked at me over the racks of videos, but neither of them walked to the back. After the second man left, Alan yelled out from behind the counter, "That's the second one you've let go by. What? You've got to be more aggressive. Can't just sit on your ass back there." Got it. 20 minutes later, a man in a black sweatshirt came in. He peered over a rack of magazines at me, and I rose to my feet and walked toward him. His sweatshirt had a picture of a galaxy on it with an arrow pointing to a tiny dot and the words "You are here." The man looked up at me and pretended to be surprised. I imagined him instinctively pulling off his hat in the presence of a lady, but he wasn't wearing a hat. "Are you interested in a live show, sir?" "Yeah." "Okay." He followed me to the back of the store. We parted for a moment and reunited inside the booth with the curtained glass between us. I heard a Velcro wallet ripping open. $20 fell lightly into the locked plastic box, and the curtain rose. He was already positioned and had the phone in one hand. I lifted the receiver, but as I had feared, I was mute. I stood paralyzed, as if on a rock over a cold lake. I was never good at jumping in, letting go of one element and embracing another. I could stand there all day, letting the other kids go in front of me forever. He was moving his hand, and it was a strange sight, not something you see every day. In fact, I had never seen this before. He said something into the phone, but I didn't catch it. Despite how close we were, the reception was not very good. "Excuse me, can you take off your clothes?" "Oh, okay." From the start, one is trained not to take off your clothes in front of complete strangers. Keeping one's clothes on is actually the #1 rule for civilization. Even a duck or a bear looks civilized when clothed. I pulled down my jean shorts and lifted my shirt over my head. I stood there exposed, like a bear or a duck. The man looked at me with grim concentration, my pale form back and forth between these points. He checked occasionally to make sure I was looking at him. I diligently stared and hoped that this was enough, but after a few seconds he asked me if I liked what I saw. Again, I was on the rock. Kids splashed below me yelling "Jump." But I knew jumping was like dying. I would have to let go of everything. I considered what I had. She hadn't called, she wouldn't call, I was alone, and I was here not even in some abstract sense, not here on Earth or in the universe, but really here, standing before this man. I pushed my hand and said, "Your presence is making me feel excited." At 5 a.m. I was gliding through the night on a bus. The bus was just a formality, though actually I was flying in the air, and I was taller than most people. I was 9 or 12 feet tall, and I could fly. I could jump over cars. I could say the words ravenously, gently, coyly, demandingly. I could fly. And I had $325 in my pocket. Standing with one foot in the bathtub until she returned wasn't just a way to stop time. It was also a ritual to bring her back. I would be Gwen until she came home. I bought a lime green nightgown, an item I used to explore myself, and a chestnut-colored wig in a bobbed style called a lawn. I hated my job, but I liked that I could do it. I had once believed in a precious inner self, but now I didn't. I had thought that I was fragile, but I wasn't. It was like suddenly being good at sports. I didn't care about football, but it was pretty amazing to be in the NFL. I told long, involved stories that revolved around my own experiences. I presented myself confidently. I told customers I missed them, and these customers became regulars, and these regulars became stalkers. I learned to stay inside until the moment before my bus came, and then dash past anyone who was lurking in the parking lot, waving and yelling, "Come see me on Thursday." And I missed her terribly. One evening the bus was late and a customer followed me out to the curb. He stood beside me at the bus stop and I ignored him, and then he started spitting. First he spit on the pavement, then more generally in the air. I felt tiny wet specks blow onto my face, and I pressed my lips together and stepped backward. He, too, stepped back and continued to fill the air with his scattershot. His harassment relied on a logic so foreign that I felt disoriented. I couldn't gauge whether it was terrifying or silly, and it was this feeling that told me to go back inside. I walked and then ran, slamming the door behind me. But Mr. Pepys was not exactly a safe haven, and I couldn't stay there forever. I asked Alan to go outside and see if the customer was still there. He was. Couldn't Alan tell him to leave? Alan felt he could not because A, he wasn't breaking the law, and B, he was a good customer. Alan thought I should call a friend or a cab to pick me up. I had been waiting for this moment, and I marveled at how organically it had arisen. I usually imagined poisoning myself or getting hit by a car. Someone official, a cop or a nurse, would ask if there was anyone I wanted them to call. I would gasp her name. "She works at Berriman's Lumber and Supply," I would say. This situation was not as dire, but it involved safety, and more important, it wasn't my idea to call her. I had been ordered, almost commanded, by a superior Alan. I called Berriman's Lumber quickly, almost distractedly, modeling myself after the kind of person who would have a question about replacement saw blades. But the moment the line began ringing, my senses dilated, winnowing out everything that was not the ring or the sound of my own heart. "Berriman's Lumber and Supply, how can I help you? I'm trying to reach Pip Greeley." "Just a sec. Just a sec. Just 2 months. Just a lifetime." "Just a sec. Hello, it's me. Oh, hi, this wouldn't do, this, oh, hi." I couldn't be the person who elicited a response like this. I straightened my wig. I smiled into the air the way I smiled when customers arrived, and I made my eyes laugh as if everything were some version of a good time. I began again. "Hey, I'm in a bind here and wonder if you could help me out." "Yeah, what?" "I'm working at this place, Mr. Pepys, and there's this really creepy guy hanging around. Do you have a car?" She was silent for a moment. I could almost hear the name Mr. Pepys vibrating in her head. It described a place she had avoided her whole life, and now here I was, working there. I was either repulsive and foolish, or I was something else. Something surprising. I held my breath. She said she guessed she could borrow a van, and could I wait 20 minutes until she got off work. I said I probably could. We didn't talk in the van, and I didn't look at her, but I could feel her looking at me many times with bewilderment. I usually changed my clothes and took off my wig before I went home, but I had been right not to do this tonight. I looked out the window for other passengers in love with their drivers, but we were well disguised. We pretended boredom and prayed for traffic. Just as her former home came into view, she made a sudden left turn and asked if I wanted to see where she lived now. "You mean Kate's? No, that didn't work out. I'm living in this guy I work with's basement." Sure, the basement was what is called unfinished. It was dirt with a few boards thrown here and there, islands that supported a bed and some milk crates. She waved a flashlight around and said, "It's only $75 a month." Really? Yeah, all this room. It's over 1,500 square feet. I can do anything I want with it. She walked me between the beams, describing her plans. A toilet flushed upstairs, and I could almost see her coworker walking above us. He paused, a couch creaked, a TV was turned on. It was the news. She slipped the flashlight into a hanging loop of string, and a dim spotlight fell on her pillow. I stretched out on the bed and yawned. She stared at the length of me. "You can stay here if you want, I mean if you're tired. I might just nap. I have some cleaning up to do. You clean up, I'll nap." I listened to her sweeping. She swept closer and closer. She swept all around the edges of the mattress. Then she laid down the broom and climbed into bed with me. We lay there perfectly still for a long time. Finally, the man upstairs coughed, which set off a wave of kinetic energy. Pip adjusted her shoulders so that the outermost edge of her t-shirt grazed my arm. I recrossed my legs, carelessly letting my ankle fall against her shin. 5 more seconds passed, like heavy bass drum beats. The three of us were motionless. Then he shifted on the couch, and we instantly turned to each other. Each mouth fell upon the other. Our hands grabbed urgently, even painfully. It seemed necessary to be brutal at first, to mine anger and concede nothing. But once we had wrestled deep into the night and turned out the flashlight, I was surprised by her gentle attentions. So this was what it was like not to be me. This was who Pip was. Because, make no mistake, I kept my wig on the whole time. I believed it made all of this possible, and I think I was right. The wig and the fact that I did not cry even though I wanted desperately to cry, to tell her how miserable I had been, to squeeze her and make her promise to never leave again. I wanted her to beg me to quit my job, and then I wanted to quit my job. But she didn't beg, and in fact, Mr. Pepys was essential. Each night she picked me up in the Barrowman lumber van, took me under the house, and was intimate with me. And each morning I went home and took off my wig. I scratched my sweaty scalp and let my head breathe for 2 hours before getting on the bus to go to work. I lived like this for 8 beautiful days. On the 9th day, Pip suggested we go out to breakfast before I went to work. I wish I could, but I have to go home and get ready. "You look great, but I have to wash my hair." "Your hair looks great." I touched my wig and laughed, but she didn't smile. "Really, it looks great." Our eyes locked, and an unfriendly feeling passed between us. Of course it was a wig. I knew she knew this, but she was suddenly determined to call my bluff. I imagined that we were dueling delicate foils raised high. "Okay then, let's have breakfast. I can drop you off at Mr. Pepys after." "Fine. Thank you. Everyone knows that if you paint a human being entirely with house paint, he will live, as long as you don't paint the bottom of his feet. It takes only a little thing like this to kill a person." I had worn the wig for almost 30 hours straight, and as I performed, I began to feel warm, overly warm. By midday, sweat was running down the sides of my face, but the men just kept coming. It was a day of incredible profits. Alan even patted me on the back as I left, saying, "Good work, champ." Pip was waiting in the van, but the walk across the parking lot felt long and strange. I thought I recognized a customer crouching by his car, but no, It was just a normal man huddled over something in a cage. He murmured, "That's right, we're going to take you home." Pip put me right to bed and even borrowed a thermometer from her coworker upstairs. But she did not suggest I take off my wig, and in my fever I understood what this meant. I saw her in the clearing with a pistol, and I knew without even looking that my hands were empty. But I could win by pretending to have a pistol. If I said bang and let her shoot me, I would win. If I died this way as Gwen, would the rest of me still go on living? And what was the rest of me? I fell asleep with this question and tunneled through the night ripping at the knotted strands until the wig came off. I didn't put it on in the morning, and Pip didn't ask how I was feeling. She could see I was fine. She didn't offer to drive me to work, and we both knew she wouldn't be there to pick me up. I sat in the green plastic chair under the fluorescent lights. It was an extraordinarily slow day. It seemed that all the men in the world were too busy. I imagined them out there doing virtuous things, solving crimes and teaching their children how to do cartwheels. It was the last hour of my 8-hour shift, and I had not given a single show. It was almost eerie. I watched the clock and door and began to place bets between them. If no customers came for me in the next 15 minutes, I would yell Alan's name. 15 minutes passed. Alan, what? Nothing. There were only 20 minutes left now. If no one came in the next 12 minutes, I would yell the word I, as in me, myself, and after 7 minutes the door dinged and a man came in. He bought a video and left. What? Nothing. It was the final 8. If no customers came in, I would yell the word quit. As in no more, enough, I'm going home. I stared at the door. It threatened to open with each breath I took, with each passing minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The magic barrel Bernard Malamud. Not long ago there lived in uptown New York, in a small, almost meager room, though crowded with books, Leo Finkel, a rabbinical student in the Yeshiva University. Finkel, after 6 years of study, was to be ordained in June, and had been advised by an acquaintance that he might find it easier to win himself a congregation if he were married. Since he had no present prospects of marriage, after 2 tormented days of turning it over in his mind, he called in Pinay Saltzman, a marriage broker whose 2-line advertisement he had read in the foreword. The matchmaker appeared one night out of the dark 4th-floor hallway of the Greystone rooming house where Finkel lived, grasping a black, strapped portfolio that had been worn thin with use. Saltzman, who had been long in the business, was of slight but dignified build, wearing an old hat and an overcoat too short and tight for him. He smelled frankly of fish, which he loved to eat, and although he was missing a few teeth, his presence was not displeasing, because of an amiable manner curiously contrasted with mournful eyes. His voice, his lips, his wisp of beard, his bony fingers were animated, but give him a moment of repose, and his mild blue eyes revealed a depth of sadness, a characteristic that put Leo a little at ease, although the situation, for him, was inherently tense. He at once informed Saltzman why he had asked him to come, explaining that his home was in Cleveland, and that, but for his parents, who had married comparatively late in life, he was alone in the world. He had for 6 years devoted himself almost entirely to his studies, as a result of which, understandably, he had found himself without time for a social life and the company of young women. Therefore he thought it the better part of trial and error, of embarrassing fumbling, to call in an experienced person to advise him on these matters. He remarked in passing that the function of the marriage broker was ancient and honorable, highly approved in the Jewish community, because it made practical the necessary without hindering joy. Moreover, his own parents had been brought together by a matchmaker. They had made, if not a financially profitable marriage, since neither had possessed any worldly goods to speak of, at least a successful one in the sense of their everlasting devotion to each other. Saltzman listened in embarrassed surprise, sensing a sort of apology. Later, however, he experienced a glow of pride in his work, an emotion that had left him years ago, and he heartily approved of Finkel. The two went to their business. Leo had led Saltzman to the only clear place in the room, a table near a window that overlooked the lamplit city. He seated himself at the matchmaker's side but facing him, attempting by an act of will to suppress the unpleasant tickle in his throat. Saltzman eagerly unstrapped his portfolio and removed a loose rubber band from a thin packet of much-handled cards. As he flipped through them, a gesture and sound that physically hurt Leo, the student pretended not to see and gazed steadfastly out the window. Although it was still February, winter was on its last legs, signs of which he had for the first time in years begun to notice. He now observed the round white moon, moving high in the sky through a cloud menagerie, and watched with half-open mouth as it penetrated a huge hen and dropped out of her like an egg laying itself. Saltzman, though pretending through eyeglasses he had just slipped on, to be engaged in scanning the writing on the cards, stole occasional glances at the young man's distinguished face, noting with pleasure the long, severe scholar's nose, brown eyes heavy with learning, sensitive yet ascetic lips, and a certain, almost hollow quality of the dark cheeks. He gazed around at shelves upon shelves of books and let out a soft, contented sigh. When Leo's eyes fell upon the cards, he counted 6 spread out in Saltzman's hand. "So few?" he asked in disappointment. "You wouldn't believe me how much cards I got in my office," Saltzman replied. "The drawers are already filled to the top, so I keep them now in a barrel, but is every girl good for a new rabbi?" Leo blushed at this, regretting all he had revealed of himself in a curriculum vitae he had sent to Saltzman. He had thought it best to acquaint him with his strict standards and specifications, but in having done so, felt he had told the marriage broker more than was absolutely necessary. He hesitantly inquired, "Do you keep photographs of your clients on file?" "First comes family, amount of dowry, also what kind promises," Saltzman replied, unbuttoning his tight coat and settling himself in the chair. "After comes pictures, Rabbi. Call me Mr. Finkel. I'm not yet a rabbi." Saltzman said he would, but instead called him Doctor, which he changed to Rabbi when Leo was not listening too attentively. Saltzman adjusted his horn-rimmed spectacles, gently cleared his throat, and read in an eager voice the contents of the top card. "Sophie P. 24 years. Widow 1 year. No children. Educated high school and 2 years college. Father promises $8,000. Has wonderful wholesale business. Also real estate. On the mother's side comes teachers, also 1 actor. Well known on 2nd Avenue. Leo gazed up in surprise. "Did you say a widow?" "A widow don't mean spoiled, Rabbi. She lived with her husband maybe 4 months. He was a sick boy. She made a mistake to marry him. Marrying a widow has never entered my mind. This is because you have no experience. A widow, especially if she is young and healthy like this girl, is a wonderful person to marry. She will be thankful to you the rest of her life. Believe me, if I was looking now for a bride, I would marry a widow." Leo reflected, then shook his head. Saltzman hunched his shoulders in an almost imperceptible gesture of disappointment. He placed the card down on the wooden table and began to read another. "Lily H. High School teacher. Regular, not a substitute. Has savings and new Dodge car. Lived in Paris 1 year. Father is successful dentist 35 years. Interested in professional man. Well Americanized family. Wonderful opportunity." "I knew her personally," said Saltzman. "I wish you could see this girl. She is a doll, also very intelligent. All day you could talk to her about books and theater and what not. She also knows current events." "I don't believe you mentioned her age." "Her age," Saltzman said, raising his brows. "Her age is 32 years, Leo said after a while. "I'm afraid that seems a little too old." Saltzman let out a laugh. "So how old are you, Rabbi?" 27. "So what is the difference, tell me, between 27 and 32? My own wife is 7 years older than me, so what did I suffer? Nothing. If Rothschild's daughter wants to marry you, would you say on account her age no? Yes, Leo said dryly. Saltzman shook off the no and the yes. 5 years don't mean a thing. I give you my word that when you will live with her for 1 week you will forget her age. What does it mean 5 years that she lived more and knows more than somebody who is younger? On this girl, God bless her, years are not wasted. Each one that it comes makes better the bargain. What subject does she teach in high school? Languages. If you heard the way she speaks French, you will think it is music. I am in the business 25 years, and I recommend her with my whole heart. Believe me, I know what I'm talking, Rabbi. What's on the next card? Leo said abruptly. Saltzman reluctantly turned up the third card. Ruth K., 19 years, honor student. Father offers 13,000 cash to the right bridegroom. He is a medical doctor, stomach specialist with marvelous practice. Brother-in-law owns own garment business, particular people. Saltzman looked as if he had read his trump card. Did you say 19? Leo asked with interest. On the dot. Is she attractive? He blushed. Pretty. Saltzman kissed his fingertips. A little doll. On this I give you my word. Let me call the father tonight and you will see what means pretty. But Leo was troubled. You're sure she's that young? This I am positive. The father will show you the birth certificate. Are you positive there isn't something wrong with her? Leo insisted. Who says there is wrong? I don't understand why an American girl her age should go to a marriage broker. A smile spread over Saltzman's face. So for the same reason you went, she comes. Leo flushed. I am pressed for time, Saltzman, realizing he had been tactless, quickly explained. The father came, not her. He wants she should have the best, so he looks around himself. When we will locate the right boy, he will introduce him and encourage. This makes a better marriage than if a young girl without experience takes for herself. I don't have to tell you this. But don't you think this young girl believes in love? Leo spoke uneasily. Saltzman was about to guffaw but caught himself and said soberly, Love comes with the right person, not before. Leo parted dry lips but did not speak. Noticing that Saltzman had snatched a glance at the next card, he cleverly asked, How is her health? Perfect, Saltzman said, breathing with difficulty. Of course, she is a little lame on her right foot from an auto accident that had happened to her when she was 12 years, but nobody notices on account she is so brilliant and also beautiful. Leo got up heavily and went to the window. He felt curiously bitter and upbraided himself for having called in the marriage broker. Finally, he shook his head. Why not? Saltzman persisted, the pitch of his voice rising. Because I detest stomach specialists. So what do you care what is his business? After you marry her, do you need him? Who says he must come every Friday night in your house? Ashamed of the way the talk was going, Leo dismissed Saltzman, who went home with heavy, melancholy eyes. Though he had felt only relief at the marriage broker's departure, Leo was in low spirits the next day. He explained it as arising from Saltzman's failure to produce a suitable bride for him. He did not care for his type of clientele. But when Leo found himself hesitating whether to seek out another matchmaker, one more polished than Pineye, he wondered if it could be his protestations to the contrary. And although he honored his father and mother, that he did not, in essence, care for the matchmaking institution. This thought he quickly put out of mind, yet found himself still upset. All day he ran around in the woods, missed an important appointment, forgot to give out his laundry, walked out of a Broadway cafeteria without paying and had to run back with the ticket in his hand, had even not recognized his landlady in the street when she passed with a friend and courteously called out, A good evening to you, Dr. Finkel. By nightfall, however, he had regained sufficient calm to sink his nose into a book, and there found peace from his thoughts. Almost at once there came a knock on the door. Before Leo could say enter, Saltzman, commercial Cupid, was standing in the room. His face was gray and meager, his expression hungry, and he looked as if he would expire on his feet. Yet the marriage broker managed, by some trick of the muscles, to display a broad smile. So good evening. I am invited. Leo nodded, disturbed to see him again, yet unwilling to ask the man to leave. Beaming still, Saltzman laid his portfolio on the table. "Rabbi, I got for you tonight good news. I've asked you not to call me Rabbi, I'm still a student. Your worries are finished. I have for you a first-class bride. Leave me in peace concerning this subject." Leo pretended lack of interest. "The world will dance at your wedding. Please, Mr. Saltzman, no more." "But first must come back my strength," Saltzman said weakly. He fumbled with the portfolio straps and took out of the leather case an oily paper bag from which he extracted a hard, seeded roll and a small, smoked white fish. With a quick motion of his hand, he stripped the fish out of its skin and began ravenously to chew. "All day in a rush," he muttered. Leo watched him eat. "A sliced tomato you have maybe?" Saltzman hesitantly inquired. "No." The marriage broker shut his eyes and ate. When he had finished, he carefully cleaned up the crumbs and rolled up the remains of the fish in the paper bag. His spectacled eyes roamed the room until he discovered, amid some piles of books, a one-burner gas stove. Lifting his hat, he humbly asked, "A glass tea you got, Rabbi?" Conscience-stricken, Leo rose and brewed the tea. He served it with a chunk of lemon and 2 cubes of lump sugar, delighting Saltzman. After he had drunk his tea, Saltzman's strength and good spirits were restored. "So tell me, Rabbi," he said amiably, "you considered some more the 3 clients I mentioned yesterday. There was no need to consider." "Why not?" "None of them suits me." "What then suits you?" Leo let it pass because he could give only a confused answer. Without waiting for a reply, Saltzman asked, "You remember this girl I talked to you, the high school teacher? Age 32. But surprisingly, Saltzman's face lit in a smile. "Age 29. Leo shot him a look. "Reduced from 32. "A mistake," Saltzman avowed. "I talked today with the dentist. He took me to his safety deposit box and showed me the birth certificate. She was 29 years last August. They made her a party in the mountains where she went for her vacation. When her father spoke to me the first time, I forgot to write the age and I told you 32, but now I remember this was a different client, a widow. The same one you told me about. I thought she was 24. A different. Am I responsible that the world is filled with widows? No, but I'm not interested in them, nor for that matter, in school teachers." Saltzman pulled his clasped hands to his breast. Looking at the ceiling, he devoutly exclaimed, "Yiddish kinder, what can I say to somebody that he is not interested in high school teachers? So what then you are interested?" Leo flushed but controlled himself. "In what else will you be interested?" Saltzman went on. "If you're not interested in this fine girl that she speaks 4 languages and has, personally in the bank, $10,000. Also her father guarantees further 12,000. Also she has a new car, wonderful clothes, talks on all subjects, and she will give you a first-class home and children. How near do we come in our life to paradise? If she's so wonderful, why wasn't she married 10 years ago?" "Why?" said Saltzman with a heavy laugh. "Why? Because she is particular, this is why. She wants the best." Leo was silent, amused at how he had entangled himself. But Saltzman had aroused his interest in Lily H., and he began seriously to consider calling on her. When the marriage broker observed how intently Leo's mind was at work on the facts he had supplied, he felt certain they would soon come to an agreement. Late Saturday afternoon, conscious of Saltzman, Leo Finkel walked with Lily Hirschkorn along Riverside Drive. He walked briskly and erectly, wearing with distinction the black fedora he had that morning taken with trepidation out of the dusty hat box on his closet shelf, and the heavy black Saturday coat he had thoroughly whisked clean. Leo also owned a walking stick, a present from a distant relative, but quickly put temptation aside and did not use it. Lily, petite and not unpretty, had on something signifying the approach of spring. She was au courant, animatedly, with all sorts of subjects, and he weighed her words and found her surprisingly sound score another for Saltzman, whom he uneasily sensed to be somewhere around, hiding perhaps high in a tree along the street, flashing the lady signals with a pocket mirror. Or perhaps a cloven-hoofed Pan, piping nuptial ditties as he danced his invisible way before them, strewing wild buds on the walk and purple grapes in their path, symbolizing fruit of a union, though there was of course still none. Lily startled Leo by remarking, "I was thinking of Mr. Saltzman, a curious figure, wouldn't you say?" Not certain what to answer, he nodded. She bravely went on, blushing, "I for one am grateful for his introducing us." "Aren't you?" he courteously replied. "I am." "I mean," she said with a little laugh, and it was all in good taste, or at least gave the effect of being not in bad, "do you mind that we came together so?" He was not displeased with her honesty, recognizing that she meant to set the relationship aright, and understanding that it took a certain amount of experience in life and courage to want to do it quite that way. One had to have some sort of past to make that kind of beginning. He said that he did not mind. Saltzman's function was traditional and honorable, valuable for what it might achieve, which, he pointed out, was frequently nothing. Lily agreed with a sigh. They walked on for a while, and she said after a long silence, again with a nervous laugh, "Would you mind if I asked you something a little bit personal? Frankly, I find the subject fascinating." Although Leo shrugged, she went on half embarrassedly, "How was it that you came to your calling? I mean, was it a sudden passionate inspiration?" Leo, after a time, slowly replied, "I was always interested in the law. You saw revealed in it the presence of the highest." He nodded and changed the subject. "I understand that you spent a little time in Paris, Miss Hirschkorn." "Oh, did Mr. Saltzman tell you, Rabbi Finkel?" Leo winced, but she went on, "It was ages ago and almost forgotten. I remember I had to return for my sister's wedding." And Lily would not be put off. "When," she asked in a trembly voice, "did you become enamored of God?" He stared at her. Then it came to him that she was talking not about Leo Finkel, but of a total stranger, some mystical figure, perhaps even passionate prophet that Saltzman had dreamed up for her, no relation to the living or dead. Leo trembled with rage and weakness. The trickster had obviously sold her a bill of goods, just as he had him, who'd expected to become acquainted with a young lady of 29, only to behold, the moment he laid eyes upon her strained and anxious face, a woman past 35 and aging rapidly. Only his self-control had kept him this long in her presence. "I am not," he said gravely, "a talented religious person," and in seeking words to go on, found himself possessed by shame and fear. "I think," he said in a strained manner, "that I came to God not because I loved him, but because I did not." This confession he spoke harshly because its unexpectedness shook him. Lily wilted. Leo saw a profusion of loaves of bread go flying like ducks high over his head, not unlike the winged loaves by which he had counted himself to sleep last night. Mercifully, then, it snowed, which he would not put past Saltzman's machinations. He was infuriated with the marriage broker and swore he would throw him out of the room the minute he reappeared. But Saltzman did not come that night, and when Leo's anger had subsided, an unaccountable despair grew in its place. At first he thought this was caused by his disappointment in Lily, but before long it became evident that he had involved himself with Saltzman without a true knowledge of his own intent. He gradually realized with an emptiness that seized him with 6 hands that he had called in the broker to find him a bride, because he was incapable of doing it himself. This terrifying insight he had derived as a result of his meeting and conversation with Lily Hirschkorn. Her probing questions had somehow irritated him into revealing to himself more than her the true nature of his relationship to God, and from that it had come upon him, with shocking force, that apart from his parents, he had never loved anyone. Or perhaps it went the other way, that he did not love God so well as he might, because he had not loved man. It seemed to Leo that his whole life stood starkly revealed, and he saw himself for the first time as he truly was unloved and loveless. This bitter but somehow not fully unexpected revelation brought him to a point of panic, controlled only by extraordinary effort. He covered his face with his hands and cried. The week that followed was the worst of his life. He did not eat and lost weight. His beard darkened and grew ragged. He stopped attending seminars and almost never opened a book. He seriously considered leaving the yeshiva, although he was deeply troubled at the thought of the loss of all his years of study, saw them like pages torn from a book, strewn over the city, and at the devastating effect of this decision upon his parents. But he had lived without knowledge of himself, and never in the 5 books and all the commentaries mea culpa had the truth been revealed to him. He did not know where to turn, and in all this desolating loneliness there was no to whom, although he often thought of Lily but not once could bring himself to go downstairs and make the call. He became touchy and irritable, especially with his landlady, who asked him all manner of personal questions. On the other hand, sensing his own disagreeableness, he waylaid her on the stairs and apologized abjectly until, mortified, she ran from him. Out of this, however, he drew the consolation that he was a Jew and that a Jew suffered. But gradually, as the long and terrible week drew to a close, he regained his composure and some idea of purpose in life. To go on as planned. Although he was imperfect, the ideal was not. As for his quest of a bride, the thought of continuing afflicted him with anxiety and heartburn. Yet perhaps with this new knowledge of himself he would be more successful than in the past. Perhaps love would now come to him and a bride to that love, and for this sanctified seeking who needed a saltsman. The marriage broker, a skeleton with haunted eyes, returned that very night. He looked withal the picture of frustrated expectancy, as if he had steadfastly waited the week at Miss Lily Hurscorn's side for a telephone call that never came. Casually coughing, Saltzman came immediately to the point. "So how did you like her?" Leo's anger rose, and he could not refrain from chiding the matchmaker. "Why did you lie to me, Saltzman?" Saltzman's pale face went dead white. The world had snowed on him. "Did you not state that she was 29? Leo insisted. "I give you my word she was 35 if a day, at least 35. Of this don't be too sure. Her father told me, never mind. The worst of it was that you lied to her." "How did I lie to her, tell me?" "You told her things about me that weren't true. You made me out to be more, consequently less than I am." She had in mind a totally different person, a sort of semi-mystical wonder rabbi. "All I said you was a religious man." "I can imagine," Saltzman sighed. "This is my weakness that I have," he confessed. "My wife says to me I shouldn't be a salesman, but when I have 2 fine people that they would be wonderful to be married, I am so happy that I talk too much." He smiled wanly. This is why Saltzman is a poor man. Leo's anger left him. "Well, Saltzman, I'm afraid that's all." The marriage broker fastened hungry eyes on him. "You don't want any more a bride?" "I do," said Leo, "but I have decided to seek her in a different way. I am no longer interested in an arranged marriage. To be frank, I now admit the necessity of premarital love. That is, I want to be in love with the one I marry." "Love?" said Saltzman, astounded. After a moment he remarked, "For us, our love is our life, not for the ladies. In the ghetto I know, said Leo. "I've thought of it often. Love, I have said to myself, should be a byproduct of living and worship rather than its own end. Yet for myself I find it necessary to establish the level of my need and fulfill it." Saltzman shrugged but answered, "Listen, Rabbi, if you want love, this I can find for you also. I have such beautiful clients that you will love them the minute your eyes will see them." Leo smiled unhappily. "I'm afraid you don't understand." But Saltzman hastily unstrapped his portfolio and withdrew a manila packet from it. "Pictures," he said, quickly laying the envelope on the table. Leo called after him to take the pictures away, but as if on the wings of the wind, Saltzman had disappeared. March came. Leo had returned to his regular routine. Although he felt not quite himself, yet lacked energy, he was making plans for a more active social life. Of course it would cost something, but he was an expert in cutting corners, and when there were no corners left he would make circles rounder. All the while Saltzman's pictures had lain on the table gathering dust. Occasionally, as Leo sat studying, or enjoying a cup of tea, his eyes fell on the manila envelope, but he never opened it. The days went by, and no social life to speak of developed with a member of the opposite sex. It was difficult, given the circumstances of his situation. One morning Leo toiled up the stairs to his room and stared out the window at the city. Although the day was bright, his view of it was dark. For some time he watched the people in the street below hurrying along and then turned with a heavy heart to his little room. On the table was the packet. With a sudden relentless gesture he tore it open. For a half-hour he stood by the table in a state of excitement, examining the photographs of the ladies Saltzman had included. Finally, with a deep sigh he put them down. There were 6 of varying degrees of attractiveness, but look at them long enough and they all became Lily Hirschkorn, all past their prime, all starved behind bright smiles, not a true personality in the lot. Life, despite their frantic yoo-hooings, had passed them by. They were pictures in a briefcase that stank of fish. After a while, however, as Leo attempted to return the photographs into the envelope, he found in it another, a snapshot of the type taken by a machine for a quarter. He gazed at it a moment and let out a cry. Her face deeply moved him. Why, he could at first not say. It gave him the impression of youth's spring flowers, yet age, a sense of having been used to the bone, wasted. This came from the eyes, which were hauntingly familiar, yet absolutely strange. He had a vivid impression that he had met her before, but try as he might he could not place her, although he could almost recall her name, as if he had read it in her own handwriting. No, this couldn't be. He would have remembered her. It was not, he affirmed, that she had an extraordinary beauty, no, though her face was attractive enough. It was that something about her moved him. Feature for feature, even some of the ladies of the photographs could do better. But she leaped forth to his heart, had lived, or wanted to more than just wanted, perhaps regretted how she had lived, had somehow deeply suffered. It could be seen in the depths of those reluctant eyes, and from the way the light enclosed and shone from her and within her, opening realms of possibility. This was her own, her he desired. His head ached and eyes narrowed with the intensity of his gazing. Then, as if an obscure fog had blown up in the mind, he experienced fear of her and was aware that he had received an impression, somehow, of evil. He shuddered, saying softly, "It is thus with us all." Leo brewed some tea in a small pot and sat sipping it without sugar to calm himself. But before he had finished drinking, again with excitement he examined the face and found it good. Good for Leo Finkel. Only such a one could understand him and help him seek whatever he was seeking. She might perhaps love him. How she had happened to be among the discards in Saltzman's barrel he could never guess, but he knew he must urgently go find her. Leo rushed downstairs, grabbed up the Bronx telephone book, and searched for Saltzman's home address. He was not listed, nor was his office. Neither was he in the Manhattan book. But Leo remembered having written down the address on a slip of paper after he had read Saltzman's advertisement in the personals column of the foreword. He ran up to his room and tore through his papers, without luck. It was exasperating. Just when he needed the matchmaker, he was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, Leo remembered to look in his wallet. There on a card he found his name written and a Bronx address. No phone number was listed. The reason Leo now recalled: he had originally communicated with Saltzman by letter. He got on his coat, put a hat on over his skull cap, and hurried to the subway station. All the way to the far end of the Bronx he sat on the edge of his seat. He was more than once tempted to take out the picture and see if the girl's face was as he remembered it, but he refrained, allowing the snapshot to remain in his inside coat pocket, content to have her so close. When the train pulled into the station, he was waiting at the door and bolted out. He quickly located the street Saltzman had advertised. The building he sought was less than a block from the subway, but it was not an office building, nor even a loft, nor a store in which one could rent office space. It was a very old tenement house. Leo found Saltzman's name in pencil on a soiled tag under the bell and climbed 3 dark flights to his apartment. When he knocked, the door was opened by a thin, asthmatic, gray-haired woman in felt slippers. "Yes," she said, expecting nothing. She listened without listening. He could have sworn he had seen her, too, before, but knew it was an illusion. "Saltzman, does he live here?" "Pinai Saltzman," he said, "the matchmaker." She stared at him a long minute. "Of course." He felt embarrassed. "Is he in?" "No." Her mouth, though left open, offered nothing more. "The matter is urgent. Can you tell me where his office is?" "In the air." She pointed upward. "You mean he has no office?" Leo asked. "In his socks." He peered into the apartment. It was sunless and dingy, one large room divided by a half-open curtain, beyond which he could see a sagging metal bed. The near side of a room was crowded with rickety chairs, old bureaus, a 3-legged table, racks of cooking utensils, and all the apparatus of a kitchen. But there was no sign of Saltzman or his magic barrel, probably also a figment of the imagination. An odor of frying fish made Leo weak to the knees. "Where is he?" he insisted. "I've got to see your husband." At length she answered, "So who knows where he is? Every time he thinks a new thought he runs to a different place. Go home, he will find you. Tell him Leo Finkel." She gave no sign she had heard. He walked downstairs, depressed, but Saltzman, breathless, stood waiting at his door. Leo was astounded and overjoyed. "How did you get here before me?" "I rushed." "Come inside." They entered. Fixed tea and a sardine sandwich for Saltzman. As they were drinking, he reached behind him for the packet of pictures and handed them to the marriage broker. Saltzman put down his glass and said expectantly, "You found somebody you like." "Not among these." The marriage broker turned away. "Here is the one I want." Leo held forth the snapshot. Saltzman slipped on his glasses and took the picture into his trembling hand. He turned ghastly and let out a groan. "What's the matter?" cried Leo. "Excuse me. Was an accident, this picture. She isn't for you." Saltzman frantically shoved the manila packet into his portfolio. He thrust the snapshot into his pocket and fled down the stairs. Leo, after momentary paralysis, gave chase and cornered the marriage broker in the vestibule. The landlady made hysterical outcries, but neither of them listened. "Give me back the picture, Saltzman." "No." The pain in his eyes was terrible. "Tell me who she is then." "This I can't tell you. Excuse me." He made to depart, but Leo, forgetting himself, seized the matchmaker by his tight coat and shook him frenziedly. "Please," sighed Saltzman, "please." Leo ashamedly let him go. "Tell me who she is," he begged. "It's very important for me to know. She is not for you. She is a wild one, wild without shame. This is not a bride for a rabbi." "What do you mean wild?" "Like an animal, like a dog. For her to be poor was a sin. This is why to me she is dead now." "In God's name, what do you mean?" "Her I can't introduce to you," Saltzman cried. "Why are you so excited?" "Why, he asks," Saltzman said, bursting into tears. "This is my baby, my Stella. She should burn in hell." Leo hurried up to bed and hid under the covers. Under the covers he thought his life through. Although he soon fell asleep, he could not sleep her out of his mind. He woke, beating his breast. Though he prayed to be rid of her, his prayers went unanswered. Through days of torment, he endlessly struggled not to love her. Fearing success, he escaped it. He then concluded to convert her to goodness, himself to God. The idea alternately nauseated and exalted him. He perhaps did not know that he had come to a final decision until he encountered Saltzman in a Broadway cafeteria. He was sitting alone at a rear table, sucking the bony remains of a fish. The marriage broker appeared haggard and transparent to the point of vanishing. Saltzman looked up at first without recognizing him. Leo had grown a pointed beard and his eyes were weighted with wisdom. "Saltzman," he said, "love has at last come to my heart. Who can love from a picture, mocked the marriage broker. It is not impossible. If you can love her, then you can love anybody. Let me show you some new clients that they just sent me their photographs. One is a little doll. Just her I want, Leo murmured. Don't be a fool, doctor, don't bother with her. Put me in touch with her, Saltzman, Leo said humbly. Perhaps I can be of service. Saltzman had stopped eating, and Leo understood with emotion that it was now arranged. Leaving the cafeteria, he was, however, afflicted by a tormenting suspicion that Saltzman had planned it all to happen this way. Leo was informed by letter that she would meet him on a certain corner, and she was there one spring night, waiting under a street lamp. He appeared, carrying a small bouquet of violets and rosebuds. Stella stood by the lamp post, smoking. She wore white with red shoes which fitted his expectations, although in a troubled moment he had imagined the dress red and only the shoes white. She waited uneasily and shyly. From afar he saw that her eyes, clearly her father's, were filled with desperate innocence. He pictured in her his own redemption. Violins and lit candles revolved in the sky. Leo ran forward with flowers outthrust. Around the corner, Saltzman, leaning against a wall, chanted prayers for the dead. What we talk about when we talk about love. Raymond Carver, my friend Mel Eugenides, was talking. Mel Eugenides is a cardiologist, and sometimes that gives him the right. The four of us were sitting around his kitchen table drinking gin. Sunlight filled the kitchen from the big window behind the sink. There were Mel and me and his second wife, Teresa Terry. We called her and my wife Laura. We lived in Albuquerque then. But we were all from somewhere else. There was an ice bucket on the table. The gin and the tonic water kept going around, and we somehow got on the subject of love. Mel thought real love was nothing less than spiritual love. He said he'd spent 5 years in a seminary before quitting to go to medical school. He said he still looked back on those years in the seminary as the most important years in his life. Terry said the man she lived with before she lived with Mel loved her so much he tried to kill her. Then Terry said, he beat me up one night. He dragged me around the living room by my ankles. He kept saying, I love you, you bitch. He went on dragging me around the living room. My head kept knocking on things. Terry looked around the table. What do you do with love like that? She was a bone-thin woman with a pretty face, dark eyes, and brown hair that hung down her back. She liked necklaces made of turquoise and long pendant earrings. My God, don't be silly. That's not love, and you know it, Mel said. I don't know what you'd call it, but I sure know you wouldn't call it love. Say what you want, but I know it was, Terry said. It may sound crazy to you, but it's true just the same. People are different, Mel. Sure, sometimes he may have acted crazy. Okay, but he loved me. In his own way maybe, but he loved me. There was love there, Mel. Don't say there wasn't. Mel let out his breath. He held his glass and turned to Laura and me. The man threatened to kill me, Mel said. He finished his drink and reached for the gin bottle. Terry's a romantic. Terry's of the kick me swell know you love me school. Terry, hun, don't look that way. Mel reached across the table and touched Terry's cheek with his fingers. He grinned at her. Now he wants to make up, Terry said. Make up what? Mel said. What is there to make up? I know what I know, that's all. How do we get started on this subject anyway? Terry said. She raised her glass and drank from it. Mel always has love on his mind, she said. Don't you, honey? She smiled, and I thought that was the last of it. I just wouldn't call Ed's behavior love, that's all I'm saying, honey, Mel said. What about you guys? Mel said to Laura and me. Does that sound like love to you? I'm the wrong person to ask, I said. I didn't even know the man. I've only heard his name mentioned in passing. I wouldn't know, you'd have to know the particulars, but I think what you're saying is that love is an absolute. Mel said, the kind of love I'm talking about is. The kind of love I'm talking about, you don't try to kill people. Laura said, I don't know anything about Ed or anything about the situation, but who can judge anyone else's situation? I touched the back of Laura's hand. She gave me a quick smile. I picked up Laura's hand. It was warm, the nails polished, perfectly manicured. I encircled her broad wrist with my fingers and I held her. When I left, he drank rat poison, Terry said. She clasped her arms with her hands. They took him to the hospital in Santa Fe. That's where we lived then, about 10 miles out. They saved his life, but his gums went crazy from it. I mean, they pulled away from his teeth. After that, his teeth stood out like fangs. My God, Terry said. She waited a minute, then let go of her arms and picked up her glass. What people won't do. Laura said. He's out of the action now, Mel said. He's dead. Mel handed me the saucer of limes. I took a section, squeezed it over my drink, and stirred the ice cubes with my finger. It gets worse, Terry said. He shot himself in the mouth, but he bungled that too. Poor Ed, she said. Terry shook her head. Poor Ed nothing, Mel said. He was dangerous. Mel was 45 years old. He was tall and rangy with curly, soft hair. His face and arms were brown from the tennis he played. When he was sober, his gestures, all his movements were precise, very careful. He did love me though, Mel. Grant me that, Terry said. That's all I'm asking. He didn't love me the way you love me. I'm not saying that, but he loved me. You can grant me that, can't you? What do you mean he bungled it? I said. Laura leaned forward with her glass. She put her elbows on the table and held her glass in both hands. She glanced from Mel to Terry and waited with a look of bewilderment on her open face, as if amazed that such things happened to people you were friendly with. How'd he bungle it when he killed himself? I said. I'll tell you what happened, Mel said. He took this .22 pistol he'd bought to threaten Terry and me with. Oh, I'm serious, the man was always threatening. You should have seen the way we lived in those days. Like fugitives. I even bought a gun myself. Can you believe it, a guy like me? But I did. I bought one for self-defense and carried it in the glove compartment. Sometimes I'd have to leave the apartment in the middle of the night. To go to the hospital, you know. Terry and I weren't married then, and my first wife had the house and kids, the dog, everything, and Terry and I were living in this apartment here. Sometimes, as I say, I'd get a call in the middle of the night and have to go into the hospital at 2 or 3 in the morning. It'd be dark out there in the parking lot and I'd break into a sweat before I could even get to my car. I never knew if he was going to come up out of the shrubbery or from behind a car and start shooting. I mean, the man was crazy. He was capable of wiring a bomb, anything. He used to call my service at all hours and say he needed to talk to the doctor, and when I'd return the call, he'd say, "Son of a bitch, your days are numbered." Little things like that. It was scary, I'm telling you. I still feel sorry for him, Terry said. It sounds like a nightmare, Laura said. But what exactly happened after he shot himself? Laura is a legal secretary. We'd met in a professional capacity. Before we knew it, it was a courtship. She's 35, 3 years younger than I am. In addition to being in love, we like each other and enjoy one another's company. She's easy to be with. What happened? Laura said. Mel said, he shot himself in the mouth in his room. Someone heard the shot and told the manager. They came in with a passkey, saw what had happened, and called an ambulance. I happened to be there when they brought him in, alive but past recall. The man lived for 3 days. His head swelled up to twice the size of a normal head. I'd never seen anything like it, and I hope I never do again. Terry wanted to go in and sit with him when she found out about it. We had a fight over it. I didn't think she should see him like that. I didn't think she should see him, and I still don't. Who won the fight? Laura said. I was in the room with him when he died, Terry said. He never came up out of it, but I sat with him. He didn't have anyone else. He was dangerous, Mel said. If you call that love, you can have it. It was love, Terry said. Sure, it's abnormal in most people's eyes, but he was willing to die for it. He did die for it. I sure as hell wouldn't call it love, Mel said. I mean, no one knows what he did it for. I've seen a lot of suicides, and I couldn't say anyone ever knew what they did it for. Mel put his hands behind his neck and tilted his chair back. I'm not interested in that kind of love, he said. If that's love, you can have it, Terry said. We were afraid. Mel even made a will out and wrote to his brother in California who used to be a Green Beret. Mel told him who to look for if something happened to him. Terry drank from her glass. She said, but Mel's right, we lived like fugitives. We were afraid. Mel was, weren't you, honey? I even called the police at one point, but they were no help. They said they couldn't do anything until Ed actually did something. Isn't that a laugh? Terry said. She poured the last of the gin into her glass and waggled the bottle. Mel got up from the table and went to the cupboard. He took down another bottle. Well, Nick and I know what love is, Laura said. For us, I mean, Laura said. She bumped my knee with her knee. You're supposed to say something now, Laura said, and turned her smile on me. For an answer, I took Laura's hand and raised it to my lips. I made a big production out of kissing her hand. Everyone was amused. We're lucky, I said. You guys, Terry said. Stop that now, you're making me sick. You're still on the honeymoon, for God's sake. You're still gaga, for crying out loud. Just wait. How long have you been together now? How long has it been? A year. Longer than a year. Going on a year and a half, Laura said, flushed and smiling. Oh, now, Terry said. Wait a while. She held her drink and gazed at Laura. I'm only kidding, Terry said. Mel opened the gin and went around the table with the bottle. Here, you guys, he said. Let's have a toast. I want to propose a toast to love, to true love, Mel said. We touched glasses. To love, we said. Outside in the backyard, one of the dogs began to bark. The leaves of the aspen that leaned past the window ticked against the glass. The afternoon sun was like a presence in this room, the spacious light of ease and generosity. We could have been anywhere, somewhere enchanted. We raised our glasses again and grinned at each other like children who had agreed on something forbidden. I'll tell you what real love is, Mel said. I mean, I'll give you a good example, and then you can draw your own conclusions. He poured more gin into his glass. He added an ice cube and a sliver of lime. We waited and sipped our drinks. Laura and I touched knees again. I put a hand on her warm thigh and left it there. What do any of us really know about love? Mel said. It seems to me we're just beginners at love. We say we love each other, and we do. I don't doubt it. I love Terry and Terry loves me, and you guys love each other too. You know the kind of love I'm talking about now. Physical love, that impulse that drives you to someone special, as well as love of the other person's being, his or her essence as it were. Carnal love, and well, call it sentimental love, the day-to-day caring about the other person. But sometimes I have a hard time accounting for the fact that I must have loved my first wife too. But I did, I know I did. So I suppose I am like Terry in that regard. Terry and Ed. He thought about it and then he went on. There was a time when I thought I loved my first wife more than life itself. But now I hate her guts. I do. How do you explain that? What happened to that love? What happened to it is what I'd like to know. I wish someone could tell me. Then there's Ed. Okay, we're back to Ed. He loves Terry so much he tries to kill her and he winds up killing himself. Mel stopped talking and swallowed from his glass. You guys have been together 18 months and you love each other. It shows all over you. You glow with it. But you both loved other people before you met each other. You've both been married before, just like us. And you probably loved other people before that too, even. Terry and I have been together 5 years, been married for 4. And the terrible thing is, but the good thing too, the saving grace, you might say, is that if something happened to one of us, excuse me for saying this, but if something happened to one of us tomorrow, I think the other person, would grieve for a while, you know, but then the surviving party would go out and love again, have someone else soon enough. All of this love we're talking about, it would just be a memory. Maybe not even a memory. Am I wrong? Am I way off base? Because I want you to set me straight if you think I'm wrong. I want to know. I mean, I don't know anything and I'm the first one to admit it. Mel, for God's sake, Terry said. She reached out and took hold of his wrist. Are you getting drunk, honey? Are you drunk? Honey, I'm just talking, Mel said. All right, I don't have to be drunk to say what I think. I mean, we're all just talking, right? Mel said. He fixed his eyes on her. Sweetie, I'm not criticizing, Terry said. She picked up her glass. I'm not on call today, Mel said. Let me remind you of that. I am not on call, he said. Mel, we love you, Laura said. Mel looked at Laura. He looked at her as if he could not place her, as if she was not the woman she was. "Love you too, Laura," Mel said. "And you, Nick, love you too. You know something?" Mel said. "You guys are our pals," Mel said. He picked up his glass. Mel said, "I was going to tell you about something. I mean, I was going to prove a point. You see, this happened a few months ago, but it's still going on right now, and it ought to make us feel ashamed when we talk like we know what we're talking about when we talk about love." "Come on now," Terry said. "Don't talk like you're drunk if you're not drunk. Just shut up for once in your life," Mel said very quietly. "Will you do me a favor and do that for a minute? So as I was saying, there's this old couple who had this car wreck out on the interstate. A kid hit them and they were all torn to shit and nobody was giving them much chance to pull through." Terry looked at us and then back at Mel. She seemed anxious, or maybe that's too strong a word. Mel was handing the bottle around the table. "I was on call that night," Mel said. "It was May or maybe it was June. Terry and I had just sat down to dinner when the hospital called. There'd been this thing out on the interstate. Drunk kid, teenager, plowed his dad's pickup into this camper with this old couple in it. They were up in their mid-70s, that couple. The kid 18, 19, something, he was Doa, taking the steering wheel through his sternum. The old couple, they were alive, you understand. I mean just barely. But they had everything. Multiple fractures, internal injuries, hemorrhaging, contusions, lacerations, the works, and they each of them had themselves concussions. They were in a bad way, believe me. And of course their age was 2 strikes against them. I'd say she was worse off than he was. Ruptured spleen along with everything else. Both kneecaps broken, but they'd been wearing their seatbelts and God knows that's what saved them for the time being. Folks, this is an advertisement for the National Safety Council, Terry said. This is your spokesman, Dr. Melvin R. Eugenides, talking. Terry laughed. Mel, she said, sometimes you're just too much. But I love you, hun, she said. Honey, I love you, Mel said. He leaned across the table. Terry met him halfway. They kissed. Terry's right, Mel said as he settled himself again. Get those seatbelts on. But seriously, they were in some shape, those oldsters. By the time I got down there, the kid was dead, as I said. He was off in a corner, laid out on a gurney. I took one look at the old couple and told the nurse to get me a neurologist and an orthopedic man and a couple of surgeons down there right away. He drank from his glass. I'll try to keep this short, he said. So we took the 2 of them up to the OR and worked like fuck on them most of the night. They had these incredible reserves, those 2. You see that once in a while. So we did everything that could be done, and toward morning we're giving them a 50-50 chance, maybe less than that for her. So here they are, still alive the next morning. So okay, we moved them into the ICU, which is where they both kept plugging away at it for 2 weeks, hitting it better and better on all the scopes. So we transfer them out to their own room. Mel stopped talking. Here, he said, let's drink this cheapo gin the hell up. Then we're going to dinner, right? Terry and I know a new place. That's where we'll go, to this new place we know about. But we're not going until we finish up this cut-rate lousy gin. Terry said, we haven't actually eaten there yet. But it looks good, from the outside, you know. I like food, Mel said. If I had it to do all over again, I'd be a chef, you know. Right, Terry, Mel said. He laughed. He fingered the ice in his glass. Terry knows, he said. Terry can tell you, but let me say this. If I could come back again in a different life, a different time and all, you know what? I'd like to come back as a knight. You were pretty safe wearing all that armor. It was all right being a knight until gunpowder and muskets and pistols came along. Mel would like to ride a horse and carry a lance, Terry said. Carry a woman's scarf with you everywhere, Laura said. Or just a woman, Mel said. Shame on you, Laura said. Terry said, suppose you came back as a serf. The serfs didn't have it so good in those days, Terry said. The serfs never had it good, Mel said. But I guess even the knights were vessels to someone. Isn't that the way it worked? But then everyone is always a vessel to someone. Isn't that right, Terry? But what I liked about knights besides their ladies was that they had that suit of armor, and they couldn't get hurt very easy. No cars in those days, no drunk teenagers to tear into your ass. Vassals, Terry said. What? Mel said. Vassals, Terry said. They were called vassals, not vessels. Vassals, vessels, Mel said. What the fuck's the difference? You knew what I meant anyway. All right, Mel said. So I'm not educated. I learned my stuff. I'm a heart surgeon, sure, but I'm just a mechanic. I go in and I fuck around and I fix things. Shit, Mel said. Modesty doesn't become you, Terry said. He's just a humble sawbones, I said. But sometimes they suffocated in all that armor, Mel. They'd even have heart attacks if it got too hot and they were too tired and worn out. I read somewhere that they'd fall off their horses and not be able to get up because they were too tired to stand with all that armor on them. They got trampled by their own horses sometimes. That's terrible, Mel said. That's a terrible thing, Nicky. I guess they just lay there and wait until somebody came along and made a shish kebab out of them. Some other vessel, Terry said. That's right, Mel said. Some vassal would come along and spear the bastard in the name of love. Or whatever the fuck it was they fought over in those days. Same things we fight over these days, Terry said. Laura said, nothing's changed. The color was still high in Laura's cheeks. Her eyes were bright. She brought her glass to her lips. Mel poured himself another drink. He looked at the label closely as if studying a long row of numbers. Then he slowly put the bottle down on the table and slowly reached for the tonic water. What about the old couple? Laura said. You didn't finish that story you started. Laura was having a hard time lighting her cigarette. Her matches kept going out. The sunshine inside the room was different now, changing, getting thinner. But the leaves outside the window were still shimmering, and I stared at the pattern they made on the panes and on the Formica counter. They weren't the same patterns, of course. What about the old couple? I said. Older but wiser, Terry said. Mel stared at her. Terry said, go on with your story, hun. I was only kidding. Then what happened? Terry, sometimes, Mel said. Please, Mel, Terry said. Don't always be so serious, sweetie. Can't you take a joke? Where's the joke? Mel said. He held his glass and gazed steadily at his wife. What happened? Laura said. Mel fastened his eyes on Laura. He said, Laura, if I didn't have Terry and if I didn't love her so much and if Nick wasn't my best friend, I'd fall in love with you. I'd carry you off, honey, he said. Tell your story, Terry said. Then we'll go to that new place, okay? Okay, Mel said. Where was I? He said. He stared at the table and then he began again. I dropped in to see each of them every day, sometimes twice a day if I was up doing other calls anyway. Casts and bandages, head to foot, the both of them. You know, you've seen it in the movies. That's just the way they look, just like in the movies. Little eye holes and nose holes and mouth holes. And she had to have her legs slung up on top of it. Well, the husband was very depressed for the longest while. Even after he found out that his wife was going to pull through, he was still very depressed. Not about the accident, though. I mean, the accident was one thing, but it wasn't everything. I'd get up to his mouth hole, and he'd say no. It wasn't the accident exactly, but it was because he couldn't see her through his eye holes. He said that was what was making him feel so bad. Can you imagine? I'm telling you, the man's heart was breaking because he couldn't turn his goddamn head and see his goddamn wife. Mel looked around the table and shook his head at what he was going to say. I mean, it was killing the old fart just because he couldn't look at the fucking woman. We all looked at Mel. Do you see what I'm saying? He said. Maybe we were a little drunk by then. I know it was hard keeping things in focus. The light was draining out of the room, going back through the window where it had come from. Yet nobody made a move to get up from the table to turn on the overhead light. Listen, Mel said. Let's finish this fucking gin. There's about enough left here for one shooter all around. Then let's go eat. Let's go to the new place. He's depressed, Terry said. Mel, why don't you take a pill? Mel shook his head. I've taken everything there is. We all need a pill now and then, I said. Some people are born needing them, Terry said. She was using her finger to rub at something on the table. Then she stopped rubbing. I think I want to call my kids, Mel said. Is that all right with everybody? I'll call my kids, he said. Terry said, what if Marjorie answers the phone? You guys, you've heard us on the subject of Marjorie. Honey, you know you don't want to talk to Marjorie. It'll make you feel even worse. I don't want to talk to Marjorie, Mel said, but I want to talk to my kids. There isn't a day goes by that Mel doesn't say he wishes she'd get married again. Or else die, Terry said. For one thing, Terry said, she's bankrupting us. Mel says it's just to spite him that she won't get married again. She has a boyfriend who lives with her and the kids, so Mel is supporting the boyfriend too. She's allergic to bees, Mel said. If I'm not praying she'll get married again, I'm praying she'll get herself stung to death by a swarm of bees. Shame on you, Laura said. Bzzzzzzzzz, Mel said, turning his fingers into bees and buzzing them at Terry's throat. Then he let his hands drop all the way to his sides. She's vicious, Mel said. Sometimes I think I'll go up there dressed like a beekeeper. You know, that hat that's like a helmet with the plate that comes down over your face, the big gloves and the padded coat. I'll knock on the door and let loose a hive of bees in the house. But first I'd make sure the kids were out, of course. He crossed one leg over the other. It seemed to take him a lot of time to do it. Then he put both feet on the floor and leaned forward, elbows on the table, his chin cupped in his hands. Maybe I won't call the kids after all. Maybe it isn't such a hot idea. Maybe we'll just go eat. How does that sound? Sounds fine to me, I said. Eat or not eat or keep drinking. I could head right on out into the sunset. What does that mean, honey? Laura said. It just means what I said, I said. It means I could just keep going. That's all it means. I could eat something myself, Laura said. I don't think I've ever been so hungry in my life. Is there something to nibble on? I'll put out some cheese and crackers, Terry said. But Terry just sat there. She did not get up to get anything. Mel turned his glass over. He spilled it out on the table. Gin's gone, Mel said. Terry said, now what? I could hear my heart beating. I could hear everyone's heart. I could hear the human noise we sat there making, not one of us moving, not even when the room went dark. Innocence Harold Brodkey I Aura at Harvard. Aura Perkins was a senior. Her looks were like a force that struck you. Truly, people on first meeting her often involuntarily lifted their arms as if about to fend off the brightness of the apparition. She was a somewhat scrawny, tulip-like girl of middling height. To see her in sunlight was to see Marxism die. I'm not the only one who said that. It was because seeing someone in actuality who had such a high immediate worth meant you had to decide whether such personal distinction had a right to exist, or if she belonged to the state and ought to be shadowed in, reduced in scale, made lesser, laughed at. Also, it was the case that you had to be rich and famous to set your hands on her. She could not fail to be a trophy, and the question was whether the trophy had to be awarded on economic and political grounds, or whether chance could enter in. I was a senior, too, and ironic. I had no money. I was without lineage. It seemed to me Aura was proof that life was a terrifying phenomenon of surface immediacy. She made any idea I had of psychological normalcy or of justice absurd, since normalcy was not as admirable or as desirable as Aura. Or rather, she was normalcy and everything else was a falling off, a falling below. And justice was inconceivable if she, or someone equivalent to her, if there was an equivalent once you had seen her, would not sleep with you. I used to create general hilarity in my room by shouting her name at my friends and then breaking up into laughter, gasping out, God, we're so small time. It was grim that she existed and I had not had her. One could still prefer a more ordinary girl, but not for simple reasons. A great many people avoided her, ran away from her. She was, in part, more knowing than the rest of us because the experiences offered her had been so extreme. And she had been so extreme in response scenes in Harvard Square with an English marquis, slapping a son of a billionaire so hard he fell over backwards at a party in Lowell House, her saying then and subsequently, I never connect with anyone who has a fat ass. Extreme in the humiliations endured and meted out, in the crassness of the publicity, of her life defined as those adventures, extreme in the dangers survived or not entirely survived, the cheapness undergone so that she was on a kind of frightening eminence, an eminence of her experiences and of her being different from everyone else. She dealt in intrigues, major and minor, in the dramas of political families, in passions, deceptions, folly on a large, expensive scale, promises, violence, the genuine pain of defeat when defeat is to some extent the result of your qualities and not of your defects, and she knew the rottenness of victories that hadn't been final. She was crass and impaired by beauty. She was like a giant bird. She was as odd as an ostrich walking around the yard. In her absurd gorgeousness, she was so different from us in kind, so capable of a different sort of progress through the yielding medium of the air, through the strange rooms of our minutes on this earth, through the gloomy circumstances of our lives in those years. People said it was worth it to do this, or that just in order to see her, seeing her offered some kind of encouragement, was some kind of testimony that life was interesting. But not many people cared as much about knowing her. Most people preferred to keep their distance. I don't know what her having made herself into what she was had done for her. She could have been ordinary if she'd wished. She had unnoticeable hair, a far from arresting forehead, and extraordinary eyes, deep-set, longing, hopeful, angrily bored behind smooth, heavy lids that fluttered when she was interested, and when she was not interested at all. She had a great desire not to trouble or be troubled by supernumeraries and strangers. She has a proud, too large nose that gives her a noble, stubborn dog's look. Her mouth has a disconcertingly lovely set to it. It is more immediately expressive than her eyes, and it shows her implacability. It is the implacability of her knowledge of life in her. People always stared at her. Some giggled nervously. "Do you like me, Aura? Do you like me at all?" They stared at the great hands of the Aztec priest, opening them to feelings and to awe, exposing their hearts, the dread cautiousness of their lives. They stared at the incredible symmetries of her sometimes anguishedly passionate face, the erratic pain for her in being beautiful that showed on it, the occasional plunging gaiety she felt because she was beautiful. I like beautiful people. The symmetries of her face were often thwarted by her attempts at expressiveness. Beauty was a stone she struggled free of, a ludicrous beauty. A cruel clown of a girl. Sometimes her face was absolutely impassive, as if masked in dullness, and she was trying to move among us incognito. I was aware that each of her downfalls made her more possible for me. I never doubted that she was privately a person with ordinary needs. Whenever I had a chance to observe her for any length of time, in a classroom for instance, I would think, I understand her. Whenever I approached her, she responded up to a point, and then even as I stood talking to her, I would fade as a personage, as someone present and important to her, into greater and greater invisibility. That was when she was a freshman, a sophomore, and a junior. When we were seniors, by then I'd learned how to avoid being invisible even to Aura. Aura was, I realized, hardly more than a terrific college girl, much vaunted, no more than that yet. But my God, in one's eyes, in one's thoughts, she strode like a Nike. She entered like a blast of light. The thought of her was as vast as a desert. Sometimes in an early winter twilight in the yard, I would see her in her coat, unbuttoned even in cold weather as if she burned slightly always, see her move clumsily along a walk looking like a scrawny field hockey player, a great athlete of a girl half stumbling, uncoordinated off the playing field, yet with reserves of strength, do you know? And her face, as she walked along, might twitch like a dog's when the dog is asleep, twitching with whatever dialogue or adventure or daydream she was having in her head. Or she might in the early darkness stride along, cold-faced, haughty, angry, All the worst refusals one would ever receive bound up in one ridiculously beautiful girl. One always said, "I wonder what will become of her." Her ignoring me marked me as insignificant to her. She was proof of a level of connection I had not yet with my best efforts reached. That level existed because aura existed. What is it worth to be connected in this way? Roman 2. Aura with me I distrust summaries, any kind of gliding through time, any too great a claim that one is in control of what one recounts. I think someone who claims to understand but who is obviously calm, someone who claims to write with emotion recollected in tranquility, is a fool and a liar. To understand is to tremble. To recollect is to re-enter and be riven. An acrobat after spinning through the air in a mockery of flight stands erect on his perch and mockingly takes his bow as if what he is being applauded for was easy for him and cost him nothing, although meanwhile he is covered with sweat and his smile is edged with a relief chilling to think about. He is indulging in a show business style. He is pretending to be superhuman. I am bored with that and with where it has brought us. I admire the authority of being on one's knees in front of the event. In the last spring of our being undergraduates, I finally got her. We had agreed to meet in my room to get a little drunk cheaply before going out to dinner. I left the door unlatched, and I lay under a sheet on my bed. When she knocked on the door, I said, "Come in," and she did. She began to chatter right away to complain that I was still in bed. She seemed to think I'd been taking a nap and had forgotten to wake up in time to get ready for her arrival. I said, "I'm under this sheet, Aura. I've been waiting for you. I haven't been asleep." Her face went empty. She said, "Damn you, why couldn't you wait?" But even while she was saying that, she was taking off her blouse. I was amazed that she was so docile. And then I saw that it was maybe partly that she didn't want to risk saying no to me. She didn't want me to be hurt and difficult. She didn't want me to explode. She had a kind of hope of making me happy so that I'd then appreciate her and be happy with her and let her know me. I'm putting it badly. But her not being able to say no protected me from having so great a fear of failure that I would not have been able to be worried about her pleasure, or to be concerned about her in bed. She was very amateurish and uninformed in bed, which touched me. It was really sort of a poor experience. She didn't respond or even feel much that I could see. Afterward, lying beside her, I thought of her 8 or 10 or 15 partners being afraid of her, afraid to tell her anything about intimacy in case they might be wrong. I had an image of them protecting their own egos, holding their arms around their egos and not letting her near them. It seemed a kindness embedded in the event that she was, in quite an obvious way, with a little critical interpretation, inexperienced, and impaired or crippled by having been beautiful, just as I'd thought. I said to myself that it was a matter of course that I might be deluding myself. But what I did for the rest of that night, we stayed up all night. We talked, we quarreled for a while, we confessed various things, we argued about intimacy, we connected again. The second one was a little better. I treated her with the justice with which I'd treat a boy my age, a young man, and with a rather exact or measured patience and tolerance, as if she were a paraplegic and had spent her life in a wheelchair and was tired of sentiment. I showed her no sentiment at all. I figured she'd been asphyxiated by the sentiments and sentimentality of people impressed by her looks. She was beautiful and frightened and empty and shy, and alone and wounded and invulnerable, like a cripple. What more can you do to a cripple? She was Caesar and ruler of the known world and not Caesar, and no one as well. It was a fairly complicated, partly witty thing to do. It meant I could not respond to her beauty but had to ignore it. She was a curious sort of girl. She had a great deal of isolation in her, isolation as a woman. It meant that when she said something on the order of "you're very defensive," I had to be a debater, her equal, take her seriously and say, "How do you mean that?" and then talk about it and alternately deliver a blow. You can't judge defensiveness. You have the silly irresponsibility of women, the silly disconnectedness. I have to be defensive and defer to her. You have a point. You think very clearly. All right, I'll adopt that as a premise. Of course, much of what we said was incoherent and nonsensical on examination, but we worked out in conversation what we meant or thought we meant. I didn't react to her in an emotional way. She wasn't really a girl, not really quite human. How could she be? She was a position, a specific glory, a trophy, our local upper-middle-class pseudo-Cleopatra, or not pseudo. I couldn't revel in my luck or be unself-consciously vain. I could not strut horizontally or loll as if on clouds, a demigod with a goddess, although it was clear we were deeply fortunate in spite of everything. The poor experience, the differences in attitude which were all we seemed to share, the tensions and the blundering. If I enjoyed her more than she enjoyed me, if I lost consciousness of her even for a moment, she would be closed into her isolation again. I couldn't love her and have her too. I could love her and have her if I didn't show love or the symptoms of having had her. It was like lying in a very lordly way, opening her to the possibility of feeling by making her comfortable inside the calm lies of my behavior, my inscribing the minutes with false messages. It was like meeting a requirement in Greek myth, like not looking back at Eurydice. The night crept on, swept on, late minutes, powdered with darkness, in the middle of a sleeping city, spring crawling like a plague of green snakes, bits of warmth in the air, at 4 a.m. smells of leaves when the stink of automobiles died down. Dawn came, so pink, so pastel, so silly. We were talking about the possibility of innate grammatical structures. I said it was an unlikely notion, that Jews really were God-haunted. The idea had been broached by a Jew, and the great difficulty was to invent a just God, that if God appeared at a moment of time or relied on prophets, there had to be degrees in the possibility of knowing him so that he was by definition unjust. The only just God would be one who consisted of what had always been known by everyone, and that you could always identify a basically messianic, a hugely religious, fraudulent thinker by how much he tried to anchor his doctrine to having always been true, to being innate even in savage man, whereas an honest thinker, a non-liar, was caught in the grip of the truth of process and change, and the profound absence of justice except as an invention, an attempt by the will to live with someone, or with many others without consuming them. At that moment, Aura said, "I think we're falling in love." I figured I had kept her from being too depressed after connecting. It's hard for a girl with any force in her and any brains to accept the whole thing of connecting, of being connected without trying to turn it on its end, so that she does some connecting, or some messing up. I mean, the mere power of arousing the man so he wants to connect isn't enough. She wants him to be willing to die in order to connect. There's a kind of strain or intensity women are bred for, as beasts, for childbearing when childbearing might kill them, and child-rearing when the child might die at any moment. It's in women to live under that danger with that risk, that close to tragedy, with that constant taut or casual courage. They need death and nobility near. To be connected when there's no drama inherent in it, when you're not going to rise to a level of nobility and courage forever denied the male, is to be cut off from what is inherently female, bestially speaking. I wanted to be halfway decent company for her. I don't know that it was natural to me. I am psychologically, profoundly a transient, a form of trash. I am incapable of any continuing loyalty and silence. I am an informer. But I did all right with her. It was dawn, as I said. Stood by the window, silently watching the light change. Finally she said, "Are you hungry? Do you want breakfast?" "Sure, let's get dressed and go." She cut me off. She said with a funny kind of firmness, "No, let me go and get us something to eat." "Aura, don't wait on me. Why are you doing this? Don't be like this." but she was in a terrible hurry to be in love. After those few hours, after that short a time, she said, "I'm not as smart as you, Wiley. Let me wait on you. Then things will be even." "Things are even, Aura." "No, I'm boring and stale. You just think I'm not because you're in love with me. Let me go." I blinked. After a while I said, "All right." She dressed and went out and came back. While we ate, she was silent. I said things, but she had no comment to make. She ate very little. She folded her hands and smiled mildly like some 19th-century portrait of a handsome young mother. Every time I looked at her when she saw I was looking at her, she changed the expression on her face to one of absolute and undeviating welcome to me and to anything I might say. So it had begun. Roman 3. Aura, she hadn't responded. She said she had never responded with anyone at any time. She said it didn't matter. After our first time, she complained, "You went twitch, twitch, twitch just like a grasshopper." So she had wanted to have more pleasure than she'd had. But after the second connection and after the dawn, she never complained again unless I tried to make her respond, and then she complained of that. She showed during intimacy no dislike for any of my mannerisms or for the rhythms and positions I fell into when we connected. But I was not pleased or satisfied. It bothered me that she didn't respond. I was not pleased or satisfied on my own account either. I thought the reason for that was she attracted me more than she could satisfy me, maybe more than connecting could ever satisfy me, that the more you cared, the more undertow there was, so that the intimate thing drowned, the sharpest sensations, and yet the dullest, are when you're alone. But when you're deeply attached to somebody, there are noises, distractions that drown out the sensations of connecting. For a long time, her wanting to connect, her getting ready, and the soft movement of her as she lay there, and the soft wavering, the kind of pliancy of her legs and lower body, with which she more or less showed me she was ready, that was more moving, was more immensely important to me than any mere release later, any moment in her darkness, any hurling of future generations into the clenched universe, the strict space inside her. I clung to her and grunted and anchored myself to the most temporary imaginable relief of the desire I felt for her. I would be hungry again and anxious to connect again in another 20 minutes. It was pitiable, this intimate disarray. It seemed to me that in the vast spaces of the excitement of being welcomed by each other, we could only sightlessly and at best half organize our bodies. But so what? We would probably die in these underground caverns. A part of our lives would die. A certain innocence and hope would never survive this. We were too open, too clumsy, and we were the wrong people. So what did a connection matter? I didn't mind if the intimacy was always a little rasping, something of a failure if it was just preparation for more intimacy in half an hour, if responding was just more preparation. If this was all that was in store for us, fine. But I thought she was getting gypped in that she felt so much about me, she was dependent and she was generous, and she didn't respond when we connected. She said she had never responded, not once in her life, and that she didn't need to, and that I mustn't think about whether she responded or not. "I'm a passionate tigress," she explained, "and I like to connect, but I'm too passionate to respond. I haven't that kind of daintiness. I'm not selfish that way." I could see that she had prowled around in a sense and searched out men, and asked them to be partners as she had me, rather than wait for them or plot to capture their attention in some subtle way. And in bed, she was eager and a bit more forward and less afraid than most girls. But only in an upper-middle-class frame of reference was she a passionate tigress. It seemed to me my whole self was focused on this, that her not responding said something about what we had, that her not responding was an undeniable fact, a measure of the limits of what we had. I did not think we should think we were great partners when we weren't. Aura said we were, that I had no idea how lousy the intimacy was other people had. I told her that hadn't been my experience. We were, it seemed to me, two 21-year-olds, overeducated, irrevocably shy beneath our glaze of determination and of appetite, and psychologically somewhat slashed up and only capable of being partly useful to each other. We weren't the king and queen of passion yet. Aura said responding was a minor part of intimacy for a woman and was a demeaning measure of passion. She said it was imposed as a measure by people who knew nothing about intimacy and judged women childishly. It seemed to me she was turning a factual thing, responding, into a public relations thing. But girls were under fearful public pressures in these matters. When she spoke about them, these matters, she had a little superior in-puckered look, a don't make me make mincemeat of you in argument look. I thought of it as her Aura Zora look, Aura alone, Aura without Wiley, without me, Aura isolated and depressed, a terrific girl, an Aura who hated cowing men. She referred to novels by women writers, to specific scenes and remarks about intimacy and responding for women. But I'd read some of those books, out of curiosity, and none of them were literature, and the heroines in them invariably were innocent in every relation, but very strong and very knowing and with terrifically good judgment. And the men they loved were described in such a way that they appeared to be examples of the woman's reach, or of her intellectual value, rather than companions or objects. The women had intimacy generously with men who apparently bored them physically. I had thought the books and their writers and characters naive. Very few women, it seemed to me, had much grasp of physical reality. Still, very strange things were often true, and a man's notion of release was necessarily specialized. When I did anything in bed to excite her, with an eye to making her respond, she asked me not to, and that irritated the hell out of me. But no matter what she said, it must have been bad for her after 6 years of being around not to get to a climax. It had to be that it was a run on her neural patience. How strong could she be? I thought about how women responding were at such a pitch of uncontrol they might prefer a dumb, careless partner, someone very unlike me. I had often played at being a strong, silent dunce. Some girls became fawning and dog-like after they responded, even toward dunces. Others jumped up and became immediately tough, proud of themselves as if the responding was all to their credit, and I ought to be flattered. God, it was a peculiar world. Brainy girls tended to control their responses, doling out one to a connection, just like a man. And often they would try to keep that one under control. They would limit it to a single contraction of excitement. Even that sometimes racked and emptied them and made them curiously weak and brittle and embarrassed and delicate and lazy. Or they would act bold and say, God, I needed that. I wondered how Aura would look, in what way she would do it, a girl like that going off, how she'd hold herself, her eyes, how she'd act toward me when it was over. To get her to talk about intimacy at all, I argued that analyzing something destroyed it, of course, but leaves rotted on the ground and prepared the way for what would grow next. So she talked. She said I was wrong in what I told her I saw, and that there was no difference in her between mental and physical excitement, that it wasn't true her mind was excited quickly and her body slowly, if at all. I couldn't be certain I was right, but when I referred to a moment when there had seemed to be deep physical feeling in her, she sometimes agreed that had been a good moment in her terms. But sometimes she said, no, it had only been a little irritating then, like a peculiarly unpleasant tickle. In spite of her liking my mind, she gave me no authority for what I knew I mean when it turned out I was right. She kept the authority for her reactions in her own hands. Her self-abnegation was her own doing. I liked that. Some people just give you themselves, and it is too much to keep in your hands. Your abilities aren't good enough. I decided to stick with what I observed and to think her somewhat mistaken, and not to talk to her about intimacy anymore. I watched her in bed. Her body was doubting, grudging, tardy, intolerant, and intolerably hungry, I thought. In her pride and self-consciousness and ignorance, she hated all that in herself. She preferred to think of herself as quick, to have pleasure as she willed rather than as she actually had it, to have it on her own volition, to her own prescription, and almost out of politeness, so it seemed to me, to give herself to me, to give me pleasure, to ignore herself, to be a nice girl because she was in love. She insisted on that, but that was too sentimental, and she also insisted on, she persuaded herself. She passed herself off as dashing. In a way, intimately, she was a compulsive liar. I set myself to remove every iota of misconception I had about Aura in bed, any romanticism, any pleasurable hope. It seemed to me what had happened to her with other boys was that she was distrustful to start with, and they had overrated her, and they'd been overwrought and off balance and uneasy about her judgment of them, and they'd taken their pleasure and run. And then she had, in her determination to have intimacy, become more and more of a fool. I was all kinds of fool. I didn't mind her being a fool. The first time I'd gone to bed with her, she'd screamed and thrown herself around, a good 2 or 3 feet to one side or another, as she thought a passionate tigress would, I supposed. I'd argued with her afterward that no one was that excited, especially without responding. She said she had responded, sort of. She said she was too passionate for most men. She said her reactions weren't fake but represented a real passion, a real truth. That proud, stubborn, stupid girl. But I told her that if she and a man were intimate, and she heaved herself around and threw herself a large number of inches to either the left or the right or even straight up, the man was going to be startled. And if there was no regular pattern or predictability, it was easy to lose focus. That if she threw herself to the side, there was a good chance she would interrupt the intimacy entirely unless the man was very quick and scrambled after her, and scrambling after her was not likely to be intimate for him. It would be more like playing tag. The man would have to connect while in a state of siege. Not knowing what she'd do next, he'd connect and hurry to get it over and to get out. Aura had said on that first occasion, "That sounds reasonable." No one ever explained that to me before. No one ever made it clear. "I'll try it your way for a while." After that, she had been mostly shy and honestly eager in bed but helpless to excite herself or to do more to me than she did just by being there and welcoming me. As if her hands were webbed and her mind was glued, as if I didn't deserve more, or as if she was such a novice and so shy she could not begin to do anything intimate. I did not understand. I'd always found that anyone who wanted to give pleasure could. It didn't take skill, just the desire to please and a kind of, I don't know, a sightless ability to feel one's way to some extent in the lightless maze of pleasure. But upper-middle-class girls might be more fearful of tying men to them by bands of excessive pleasure. Such girls were careful and shy. I set myself for her being rude and difficult, although she hadn't been rude and difficult to me for a long time. But those traits were in her like a shadow, giving her the dimensionality that made her valuable to me, that gave point to her kindness toward me. She had the sloppiest and most uncertain and silliest, and yet bravest and most generous ego of anyone I'd ever known. And her manners were the most stupid imaginable alternation between the distinguished, the sensitive, the intelligent, with a rueful, firm, almost snotty delicacy and kindness and protectiveness toward you, and the really selfish and bruising. The important thing was to prevent her from responding falsely, as if in a movie, or in some imitation of the movies she'd seen, and the books she'd read. She had a curious faith in movies and in books. She admired anything that made her feel and that did not require responsibility from her, because then she produced happiness like silk for herself and others. She liked really obscure philosophers like Hegel, where she could admire the thought but where the thought didn't demand anything from her. Still, she was a realist, and she would probably learn what I knew and would surpass me. She had great possibilities, but she was also merely a good-looking, suitorich girl, a paranoid, a Perkins. On the other hand, she was a fairly marvelous girl a lot of the time, brave, eye-shattering, who could split my heart open with one slightly shaky, approving of me, brainy, romantic heroine smile. The romantic splendor of her face. So far in her life she had disappointed everyone. I had to keep all this in mind, I figured. She was fantastically alive and eerily dead at the same time. I wanted for my various reasons to raise her from the dead. Roman 4. Aura. The same world, a different time scale. One afternoon, things went well for us. We went for a walk, the air was plangent. There was the amazed and polite pleasure we had sometimes merely at being together. Aura adjusted her pace now and then to mine, and I kept mine adjusted to her most of the time. When we looked at each other, there would be small, soft puffs of feeling as of toy explosions or sparrows bathing in the dust. Her willed softness, her inner seriousness or earnestness, her strength, her beauty, muted and careful now in her anxiety not to lose me yet, made the pleasure of being with her noble, contrapuntal and difficult in that one had to live up to it, and understand it and protect it, against my clumsiness and Aura's falsity, kind as that falsity was. Or the day would become simply an exploitation of a strong girl who would see through that sooner or later and avenge it. But things went well, and inside that careless and careful goodness we went home, we connected. I released to get my excitement out of the way. She didn't know I was doing that. She was stupendously polite, taut, and very admiring. "How pretty you are," she said. Her eyes were blurred with half-tears. I'd connected without any fripperies, coolly, in order to leave in us a large residue of intimate restlessness, but with the burr of immediate physical restlessness in me removed. I still wanted her. I always wanted Aura, and the release had been dull. But my body was not very assertive, was more like a glove for my mind, for my will, for my love for her, for my wanting to make her feel more. She was slightly tearful, as I said, and gentle, and she held me in her arms after I released, and I said something like, "Don't relax. I want to connect again." And she partly laughed, partly sighed, and was flattered and said, "Again? That's nice." We had a terrific closeness, almost like a man and a secretary. I was free and powerful, and she was devoted. There was little chance Aura would ever be a secretary. She'd been offered executive jobs already for when she finished college, but to play at being a secretary who had no life of her own was a romantic thing for Aura. I felt some apprehension, as before a game of tennis that I wanted to win, or as before stealing something off a counter in a store. There was a dragging enervation, a fear and silence, and there was a lifting, a preparation, a willed and then unwilled, self-contained fixity of purpose. It was a settled thing. It would happen. After about 10 minutes or so, perhaps it was 20, I moved in her. I should say that while I'd rested, I'd stayed in her, and she'd held on to me. As I'd expected, and with satisfaction and pride that everything was working, my endowments were cooperating, I felt myself respond. It came up at once with comic promptness, but it was sore. Jesus, was it sore? It ached like hell, with a dry, burning, reddish pain. The pain made me chary and prevented me from being excited except in an abstract way. My mind was clear. I was idly smiling as I began, moving very slowly, just barely moving, sore of pressing on her inside her, moving around, lollygagging around, feeling out the reaches in there, arranging the space inside her, as if to put the inner soft-toiled shadows in her in order. Or like stretching out your hand in the dark and pressing a curve of a blanket into familiarity, or to locate yourself when you're half asleep, when your eyes are closed. In fact, I did close my eyes and listened carefully to her breathing, concentrating on her but trying not to let her see I was doing that because it would make her self-conscious. Her reaction was so minimal that I lost faith in connecting for getting her started, and I thought I'd better focus on her. I pulled out of her, which wasn't too smart, but I wasn't thinking all that consequentially. She told me on other occasions she didn't like all that foreign la-di-da, that it didn't excite her, but I'd always thought it was only that she was ashamed of not responding, and that made being focused on hard for her. I started in on it, she protested, and I pooh-poohed her objections and did it anyway. I was raw with nerves, with stifled amusement because of the lying and the tension, so much of it. I remarked to her that I was focusing on her for my own pleasure. I was jolted by touching her with my tongue there when I was so raw-nerved, but I hid that. It seemed to me physical unhappiness and readiness were apparent in her skin, my lips and tongue, carried the currents of a jagged unhappiness and readiness in her into me. Echoes of her stiffness and dissatisfaction sounded in my mouth, my head, my feet. My entire tired body was a stethoscope. I was entirely a stethoscope. I listened to her with my bones. The glimmers of excitement in her traveled to my spine. I felt her grinding haltedness, like a car's broken starter motor grinding away in her, in my stomach, in my knees. Every part of me listened to her. Every goddamn twinge of muscular contraction she had that I noticed, or that she should have had because I was licking her, and she didn't have. Every testimony of excitement or of no excitement in her. I listened for so hard it was amazing it didn't drive her out of bed with self-consciousness. But she probably couldn't tell what I was doing, since I was out of her line of sight, was down in the shadows, in the basement of her field of vision, in the basement with her intimate feelings where they lay, strewn about. When she said, "No, no, Wiley, please don't. No," and wiggled, although it wasn't the usual pointless protest that some girls might make it was real, she wanted me to stop. I didn't listen because I could feel she responded to my tongue more than she had to the connecting a moment before. I could feel beads sliding and whispering and being strung together rustlingly in her. The disorder, the scattered or strewn intimate bits, to a very small extent were being put in order. She shuddered, with discomfort. She produced, was subjected to, her erratic responses. And she made odd, small cries, protests mostly, uttered little exclamations that mysteriously were protests although they were not protests. Too, cries that somehow suggested the ground of protest kept changing for her. I tried to string a number of those cries together to cause them to occur in a mounting sequence. It was a peculiar attempt. It seemed I moved with her on dark water between two lines of buoys, dark on one side. There was nothingness there, and on the other lights red and green, the lights of the body advancing on intimate heat, the signs of it anyway, nipples like scored pebbles, legs lightly thrashing, little O's. Nothing important, a body thing. You go on. You proceed. When we strayed too far, there was nothingness, or only a distant flicker, only the faintest guidance. Sometimes we were surrounded by the lights of her responses, widely spaced, bobbing unevenly on some darkness, some ignorance we both had, Aura and I, of what were the responses of her body. To the physical things I did and to the atmosphere of the way I did them, to the authority, the argument I made that this was intimate for her, that the way I touched her and concentrated on her, on that partly dream-laden dark water or underwater thing, she responded. She rested on that, rolled heavily on that. Everything I did was speech, was hieroglyphics, pictures on her nerves. It was what masculine authority was what bravery and a firm manner and musculature were supposed to indicate that a man could bring to bed, or skill at dancing, or musicianliness, or a sad knowingness. Licking her, holding her belly, stroking her belly pretty much with unthought-out movements, sometimes just moving my fingers closer together, and spreading them again to show my pleasure, to show how rewarded I felt, not touching her breasts, or doing anything so intensely that it would make her suspect me of being out to make her respond I did those things. But it seemed like I left her alone, and was private with my own pleasures. She felt unobserved with her sensations. She had them without responsibility. She clutched at them as something round and slippery in the water, and she would fall off them, occasionally gasping at the loss of her balance, the loss of her self-possession, too. I'd flick, idly almost, at her little ending with my tongue, then twice more idly, then 3 or 4 or 5 times in sequence, then settle down to rub it or bounce it between lip and tongue in a steadily more earnest way until my head, my consciousness, my lips and tongue were buried in the dark of an ascending and concentrated rhythm, in the way a stoned dancer lets a movement catch him and wrap him around and become all of him, become his voyage and not a collection of repetitions at all. Then some boring stringy thing, a sinew at the base of my tongue, would begin to ache, and I'd break off that movement and sleepily lick her. Or if the tongue was too uncomfortable, I'd worry her. I'd nuzzle it with my pursed lips until the muscles that held my lips pursed grew tired in their turn. And I'd go back and flick at her tiny area with my tongue and go on as before, until the darkness came. She sensed the darkness, the privacy for her, and she seemed like someone in a hallway, unobserved, moving her arms, letting her mind stroke itself, taking a step in that dark. But whatever she felt was brief and halting, and when she seemed to halt or to be dead or jagged, I authoritatively, gesturally accepted that as part of what was pleasurable to me and did not let it stand as hint or foretaste of failure. I produced sighs of pleasure, even gasps, not all of them false, warm nuzzlings, and caresses that indicated I was rewarded. I produced rewarded strokings. I made elements of intimate pleasure out of moments that were unsexual, and that could be taken as the collapse of intimacy. And she couldn't contradict me because she thought I was working on my own release, and she loved me and meant to be cooperative. What I did took nerve because it gave her a tremendous ultimate power to laugh at me, although what the courtship up until now had been for was to show that she was not an enemy, that she could control the hysteria of fear or jealousy in her, or the cold judgments in her of me that would lead her to say or do things that would make me hate or fear her. What was at stake included the risk that I would look foolish in my own eyes and might then attack her for failing to respond, and then she would be unable to resist the inward conviction that I was a fool. Any attempted act confers vulnerability on you, but an act devoted to her pleasure represented doubled vulnerability since only she could judge it, and I was safe only if I was immune or insensitive to her. But if I was immune or insensitive, I could not hope to help her respond. By making myself vulnerable to her, I was in a way being a sissy or a creep because Aura wasn't organized or trained or prepared to accept responsibility for how I felt about myself. She was a woman who wanted to be left alone. She was paranoid about the inroads on her life men and their egos tried to make. There was dangerous masochism, dangerous hubris, dangerous hopefulness, and a form of love in my doing what I did. I nuzzled at the crotch of the passionate tigress, any weakness in her ego or her judgment, and she would lash out at me. And the line was very frail between what I was doing as love and as intrusion, exploitation, and stupid boastfulness. There was no way for me even to begin to imagine the mental pain or the physical pain for her if I should fail, and to add to that, if I should withdraw from her emotionally, too, because of my failure and hers and our pain, or merely because the failure might make me so uncomfortable I couldn't go on unless she nursed my ego and she couldn't nurse my ego. She didn't know how to do it, and probably was inhibited about doing it. Sometimes my hands, my fingers, not just the tops, but all of their inside surface and the palms, held her thighs, or cupped her little belly, or my fingers moved around the lips, the labia, or whatever, or even poked a little into her, or with the nails or tips lightly nudged her, always within a fictional frame of my absolute pleasure, of my admiration for this intimacy, of there being no danger in it for us. No tongues or brains handy to speak unkindly, I meant. My God, I felt exposed and noble. This was a great effort to make for her. Perhaps that only indicates the extent of my selfishness. I didn't mind being feminized except for the feeling that Aura would not ever understand what I was doing but would ascribe it to the power of my or our passion. I minded being this self-conscious and so conscious of her. I was separated from my own passion, from any real passion. A poor experience, even one based on love, would diminish the ease of my virility with her at least for a while. And she wouldn't understand. Maybe she would become much subtler and shrewder intimately and know how to handle me, but that wasn't likely. And if I apologized or complained or explained in that problematic future why I was intimately a little slow or reluctant with her, she would then blame my having tried to give her release. She would insist I must not be bored again. So I would in that problematic future, if I wanted her to respond, have to lie and say I was having more excitement than I felt, and that too might diminish my pleasure. I would be deprived even of the chance for honesty. I would be further feminized in that regard. I thought all this while I focused on her. I didn't put it in words but thought in great misty blocks of something known or sensed. I felt an inner weariness I kept working in spite of. This ignoring myself gave me an odd, starved feeling, a mixture of agony and helplessness. I didn't want to feel like that. I suddenly wondered why in the theory of relativity the speed of light is given as a constant. Was that more Jewish absolutism? Surely in a universe as changeable and as odd as this one, the speed of light, considering the variety of experiences, must vary. There must be a place where one could see a beam of light struggle to move. I felt silly and selfish. It couldn't be avoided that I felt like that, it couldn't be avoided by me. Whatever she did when I licked her, if she moved at all, if a muscle twitched in her thigh, a muscle twitched in mine, my body imitated hers as if to measure what she felt, or perhaps for no reason, but only because the sympathy was so intense. The same things happened to each of us, but in amazingly different contexts, as if we stood at opposite ends of the room and reached out to touch each other, and to receive identical messages, which then diverged as they entered two such widely separated sensibilities, and two such divergent and incomplete ecstasies. The movie we watched was of her discovering how her intimate responses worked. We were seated far apart. My tongue pushed at her erasure, her wronged and heretofore hardly existent powers. I stirred her with varieties of kisses far from her face. A strange river moved slowly, bearing us along. Reeds hid the banks. Willows braided and unbraided themselves, moaned and whispered, raveled and faintly clicked. Aura groaned, sighed, shuddered harshly or liquidly. Sometimes she jumped when I changed the pressure or posture of my hands on her, or when I rested for a second and then resumed. Her body jumped and contracted interestingly, but not at any length or in any pattern that I could understand. My mind grew tired. There is a limit to invention, to mine anyway. I saw myself, stupidly, as a Roman trireme, my tongue as the prow, bronze, pushing at her. She was the Mediterranean. Tears of slaves, my God, the helplessness of them pulled oars, long stalks that metaphorically and rhythmically bloomed with flowing clusters of short-lived lilies at the water's surface. The pompous and out-of-proportion boat, all of me hunched over Aura's small sea, not actually hunched. What I was lying flat. The foot of the bed was at my waist or near there. My legs were out. My feet were propped distantly on the floor. All of me was concentrated on the soft, shivery, furry delicacies of Aura. The pompous boat advanced lickingly, leaving a trickling, gurgling wake of half-response. The ebbing of my will and activity into that fluster subsiding into the dark water of this girl's passivity, taut storminess, and self-ignorance. The whitish bubbling, the splash of her discontinuous physical response, those waves, that wake rose, curled outward, bubbled and fell. Rose, curled outward, bubbled and fell. The white fell of a naiad. In the vast spreading darkness and silence of the sea, there was nothing but that wake. The darkness of my senses when the rhythm absorbed me, so that I vanished from my awareness, so that I was blotted up and was a stain. A squid hidden, stroking Aura, made it twilight or night for me. And my listening for her pleasure, for our track on that markless ocean, gave me the sense that where we were was in a lit-up, great, ill-defined oval of night air and sea and opalescent fog, rainbowed where the lights from the portholes of an immense ship were altered prismatically by droplets of mist as in some 1930s movie, as in some dream. Often I was out of breath. I saw spots, colors, ocean depths. And her protests, her doubts. My God, her doubts. Her no, don't. Wilies and her I don't want to do thises and her wily, don'ts and wily. I can't respond, don't do this, I don't like thises. Mostly I ignored her. Sometimes I silenced her by leaning my cheek on her belly and watching my hand stroke her belly and saying to her in a passion-thickened voice, Aura, I like this is for me. Then I focused on her again with unexpectedly vivid, real pleasure, as if merely thinking about my own pleasure excited and refreshed me, and there was yet more pleasure when she reassured or strengthened by my putative selfishness, by the conviction that this was all for me, that nothing was expected of her, cried out. Then a second later she grunted. Her whole body rippled. Jesus, I loved it when she reacted to me. It was like causing an entire continent to convulse, Asia, South America. I felt huge and tireless. In her excitement she threw herself into the air, but my hands happened to be on her, and I held her close, her body trembling as she moved. She cried out. I stayed near her until her upper body fell back on the bed and bounced. She made the whole bed bounce. Then I shifted away from her, but I still held her with my hands, and I drew close to her again, and she yelled in a deep voice, Wiley, what are you doing? Her voice was deep, as if her impulses at that moment were masculine, not out of neurosis but in generosity, in an attempt to improve on the sickliness she accused women of. She wanted to meet me halfway, to share my strength. She thought men were beautiful. She cried out, I don't want you to do things to me. I want to be with you. Her voice was deep and despairing, maybe with the despair that goes with surges of emotion, but then maybe she thought I would make her pay for this. I said, Aura, I like this is what gets me excited. She resisted just barely for some infinitesimal fragment of a second, and then her body began to vibrate. It twittered as if in it were the strings of a musical instrument set jangling. She said foolishly but sweetly, Wiley, I'm embarrassed, Wiley, this embarrasses me. Please stop. No, oh, I'm very emotional. I'm too emotional to handle this. Wiley, stop, please. Oh. And then a deeper shudder ran through her. She gasped. Then there was a silence. Then she gasped again. She cried out in an extraordinary voice, I feel something. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I couldn't stop. I hurried on. I heard a dim moaning come from her. What had she felt before? I continued hurriedly. How unpleasant for her, how unreal and twitchy had the feelings been that I'd given her. In what way was this different? I wondered if there was in her a sudden swarming along her nerves, a warm conviction of the reality of pleasure. She heaved like a wave, no, not so much as that. But it was as if half an ocean rolled off her. Some element of darkness vanished from the room. Some slight color of happiness tinctured her body and its thin coating of sweat. I felt it all through me. She rolled on the surface of a pale blue, a pink and blue sea. She was dark and gleaming and immense and wet and warm. She cried, "Wiley, I feel a lot." God, she was happy. I said, "Why not?" I wanted to lower the drama quotient. I thought the excess of drama was a mistake, would overburden her. But also I wanted her to defer to me. I wanted authority over her now. I wanted to make her happy. But she didn't get any more excited than that. She was rigid, almost bored-like after a few seconds. I touched her as best I could, but the moment passed. She collapsed. I faked it that I was very excited. Actually, I was so caught up in being sure of myself. I didn't know what I really felt. I thought, as if I were much younger than I was, "Boy, if this doesn't work, is my name Mud?" Then to build up the risk, out of sheer hellish braggadocio, instead of just acting out that I was confident and in intimacy, everything unsaid that is portrayed in gestures instead is twice as powerful when she said, because the feeling was less for her now, the feeling she liked having gone away, "Wiley, I can't, this is silly," I said. "Shut up, Aura, I know what I'm doing." But I didn't know. And I didn't like that tone for interplay either, except as a joke, or as role-playing, because pure authority involves pure submission, and people don't survive pure submission except by being slavishly, possessively, vindictively in love. When they are in love like that, they can give you nothing but rebellion and submission, bitchiness and submission. It's a general rottenness. You get no part of them out of bed that has any value. And in bed, you get a grudging submission because what the subordinate requires is your total attention, or she starts paying you back. I suppose the model is childhood, that dependency. Anyway, I don't like it. But I played at it then with Aura as a gamble. Everything was a gamble. I didn't know what I was doing. I figured it out as I went along. And how much time did I have for figuring things out just then? I felt strained as at poker or roulette, sweaty and a little stupid, placing bets with my actions and waiting to see what happened, risking my pride when no one forced me to, hoping things would go my way, and I wouldn't turn out to have been stupid when this was over. Also, there were sudden fugitive convulsions of desire now, in sympathy with her larger but scattered responses. A sort of immediate and automatic intensity I was at the disposal, inwardly, of the emotion in her and could not help myself, could not hold it back and avoid the disappointments, and physical impatience, the impatience in my skin, of the huge desire that unmistakably accompanies love, of a primitive longing for what seemed her happiness, for closeness to her as to something I had studied and was studying, and had found more and more of value, and what was of value was the way she valued me, a deep and no doubt limited, but in the moment it seemed illimitable, permissiveness toward me, a risk she took, an allowance she made as if she'd let me damage her and use her badly. Partly what kept me going was stubbornness, because I'd made up my mind before we started that I wouldn't give up. And partly what it was the feeling she aroused in me, a feeling that was, to be honest, made up of tenderness and concern and a kind of mere affection, a brotherliness, as if she were my brother, not different from me at all. Actually, this was brought on by an increasing failure as the intimacy went on, of one kind of sophistication, of worldly sophistication, and by the increase in me of another kind, of a childish sophistication, a growth of innocence. Aura said, or exclaimed in a half-harried, half-amazed voice, in a hugely admiring, gratuitous way, as she clutched at me in approval, "Wiley, I never had feelings like these before. And to be the first to have caused them, you know. It's like being a collector, finding something of great value where it had been unsuspected and disguised, or like earning any honor. This partial success, this encouragement gave rise to this pride, this inward innocence. Of course that lessened the risk for this occasion. I could fail now and still say it was worth it and she would agree, but it lengthened the slightly longer-term risk, because I might feel trebly a fool someday. Also, it meant we might spend months like this. I'd grow weary, maybe not in terms of desire, but I wouldn't look forward to intimacy still. That was beautiful to me in a way, too, and exciting. I really didn't know what I was thinking. Whatever I thought was part of the moment. I went on. I wanted to hit the jackpot now. Then Aura shouted, "It's there, it's there." I halted, thinking she meant it was in some specific locale, in some specific motion I just made. I lifted my head but couldn't speak. In a way, the intensity pressed on me too hard for me to speak. Anyway, I didn't have to. She had lifted her head with a kind of overt twinship, and she was looking at me down the length of her body. Her face was askew and boyish, every feature was wrinkled. She looked angry and yet naive and swindlable. She said angrily, naively, "Wiley, it's there." But even before she spoke that time, I knew she'd meant it was in her. The feeling had been startled from its hiding place again. She had seen it, had felt it run in her again. She had been persuaded that it was in her for good. I started touching her delicately with my hand, and in my own excitement and thinking she was ready, I sort of scrambled up and, covering her with myself and playing with her with one hand, drew her close to me. My God, she was warm and restless inside. It was heated in there and smooth, insanely smooth and full of movements. But I knew at once I'd made a mistake. I should have gone on touching her. There were no regular responses. She was anxious for closeness. She rose around it, closed around it, but in a rigid, dumb, faraway way. And her movements played on it, ran through it, through the walls of it and into me. And they were uncontrolled and not exciting, but empty. She didn't know what to do, how to respond. I couldn't pull away from her. I didn't want to. I couldn't pull away. But if there were no responses for me to follow, how in hell would I find the rhythm for her? I started slowly, with what seemed infinite suggestiveness to me, with great intensity, a really grown-up sort of intimacy, just in case she was far along, and she let out a huge, shuddering, hour-long sigh and cried out my name, and then in a sobbing, exhausted voice said, "I lost it. Oh, Wiley, I lost it. Let's stop." My face was above hers. Her face was wet with tears. Why was she crying like that? She had changed her mind. Now she wanted to continue. She turned her head back and forth. She said, "I'm no good. I'm no good. Don't worry about me. You go ahead." No matter what I mumbled, "Hush and don't be silly," and in a whisper, "Aura, I love you." She kept on saying those things until I slapped her lightly and said, "Shut up, Aura." Then she was silent again. The thing was, apparently, that she was arrhythmic. At least that's what I thought. And that meant there weren't going to be regular responses. Any rhythm for me to follow, and any rhythm I set up, she broke with her movements. So that it was that when she moved, she made her excitement go away. It would be best if she moved very smallly. But I was afraid to tell her that, or even to try to hold her hips firmly and guide them, to instruct her in that way, for fear she'd get self-conscious and lose what momentum she'd won. And also I was ashamed that I'd stopped touching her. I experimented doggedly, sweatily, to make up for what I'd done with different approaches, and I fantasized about us being in Mexico, someplace warm and lushly colored where we connected easily and intensely. The fantasy kept me going. That is, it kept me engaged. I kept acting out an atmosphere of pleasure, I mean of my pleasure, for her to rest on, so she could count on that. I discovered that a not very slow sort of 1-1-1 rhythm, or push-push-push or now, really got to her. Her feelings would grow heated, and she could shift up from that with me into a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, her excitement rising. But if she or I then tried to shift up farther to 1-2-3, 1-2-3, she'd lose it all. That was too complicated for her. My own true love, my white American. But her feelings, when they were present, were very strong. They came in gusts. huge squalls of heat as if from a furnace with a carelessly banging door, and they excited and allured both of us. That excitement and the dit-dit-ditting got to her. She began to be generally, continuingly emotional. It's almost standard to compare such excitement to holiness. Well, after a while, holiness seized her. She spoke in tongues, she testified. She was shaking all over. She was saved temporarily and sporadically. That is, she kept lapsing out of that excitement too. But it would recur. Her hands would flutter. Her face would be pale and then red, then very, very red. Her eyes would stare at nothing. She'd call my name. I'd plug on 111, then 1212, then I'd go back to 111. I could see as before in the deep pleasure I felt even in the midst of the labor why a woman was proud of what she felt, why a man might cherish her for these signs of pleasure. The familiar aura had vanished. She said, God, oh God, oh God. It was sin and redemption and holiness and visions time. Her responses were very direct, easily comprehensible, but without any pattern. They weren't in any regular sequence. Still, they were exciting to me, maybe all the more exciting because of the piteousness of her not being able to regulate them, of their being like blows delivered inside her by an enemy whom she couldn't even half domesticate or make friendly to herself or speak to. She was the most out-of-control girl I ever knew. She would at times start to thrust like a woman who had her emotions readied and well understood at last, and I'd start to distend with anticipation and a pride and relief as large as a house. But after 2 movements or 4 or 6 she'd have gotten too excited. She'd be shaking. She'd move crookedly and out of tempo. The movement would collapse. Or she'd suddenly jerk in mid-movement without warning and crash around with so great and so meaningless a violence that she'd lose her thing. And she'd start to cry. She'd whisper wetly, I lost it. So I'd say, no, you didn't, and I'd go on or start over 111. And of course the excitement would come back. Sometimes it came back at once. But she was increasingly afraid of herself, afraid to move her lower body. She would try to hold still and just receive the excitement. She would let it pool up in her. But then, too, she'd begin to shake more and more. She'd leak over into spasmodic and oddly sad, too large movements. And she'd whimper, knowing, I suppose, that those movements were breaking the tempo in herself. Again and again, tears streamed down her cheeks. She said in a not quite hoarse, in a sweet, almost hoarse whisper, I don't want to continue, Wiley, you go ahead. My mind had pretty much shut off. It had become exhausted, and I didn't see how we were going to make this work. She said, Wiley, it's all right, please, it's all right, I don't want to continue. I wondered if I should say something and try to trigger some fantasy in her. But I didn't want to risk saying something she'd find unpleasant or think was a reproach or a hint for her to be more responsive. I thought if I just kept on dit-dit-ditting, sooner or later she'd find it in herself. The trick of riding on her feelings and getting them to rear up, crest, and topple. I held her tightly in sympathy and pity and maybe fear and admiration. She was so unhysterical. She hadn't yelled at me or broken anything. She hadn't ordered me around. She was simply alone and shaking in the middle of a neural storm in her that she seemed to have no gift for handling. I said, Aura, it's okay. I really prefer long moments, and I went on dit-dit-dit-dit. Then I'd shift up to dit-dot, 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 dit-dot. My back hurt, my legs were going. If sweat was effort, we would have looked like liquefied snowfields. Aura made noises more and more quickly and louder. Then the noises she made slackened off. Then, step by step, with shorter and shorter movements, then out of control and clumsy, simply re-establishing myself inside the new approach, I settled down, moved slowly. The moment was embedded far in her. I barely stirred. The drama of movement died away, the curtains were stilled. There was only sensation on the stage. I bumped against the stone blocks and hidden hooks that nipped and bruised me into the soft rottenness, the strange, glowing, breakable hardness of coming, of the sensations at the approaches to coming. I panted and half-rolled and pushed and edged it in and slid it back. Sweatily, I was semi-expert, aimed, intent. Intimacy can be like a wilderness that imprisons you. The daimons of the locality claim you. I was achingly nagged by sensations. My body had been somewhat softened before, and now it swelled with a sore-headed but fine distension. Aura shuddered and held me cooperatively. I began to forget her. I thought she was making herself happy on the slow movements, on the closeness which, when it was seated in her like this, when I hardly moved it, seemed to belong to her as much as to me. The closeness seemed to enter me, too. We both seemed to be sliding on it. The sensation was like that. But there was the moment when I became suddenly aware of her again, of the flesh and blood and bone in my arms beneath me. I had a feeling of grating on her, and of her grating on me. I didn't recognize the unpleasantness at first. I don't know how long it went on before I felt it as a withdrawal in her, a withdrawal that she had made, a patient and restrained horror in her, and impatience in me, our arrival at emotional shambles. My heart suddenly filled, and then all feeling ran out of it, it emptied itself. I continued to move in her slowly, numbly, in a shabby hubbub of faceless shudderings and shufflings of the midsection and half-movements, half-twitches. We went on holding each other in silence, without slackening the intensity with which we held each other. Our movements, that flopping in place, that grinding against each other, went on. Neither of us protested in any way. Bad intimacy can be sometimes stronger and more moving than good intimacy. She made sobbing noises and held on to me. After a while, intimacy seemed very ordinary and familiar and unromantic. I started going dit-dit-dit again. Her hips jerked up half a dozen times before it occurred to me again that she liked to move like a boy, that she wanted to move. And then it occurred to me that she wanted me to move. I maneuvered slightly and tentatively delivered a push, or rather delivered an authoritative push, but not one of great length, one that was exploratory, or aside, with relief it seemed to me, and jerked encouragingly too late as I was pulling back. When I delivered a second push, a somewhat more obvious one, more amused, almost boyish, I was like a boy whipping a fairly fast ball. In a game, at a first baseman she jerked almost wolfishly, gobbling up the extravagant power of the gesture of the push. With an odd shudder of pleasure, of irresponsibility, of boyishness, I suddenly realized how physically strong Aura was, how well knit, how well put together her body was, how great the power in it, the power of endurance in it. And a phrase absurd and demeaning but exciting just then came into my head, to share a moment, and I settled myself atop her, braced my toes and knees and elbows and hands on the bed, and half-scramblingly worked it. It was clearly mine. But I was Aura's, worked it into a passionate push, a curving movement about a third as long as a full movement, but amateur and gentle, that is, tentative still, and Aura screamed then. How she screamed! She made known her readiness. Then the next time she grunted. Una, a sound thick at the beginning, but that trailed into refinement, into sweetness, a lingering sweetness. It seemed to me I really wanted to be like this, that I had been waiting for this all my life. But it wasn't really my taste, that kind of intimacy. I liked to share with less force and more gradations and implications of force rather than with the actual thing, and with more immediate contact between the two sets of pleasures and with more admissions of defeat and triumph. My pleasure was a thing of me reflecting her, her spirit entering me, or perhaps it was merely a mistake, my thinking that. But it seemed shameful and automatic, naive and animal to be like that. She took the push. She convulsed a little. She fluttered all over, her skin fluttered. Things twitched in her, in the disorder surrounding the moment in her. After 2 pushes she collapsed, went flaccid, then toughened and readied herself again, rose a bit from the bed, aimed herself at me too high, so that I had to pull her down with my hands on her butt or on her hips. And her face, when I glanced at her beneath my lids, was fantastically pleasing, set, concentrated, busy, harassed. Her body was strong, was stone, smooth stone and wet satin paper bags and snaky webs, thin and alive, made of woven snakes that lived, thrown over the stone. She held the great, writhing-skinned stone construction toward me, the bony marvel, the half-dish of bone with its secretive, gluey smooth entrance. The place where I was, it was undefined except for that. The place where I was. She took and met each push and shuddered and collapsed and rose again. She seemed to rise to the act of taking it. I thought she was partly mistaken, childish, to think that the center of intimacy was to meet and take the push as hard as it could be thrown, now that she was excited. But there was a weird wildness, a wild freedom like children cavorting, uncontrolled, set free but not hysterical, merely without restraint. The odd, thickened, knobbed pole springing back and forth as if mounted on a web of wide rubber bands. It was a naive and a complete release. I pushed it in and she went, and a half iota of a second later I was seated all the way in her. I jerked a minim of an inch deeper in her and went, too. Her whole body shook. She would go, and I would go, Then when it seemed from her strengthening noises and her more rapid and jerkier movements that she was near the edge of coming, I'd start to place the pushes in neater and firmer arrangements, more obviously in a rhythm, more businesslike, more teasing, with pauses at each end of a push. And that would excite her up to a point. But then her excitement would level off and not go over the brink. So I would speed up. I'd push harder, then harder yet, then harder and faster. She made her noises and half moved back. She bit her lower lip. She set her teeth in her lower lip. Blood appeared. I moved still faster, but on a shorter stroke, almost thrumming on her, and angling my abdomen hopefully to drum on her. Sometimes her body would go limp, but her cries would speed up. Bird after bird flew out of her mouth while she lay limp as if I were a boxer and had destroyed her ability to move. Then when the cries did not go past a certain point, when she didn't come, I'd slow and start again. I wished I'd been a great athlete, a master of movement, a woman, a lesbian, a man with a gigantic heart that would explode her into coming. I moved my hands to the corners of the mattress and spread my legs. I braced myself with my hands and feet, and braced like that, free-handed in a way, drove into her. And the new posture, the feeling she must have had of being covered, and perhaps the difference in the push got to her. But Aura's body began to set up a babble of response. Then I think the posture played on her mind. But she did not come. I moved my hands and held the dish of her hips so that she couldn't wiggle or deflect the push or pull away. She began to again, but interspersed with small screams. We were like kids playing catch, her poor brutalized self, playing hard hand. This was what she thought intimacy was. It was emotional, as throwing a ball hard is emotional. In a way, too, we were like acrobats hurling ourselves at each other, to meet in midair and fall entangled to the net. It was like that. Her mouth came open. Her eyes had rolled to one side and stayed there. It felt like twilight to me. I knew where she was emotionally, or thought I did. She pushed. She egged us on. She wasn't breakable this way. Aura. I wondered if she knew. It made me like her. How naive this was, this American intimacy, this kids playing at twilight on the neighborhood street intimacy. After I seated it and wriggled a bit in her and moosed on her with my abdomen, I would draw it out not in a straight line, but at some curve so that it would press against the walls of her, and she could keep track of where it was. And I would pause fractionally just before starting to push, so she could brace herself and expect it. I pushed it in and understood her with an absurd and probably unfounded sense of my emotional virtuosity. And she became silent suddenly. Then she began to breathe loudly. Then something in her toppled, or broke. Then all at once she shuddered in a different way. It really was as if she lay on a bed of wings, as if she had a half-dozen wings folded under her. 6 huge wings, large, veined, throbbing, alive wings, real ones, with fleshy edges from which glittering feathers sprang backward, and they all stirred under her. She half rose, and I'd hold her so she didn't fling herself around and lose her footing or her airborneness on the uneasy glass mountain she'd begun to ascend. The frail transparency beneath her that was forming and growing beneath her, that seemed to me to foam with light and darkness, as if we were rising above a landscape of hedges and moonlight and shadows. A mountain, a sea that formed and grew, it grew and grew, and she said, "Oh," and "Oh," almost with vertigo, as if she were airborne but unsteady on the vans of her wings, and as if I were there without wings but by some magic dispensation and by some grace of familiarity. I pushed on, and she looked down and was frightened. The tension in her body grew vast. And suddenly a really massive violence ran through her. But now it was as if, in fear at her height or out of some automatism, the first of her 3 pairs of wings began to beat, great fans winnowingly, great wings of flesh out of which feathers grew, catching at the air, stabilizing and yet lifting her. She whistled and rustled so. She was at once so still and so violent. The great wings engendered, their movement engendered in her, patterns of flexed and crossed muscles. Her arms and legs and breasts echoed or carried out the strain, or strained to move the weight of those winnowing, moving wings. Her breaths were wild but not loud and slanted every which way, irregular and new to this particular dream, and very much as if she looked down on great spaces of air. She grabbed at me at my shoulders, but she had forgotten how to work her hands. Her hands just made the gestures of grabbing, the gestures of a well-meaning, dark, but beginning to be luminous, mad, amnesiac angel. She called out, "Wiley, Wiley," but she called it out in a whisper, the whisper of someone floating across a night sky, of someone crazily ascending, someone who was going crazy, who was taking on the mad purity and temper of angels, someone who was tormented unendurably by this, who was unendurably frightened, whose pleasure was enormous, half-human, mad. Then she screamed in rebuke, "Wiley!" She screamed my name. "Wiley!" She did it hoarsely and insanely, asking for help but blaming me, and merely as exclamation. It was a gutter sound in part, and ugly. The ugliness destroyed nothing, or maybe it had an impetus of its own, but it whisked away another covering, a membrane of ordinariness I don't know, and her second pair of wings began to beat. Her whole body was aflutter on the bed. I was as wet as some fish, pushing away, sweatily, grinding away. I said, "It's okay, Aura, it's okay," and pushed on. In midair, she shouted, "What is this?" She shouted it in the way a tremendously large person who can defend herself might shout at someone who was unwisely beating her up. She shouted angrily, as an announcement of anger. It seemed, "Oh my God," like, "Who broke this cup?" I pushed on. She raised her torso, her head. She looked me clearly in the eye. Her eyes were enormous, were bulging, and she said, "Wiley, it's happening." Then she lay down again and screamed for a couple of seconds. I said a little dully, grinding on, "It's okay, Aura. It's okay." I didn't want to say let go or to say anything lucid, because I didn't know a damn thing about female release after all, and I didn't want to give her any advice and wreck things. And also I didn't want to commit myself in case this turned out to be false alarm, and we had to go on. I pushed in, lingered, pulled back, went in, only half on beat, one push, then one saying, "This is emotional, this is good for me, Aura. This is very good for me," and then, "Good, Aura," and she trembled in a new way at that. "Good, Aura," I said, "Good, Aura," and then all at once it happened. Something pulled her over and something gave in, and all 3 pairs of wings began to beat. She was the center and the source and the victim of a storm of wing beats. We were at the top of the world. The huge bird of God's body in us hovered. The great miracle pounded on her back, pounded around us. She was straining and agonized and distraught, estranged within this corporeal-incorporeal thing, this angelic other avatar, this other substance of herself. The wings were outspread. They thundered and gaspily galloped with her, they half broke her, and she screamed, "Wiley!" And my God, and it's not stopping, Wiley, it's not stopping. She was pale and red, her hair was everywhere, her body was wet and thrashing. It was as if something unbelievably strange and fierce like the holy temper lifted her to where she could not breathe or walk. She choked in the there, a scrambling seraph, tumbling and aflame and alien, powerful beyond belief, hideous and frightening and beautiful beyond the reach of the human. A screaming child, an angel howling in the godly sphere. She churned without delicacy, as wild as an angel bearing threats. Her body lifted from the sheets, fell back, lifted again. Her hands beat on the bed. She made very loud, hoarse, tearing noises. I was frightened for her. This was her first time after 6 years of playing around with her body. It hurt her. Her face looked like something made of stone, a monstrous carving. Only her body was alive. Her arms and legs were outspread and tensed, and they beat or they were weak and fluttering. She was an angel as brilliant as a beautiful insect, infinitely enlarged and irrevocably foreign. She was unlike me. She was a girl making rattling, astonished, uncontrolled, unhappy noises, a girl looking shocked and intent and harassed by the variety and viciousness of the sensations, including relief, that attacked her. I sat up on my knees and moved a little in her and stroked her shoulders with smooth sideways wing-like strokes. And she screamed, "Wiley, I'm coming." And with a certain idiocy entered on her second release, or perhaps her third, since she'd started to come a few minutes before. And we would have gone on for hours, but she said, "It hurts, Wiley, I hurt, make it stop." So I didn't move. I just held her thighs with my hands, and her things began to trail off, to trickle down into little shiverings. The stoniness left her face. She calmed into moderated shudders, and then she started to speak with wonder, but then it became an exclamation and ended on a kind of a hollow note, the prelude to a small scream. She said, "I came," or "I am." What happened was that she had another release at the thought that she'd had her first. That one was more like 3 little ones diminishing in strength. When she was quieter, she was gasping. She said, "Oh, you love me." That, too, excited her. When that died down, she said angrily, "I always knew they were doing it wrong. I always knew there was nothing wrong with me." And that triggered a little set of ripples. Sometime earlier, without knowing it, I'd begun to cry. My tears fell on her thighs, her belly, her shoulders, as I moved up, along her body, above her, to lie atop her. I wanted to hold her, my face next to hers. I wanted to hold her. I slid my arms in and under her, and she said, "Oh, Wiley," and she tried to lift her arms, but she started to shake again. Then, trembling anyway, she lifted her arms and hugged me with a shuddering sternness that was unmistakable. Then she began to cry, too. The bear came over the mountain. Alice Munro Fiona lived in her parents' house, in the town where she and Grant went to university. It was a big, bay-windowed house that seemed to Grant both luxurious and disorderly, with rugs crooked on the floors and cup rings bitten into the table varnish. Her mother was Icelandic, a powerful woman with a froth of white hair and indignant far-left politics. The father was an important cardiologist, revered around the hospital but happily subservient at home, where he would listen to strange tirades with an absent-minded smile. All kinds of people, rich or shabby-looking, delivered these tirades and kept coming and going and arguing and conferring, sometimes in foreign accents. Fiona had her own little car and a pile of cashmere sweaters, but she wasn't in a sorority, and this activity in her house was probably the reason. Not that she cared. Sororities were a joke to her, and so was politics, though she liked to play the 4 insurgent generals on the phonograph, and sometimes also she played the Internationale. very loud, if there was a guest she thought she could make nervous. A curly-haired, gloomy-looking foreigner was courting her. She said he was a Visigoth, and so were 2 or 3 quite respectable and uneasy young interns. She made fun of them all and of Grant as well. She would drolly repeat some of his small-town phrases. He thought maybe she was joking when she proposed to him, on a cold, bright day on the beach at Port Stanley. Sand was stinging their faces and the waves delivered crashing loads of gravel at their feet. "Do you think it would be fun?" Fiona shouted. "Do you think it would be fun if we got married?" He took her up on it. He shouted yes. He wanted never to be away from her. She had the spark of life. Just before they left their house, Fiona noticed a mark on the kitchen floor. It came from the cheap black house shoes she had been wearing earlier in the day. "I thought they'd quit doing that," she said in a tone of ordinary annoyance and perplexity, rubbing at the gray smear that looked as if it had been made by a greasy crayon. She remarked that she would never have to do this again since she wasn't taking those shoes with her. "I guess I'll be dressed up all the time," she said, "or semi-dressed up. It'll be sort of like in a hotel." She rinsed out the rag she'd been using and hung it on the rack inside the door under the sink. Then she put on her golden-brown fur-collared ski jacket over a white turtleneck sweater and tailored fawn slacks. She was a tall, narrow-shouldered woman, 70 years old but still upright and trim, with long legs and long feet, delicate wrists and ankles and tiny, almost comical-looking ears. Her hair, which was light as milkweed fluff, had gone from pale blonde to white somehow without Grant's noticing exactly when, and she still wore it down to her shoulders, as her mother had done. That was the thing that had alarmed Grant's own mother, a small-town widow who worked as a doctor's receptionist. The long white hair on Fiona's mother, even more than the state of the house, had told her all she needed to know about attitudes and politics. Otherwise, Fiona, with her fine bones and small sapphire eyes, was nothing like her mother. She had a slightly crooked mouth which she emphasized now with red lipstick, usually the last thing she did before she left the house. She looked just like herself on this day, direct and vague as in fact she was, sweet and ironic. Over a year ago, Grant had started noticing so many little yellow notes stuck up all over the house. That was not entirely new. She'd always written things down, the title of a book she'd heard mentioned on the radio or the job she wanted to make sure she did that day. Even her morning schedule was written down. He found it mystifying and touching in its precision. 7 a.m. yoga, 7:37, 45 teeth, face, hair, 7:45, 8:15 walk, 8:15 Grant and breakfast. The new notes were different, taped onto the kitchen drawers, cutlery, dish towels, knives. Couldn't she have just opened the drawers and seen what was inside? He remembered a story about the German soldiers on border patrol in Czechoslovakia during the war. Some Czech had told him that each of the patrol dogs wore a sign that said Hund. "Why?" said the Czechs, and the Germans said, "Because that is a Hund." He was going to tell Fiona that, then thought he'd better not. They always laughed at the same things, but suppose this time she didn't laugh. Worse things were coming. She went to town and phoned him from a booth to ask him how to drive home. She went for her walk across the field into the woods and came home by the fence line a very long way round. She said that she'd counted on fences always taking you somewhere. It was hard to figure out. She said that about fences as if it was a joke, and she had remembered the phone number without any trouble. "I don't think it's anything to worry about," she said. "I expect I'm just losing my mind." He asked if she had been taking sleeping pills. "If I have, I don't remember," she said. Then she said she was sorry to sound so flippant. "I'm sure I haven't been taking anything. Maybe I should be. Maybe vitamins." Vitamins didn't help. She would stand in doorways trying to figure out where she was going. She forgot to turn on the burner under the vegetables or put water in the coffee maker. She asked Grant when they'd moved to this house. Was it last year or the year before? He said that it was 12 years ago. She said, "That's shocking." "She's always been a bit like this," Grant said to the doctor. "Once she left her fur coat in storage and just forgot about it. That was when we were always going somewhere warm in the winters. Then she said it was unintentionally on purpose. She said it was like a sin she was leaving behind. The way some people made her feel about fur coats." He tried without success to explain something more, to explain how Fiona's surprise and apologies about all this seemed somehow like routine courtesy, not quite concealing a private amusement, as if she'd stumbled on some adventure that she had not been expecting, or was playing a game that she hoped he would catch on to. They had always had their games nonsense dialects, characters they invented. Some of Fiona's made-up voices, chirping or wheedling, he couldn't tell the doctor this, had mimicked uncannily the voices of women of his that she had never met or known about. "Yes, well," the doctor said, "it might be selective at first. We don't know, do we? Till we see the pattern of the deterioration, we really can't say. In a while it hardly mattered what label was put on it. Fiona, who no longer went shopping alone, disappeared from the supermarket while Grant had his back turned. A policeman picked her up as she walked down the middle of the road, blocks away. He asked her name and she answered readily. Then he asked her the name of the Prime Minister of the country. "If you don't know that, young man, you really shouldn't be in such a responsible job." He laughed. But then she made the mistake of asking if he'd seen Boris and Natasha. These were the Russian wolfhounds she had adopted some years ago as a favor to a friend, then devoted herself to for the rest of their lives. Her taking them over might have coincided with the discovery that she was not likely to have children. Something about her tubes being blocked or twisted Grant could not remember now. He had always avoided thinking about all that female apparatus, or it might have been after her mother died. The dog's long legs and silky hair, their narrow, gentle, intransigent faces made a fine match for her when she took them out for walks. And Grant himself in those days, landing his first job at the university, his father-in-law's money welcome in spite of the political taint, might have seemed to some people to have been picked up on another of Fiona's eccentric whims, and groomed and tended and favored. Though he never understood this, fortunately, until much later. She said to him, at supper time on the day of the wandering off at the supermarket, "You know what you're going to have to do with me, don't you? You're going to have to put me in that place." "Shallow Lake," Grant said. "Meadow Lake, we're not at that stage yet." "Shallow Lake, Shilla Lake," she said, as if they were engaged in a playful competition. Silla Lake it is." He held his head in his hands, his elbows on the table. He said that if they did think of it, it must be as something that need not be permanent, a kind of experimental treatment, a rest cure. There was a rule that nobody could be admitted during the month of December. The holiday season had so many emotional pitfalls, so they made the 20-minute drive in January. Before they reached the highway, the country road dipped through a swampy hollow now completely frozen over. The swamp oaks and maples threw their shadows like bars across the bright snow. Fiona said, "Oh, remember," Grant said. "I was thinking about that too." "Only it was in the moonlight," she said. She was talking about the time that they had gone out skiing at night under the full moon and over the black-striped snow, in this place that you could get into only in the depths of winter. They had heard the branches cracking in the cold. So if she could remember that so vividly and correctly, could there really be so much the matter with her? It was all he could do not to turn around and drive home. There was another rule which the supervisor explained to him. New residents were not to be visited during the first 30 days. Most people needed that time to get settled in. Before the rule had been put in place, there had been pleas and tears and tantrums, even from those who had come in willingly. Around the 3rd or 4th day, they would start lamenting and begging to be taken home. And some relatives could be susceptible to that, so you would have people being carted home who would not get on there any better than they had before. 6 months later, or sometimes only a few weeks later, the whole upsetting hassle would have to be gone through again. Whereas we find, the supervisor said, we find that if they're left on their own, they usually end up happy as clams. You have to practically lure them into a bus to take a trip to town. The same with a visit home. It's perfectly okay to take them home then. Visit for an hour or two, they're the ones that'll worry about getting back in time for supper. Meadowlake's their home then. Of course, that doesn't apply to the ones on the second floor. We can't let them go. It's too difficult and they don't know where they are anyway. My wife isn't going to be on the second floor, Grant said. No, said the supervisor thoughtfully. I just like to make everything clear at the outset. They had gone over to Meadowlake a few times several years ago to visit Mr. Farquhar, the old bachelor farmer who had been their neighbor. He had lived by himself in a drafty brick house unaltered since the early years of the century, except for the addition of a refrigerator and a television set. He had paid Grant and Fiona unannounced but well-spaced visits, and as well as local matters. He liked to discuss books he had been reading about the Crimean War or polar explorations or the history of firearms. But after he went to Meadowlake, he would talk only about the routines of the place, and they got the idea that their visits, though gratifying, were a social burden for him. And Fiona in particular hated the smell of urine and bleach that hung about, hated the perfunctory bouquets of plastic flowers in niches in the dim, low-ceilinged corridors. Now that building was gone, though it had dated only from the 50s. Just as Mr. Farquhar's house was gone, replaced by a gimcrack sort of castle that was the weekend home of some people from Toronto. The new Meadowlake was an airy, vaulted building whose air was faintly, pleasantly pine-scented. Profuse and genuine greenery sprouted out of giant crocks. Nevertheless, it was the old building that Grant would find himself picturing Fiona in during the long month he had to get through without seeing her. It was the longest month of his life. He thought longer than the month he had spent with his mother visiting relatives in Lanark County when he was 13, and longer than the month that Jackie Adams spent on holiday with her family near the beginning of their affair. He phoned Meadowlake every day and hoped that he would get the nurse whose name was Christie. She seemed a little amused at his constancy, but she would give him a fuller report than any other nurse he got stuck with. Fiona had caught a cold, but that was not unusual for newcomers. Like when your kids start school, Christie said. There's a whole bunch of new germs they're exposed to, and for a while they just catch everything. Then the cold got better. She was off the antibiotics, and she didn't seem as confused as she had been when she came in. This was the first time Grant had heard about either the antibiotics or the confusion. Her appetite was pretty good, and she seemed to enjoy sitting in the sunroom. She seemed to enjoy watching television. One of the things that had been so intolerable about the old Meadowlake had been the way the television was on everywhere, overwhelming your thoughts or conversation wherever you chose to sit down. Some of the inmates, that was what he and Fiona called them then, not residents, would raise their eyes to it. Some talked back to it, but most just sat and meekly endured its assault. In the new building, as far as he could recall, the television was in a separate sitting room or in the bedrooms. You could make a choice to watch it, so Fiona must have made a choice. To watch what? During the years that they had lived in this house, he and Fiona had watched quite a bit of television together. They had spied on the lives of every beast or reptile or insect or sea creature that a camera was able to reach, and they had followed the plots of what seemed like dozens of rather similar fine 19th-century novels. They had slid into an infatuation with an English comedy about life in a department store, and had watched so many reruns that they knew the dialogue by heart. They mourned the disappearance of actors who died in real life or went off to other jobs, then welcomed those same actors back as the characters were born again. They watched the floorwalker's hair going from black to gray and finally back to black, the cheap sets never changing. But these, too, faded. Eventually the sets and the blackest hair faded as if dust from the London streets was getting in under the elevator doors, and there was a sadness about this that seemed to affect Grant and Fiona more than any of the tragedies on Masterpiece Theatre, so they gave up watching before the final end. Fiona was making some friends, Christie said. She was definitely coming out of her shell. What shell was that? Grant wanted to ask but checked himself, to remain in Christie's good graces. If anybody phoned, he let the message go onto the machine. The people they saw socially, occasionally, were not close neighbors but people who lived around the countryside, who were retired as they were, and who often went away without notice. The first years that they had lived here, Grant and Fiona had stayed through the winter. A country winter was a new experience, and they had plenty to do, fixing up the house. Then they had gotten the idea that they too should travel while they could, and they had gone to Greece, to Australia, to Costa Rica. People would think that they were away on some such trip at present. He skied for exercise but never went as far as the swamp. He skied around and around in the field behind the house as the sun went down and left the sky pink over a countryside that seemed to be bound by waves of blue-edged ice. He counted off the times he went round the field, and then he came back to the darkening house, turning the television news on while he got his supper. They had usually prepared supper together. One of them made the drinks and the other the fire, and they talked about his work. He was writing a study of legendary Norse wolves, and particularly of the great Fenris wolf who swallows up Odin at the end of the world, and about whatever Fiona was reading, and what they had been thinking during their close but separate day. This was their time of liveliest intimacy, though there was also, of course, the 5 or 10 minutes of physical sweetness just after they got into bed, something that did not often end up in sex, but reassured them that sex was not over yet. In a dream, Grant showed a letter to one of his colleagues whom he had thought of as a friend. The letter was from the roommate of a girl he had not thought of for a while. Its style was sanctimonious and hostile, threatening in a whining way. He put the writer down as a latent lesbian. The girl herself was someone he had parted from decently, and it seemed unlikely that she would want to make a fuss, let alone try to kill herself, which was what the letter was apparently, elaborately trying to tell him. The colleague was one of those husbands and fathers who had been among the first to throw away their neckties and leave home to spend every night on a floor mattress with a bewitching young mistress, coming to their offices, their classes, bedraggled and smelling of dope and incense. But now he took a dim view of such shenanigans, and Grant recollected that he had in fact married one of those girls, and that she had taken to giving dinner parties and having babies, just as wives used to do. "I wouldn't laugh," he said to Grant, who did not think he had been laughing, "and if I were you I'd try to prepare Fiona." So Grant went off to find Fiona in Meadowlake, the old Meadowlake, and got into a lecture theater instead. Everybody was waiting there for him to teach his class. And sitting in the last, highest row was a flock of cold-eyed young women, all in black robes, all in mourning, who never took their bitter stares off him and conspicuously did not write down, or care about, anything he was saying. Fiona was in the first row, untroubled. She had transformed the lecture room into the sort of corner she was always finding at a party, some high-end dry spot where she drank wine with mineral water and smoked ordinary cigarettes and told funny stories about her dogs. Holding out there against the tide with some people who were like herself, as if the dramas that were being played out in other corners, in bedrooms and on the dark veranda, were nothing but childish comedy, as if chastity was chic and reticence a blessing. "Oh, phooey," Fiona said. "Girls that age are always going around talking about how they'll kill themselves. But it wasn't enough for her to say that. In fact, it rather chilled him. He was afraid that she was wrong, that something terrible had happened, and he saw what she could not, that the black ring was thickening, drawing in, all around his windpipe, all around the top of the room. He hauled himself out of the dream and set about separating what was real from what was not. There had been a letter, and the word rat had appeared in black paint on his office door, and Fiona, on being told that a girl had suffered from a bad crush on him, had said pretty much what she said in the dream. The colleague hadn't come into it, the black-robed women had never appeared in his classroom, and nobody had committed suicide. Grant hadn't been disgraced. In fact, he had got off easily when you thought of what might have happened just a couple of years later. But word got around. Cold shoulders became conspicuous. They had few Christmas invitations and spent New Year's Eve alone. Grant got drunk, and without its being required of him also, thank God, without making the error of a confession, he promised Fiona a new life. The shame he felt then was the shame of being duped, of not having noticed the change that was going on, and not one woman had made him aware of it. There had been the change in the past when so many women so suddenly became available, or it seemed that way to him, and now this new change, when they were saying that what had happened was not what they had had in mind at all. They had collaborated because they were helpless and bewildered, and they had been injured by the whole thing, rather than delighted. Even when they had taken the initiative, they had done so only because the cards were stacked against them. Nowhere was there any acknowledgement that the life of a man with many relationships, if that was what Grant had to call himself, he who had not had half as many connections or complications as the man who had reproached him in his dream, involved acts of kindness and generosity and even sacrifice. Not in the beginning, perhaps, but at least as things went on. Many times he had catered to a woman's pride, to her fragility, by offering more affection or a rougher passion than anything he really felt. Also that he could now find himself accused of wounding and exploiting and destroying self-esteem, and of deceiving Fiona, as of course he had deceived her, but would it have been better if he had done as others had done with their wives and left her? He had never thought of such a thing. He had never stopped being intimate with Fiona in spite of disturbing demands elsewhere. He had not stayed away from her for a single night. No making up elaborate stories in order to spend a weekend in San Francisco or in a tent on Manitoulin Island. He had gone easy on the dope and the drink, and he had continued to publish papers, serve on committees, make progress in his career. He had never had any intention of throwing up work and marriage and taking to the country to practice carpentry or keep bees, but something like that had happened after all. He took an early retirement with a reduced pension. The cardiologist had died after some bewildered and stoical time alone in the big house, and Fiona had inherited both that property and the farmhouse where her father had grown up, in the country near Georgian Bay. She gave up her job as a hospital coordinator of volunteer services in that everyday world, as she said, where people actually had troubles that were not related to drugs or relationships or intellectual squabbles. A new life was a new life. Boris and Natasha had died by this time. One of them got sick and died first. Grant forgot which one, and then the other died, more or less out of sympathy. He and Fiona worked on the house. They got cross-country skis. They were not very sociable, but they gradually made some friends. There were no more hectic flirtations, no more inappropriate behavior at dinner parties, no more unfaithful wives. Just in time, Grant was able to think when the sense of injustice wore down. The feminists, and perhaps the sad, silly girl herself and his cowardly so-called friends, had pushed him out just in time, out of a life that was in fact getting to be more trouble than it was worth, and that might eventually have cost him Fiona. On the morning of the day when he was to go back to Meadow Lake for the first visit, Grant woke early. He was full of a solemn tingling, as in the old days on the morning of his first planned meeting with a new woman. The feeling was not precisely about desire. Later, when the meetings had become routine, that was all it was. There was an expectation of discovery, almost a spiritual expansion. Also timidity, humility, alarm. He left home too early. Visitors were not allowed before 2 o'clock. He did not want to sit out in the parking lot waiting, so he made himself turn the car in a wrong direction. There had been a thaw. Plenty of snow was left, but the dazzling hard landscape of earlier winter had crumbled. These pocked heaps under a gray sky looked like refuse in the fields. In the town near Meadow Lake he found a florist's shop and bought a large bouquet. He had never presented flowers to Fiona before, or to anyone else. He entered the building feeling like a hopeless lover or a guilty husband in a cartoon. "Wow, Narcissus this early," Christie said. "You must have spent a fortune." She went along the hall ahead of him and snapped on the light in a closet or sort of kitchen, where she searched for a vase. She was a heavy young woman who looked as if she had given up in every department except her hair. That was blonde and voluminous, all the puffed-up luxury of a cocktail waitress's style or a performer's on top of such a workaday face and body. "There now," she said, and nodded him down the hall. "Name's right on the door." So it was, on a nameplate decorated with bluebirds. He wondered whether to knock and did, then opened the door and called her name. She wasn't there. The closet door was closed, the bed smoothed. Nothing on the bedside table except a box of Kleenex and a glass of water. Not a single photograph or picture of any kind, not a book or a magazine. Perhaps you had to keep those in a cupboard. He went back to the nurse's station or reception desk or whatever it was. Christie said no, with a surprise that he thought perfunctory. He hesitated, holding the flowers. She said, okay, let's set the bouquet down here." Sighing, as if he was a backward child on his first day at school, she led him along a hall, into the light of the huge sky windows in the large central space, with its cathedral ceiling. Some people were sitting along the walls, in easy chairs, others at tables in the middle of the carpeted floor. None of them looked too bad. Old, some of them incapacitated enough to need wheelchairs, but decent. There used to be some unnerving sights when he and Fiona went to visit Mr. Farquhar. Whiskers on old women's chins, somebody with a bulged-out eye like a rotted plum. Dribblers, head wagglers, mad chatterers. Now it looked as if there'd been some weeding out of the worst cases. Or perhaps drugs, surgery had come into use. Perhaps there were ways of treating disfigurement, as well as verbal, and other kinds of incontinence, ways that hadn't existed even those few years ago. There was, however, a very disconsolate woman sitting at the piano, picking away with one finger and never achieving a tune. Another woman, staring out from behind a coffee urn and a stack of plastic cups, looked bored to stone. But she had to be an employee. She wore a pale green pants outfit like Christie's. "See," said Christie in a softer voice. "You just go up and say hello and try not to startle her. Remember, she may not well. Just go ahead." He saw Fiona in profile, sitting close up to one of the card tables but not playing. She looked a little puffy in the face, the flab on one cheek hiding the corner of her mouth, in a way it hadn't done before. She was watching the play of the man she sat closest to. He held his cards tilted so that she could see them. When Grant got near the table, she looked up. They all looked up. All the players at the table looked up with displeasure. Then they immediately looked down at their cards, as if to ward off any intrusion. But Fiona smiled her lopsided, abashed, sly and charming smile and pushed back her chair and came round to him, putting her fingers to her mouth. "Bridge," she whispered, "deadly serious. They're quite rabid about it." She drew him towards the coffee table, chatting. "I can remember being like that for a while at college. My friends and I would cut class and sit in the common room and smoke and play like cutthroats. One's name was Phoebe. I don't remember the others." "Phoebe Hart," Grant said. He pictured the little hollow-chested, black-eyed girl who was probably dead by now, wreathed in smoke, Fiona and Phoebe and those others wrapped as witches. "You knew her too," said Fiona, directing her smile now towards the stone-faced woman. "Can I get you anything, a cup of tea? I'm afraid the coffee isn't up to much here." Grant never drank tea. He could not throw his arms around her. Something about her voice and smile, familiar as they were, something about the way she seemed to be guarding the players and even the coffee woman from him as well as him from their displeasure made that not possible. "I brought you some flowers," he said. "I thought they'd do to brighten up your room. I went to your room, but you weren't there." "Well, no," she said. "I'm here," Grant said. "You've made a new friend." He nodded towards the man she'd been sitting next to. At this moment that man looked up at Fiona and she turned, either because of what Grant had said or because she felt the look at her back. "It's just Aubrey," she said. "The funny thing is I knew him years and years ago. He worked in the store, the hardware store where my grandpa used to shop. He and I were always kidding around and he could not get up the nerve to ask me out, till the very last weekend, and he took me to a ball game. But when it was over my grandpa showed up to drive me home. I was up visiting for the summer, visiting my grandparents. They lived on a farm. Fiona, I know where your grandparents lived. It's where we lived. Really?" she said, not paying full attention because the card player was sending her his look, which was not one of supplication but command. He was a man of about Grant's age or a little older. Thick, coarse white hair fell over his forehead, and his skin was leathery but pale, yellowish-white like an old wrinkled-up kid glove. His long face was dignified and melancholy, and he had something of the beauty of a powerful, discouraged, elderly horse. But where Fiona was concerned, he was not discouraged. "I better go back," Fiona said, a blush spotting her newly fattened face. "He thinks he can't play without me sitting there. It's silly, I hardly know the game anymore. I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me." "Will you be through soon?" "Oh, we should be. It depends. If you go and ask that grim-looking lady nicely, she'll get you some tea." "I'm fine," Grant said. "So I'll leave you then. You can entertain yourself. It must all seem strange to you, but you'll be surprised how soon you get used to it. You'll get to know who everybody is. Except that some of them are pretty well off in the clouds. You know you can't expect them all to get to know who you are." She slipped back into her chair and said something into Aubrey's ear. She tapped her fingers across the back of his hand. Grant went in search of Christie and met her in the hall. She was pushing a cart on which there were pitchers of apple juice and grape juice. "Just one sec," she said to him as she stuck her head through a doorway. "Apple juice in here, grape juice, cookies." He waited while she filled 2 plastic glasses and took them into the room. Then she came back and put 2 arrowroot cookies on paper plates. "Well," she said. "Aren't you glad to see her participating in everything?" Grant said. "Does she even know who I am?" He could not decide. She could have been playing a joke. It would not be unlike her. She had given herself away by that little pretense at the end, talking to him as if she thought perhaps he was a new resident. If that was what she was pretending, if it was a pretense. But would she not have run after him and laughed at him then once the joke was over? She would not have just gone back to the game, surely, and pretended to forget about him. That would have been too cruel. Christie said, "You just caught her at sort of a bad moment, involved in the game." "She's not even playing," he said. "Well, but her friend's playing, Aubrey." "So who is Aubrey?" "That's who he is, Aubrey, her friend. Would you like a juice?" Grant shook his head. "Oh, look," said Christie, "they get these attachments. That takes over for a while. Best buddy sort of thing. It's kind of a phase." "You mean she really might not know who I am?" "She might not today. Then tomorrow you never know, do you? Things change back and forth all the time and there's nothing you can do about it. You'll see the way it is once you've been coming here for a while. You'll learn not to take it all so serious. Learn to take it day by day, day by day." But things really didn't change back and forth, and he didn't get used to the way they were. Fiona was the one who seemed to get used to him, but only as some persistent visitor who took a special interest in her, or perhaps even as a nuisance who must be prevented, according to her old rules of courtesy, from realizing that he was one. She treated him with a distracted, social sort of kindness that was successful in holding him back from the most obvious, the most necessary question. He could not demand of her whether she did or did not remember him as her husband of nearly 50 years. He got the impression that she would be embarrassed by such a question, embarrassed not for herself, but for him. She would have laughed in a fluttery way and mortified him with her politeness and bewilderment, and somehow she would have ended up not saying either yes or no, or she would have said either one in a way that gave not the least satisfaction. Christie was the only nurse he could talk to. Some of the others treated the whole thing as a joke. One tough old stick laughed in his face. "That Aubrey and that Fiona, they've really got it bad, haven't they?" Christie told him that Aubrey had been the local representative of a company that sold weed killer and all that kind of stuff to farmers. He was a fine person, she said, and Grant did not know whether this meant that Aubrey was honest and open-handed and kind to people, or that he was well-spoken and well-dressed and drove a good car. Probably both. And then when he was not very old or even retired, she said he had suffered some unusual kind of damage. His wife is the one takes care of him usually. She takes care of him at home. She just put him in here on temporary care so she could get a break. Her sister wanted her to go to Florida. See, she's had a hard time. You wouldn't ever have expected a man like him. They just went on a holiday somewhere and he got something like some bug that gave him a terrible high fever, and it put him in a coma and left him like he is now. He asked her about these affections between residents. Did they ever go too far? He was able now to take a tone of indulgence that he hoped would save him from any lectures. "Depends what you mean," she said. She kept writing in her record book while deciding how to answer him. When she finished what she was writing, she looked up at him with a frank smile. "The trouble we have in here, it's funny. It's often with some of the ones that haven't been friendly with each other at all. They maybe won't even know each other beyond knowing, like, is it a man or a woman? You'd think it'd be the old guys trying to crawl in bed with the old women, but you know half the time it's the other way round. Old women going after the old men. Could be they're not so wore out, I guess." Then she stopped smiling as if she was afraid she had said too much or spoken callously. "Don't take me wrong," she said. "I don't mean Fiona. Fiona is a lady." "Well, what about Aubrey?" Grant felt like saying, but he remembered that Aubrey was in a wheelchair. "She's a real lady," Christie said, in a tone so decisive and reassuring that Grant was not reassured. He had in his mind a picture of Fiona in one of her long eyelet-trimmed blue-ribbon nightgowns, teasingly lifting the covers of an old man's bed. "Well, I sometimes wonder," he said. Christie said sharply, "You wonder what?" "I wonder whether she isn't putting on some kind of a charade." "A what?" said Christie. Most afternoons the pair could be found at the card table. Aubrey had large, thick-fingered hands. It was difficult for him to manage his cards. Fiona shuffled and dealt for him, and sometimes moved quickly to straighten a card that seemed to be slipping from his grasp. Grant would watch from across the room her darting move and quick, laughing apology. He could see Aubrey's husbandly frown as a wisp of her hair touched his cheek. Aubrey preferred to ignore her as long as she stayed close. But let her smile her greeting at Grant. Let her push back her chair and get up to offer him tea, showing that she had accepted his right to be there, and possibly felt a slight responsibility for him, and Aubrey's face took on its look of somber consternation. He would let the cards slide from his fingers and fall on the floor to spoil the game, so that Fiona had to get busy and put things right. If they weren't at the bridge table, they might be walking along the halls, Aubrey hanging on to the railing with one hand and clutching Fiona's arm or shoulder with the other. The nurses thought that it was a marvel, the way she had got him out of his wheelchair. Though for longer trips to the conservatory at one end of the building or the television room at the other, the wheelchair was called for. The television seemed to be always turned to the sports channel, and Aubrey would watch any sport, but his favorite appeared to be golf. Grant didn't mind watching that with them. He sat down a few chairs away. On the large screen, a small group of spectators and commentators followed the players around the peaceful green, and at appropriate moments broke into a formal sort of applause. But there was silence everywhere as the player made his swing, and the ball took its lonely, appointed journey across the sky. Aubrey and Fiona and Grant and possibly others sat and held their breaths, and then Aubrey's breath broke out first, expressing satisfaction or disappointment. Fiona's chimed in on the same note a moment later. In the conservatory, there was no such silence. The pair found themselves a seat among the most lush and thick and tropical-looking plants a bower, if you like, which Grant had just enough self-control to keep from penetrating. Mixed in with the rustle of the leaves and the sound of splashing water was Fiona's soft talk and her laughter, then some sort of chortle. Which of them could it be? Perhaps neither. Perhaps it came from one of the impudent, flashy-looking birds who inhabited the corner cages. Aubrey could talk, though his voice probably didn't sound the way it used to. He seemed to say something now, a couple of thick syllables. Take care, he's here, my love. On the blue bottom of the fountain's pool lay some wishing coins. Grant had never seen anybody actually throwing money in. He stared at these nickels and dimes and quarters, wondering if they had been glued to the tiles, another feature of the building's encouraging decoration. Teenagers at the baseball game, sitting at the top of the bleachers out of the way of the boys' friends. A couple of inches of bare wood between them, darkness falling, quick chill of the evening late in the summer. The skittering of their hands, the shift of haunches, eyes never lifted from the field. He'll take off his jacket, if he's wearing one, to lay it around her narrow shoulders. Underneath it he can pull her closer to him, press his spread fingers into her soft arm. Not like today, when any kid would probably be into her pants on the first date. Fiona's skinny, soft arm. Teenage emotions astonishing her and flashing along all the nerves of her tender new body as the night thickens beyond the lighted dust of the game. Meadowlake was short on mirrors, so he did not have to catch sight of himself stalking and prowling. But every once in a while it came to him how foolish and pathetic and perhaps unhinged he must look, trailing around after Fiona and Aubrey, and having no luck in confronting her or him. Less and less sure of what right he had to be on the scene, but unable to withdraw. Even at home, while he worked at his desk or cleaned up the house or shoveled snow when necessary, some ticking metronome in his mind was fixed on Meadowlake, on his next visit. Sometimes he seemed to himself like a mulish boy conducting a hopeless courtship, sometimes like one of those wretches who follow celebrated women through the streets, convinced that one day these women will turn around and recognize their love. He made a great effort and cut his visits down to Wednesdays and Saturdays. Also, he set himself to observing other things about the place, as if he was a sort of visitor at large, a person doing an inspection or a social study. Saturdays had a holiday bustle and tension. Families arrived in clusters. Mothers were usually in charge. They were like cheerful but insistent sheepdogs herding the men and children. Only the smallest children were without apprehension. They noticed right away the green and white squares on the hall floors and picked one color to walk on, the other to jump over. The bolder ones might try to hitch rides on the back of wheelchairs. Some persisted in these tricks in spite of scolding and had to be removed to the car. And how happily then, how readily, some older child or father volunteered to do the removing and thus opt out of the visit. It was the women who kept the conversation afloat. Men seemed cowed by the situation, teenagers affronted. Those being visited rode in a wheelchair or stumped along with a cane or walked stiffly, unaided at the procession's head, proud of the turnout but somewhat blank-eyed or desperately babbling under the stress of it. And now surrounded by a variety of outsiders, these insiders did not look like such regular people after all. Female chins might have had their bristles shaved to the roots, and bad eyes might be hidden by patches or dark lenses. Inappropriate utterances might be controlled by medication, but some glaze remained, a haunted rigidity, as if people were content to become memories of themselves, final photographs. Grant understood better now how Mr. Farquhar must have felt. People here, even the ones who did not participate in any activities, but sat around watching the doors or looking out the windows, were living a busy life in their heads, not to mention the life of their bodies, the portentous shifts in their bowels, the stabs and twinges everywhere along the line. And that was a life that in most cases could not very well be described or alluded to in front of visitors. All they could do was wheel or somehow propel themselves about and hope to come up with something that could be displayed or talked about. There was the conservatory to be shown off, and the big television screen. Fathers thought that was really something. Mothers said the ferns were gorgeous. Soon everybody sat down around the little tables and ate ice cream, refused only by the teenagers, who were dying of disgust. Women wiped away the dribble from shivery old chins, and men looked the other way. There must be some satisfaction in this ritual, and perhaps even the teenagers would be glad, one day, that they had come. Grant was no expert on families. No children or grandchildren appeared to visit Aubrey, and since they could not play cards, the tables being taken over for the ice cream parties, he and Fiona stayed clear of the Saturday parade. The conservatory was far too popular then for any of their intimate conversations. Those might be going on, of course, behind Fiona's closed door. Grant could not manage to knock, though he stood there for some time staring at the Disney birds with an intense, a truly malignant dislike. Or they might be in Aubrey's room, but he did not know where that was. The more he explored this place, the more corridors and seating spaces and ramps he discovered, and in his wanderings he was still apt to get lost. He would take a certain picture or chair as a landmark, and the next week whatever he had chosen seemed to have been placed somewhere else. He didn't like to mention this to Christie, lest she think he was suffering some mental dislocations of his own. He supposed this constant change and rearranging might be for the sake of the residents, to make their daily exercise more interesting. He did not mention either that he sometimes saw a woman at a distance that he thought was Fiona, but then thought it couldn't be, because of the clothes the woman was wearing. When had Fiona ever gone in for bright flowered blouses and electric blue slacks? One Saturday he looked out a window and saw Fiona. It must be her, wheeling Aubrey along one of the paved paths now cleared of snow and ice, and she was wearing a silly woolly hat and a jacket with swirls of blue and purple, the sort of thing he had seen on local women at the supermarket. The fact must be that they didn't bother to sort out the wardrobes of the women, who were roughly the same size, and counted on the women not recognizing their own clothes anyway. They had cut her hair, too. They had cut away her angelic halo. On a Wednesday, when everything was more normal and card games were going on again, and the women in the crafts room were making silk flowers or costumed dolls without anybody hanging around to pester or admire them, and when Aubrey and Fiona were again in evidence, so that it was possible for Grant to have one of his brief and friendly and maddening conversations with his wife, he said to her, "Why did they chop off your hair?" Fiona put her hands up to her head to check. "Why, I never missed it," she said. He thought he should find out what went on the second floor, where they kept the people who, as Christie said, had really lost it. Those who walked around down here holding conversations with themselves or throwing out odd questions at a passer-by. "Did I leave my sweater in the church?" Had apparently lost only some of it, not enough to qualify. There were stairs, but the doors at the top were locked and only the staff had the keys. You could not get into the elevator unless somebody buzzed for it to open from behind the desk. What did they do after they lost it? "Some just sit," said Christie. "Some sit and cry. Some try to holler the house down. You don't really want to know. Sometimes they got it back. You go in their rooms for a year and they don't know you from Adam. Then one day it's, "Oh, hi, when are we going home?" All of a sudden they're absolutely back to normal again. But not for long. You think, "Wow, back to normal," and then they're gone again. She snapped her fingers. Like so. In the town where he used to work there was a bookstore that he and Fiona had visited once or twice a year. He went back there by himself. He didn't feel like buying anything, but he had made a list and picked out a couple of the books on it and then bought another book that he noticed by chance. It was about Iceland. A book of 19th century watercolors made by a lady traveler to Iceland. Fiona had never learned her mother's language, and she had never shown much respect for the stories that it preserved, the stories that Grant had taught and written about, and still did write about in his working life. She referred to their heroes as Old Njal or Old Snorri. But in the last few years she had developed an interest in the country itself and looked at travel guides. She read about William Morris's trip and Auden's. She didn't really plan to travel there. She said the weather was too dreadful. Also, she said there ought to be one place you thought about and knew about and maybe longed for but never did get to see. When Grant first started teaching Anglo-Saxon and Nordic literature, he got the regular sort of students in his classes. But after a few years he noticed a change. Married women started going back to school. Not with the idea of qualifying for a better job or for any job, but simply to give themselves something more interesting to think about than their usual housework and hobbies. To enrich their lives. And perhaps it followed naturally that the men who taught them these things would become part of the enrichment, that these men would seem to these women more mysterious and desirable than the men they still cooked for and slept with. The studies chosen were usually psychology or cultural history or English literature. Archaeology or linguistics was picked sometimes, but dropped when it turned out to be heavy going. Those who signed up for Grant's courses might have a Scandinavian background, like Fiona, or they might have learned something about Norse mythology from Wagner or historical novels. There were also a few who thought he was teaching a Celtic language, and for whom everything Celtic had a mystic allure. He spoke to such aspirants fairly roughly from his side of the desk. If you want to learn a pretty language, go and learn Spanish. Then you can use it if you go to Mexico. Some took his warning and drifted away. Others seemed to be moved in a personal way by his demanding tone. They worked with a will and brought into his office, into his regulated, satisfactory life, the great surprising bloom of their mature female compliance, their tremulous hope of approval. He chose the woman named Jackie Adams. She was the opposite of Fiona, short, cushiony, dark-eyed, effusive. A stranger to irony. The affair lasted for a year until her husband was transferred. When they were saying goodbye in her car, she began to shake uncontrollably. It was as if she had hypothermia. She wrote to him a few times, but he found the tone of her letters overwrought and could not decide how to answer. He let the time for answering slip away while he became magically and unexpectedly involved with a girl who was young enough to be her daughter. For another and more dizzying development had taken place while he was busy with Jackie. Young girls with long hair and sandaled feet were coming into his office, and all but declaring themselves ready for intimacy. The cautious approaches, the tender intimations of feeling required with Jackie were out the window. A whirlwind hit him, as it did many others, wish becoming action in a way that made him wonder if there wasn't something missed. But who had time for regrets? He heard of simultaneous liaisons, savage and risky encounters. Scandals burst wide open, with high and painful drama all round, but a feeling that somehow it was better so. There were reprisals, there were firings. But those fired went off to teach at smaller, more tolerant colleges or open learning centers, and many wives left behind got over the shock and took up the costumes, the casual attitudes of the girls who had tempted their men. Academic parties, which used to be so predictable, became a minefield. An epidemic had broken out. It was spreading like the Spanish flu. Only this time people ran after contagion, and few between 16 and 60 seemed willing to be left out. Fiona appeared to be quite willing, however. Her mother was dying, and her experience in the hospital led her from her routine work in the registrar's office into her new job. Grant himself did not go overboard, at least in comparison with some people around him. He never let another woman get as close to him as Jackie had been. What he felt was mainly a gigantic increase in well-being. A tendency to pudginess that he had had since he was 12 years old disappeared. He ran up steps 2 at a time. He appreciated as never before a pageant of torn clouds and winter sunset seen from his office window, the charm of antique lamps glowing between his neighbor's living room curtains, the cries of children in the park at dusk, unwilling to leave the hill where they'd been tobogganing. Come summer, he learned the names of flowers. In his classroom, after coaching by his nearly voiceless mother-in-law, her affliction was cancer of the throat. He risked reciting and then translating the majestic and gory ode, the Hedransom, the Hofjualasen, composed to honor King Eric Bloodaxe by the skald whom that king had condemned to death. And who was then, by the same king, and by the power of poetry set free. All applauded, even the peaceniks in the class whom he'd cheerfully taunted earlier, asking if they would like to wait in the hall. Driving home that day or maybe another, he found an absurd and blasphemous quotation running around in his head, and so he increased in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man. That embarrassed him at the time and gave him a superstitious chill, as it did yet. But so long as nobody knew, it seemed not unnatural. He took the book with him the next time he went to Meadow Lake. It was a Wednesday. He went looking for Fiona at the card tables and did not see her. A woman called out to him, "She's not here, she's sick." Her voice sounded self-important and excited, pleased with herself for having recognized him when he knew nothing about her. Perhaps also pleased with all she knew about Fiona's life here, thinking it was maybe more than he knew. "He's not here either," she said. "Grant went to find Christie." "Nothing, really," she said, when he asked what was the matter with Fiona. "She's just having a day in bed today, just a bit of an upset." Fiona was sitting straight up in the bed. He hadn't noticed, the few times that he had been in this room, that this was a hospital bed and could be cranked up in such a way. She was wearing one of her high-necked maidenly gowns, and her face had a pallor that was not like cherry blossoms but like flour paste. Aubrey was beside her in his wheelchair, pushed as close to the bed as it could get. Instead of the nondescript open-necked shirts he usually wore, he was wearing a jacket and a tie. His natty-looking tweed hat was resting on the bed. He looked as if he had been out on important business, to see his lawyer, his banker, to make arrangements with the funeral director. Whatever he'd been doing, he looked worn out by it. He too was gray in the face. They both looked up at Grant with a stony, grief-ridden apprehension that turned to relief if not to welcome when they saw who he was, not who they thought he'd be. They were hanging on to each other's hands and they did not let go, the hat on the bed. The jacket and tie. It wasn't that Aubrey had been out. It wasn't a question of where he'd been or whom he'd been to see. It was where he was going. Grant set the book down on the bed beside Fiona's free hand. "It's about Iceland," he said. "I thought maybe you'd like to look at it." "Why, thank you," said Fiona. She didn't look at the book. He put her hand on it. "Iceland," he said. She said, "Iceland." The first syllable managed to hold a tinkle of interest, but the second fell flat. Anyway, it was necessary for her to turn her attention back to Aubrey, who was pulling his great thick hand out of hers. "What is it?" she said. "What is it, dear heart?" Grant had never heard her use this flowery expression before. "Oh, all right," she said. "Oh, here." And she pulled a handful of tissues from the box beside her bed. Aubrey's problem was that he had begun to weep. His nose had started to run, and he was anxious not to turn into a sorry spectacle, especially in front of Grant. "Here." "Here," said Fiona. She would have tended to his nose herself and wiped his tears, and perhaps if they had been alone he would have let her do it. But with Grant there, Aubrey would not permit it. He got hold of the Kleenex as well as he could and made a few awkward but lucky swipes at his face. While he was occupied, Fiona turned to Grant. "Do you by any chance have any influence around here?" she said in a whisper. "I've seen you talking to them." Aubrey made a noise of protest or weariness or disgust. Then his upper body pitched forward as if he wanted to throw himself against her. She scrambled half out of bed and caught him and held on to him. It seemed improper for Grant to help her, though of course he would have done so if he'd thought Aubrey was about to tumble to the floor. "Hush," Fiona was saying. "Oh, honey, hush. We'll get to see each other. We'll have to. I'll go and see you. You'll come and see me." Aubrey made the same sound again with his face in her chest, and there was nothing Grant could decently do but get out of the room. "I just wish his wife would hurry up and get here," Christie said. "I wish she'd get him out of here and cut the agony short. We've got to start serving supper before long, and how are we supposed to get her to swallow anything with him still hanging around?" Grant said. "Should I stay?" "What for? She's not sick, you know." "To keep her company," he said. Christie shook her head. "They have to get over these things on their own. They've got short memories usually. That's not always so bad." Christie was not hard-hearted. During the time he had known her, Grant had found out some things about her life. She had 4 children. She did not know where her husband was but thought he might be in Alberta. Her younger boy's asthma was so bad that he would have died one night in January if she had not got him to the emergency ward in time. He was not on any illegal drugs, but she was not so sure about his brother. To her, Grant and Fiona and Aubrey too must seem lucky. They had got through life without too much going wrong. What they had to suffer now that they were old hardly counted. Grant left without going back to Fiona's room. He noticed that the wind was actually warm that day, and the crows were making an uproar. In the parking lot, a woman wearing a tartan pants suit was getting a folded-up wheelchair out of the trunk of her car. The street he was driving down was called Black Hawk's Lane. All the streets around were named for teams in the old National Hockey League. This was in an outlying section of the town near Meadow Lake. He and Fiona had shopped in the town regularly, but had not become familiar with any part of it except the main street. The houses looked to have been built all around the same time, perhaps 30 or 40 years ago. The streets were wide and curving, and there were no sidewalks, recalling the time when it was thought unlikely that anybody would do much walking ever again. Friends of Grant's and Fiona's had moved to places something like this when they began to have their children. They were apologetic about the move at first. They called it going out to Barbecue Acres. Young families still lived here. There were basketball hoops over garage doors and tricycles in the driveways. But some of the houses had gone downhill from the sort of family homes they were surely meant to be. The yards were marked by car tracks. The windows were plastered with tinfoil or hung with faded flags. Rental housing. Young male tenants single still, or single again. A few properties seemed to have been kept up as well as possible by the people who had moved into them when they were new people who hadn't had the money or perhaps hadn't felt the need to move on to someplace better. Shrubs had grown to maturity. Pastel vinyl siding had done away with the problem of repainting. Neat fences or hedges gave the sign that the children in the houses had all grown up and gone away, and that their parents no longer saw the point of letting the yard be a common run-through for whatever new children were loose in the neighborhood. The house that was listed in the phone book as belonging to Aubrey and his wife was one of these. The front walk was paved with flagstones and bordered by hyacinths that stood as stiff as china flowers, alternately pink and blue. Fiona had not got over her sorrow. She did not eat at mealtimes, though she pretended to, hiding food in her napkin. She was being given a supplementary drink twice a day. Someone stayed and watched while she swallowed it down. She got out of bed and dressed herself, but all she wanted to do then was sit in her room. She wouldn't have taken any exercise at all if Christie or one of the other nurses, and Grant during visiting hours, had not walked her up and down in the corridors or taken her outside. In the spring sunshine she sat, weeping weakly on a bench by the wall. She was still polite. She apologized for her tears, and never argued with a suggestion or refused to answer a question. But she wept. Weeping had left her eyes raw-edged and dim. Her cardigan, if it was hers, would be buttoned crookedly. She had not got to the stage of leaving her hair unbrushed or her nails uncleaned, but that might come soon. Christie said that her muscles were deteriorating, and that if she didn't improve soon they would put her on a walker. But you know, once they get a walker, they start to depend on it, and they never walk much anymore, just get wherever it is they have to go. "You'll have to work at her harder," she said to Grant. "Try and encourage her." But Grant had no luck at that. Fiona seemed to have taken a dislike to him, though she tried to cover it up. Perhaps she was reminded, every time she saw him, of her last minutes with Aubrey, when she had asked him for help and he hadn't helped her. He didn't see much point in mentioning their marriage now. She wouldn't go down the hall to where most of the same people were still playing cards, and she wouldn't go into the television room or visit the conservatory. She said that she didn't like the big screen. It hurt her eyes. And the birds' noise was irritating, and she wished they would turn the fountain off once in a while. So far as Grant knew, she never looked at the book about Iceland, or at any of the other surprisingly few books that she had brought from home. There was a reading room where she would sit down to rest, choosing it probably because there was seldom anybody there, and if he took a book off the shelves, she would allow him to read to her. He suspected that she did that because it made his company easier for her. She was able to shut her eyes and sink back into her own grief. Because if she let go of her grief even for a minute, it would only hit her harder when she bumped into it again. And sometimes he thought she closed her eyes to hide a look of informed despair that it would not be good for him to see. So he sat and read to her out of one of these old novels about chaste love, and lost and regained fortunes. That could have been the discards of some long-ago village or Sunday school library. There had been no attempt, apparently, to keep the contents of the reading room as up-to-date as most things in the rest of the building. The covers of the books were soft, almost velvety, with designs of leaves and flowers pressed into them, so that they resembled jewelry boxes or chocolate boxes. That women, he supposed it would be women, could carry home like treasure. The supervisor called him into her office. She said that Fiona was not thriving as they had hoped. "Her weight is going down even with the supplement. We're doing all we can for her." Grant said that he realized they were. "The thing is, I'm sure you know, we don't do any prolonged bed care on the first floor. We do it temporarily if someone isn't feeling well, but if they get too weak to move around and be responsible, we have to consider upstairs." He said he didn't think that Fiona had been in bed that often. "No, but if she can't keep up her strength, she will be. Right now she's borderline." He said that he had thought the second floor was for people whose minds were disturbed. "That too," she said. He hadn't remembered anything about Aubrey's wife except the tartan suit he had seen her wearing in the parking lot. The tails of the jacket had flared open as she bent into the trunk of the car. He had got the impression of a trim waist and wide buttocks. She was not wearing the tartan suit today. Brown belted slacks and a pink sweater. He was right about the waist. The tight belt showed she made a point of it. It might have been better if she hadn't, since she bulged out considerably above and below. She could be 10 or 12 years younger than her husband. Her hair was short, curly, artificially reddened. She had blue eyes, a lighter blue than Fiona's, a flat robin's egg or turquoise blue slanted by a slight puffiness, and a good many wrinkles made more noticeable by a walnut-stained makeup, or perhaps that was her Florida tan. He said that he didn't quite know how to introduce himself. "I used to see your husband at Meadowlake. I'm a regular visitor there myself." "Yes," said Aubrey's wife with an aggressive movement of her chin. "How is your husband doing?" The doing was added on at the last moment. Normally he would have said, "How is your husband?" "He's okay," she said. "My wife and he struck up quite a close friendship. I heard about that. So, I wanted to talk to you about something if you had a minute." "My husband did not try to start anything with your wife, if that's what you're getting at," she said. "He did not harm her in any way. He isn't capable of it, and he wouldn't anyway. From what I heard, it was the other way round." Grant said, "No, that isn't it at all. I didn't come here with any complaints about anything." "Oh," she said. "Well, I'm sorry. I thought you did." That was all she was going to give by way of apology, and she didn't sound sorry. She sounded disappointed and confused. "You better come in then," she said. "It's blowing cold in through the door. It's not as warm out today as it looks." So it was something of a victory for him even to get inside. He hadn't realized it would be as hard as this. He had expected a different sort of wife. A flustered homebody, pleased by an unexpected visit and flattered by a confidential tone. She took him past the entrance to the living room, saying, "We'll have to sit in the kitchen where I can hear Aubrey." Grant caught sight of 2 layers of front window curtains, both blue, one sheer and one silky, a matching blue sofa and a daunting pale carpet, various bright mirrors and ornaments. Fiona had a word for those sort of swooping curtains. She said it like a joke, though the women she'd picked it up from used it seriously. Any room that Fiona fixed up was bare and bright. She would have been astonished to see so much fancy stuff crowded into such a small space. He could not think what that word was. From a room off the kitchen, a sort of sunroom, though the blinds were drawn against the afternoon brightness, he could hear the sounds of television. Aubrey, the answer to Fiona's prayers, sat a few feet away, watching what sounded like a ball game. His wife looked in at him. She said, "You okay?" and partly closed the door. "You might as well have a cup of coffee," she said to Grant. He said, "Thanks. My son got him on the sports channel a year ago Christmas. I don't know what we'd do without it." On the kitchen counters there were all sorts of contrivances and appliances: coffee maker, food processor, knife sharpener, and some things Grant didn't know the names or uses of. All looked new and expensive, as if they had just been taken out of their wrappings, or were polished daily. He thought it might be a good idea to admire things. He admired the coffee maker she was using, and said that he and Fiona had always meant to get one. This was absolutely untrue. Fiona had been devoted to a European contraption that made only 2 cups at a time. "They gave us that," she said. "Our son and his wife. They live in Kamloops, BC. They send us more stuff than we can handle. It wouldn't hurt if they would spend the money to come and see us instead." Grant said philosophically, "I suppose they're busy with their own lives." "They weren't too busy to go to Hawaii last winter. You could understand it if we had somebody else in the family, closer at hand. But he's the only one." The coffee being ready, she poured it into 2 brown and green ceramic mugs that she took from the amputated branches of a ceramic tree trunk that sat on the table. "People do get lonely," Grant said. He thought he saw his chance now. "If they're deprived of seeing somebody they care about, they do feel sad. Fiona, for instance, my wife. I thought you said you went and visited her." "I do," he said. "That's not it." Then he took the plunge, going on to make the request he'd come to make. Could she consider taking Aubrey back to Meadow Lake, maybe just 1 day a week, for a visit? It was only a drive of a few miles. Surely it wouldn't prove too difficult. Or if she'd like to take the time off. Grant hadn't thought of this before and was rather dismayed to hear himself suggest it. Then he himself could take Aubrey out there. He wouldn't mind at all. He was sure he could manage it, and she could use a break. While he talked, she moved her closed lips and her hidden tongue as if she was trying to identify some dubious flavor. She brought milk for his coffee and a plate of ginger cookies. "Homemade," she said as she set the plate down. There was challenge rather than hospitality in her tone. She said nothing more until she had sat down, poured milk into her coffee and stirred it. Then she said, "No. No, I can't do that, and the reason is I'm not going to upset him." "Would it upset him?" Grant said earnestly. Yes, it would, that's no way to do, bringing him home and taking him back. Bringing him home and taking him back, that's just confusing him. But wouldn't he understand that it was just a visit? Wouldn't he get into the pattern of it? He understands everything all right. She said this as if he had offered an insult to Aubrey. But it's still an interruption. And then I've got to get him all ready and get him into the car, and he's a big man, he's not so easy to manage as you might think. I've got to maneuver him into the car and pack his chair along and all that, and what for? If I go to all that trouble, I'd prefer to take him someplace that was more fun. But even if I agreed to do it, Grant said, keeping his tone hopeful and reasonable, it's true, you shouldn't have the trouble. You couldn't, she said flatly. You don't know him. You couldn't handle him. He wouldn't stand for you doing for him. All that bother, and what would he get out of it? Grant didn't think he should mention Fiona again. It'd make more sense to take him to the mall, she said, where he could see kids and whatnot. If it didn't make him sore about his own 2 grandsons he never gets to see. Or now the lake boats are starting to run again, he might get a charge out of going and watching that. She got up and fetched her cigarettes and lighter from the window above the sink. You smoke, she said. He said no thanks, though he didn't know if a cigarette was being offered. Did you never, or did you quit? Quit, he said. How long ago was that? He thought about it. 30 years, no more. He had decided to quit around the time he started up with Jackie. But he couldn't remember whether he quit first, and thought a big reward was coming to him for quitting, or thought that the time had come to quit, now that he had such a powerful diversion. I've quit quitting, she said, lighting up. Just made a resolution to quit quitting, that's all. Maybe that was the reason for the wrinkles. Somebody, a woman, had told him that women who smoked developed a special set of fine facial wrinkles. But it could have been from the sun, or just the nature of her skin. Her neck was noticeably wrinkled as well. Wrinkled neck, youthful features. Women of her age usually had these contradictions. The bad and good points, the genetic luck or lack of it, all mixed up together. Very few kept their beauty whole, though shadowy, as Fiona had done. And perhaps that wasn't even true. Perhaps he only thought that because he'd known Fiona when she was young. Perhaps to get that impression you had to have known a woman when she was young. So when Aubrey looked at his wife, did he see a high school girl full of scorn and sass, with an intriguing tilt to her robin's egg blue eyes, pursing her fruity lips around a forbidden cigarette? So your wife's depressed, Aubrey's wife said. What's your wife's name? I forget. It's Fiona. Fiona, and what's yours? I don't think I ever was told that, Grant said. It's Grant. She stuck her hand out unexpectedly across the table. Hello, Grant, I'm Marion. So now we know each other's name, she said. There's no point in not telling you straight out what I think. I don't know if he's still so stuck on seeing you're on seeing Fiona, or not. I don't ask him and he's not telling me. Maybe just a passing fancy. But I don't feel like taking him back there in case it turns out to be more than that. I can't afford to risk it. I don't want him getting hard to handle. I don't want him upset and carrying on. I've got my hands full with him as it is. I don't have any help, it's just me here, I'm it. Did you ever consider it is very hard for you, Grant said. Did you ever consider his going in there for good? He had lowered his voice almost to a whisper, but she did not seem to feel a need to lower hers. No, she said. I'm keeping him right here, Grant said. Well, that's very good and noble of you. He hoped the word noble had not sounded sarcastic. He had not meant it to be. You think so, she said. Noble is not what I'm thinking about. Still, it's not easy. No, it isn't, but the way I am, I don't have much choice. If I put him in there, I don't have the money to pay for him unless I sell the house. The house is what we own outright. Otherwise, I don't have anything in the way of resources. I get the pension next year, and I'll have his pension and my pension, but even so I could not afford to keep him there and hang on to the house. And it means a lot to me, my house does. It's very nice, said Grant. Well, it's all right. I put a lot into it, fixing it up and keeping it up. I'm sure you did, you do. I don't want to lose it. No, I'm not going to lose it. I see your point. The company left us high and dry, she said. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but basically he got shoved out. It ended up with them saying he owed them money, and when I tried to find out what he just went on saying it's none of my business. What I think is he did something pretty stupid, but I'm not supposed to ask, so I shut up. You've been married. You are married. You know how it is. And in the middle of me finding out about this, we're supposed to go on this trip with these people and can't get out of it. And on the trip he takes sick from this virus you never heard of and goes into a coma. So that pretty well gets him off the hook, Grant said. Bad luck. I don't mean exactly that he got sick on purpose. It just happened. He's not mad at me anymore and I'm not mad at him. It's just life. That's true. You can't beat life. She flicked her tongue in a cat's businesslike way across her top lip, getting the cookie crumbs. I sound like I'm quite the philosopher, don't I? They told me out there you used to be a university professor. Quite a while ago, Grant said. I'm not much of an intellectual, she said. I don't know how much I am either. But I know when my mind's made up, and it's made up. I'm not going to let go of the house, which means I'm keeping him here and I don't want him getting it in his head he wants to move anyplace else. It was probably a mistake putting him in there so I could get away, but I wasn't going to get another chance, so I took it. So, now I know better. She shook out another cigarette. I bet I know what you're thinking, she said. You're thinking there's a mercenary type of a person. I'm not making judgments of that sort. It's your life. You bet it is. He thought they should end on a more neutral note. So he asked her if her husband had worked in a hardware store in the summers when he was going to school. I never heard about it, she said. I wasn't raised here. Driving home, he noticed that the swamp hollow that had been filled with snow and the formal shadows of tree trunks was now lighted up with skunk lilies. Their fresh, edible-looking leaves were the size of platters. The flowers sprang straight up like candle flames, and there were so many of them, so pure a yellow, that they set a light shooting up from the earth on this cloudy day. Fiona had told him that they generated a heat of their own as well. Rummaging around in one of her concealed pockets of information, she said that you were supposed to be able to put your hand inside the curled petal and feel the heat. She said that she had tried it, but she couldn't be sure if what she felt was heat or her imagination. The heat attracted bugs. Nature doesn't fool around just being decorative. He had failed with Aubrey's wife, Marion. He had foreseen that he might fail, but he had not in the least foreseen why. He had thought that all he'd have to contend with would be a woman's natural jealousy or her resentment, the stubborn remains of jealousy. He had not had any idea of the way she might be looking at things, and yet in some depressing way the conversation had not been unfamiliar to him. That was because it reminded him of conversations he'd had with people in his own family. His uncles, his relatives, probably even his mother, had thought the way Marion thought. They had believed that when other people did not think that way it was because they were kidding themselves, they had got too airy-fairy or stupid on account of their easy and protected lives or their education. They had lost touch with reality. Educated people, literary people, some rich people like Grant's socialist in-laws had lost touch with reality, due to an unmerited good fortune or an innate silliness. In Grant's case, he suspected, they pretty well believed it was both. That was how Marion would see him, certainly. A silly person, full of boring knowledge and protected by some fluke from the truth about life. A person who didn't have to worry about holding on to his house and could go around thinking his complicated thoughts. Free to dream up the fine, generous schemes that he believed would make another person happy. What a jerk, she would be thinking now. Being up against a person like that made him feel hopeless, exasperated, finally almost desolate. Why? Because he couldn't be sure of holding on to himself against that person. Because he was afraid that in the end they'd be right. Fiona wouldn't feel any of that misgiving. Nobody had beat her down, narrowed her in when she was young. She'd been amused by his upbringing, able to think its harsh notions quaint. Just the same, they have their points, those people. He could hear himself now arguing with somebody. Fiona. There's some advantage to the narrow focus. Marion would probably be good in a crisis. Good at survival, able to scrounge for food and able to take the shoes off a dead body in the street. Trying to figure out Fiona had always been frustrating. It could be like following a mirage. No, like living in a mirage. Getting close to Marion would present a different problem. It would be like biting into a lychee nut. The flesh with its oddly artificial allure, its chemical taste and perfume, shallow over the extensive seed, the stone. He might have married her. Think of it. He might have married some girl like that. If he'd stayed back where he belonged, she'd have been appealing enough, probably a flirt. The fussy way she had of shifting her position on the kitchen chair, her pursed mouth, a slightly contrived air of menace that was what was left of the more or less innocent boldness of a small-town flirt. She must have had some hopes when she picked Aubrey. His good looks, his salesman's job, his white-collar expectations. She must have believed that she would end up better off than she was now. And so it often happened with those practical people. In spite of their calculations, their survival instincts, they might not get as far as they had quite reasonably expected. No doubt it seemed unfair. In the kitchen, the first thing he saw was the light blinking on his answering machine. He thought the same thing he always thought now. Fiona. He pressed the button before he got his coat off. "Hello, Grant. I hope I got the right person. I just thought of something. There is a dance here in town at the Legion supposed to be for singles on Saturday night, and I am on the supper committee, which means I can bring a free guest. So I wondered whether you would happen to be interested in that. Call me back when you get a chance." A woman's voice gave a local number. Then there was a beep and the same voice started talking again. "I just realized I'd forgot to say who it was." "Well, you probably recognize the voice. It's Marion. I'm still not so used to these machines. And I wanted to say I realize you're not a single and I don't mean it that way. I'm not either, but it doesn't hurt to get out once in a while. Anyway, now I've said all this, I really hope it's you I'm talking to. It did sound like your voice. If you are interested, you can call me, and if you are not, you don't need to bother. I just thought you might like the chance to get out. It's Marion speaking. I guess I already said that. Okay then. Goodbye." Her voice on the machine was different from the voice he'd heard a short time ago in her house. Just a little different in the first message, more so in the second. A tremor of nerves there, an affected nonchalance, a hurry to get through and a reluctance to let go. Something had happened to her. But when had it happened? If it had been immediate, she had concealed it very successfully all the time he was with her. More likely it came on her gradually, maybe after he'd gone away. Not necessarily as a blow of attraction. Just the realization that he was a possibility, a man on his own, more or less on his own. A possibility that she might as well try to follow up. But she'd had the jitters when she made the first move. She had put herself at risk. How much of herself he could not yet tell. Generally, a woman's vulnerability increased as time went on, as things progressed. All you could tell at the start was that if there was an edge of it now, there'd be more later. It gave him a satisfaction, why deny it, to have brought that out in her, to have roused something like a shimmer, a blurring on the surface of her personality, to have heard in her testy, broad vowels this faint plea. He set out the eggs and mushrooms to make himself an omelet. Then he thought he might as well pour a drink. Anything was possible. Was that true? Was anything possible? For instance, if he wanted to, would he be able to break her down, get her to the point where she might listen to him about taking Aubrey back to Fiona, and not just for visits but for the rest of Aubrey's life? Where could that tremor lead them? To an upset, to the end of her self-preservation, to Fiona's happiness. It would be a challenge and a creditable feat. Also a joke that could never be confided to anybody, to think that by his actions he'd be doing good for Fiona. But he was not really capable of thinking about it. If he did think about it, he'd have to figure out what would become of him and Marion after he'd delivered Aubrey to Fiona. It would not work unless he could get more satisfaction that he foresaw, finding the stone of blameless self-interest inside her robust character. You never quite knew how such things would turn out. You almost knew, but you could never be sure. She would be sitting in her house now, waiting for him to call, or probably not sitting. Doing things to keep herself busy. She seemed to be a woman who would keep busy. Her house had certainly shown the benefits of non-stop attention, and there was Aubrey care of him had to continue as usual. She might have given him an early supper fitting his meals to a Meadow Lake timetable in order to get him settled for the night earlier and free herself of his routine for the day. What would she do about him when she went to the dance? Could he be left alone, or would she get a sitter? Would she tell him where she was going, introduce her escort? Would her escort pay the sitter? She might have fed Aubrey while Grant was buying the mushrooms and driving home. She might now be preparing him for bed, but all the time she would be conscious of the phone, of the silence of the phone. Maybe she would have calculated how long it would take Grant to drive home. His address in the phone book would have given her a rough idea of where he lived. She would calculate how long, then add to that time for possible shopping for supper, figuring that a man alone would shop every day. Then a certain amount of time for him to get around to listening to his messages. And as the silence persisted, she would think of other things. Other errands he might have had to do before he got home, or perhaps a dinner out, a meeting that meant he would not get home at supper time at all. She would stay up late, cleaning her kitchen cupboards, watching television, arguing with herself about whether there was still a chance. What conceit on his part! She was above all things a sensible woman. She would go to bed at her regular time thinking that he didn't look as if he'd be a decent dancer anyway. Too stiff, too professorial. He stayed near the phone looking at magazines, but he didn't pick it up when it rang again. "Grant, this is Marion. I was down in the basement putting the wash in the dryer and I heard the phone, and when I got upstairs whoever it was had hung up. So I just thought I ought to say I was here. If it was you and if you are even home. Because I don't have a machine obviously, so you couldn't leave a message. So I just wanted to let you know. Bye." The time was now 25 after 10. Bye. He would say that he just got home. There was no point in bringing to her mind the picture of his sitting here, weighing the pros and cons. Drapes. That would be her word for the blue curtains, drapes. And why not? He thought of the ginger cookies so perfectly round that she'd had to announce they were homemade, the ceramic coffee mugs on their ceramic tree. A plastic runner, he was sure, protecting the hall carpet. A high-gloss exactness and practicality that his mother had never achieved but would have admired was that why he could feel this twinge of bizarre and unreliable affection. Or was it because he'd had 2 more drinks after the first? The walnut-stained tan, he believed now that it was a tan of her face and neck, would most likely continue into her neckline. He had that to think of, as he dialed the number that he had already written down. That and the practical sensuality of her cat's tongue. Her gemstone eyes. Fiona was in her room but not in bed. She was sitting by the open window, wearing a seasonable but oddly short and bright dress. Through the window came a heady, warm blast of lilacs in bloom and the spring manure spread over the fields. She had a book open in her lap. She said, "Look at this beautiful book I found. It's about Iceland. You wouldn't think they'd leave valuable books lying around in the rooms. The people staying here are not necessarily honest, and I think they've got the clothes mixed up. I never wear yellow." "Fiona," he said, "you've been gone a long time. Are we all checked out now?" "Fiona, I've brought a surprise for you. Do you remember Aubrey?" She stared at him for a moment, as if waves of wind had come beating into her face, into her head, pulling everything to rags. "Names elude me," she said harshly. Then the look passed away as she retrieved, with an effort, some bantering grace. She set the book down carefully and stood up and lifted her arms to put them around him. Her skin or her breath gave off a faint new smell, a smell that seemed to him like that of the stems of cut flowers left too long in their water. "I'm happy to see you," she said, and pulled his earlobes. "You could have just driven away," she said. "Just driven away without a care in the world and forsaken me. He kept his face against her white hair, her pink scalp, her sweetly shaped skull. He said, "Not a chance."